The flute that once played the divine music of the Emperor of the Wilderness is now lying in a warehouse, abandoned and forgotten. Even if it were thrown on the street, no one would spare it a glance. When I saw it for the first time, I decided to use it for performance. Just because this is a world where everyone awakens the dragon scales, anyone over 18 can pick up an instrument and play music to awaken their own exclusive dragon scales. The more unique the performance of the music, the stronger the awakened dragon scales become. Just when everyone was advocating that musical instruments were mainstream, I picked up the most niche flute without hesitation. At this time, under the gaze of many eyes, a young man walked steadily towards the platform at Yunxi Middle School in Zhonghai City. I saw his jet black hair dancing in the wind, his sharp features as exquisite as a sculpture, and his deep eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the stars and the sea. Qin Junlin's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone was amazed by his amazing looks. Feeling self-conscious, envious, and jealous, he wore a simple white school uniform, but managed to give off a high-end feeling. As he walked in, there were occasional whispers and exclamations from the crowd of girls. Wow! He's so handsome! Is that the legendary senior Qin Junlin? Indeed, he is not only handsome, with outstanding looks, but also a genius in academics. He scores full marks in all subjects every year. Hailed as the most promising candidate to awaken the SSS-level dragon scale, he is the face of our Yunxi High School. Of course, didn't you see Yunxi Middle School making an exception and letting him be the first to appear on stage? Qin Junlin seems to have become accustomed to such scrutiny and comments. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a polite smile, but did not slow down. As Qin Junling stepped onto the awakening ceremony stage, the atmosphere at the scene reached its climax. Even the teachers on the stage couldn't help but take a few more glances at him, secretly admiring him. The awakening ceremony officially begins. Principal Zhao Yunlong steps onto the stage, looking at Qin Junling with fiery eyes, and kindly says, "Student Junling, once you have chosen the instrument you need to play, you can start. Don't be too nervous, just play normally. Your musical talent is obvious to all. I believe you will definitely bring a different surprise to our Yunxi High School." Zhao Yunlong encouraged again. He deeply knew Qin Junlin's outstanding performance in usual, and had very high expectations for him. Qin Junlin nodded, his gaze falling on the musical instruments displayed on the awakening platform, feeling a little emotional for a moment. I never expected to cross over to such a magical world, and I was in a daze for more than 10 years. It wasn't until half a month ago that I fully regained my complete memories from before crossing over. This is a world called Sky Blue Star, which is somewhat similar to the background of the Earth before the crossing, but not completely the same. 1,000 years ago, an unprecedented great change occurred on the Blue Sky Star. The world's area expanded by 1,000 times. Countless void cracks appeared everywhere, and strange and powerful extraplanar creatures accompanied the arrival of mysterious realm instances. At that time, the sky was blue, the mountains and rivers shifted, the rivers flowed backwards, and human civilization was on the brink of destruction. Fortunately, at the brink of human despair, to the surprise of many, the totem spirit of the true dragon from the mythology of the Great Xia has appeared. It turned out to be from the Great Wall, soaring 90,000 miles, carrying the aura of the 9 provinces, repelling and suppressing all foreign creatures, and using all its strength to protect China. At the same time, the dragon veins that were originally hidden in various places within the Great Xia territory seemed to be guided by the dragon of luck, and miracles began to respond, actively transforming into dragon shadows, ensuring the future continuation of the Great Xia civilization. That day, Wan Long soared into the sky, its might vast and majestic, with countless stars in the sky for over 100 years, and no other race dared to trespass again. Afterwards, in various hidden places where dragon veins disappeared, one after another dragon scale steels reappeared. These dragon scale steels possess unimaginable power, able to continuously condense the aura of humanity and resist beings from beyond the realm. And humans have also discovered that through various sounds, they can actually awaken the dragon scales from the dragon scale steel and cultivate real dragons to fight alongside them. So the whole nation began to learn music theory, hoping to protect their homeland by awakening the dragon scales. From then on, the Daxia people finally had the means to change their fate and resist foreign races. After anyone's blood and energy intensity reaches the lowest standard, they can awaken their own dragon scales by playing various music in front of the dragon scale steel, and become a dragon scale master. However, although this is a world where everyone raises dragons, the intensity of the dragon scales awakened by each person is not the same. Dragon scales are divided according to their strength potential, ranging from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, to SSS. Depending on the different innate characteristics of dragon scales, they can be divided into support type, combat type, and utility type. And the awakened dragon scales talent, what exactly determines it, is also unknown. Although after more than 1,000 years of development, humans have created a variety of melodies for future generations to play and learn. Imitators are ultimately just imitators. Many people may play those heroic music pieces, but the awakened dragon scale talent may also be in the auxiliary category, unless it is a melody that has never appeared in the world before, created exclusively by oneself. Can the dragon scale talent with musical characteristics be fully awakened? Chen Junlin pondered silently in his heart. After half a month of understanding, he had almost grasped the basic situation of this world. The strength of the awakened dragon scales represents a person's future achievements. Therefore, the choice of music to play is crucial. Without a doubt, playing the pioneering music of this world is undoubtedly the most perfect ideal. However, the creation of a tone, however, is not as simple as one might think. A tone sufficient to awaken a dragon spirit that must possess extraordinary characteristics, either a deep melody or a rhythm that touches the soul. Or maybe it represents some unique mood. For 1,000 years, there have been countless people who confidently tried to change their lives against the odds by creating their own music. However, in the end, it was unable to awaken the dragon spirit, and could only play the music of those who had awakened the dragon spirit. In addition, the self-created sound rhythm could not yet bear a slight resemblance to those that had awakened the dragon spirit. This has led, in recent years, to fewer and fewer musical meters being able to be premiered. Good on. Before crossing over, he had been a music lover as well, and the mind possessed a large number of musical compositions and sounds that had not yet appeared in this world. However, it's a world with all the races of the heavens watching over it, and the crisis has never really lifted. He had to be strong and invincible enough to have a firm grip on his future. So, with this awakening of the dragon spirit, the fun sounds selected would have to be extraordinary. Phew! Chen Junlin stood on the ceremonial stage and drew in a hard breath. His eyes swept over the instruments in front of him one by one, and his mind couldn't help but conjure up a piece of music, a meter, that corresponded to the instruments. Classical. Recent times. Classic. Nursery rhymes. Pop songs. Suddenly, when his eyes fell on a seemingly ordinary bamboo flute, his heart and soul could not help but tremble fiercely and lightly, and a flash of color flared up in his eyes. Chen Junlin's fingers gently touched the bamboo flute. A melody began to echo in his soul, a flute piece he had loved while on Earth. Perhaps it was nowhere near as good as most of the classic flute pieces, but it was the only thing he really liked. He closed his eyes slightly, and he could vaguely feel the mood contained in that song. It was a deep yet majestic rhythm, as if it could travel through time and space and awaken sleeping souls. Gaze upon a certain supreme being who has uniquely ruled the ages. That's it. A trace of determination flashed across Chen Junlin's face. Without half a moment's hesitation, in the midst of countless astonished gazes, he violently picked up the bamboo flute and blow softly. No? He actually chose the bamboo flute to perform? Although awakening a dragon spirit is not restricted to any musical instrument, the probability of being able to awaken a dragon spirit with a bamboo flute. But it is far inferior to the zither instrument, which is the mainstream. Almost all of the music we practice on a regular basis is related to the zither. The flute instrument is only trained as a hobby class. Senior Chen is too much of a trustworthy person, isn't he? Once the awakening fails, then you'll need to wait another year. In an instant, the crowd in the square murmured, unable to understand what Chen Junlin had done. Even the principal, Zhao Yunlong, was shocked to the point where his scalp was numb, and in his mind, under normal play, the Chen Junlin's zither skills were perfect, and as long as he played the top 10 zither tunes, he should be able to secure a grade A dragon spirit at the very least. But if it's a flute instrument, then I'm afraid. He was planning to go up and stop Chen Junlin, telling the other party to think carefully and not to delay his future. And that was the moment. The entire square suddenly fell silent with the sound of a flute. That unique Desolate Emperor BGM melody floated through the air. It was as if it resonated with both heaven and earth in this world, stirring in everyone's heart. Everyone was mesmerized by the sudden melody. As the melody advances, an aura of dictating the ages and chopping up the heavens comes to life. It was as if the desolate heavenly emperor was personally present in the heavens, powerful and invincible, at large in heaven and earth. The melody is getting higher and higher, more and more agitated. It was as if it was telling one legendary story of the desolate heavenly emperor after another, and it was exhilarating. Chen Junlin's eyes were tightly closed and he was fully engaged in playing. At this moment, it was as if Chen Junlin had transformed into the desolate Heavenly Emperor, standing alone on the battlefield of the ages. Invincible yet alone, with no one to fight alongside. The sound of his flute was like the sword of the desolate Heavenly Emperor, cutting through the heavens, slicing through the sky. One feels an endless wave of sadness and bravado. The people at the scene were infected by this aura, and an emotion of both respect and fear was born in their hearts. It was as if they saw the lonely back of the desolate Heavenly Emperor, in the long river of history. Facing all enemies and bearing all burdens alone. It was a kind of transcendent power, and a kind of helplessness that went deep into the marrow of the bones. Those teenage girls under the awakening stage were all infected by the music that. A strong impulse surged in his heart, itching to fight side by side with the desolate Heavenly Emperor to guard this heaven and earth. Just then, the sound of the bamboo flute took a sudden turn, becoming extremely low and lonesome, like the desolate Heaven Emperor standing at the end of the world, facing the endless darkness alone. An unspeakable depression of sadness filled the air and broke people's hearts. Nothingness. All is vanity. Invincible, it's one man's invincibility. Perfection, the perfection of a person. I don't know when. The sound of the bamboo flute faded. But the whole room remained silent, as if it was still immersed in that lonely and vain afterglow. Chen Junlin slowly opened his eyes. He did not know if he had chosen the song correctly or not, and whether or not he would succeed in awakening the dragon spirit, but he was not ashamed of his heart. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar sounded as if it was the morning sun breaking the darkness of the night. And just for a moment, heaven and earth were changed. Just see. Along with the explosion of 10,000 feet of light, a huge dragon shadow shrouded in golden light, carrying a shocking dragon will, from the Dragon Spirit Monument appeared in the sky. Chapter 2. A long, golden light reflects the ancient sacred dragon. The gigantic dragon shadow with golden light, like a supreme holy dragon descending from mythology, with its eyes like torches. The dragon's scales were cast like gold, each one glittering with a light that made it impossible to look directly at it as it snaked through the air. It was as if the entire heaven and earth had been brought under it. The golden light reflects. This is the SS Dragon Spirit. Someone's voice trembled in alarm. In the entire Jianghai city, it had been more than 300 years since a SS-class dragon spirit had been born. Chen Junlin was known as the most promising heavenly pride to awaken the SS Dragon Spirit. But most people just take it as bragging words, like something about a beauty that comes along once in 4,000 years or something like that. No one had expected that Chen Junlin, in fact, could actually do it. Senior Chen is too powerful. Actually really awakened a SS-class dragon spirit. Senior Chen is already excellent, and with that one perfect tune just now. It's like a tiger with wings. That flute piece just now, it's really good, but I've never heard it before. Do any of you know what the song is? Idiot, that's obviously the first tone. Who else but Senior Chen can answer you? Shocker. Envy. The people in the entire square were talking, all of them wide-eyed and eyeballing the huge dragon shadow reflected by the golden light. He tried to see clearly the type of this SS-class dragon spirit. Buzz. A golden ripple spread out from the dragon spirit's body, that yes, the dragon spirit's power was awakening. Every single one of its dragon scales was gleaming, as if it was carrying endless energy. Is this the power of a SS-class dragon spirit? Having only just awakened, this aura alone just completely crushed my dad's B-ranked dragon spirit, the Xian Fire Dragon. There were teenagers trembling with excitement, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. It was incredible. I never thought I would live to witness, in my lifetime, the scene of the birth of a SS-class dragon spirit. And this, or a SS-ranked dragon spirit born from the first sound law. Fearful afterlife. One of the teachers couldn't help but exclaim as well. Good. Yes. Principal Zhao Yunlong was even more excited and red in the face. Eyes blazingly staring at the golden dragon spirit above the firmament, he completely did not expect Chen Junlin to bring him such a great surprise. This time, the ranking of Yunhai Middle School will certainly be able to improve several notches. There will also be more resources for various grants up there. Most importantly, the future of the human race would have another top powerhouse. Because in the past 1,000 years of the Sky Blue Star, any dragon spiritist to awaken to SS-class dragon spirit. There just wasn't a single one that was weak. Even the auxiliary-type dragon spirits possessed unbelievable natural characteristics. And at the same moment, within the clouds that no one knows about, a middle-aged man in military uniform, however, couldn't wait to send out a transmission. Qin Junlin, the abandoned son of the Lu family in Yinjing, with a clean family background. Awakening golden light up to the limit of 10,000 feet, for the limit of SS-class dragon spirit, because the dragon spirit from the first creation of sound. Dragon spirit race category is unknown for the time being, but the potential is bound to be great, can be recruited into the special department, pour extreme resources to focus on cultivation, shelter. Subsequently, the middle-aged man in military uniform looked at Qin Junlin with a gaze that was also filled with full admiration. The awakening of the dragon spirit is a matter of the utmost importance, and it concerns the future of the human race. In order to prevent any accidents, if there is a special outstanding student on the occasion of each awakening ceremony, in addition to the regular local guardian army, high-level powerhouses would be sent from above to watch over them secretly. For once upon a time, for 1,000 years, there have been cases in which the pride of heaven has been assassinated by underground forces, abducted, or descended from other dimensions. And other unpredictable things. No wonder, after such a long time has passed, that girl Vivian still keeps chanting. This kid, what a surprise. I would have thought that the most he would have awakened would have been S rank. Extreme SS-class dragon spirit, the entire sky blue star in this 1,000 years. It's only those 10 seniors, too. The middle-aged man in military uniform said to himself rather emotionally. Granted, in most people's perceptions, a golden light signifies the awakening of a SS-class dragon spirit. Wouldn't care about the size of the golden light, but they, the powerhouses, knew very well that the strength of the golden light was really about the potential of the SS-ranked dragon spirit. 10,000 feet of golden light is the ultimate SS-class dragon spirit. If we refer to those 10 seniors, this also represents that this one dragon spiritist, he has 100% potential to become a god. With an additional potential heavenly pride like this on the human race's side, they'll be able to have more chances of winning in the future. I just don't know, what about this kid's dragon spirit talent trait? I guess it's not ordinary. The strength of a dragon spirit is not only related to its quality and potential, but also to its natural characteristics. It was even the key to determining a dragon spiritist's combat prowess. There was a pause. The middle-aged uniformed man's gaze, however, suddenly looked in the direction of Yinjing. A teasing smile appeared on his face. Oh, those heartless old things of the Lu family, if they knew that the concubine, whom they had abandoned, had to actually be able to awaken an extreme SS-class dragon spirit, I'm afraid I'll regret it, right? He naturally knew something about the bit of business between Qin Junlin and the Lu family. Qin Junlin's mother, Qin Yao, enrolled in Yinjing University 20 years ago. She met Lu Lingxian, the pride of the Lu family in the world, and they fell in love with each other, and eventually married each other. And with her special dragon spirit to assist Lu Lingxian further, strength increased greatly. Everything looks great. As a result, after this, the whole Lu family. Yet again, she began to look down on Chen Yao, who had a lowly birth and a mediocre dragon spirit. Dragon spirit talent is enhanced. Lu Lingxian soon also moved to another big family gold. Not only to marry each other, but also forced Chen Yao to sign a divorce agreement. Unwilling to be humiliated, Chen Yao took Qin Junlin and returned to Zhanhai alone. It's just a pity that after a nightmare-level alien dimension inexplicably descended on the city, in order to protect Zhanhai City. Chen Yao's determination to join the battlefield eventually led to serious injuries and she died shortly afterward. And at this moment, Qin Junlin stood in the center of the awakening stage, and the huge dragon shadow reflected in golden light echoed him. He could vaguely feel a powerful mysterious force surging within the dragon spirit, a terrifying force that was enough to make him proud of heaven and earth. It worked! SS-class dragon spirit! Qin Junlin mumbled in his heart, his eyes flashing with excitement. There was nothing wrong with his choice. Worthy of being the Desolate Heavenly Emperor's exclusive BGM, it actually directly allowed him to awaken the highest-ranked dragon spirit. Swish! Next second. The dragon spirit seemed to have sensed Qin Junlin's emotions as well, as it slowly lowered its dragon head end. Those star-like eyes gazed deeply at Qin Junlin, as if saying, "You are my master." Immediately following, the dragon spirit raised its head to the sky, and the sound of that dragon's roar was like rolling spring thunder, resounding through the clouds. The people in the whole square fell for it, as if, with this dragon's roar, it will cleanse the dust of their hearts. The dragon spirit's body began to rotate, and its golden dragon scales traced a dazzling light in the air. They intertwined and hovered around Chen Junlin, finally coalescing into a golden dragon pearl. It fused into Chen Junlin's dantian. At once, Chen Junlin felt a powerful force that surged madly within the flesh and bones around his body. It was as if he was helping him to open a meridian, causing his chi and blood, sense of smell, sense of hearing, and other aspects to improve by a large margin. And at the moment when the dragon spirit was completely fused, Chen Junlin and the dragon spirit in his body, he also produced an inextricable sensation, and finally realized the natural characteristics of the dragon spirit. Rumor has it that only after successfully awakening the dragon spirit, the universal data panel, which would only be unlocked in his consciousness, slowly appeared in front of him. Ancient Holy Dragon. Dragon race category, special and unique. Quality potential, unlimited. Gifted trait, limit breaking, can break any limitations of the world in which he lives. For example, a dragon spiritist can only awaken one dragon spirit, the highest dragon spirit is SS quality, and other restrictions. Exclusive avatar, Tathagat is self-expression. All kinds of avatars can be transformed into your own. Dragon spirit skills, reincarnation treasure art, hand of heaven, desolate sword technique. Number of dragon spirits, 1 due to the nature of the limit-breaking talent, for each minor realm raised. Can awaken an additional dragon spirit on its own and grant 100% of the highest level of natural characteristics of the universe in which it is located. Dragon spirit level, LV1 juvenile. Progression, Hunt 0-100, Drink Milk 0-100. When Chen Junlin saw the various aspects of the attributes of this dragon spirit, his entire body was also shocked. I couldn't help but hold my breath. Otherizing the self? Reincarnation? The hand of God? And that progression, drinking milk? He didn't expect to play Emperor Drakengard's exclusive BGM. He was actually able to awaken a dragon spirit that had such a great karmic connection. That's a bit of karma to dip into. But there's one that's really ridiculously strong. He couldn't even begin to imagine that most of the dragon spiritists in a world that barely possesses some means such as cracking mountain, fire dragon roar, blue vine entanglement, etc., how terrifying would the hand of heaven be when it is executed? What a terrifying commotion it would cause if it was executed. And this limit-breaking trait seems a bit too outrageous as well. Not only will I be able to awaken an additional dragon spirit with every minor realm I raise. What's more, it's guaranteed to bestow a gift of the highest level of the cosmic world. What this cosmic world is gifted with at the highest level, I cannot know at this time. However, according to the records inside the teaching textbook, the characteristic strength level of the Sky Blue Star Dragon Spirit can be categorized into ordinary, advanced, rare, precious, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, mythical. This also means that all the dragon spirits that I awaken in the future, every single one of them can have mythic level traits at a minimum. Terrible. Against the day. No matter how much Chen Junlin tried to remain calm, he could not help but show a hint of delight on his face. Because it means that he just needs to keep developing. In the future, he would certainly be able to stand at the peak of this side of the world. Not to mention, as he was a music lover himself, and possessed in his memory the earth, plenty of classic music melodies that this world doesn't have. He can't imagine it all that. If the melody of the music with special significance is played out, coupled with the limit-breaking characteristic of the ancient dragon, it will be a great success. And what heavenly dragon spirits will be awakened? It was also while Chen Junlin was pondering. Principal Zhao Yunlong finally slowed down. He trotted forward with a red face and, like fervent brainwashed fans, they applauded frantically one after another and cheered excitedly. Good. Good. Yes. SS-class dragon spirit. Original sound. Mr. Junlin, your performance is really too good. It's too unexpected. Worthy of being the number one in Jianghai City. No, it should be the number one heavenly pride in the Sky Blue Star today. I don't know if I am fortunate enough to know the name of this piece of music. Chapter 3: The Dragon Spirit Looking for Milk to Drink. According to the rules of the Sky Blue Star, any sonic music that can awaken the spirit of a dragon They are all invaluable treasures of civilization that deserve to be preserved and handed down for generations to come. It adds an undercurrent to the entire human race. And they too will all have unique names, and to ensure respect for the originators. From now on, no one may ever name this piece of music by its name again, much less secondary. Zhao Yunlong was naturally able to personally experience how subtle the flute piece played by Qin Junlin just now was. The proud, sad, unyielding, and lonely moods contained therein were all fused together, as if one could see the figure of a great being who selflessly sacrificed himself for the sake of the human race. This is to stimulate the inner blood, fighting effect, simply don't be too amazing. Is very suitable to give the Dragon Spirit Master awakening song music. He was already able to anticipate that in the future, when countless human races played this piece of music. In addition to the originator, Qin Junlin, a senior, will be able to know the Yunxi Middle School, a graduation school that teaches great talent. What could only be considered an ordinary Cloud Creek High School will be in the textbooks of the human race. Leave a pen and ink on paper. At the same time he, the current principal, is bound to stick to the scenery a little less. As soon as he thought of this, Zhao Yunlong couldn't help but feel another surge of excitement in his heart. The kind of eyes that looked at Qin Junlin were even more excited and fiery than when he had his wife safely give birth to a child. Name? Qin Junlin pondered for a moment before nodding his head and smiling lightly. Then let's call it Desolate. Desolation? Principal Zhao Yunlong repeated, his gaze flickering with thought. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, his eyes shining brightly. Wasteland. What a wasteland! Wasteland stands for wilderness, vastness, and boundlessness, and the name encompasses both the endless bleakness of the. It also reveals an indomitable strength, and moreover symbolizes the rise from the barren, blossoming in solitude. It just complements the mood in that song, a perfect match. This name should reflect 1,000 years with this superb flute song. Zhao Yunlong exclaimed, admiration for Qin Junlin's talent shining in his eyes. Student Junlin, your song Desolation not only adds honor to Yunxi Middle School. What's more, let's add another bright pearl to the treasure trove of civilization. I believe that Desolate will surely become a legend in the history of the human race. Your name, too, will surely be remembered forever by future generations because of Desolation. Zhao Yunlong excitedly patted Qin Junlin's shoulder. It's as if we've already seen the brilliance of this one track in the future. Of course, he also believed that Qin Junlin, who had awakened the SS Dragon Spirit. In the future, he would certainly be among the top stream of great Xia powerhouses, admired by all. Words. Qin Junlin smiled faintly. Very humbly, he said, none of this would have been possible without the nurturing of Cloud Creek Middle School and the support of you, the principal. Ha ha. Junlin-san is too modest. According to the rules of Cloud Creek High School, as a SS Dragon Spirit Awakener, in addition to a first-class scholarship of $5 million, you'll receive a special prize, but it will require a short break for a few moments. Only after the awakening ceremony is over will the person in charge hand it out to you. Zhao Yunlong replied with a smile, his face full of affinity. It is completely different from the cold-faced principal that the students usually talk about. Yes, principal. Qin Junlin smiled and nodded, looking up at the awakening stone tablet. Then it walked off the awakening stage. Anyway, his thoughts are still a bit jumbled, so he's taking his time to organize them. In the meantime, take a good look at the ancient holy dragon in your body. Alright, everybody be quiet. Zhao Yunlong waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Everyone saw how well Junlin's students performed, and this is the pride of our Yunxi Middle School. And also the pride of our entire human race. Zhao Yunlong looked around, his voice filled with pride. I'm sure each and every one of you has the potential to become the next Junlin classmate, the backbone of the human race. Brace yourself for this for our civilization. You, likewise, are the future hope of the human race. Zhao Yunlong's gaze was firm and his voice was powerful. The whole room was infected by the passion of the principal, Each of them has a glimmer of longing and anticipation for the future in their eyes. Now, let us once again cheer for the successful awakening of Mr. Qin Junlin. And a round of applause for our own efforts to live up to the future. Zhao Yunlong raised his hands high and appealed passionately. Hula! Applause rose like a tidal wave on the faces of every student, all overflowing with anticipation and confidence in the future. Next, from the senior class, in order of school number, the awakening ceremony will begin. Qin Junlin didn't stay to watch the others' awakening ceremony, but returned to the classroom in silence. The mood remains unsettled. The crowd was not surprised at this behavior on his part, for it had always been the Chen Junlin is a maverick, high-cold genius persona. In the 3 years of enrollment to Yunqi Middle School, basically did not communicate with many people contact. And at the moment, Chen Junlin closed his eyes and felt the power of the ancient holy dragon in his body. It was as if he could hear the breathing of the dragon spirit and feel its pulsations. Although, this was also the first time he had awakened a dragon spirit and had just become a dragon spirit master. But according to what I've learned about the dragon spiritist from various textbooks and materials, if the characteristics of this dragon spirit of his were to be made public, it would definitely cause an uproar. This limit-breaking trait of his does not only unlock the limit of the number of dragon spirits, but it also unlocks the number of dragon spirits. Also included are other aspects. Take for example the realm of the dragon spiritist. According to the textbook materials, as the realm of the dragon spiritist is closely related to the leveling up of the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit will often need specific conditions such as providing certain materials, killing certain monsters, clearing certain secret areas, etc. to continue to improve when it breaks through to a whole number of levels. Therefore, when a dragon spirit master is advancing in his realm, a state called bottleneck will occur. But with his limit-breaking trait, then there would be no rules, powers, or realms that could bind or stop his growth, and as long as he satisfied the corresponding experience value, he could grow and improve forever. Swish. Thoughts. Chen Junlin directly summoned the ancient sacred dragon from within his dantian. At once, a desolate and ancient aura instantly filled the entire classroom, and before Chen Junlin's eyes, a miniature draconic ancient holy dragon with a golden holy light emanating from its entire body emerged, its eyes flickering with profound wisdom, as if it had crossed the long river of time and space. Witness the changes in history. But soon, the miniature version of the draconic holy dragon, the depth in his eyes then disappeared and instead, there is a kind of naivety that is ignorant and uninitiated. It meekly rubbed against Chen Junlin's palm, then let out a milky dragon cry. And Chen Junlin, as the master of the dragon spirit, naturally understood what it said. Master, I'm hungry. Want to drink grandma? After all was said and done, the miniature draconic sacred dragon then stretched out its little claws and began to pick at the zipper of the shirt on his chest. The little head went along for the ride. Looking at this action, Chen Junlin instantly froze. Chapter 4, like throwing the 3-year-old Desolate Emperor into the dark forbidden zone? Off campus, Chen Junlin sat on a stool outside a kiosk, looking over his shoulder at the lying. The ancient sacred dragon, who had been pouring can after can of want milk, couldn't help but show a helpless and bitter smile on his face. He was a man, naturally, without milk. The good thing is, there's quite a lot of dairy products in the modern world. He then directly took the Arakanese holy dragon and bought a bunch of various flavors of milk, not realizing that it would actually work. This little guy's appetite is a little too big. I drank almost 70 or 80 cans in just a few minutes. Moreover, looking at this little guy's stance, it was obvious that he hadn't been satisfied with his drink yet. Fortunately, awakening a SS-class dragon spirit will also reward the school with 5 million dasha coins. Otherwise, the little funds remaining in the card, for the time being, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to satisfy this guy's appetite. Chen Junlin secretly sighed. From memory, in this world, his mother encountered an otherworldly descent and fell into the hands of an extraterrestrial demonic beast when he had just graduated from junior high school, in order to avenge his mother's death. He basically used his family's savings and pension to polish his flesh and blood, root and bone, and purchased musical instruments to train his tone. If he did not have excellent performance, he relied on the annual scholarship subsidy, and was afraid that his life would be a problem. As for that father of his? Oh! At the thought of that diabolical, ugly facade in the depths of memory, Chen Junlin couldn't help but feel a trace of coldness in his heart. Not to mention the old-fashioned support, even the normal alimony has not been given. The most hateful thing is that at his mother's funeral, that asshole from the Liu family, he even brought his mistress mother and son to taunt and humiliate. This is a wild chicken in the countryside of Kara, but also want to be that 9 heavenly phoenix, simply do not know the heights of heaven and earth. That day, he vowed in his heart that sooner or later he would hit the Liu family and make the Liu family's assholes regret apologizing. That's what Chen Junlin, all along, The reason why you have to work insanely hard and be number one in the school every year is to awaken a powerful dragon spirit and settle a score for your mother. Gulp. Gulp. A sound came out, only to see the draconic sacred dragon shaking the empty bottle in his hand, blinking his eyes and looking towards Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin was speechless in his heart, just for a moment. The guy actually drank up another big case. In less than 10 minutes, 4 full cartons of milk were consumed. That's enough money to last him a week. But it was a sum of money that was not spent in vain. At the very least, he could now intuitively feel that the strength of his fleshly body and chi and blood that. It's a big step up from 10 minutes ago. At the same time, in the middle of his dantian, a channel of dragon power was gradually condensed. Dragon power is the biggest gap between ordinary people and dragon spirit masters. Dragon spirit masters can execute incomparably powerful dragon spirit aptitudes and skills with their dragon power. This is something that is difficult to be compared to ordinary people who have polished their physical bodies and chi and blood to an even higher level. If we really want to come to an exact comparison, according to the descriptions of those novels that were once on Earth, the dragon power is roughly equivalent to the spiritual power of an immortal cultivator. And the reason for all this is simple. It is because the ancient holy dragon has an additional way of progression phrase drinking milk. With this strange evolutionary phrase, even without having to fight any monsters, you can get stronger just by drinking milk. In this way, the more powerful the dragon spirit is, the stronger the dragon spirit master will naturally become. In other words, if he has enough milk, even if he does nothing, just lying there every day, feeding the Arakanese sacred dragon milk by hand, I guess I could be the divine dragon spiritist of this world. Chen Junlin twitched the corners of his mouth. Would this be a little too strong? However, if you want to become a divine dragon spirit master, simply by breastfeeding the milk that will be consumed, it is only an unimaginable value. The realm of the dragon spiritist, from low to high. They can be categorized into 1-star dragon spirit master, 2-star dragon spirit master, and 3-star dragon spirit master, 9-star dragon spirit master, and 10-star dragon spirit master. The next step up is the divine dragon spirit master. According to the textbook, divine dragon spirit masters are the same as the deities in the legends and stories. Has been very different, a supreme being that has transcended the mortal body. You can travel the stars and the heavens with ease. However, in the more than 1,000 years of the Sky Blue Star's history, there were almost only a handful of seniors who were able to reach this realm. Then look at his current dragon spirit attribute. Ancient Holy Dragon. Dragon Spirit Level, LV1 Juvenile, Progress 1.3%. Progression, Hunt 0-100, Drink Milk 1.3-100. The realm of a Dragon Spirit Master corresponds to the Dragon Spirit Level, basically according to integer digits. For example, a Dragon Spirit from LV1 to LV10 corresponds to a 1-star Dragon Spirit Master. Dragon Spirits from LV11 to LV20 correspond to 2-star Dragon Spirit Masters. So, 1.3% experience progress bar for level 1 of the Draconic Holy Dragon, which means that his current realm was that of a 1-star Dragon Spirit Master 0.13%. It took 4 cartons of milk to make this much progress. This means that, for him to step into a 2-star Dragon Spiritist, the minimum would have to feed nearly 400 boxes of Wang. And the premise is still the same at the current standard of progress. At least 2 years of living expenses. Chen Junlin silently glanced at the desolate ancient sacred dragon. That's not really that expensive, compared to the boost it brings. After all, although he didn't have much money in his card, the $5 million of awakening reward money that. Yet it is not a small value. His main concern was just how much milk the little guy would have to drink each day to get his fill. Good thing, now that I'm a dragon spiritist, I can choose to go down to the duplicates, the secret realms, or take on all sorts of quests to make money. It should be perfectly fine to raise a dragon, right? Chen Junlin pondered this in his heart, and at the same time, in the baffled gaze of the ancient sacred dragon. Another direct call to the owner to get a couple more boxes of wanted. And just as suddenly, with a click, Chen Junlin only felt the space around him, It was as if it had been hardened and twisted by some irresistible rule, not waiting for him to react. In the next second, his entire body was struck by a terrifying attraction that. It was instantly pulled into a ball of light. Buzz. Same moment. In Qin Junlin's mind, an indifferent yet icy voice filled with supreme majesty resounded. You have entered the single-player alien space, the survival arena. Otherworldly space-type kill. Otherworldly space-level nightmare. The rules of victory are as follows. If you survive for 3 days in the survival arena, you will receive a guaranteed reward. But the world will be invaded by a fusion of the complete otherworldly space survival arena. Each kill of a competitor earns 1 point and is ranked according to the number of points. Decide the quality of the final reward. And the universe worlds of the top 3 competitors in terms of points. There will be no invasion of the complete otherworldly space arena of survival. 3. Kill all the competitors and get the only ultimate reward. Before his consciousness fell into a brief blank, Qin Junlin also did not hold back a foul mouth. He hadn't expected that he had only just awakened the dragon spirit not long ago, no matter what. Without even starting the copy training, they actually encountered the other dimension, Descent. And it's a nightmare difficulty kill type space. What's even more outrageous is that it's a single copy. The guards outside, who were specialized in protecting the cadets from awakening, couldn't even intervene at all. This treading horse. Sky collapse opening What's the difference between taking a 3-year-old Desolate Heavenly Emperor and throwing him into the dark forbidden zone in the opening round? Chapter 5 Because you're too cautious, you open with a big move for seconds? No good. How could it descend into the other dimension at this time? And it's a nightmare-level single alien space. Damn. This is too much of a coincidence. Also, just as a crimson stream of light flashed by, enveloping Qin Junlin's body, the moment it was swept into an otherworldly space. The middle-aged man in military uniform who had been watching from above that void violently changed his face drastically. Even his lips turned a little white with shock, and his body trembled slightly. He had used his peak battle power, his fastest reaction speed, Trying to break the shackles of the entrance to the otherworldly space, he pulled Qin Junlin out in time. But still too late to rescue. The single alien space is too special. Even above the entire sky blue star, it would be difficult to appear almost once in 100 years. Not to mention, it's still a nightmare-level alien dimension. Nightmare-class interdimensional space, that is, apart from the Abyss and Purgatory-class interdimensional space, What a most horrible thing. If it was a team-based heterodyne, with his current strength, it was basically more than enough to protect Qin Junlin, a pride of the human race. He could even have the chance to take it in and refine it away, after entering the team-based interdimensional space of Then it will become a secret space exclusively for the training of the descendants of the human race. But a single human alien space, which can only be entered by a chosen person alone. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Unless, from the outside world, it is possible to forcibly destroy a nightmare-level alien dimension. But this was almost impossible, even if he couldn't do it as a 7-star peak dragon spirit master. Damn it! What a coincidence! The middle-aged uniformed man's face was filled with a scowl, and his heart could not help but feel a little depressed. Something like a nightmare-level interdimensional space descending near the awakening ceremony would have been incredibly rare. Not to mention a single nightmare-level alien space with the lowest probability. That's about as likely as throwing a rock out of an airplane into the ocean. Then you can still fish it out after you jump. And just as the middle-aged uniformed man was chagrined, a sharp honk also came over the campus radio at Cloud Creek High School. Suspected nightmare-level alien space appears, all teacher trainees immediately suspend the awakening ceremony. Return to your dormitory and wait for the notification. Remember not to go out. Follow closely. Accompanied by a powerful and incomparable dragon power aura, a huge and incomparable true dragon that, one after another, they manifested from all around, gazing incomparably vigilantly at the crimson void in front of them. Marred, who the hell did Jianghai City mess with? A nightmare-level alien space. In 10 years, it can actually occur twice in a row? And it's still a single human heterodyne. Hopefully, the person who enters the otherworldly space is a high-level dragon spiritist. Otherwise, the entire Jianghai City, this next. Fear is to encounter a big storm. Principal Zhao Yunlong rode a whirlwind dragon and cursed in a somewhat breathless rage. He knew in his heart of hearts that if the chosen one failed in this single human alien space, then the entire population of Jianghai City will have a real alien invasion. Just as 1,000 years ago, at the very beginning, when the Great Wall of China and the Dragon Vein had not yet manifested itself to save the world, humans were completely unprotected and directly exposed to the descending alien race. In fact, the so-called other dimension is actually the invasion of the alien race. Only 1,000 years ago, after the Great Wall of China and the Dragon Veins everywhere were revealed, the sky blue planet has a powerful protective barrier and countermeasures, and if the foreign races of the heavens want to continue to eat up the sky blue planet, they will be able to do so. The only way to invade and merge is through other dimensions. And according to this millennium, after the perennial war with the invading races of the heavens, the human side of the sky blue star slowly and gradually understood the reason. A universe with life is very rare. And devouring these life universes can quickly grow their own universes, so the life universes are equivalent to a hunter-prey relationship with each other. Those weak living universes, with no means of counteracting the nature, is easily divided and eaten up. But in the case of a living universe with countermeasures, that is equivalent to the completion of a certain sense of cosmic evolution. The universe was born world rules, from then on there will be a layer of personality protection film. The alien race can no longer devour it so easily, and needs to gradually integrate it through the method of other-dimensional space. Otherworldly space is extremely dangerous, and depending on the degree of danger, they can be categorized into normal, adventure, warrior and king, nightmare, abyss, purgatory. Depending on the mode, there's single-player ISO, multiplayer team ISO, and even more outrageous random selection patterns. And depending on the type of otherworldly space, it is also divided into killing, breaking and entering, exploring, deciphering, rules and strange tales and so on. The variety is complex, but invariably, in the face of these invasive otherworldly. Once Sky Blue Star's defense fails, Sky Blue Star will suffer a huge disaster and lose a piece of its cosmic territory. On the other hand, if the planet Sky Blue captures the other side, that would give the invaders access to part of the cosmic territory, a large amount of cosmic resources in other dimensions. And he can take this other dimensional space completely for himself, making it into something similar to a copy of the online game, and use it to cultivate the descendants of the human race. No doubt about it. Dragon Spiritist is a universal promotion method, which is the current world rule of the Sky Blue planet. It allowed the Sky Blue Star people to turn the tide of battle from a desperate situation against the wind. No. I must protect Chen Junlin and send him to Yanjing as soon as possible. That's how you make sure he can grow up. Thinking about it, Principal Zhao Yunlong then began to search the campus, searching for Chen Junlin's figure. But, soon, his whole face, then, instantly turned white and a disturbing thought crossed his mind. How? Not on campus? It can't be that the person who was swept into the otherworldly space is Chen Junlin, right? No. No way. I've got to call for someone from above. This child is the hope for the future, no matter what, at what cost. Then we have to get him out, too. Afterward, Principal Zhao Yunlong couldn't wait to get on the phone and start contacting the city executives. There were a number of garrisons around, but with that force alone, it's basically impossible to forcefully break this nightmare-level alien space. And right now, it was also at the time when Shanghai City was in a state of chaos. Chen Junlin also entered a special space. Ding! You have entered the single-player alien dimension, the survival arena nightmare. As a participant, you will receive a random temporary gain word. Ding! You have drawn the gain word, Lord of the Burning Corpse S. You're able to take a random line from a corpse you've incinerated or completely pulverized to gain a skill, gain word, from the opponent's body. This benefit is only available in the survival arena. Luck seems to be on the side with this gain word. Chen Junlin nodded secretly in his heart, the so-called gain word. It is a kind of buff that can be brought additionally after entering a certain kind of alien space, which can make the probability of passing the alien space higher. Of course, this gain word is something that everyone has that. Only the word effects would be completely randomized by luck. However, before Chen Junlin could think more, next moment, ding! Your dragon spirit, the ancient dragon, has the talent of breaking limits. Lord of the Burning Corpse S unconditionally advances to Lord of the Burning Corpse Eternal. Lord of the Burning Corpse Eternal, you are able to, from amongst the corpses you have burned or utterly pulverized, Gain all the skills and gain words on your opponent's body, and the gain words will be permanently effective for you, not limited to any realm. That outrageous? After seeing this exaggerated effect, Chen Junlin couldn't help but be secretly staggered and marveled in his heart. I didn't realize that the ancient dragon's limit-breaking talent was so awesome. The original Lord of the Burning Corpse had all the limitations, but it was actually broken directly? This also means that he will permanently have the gain word, Lord of the Burning Corpse, the. Even if you leave the survival arena as an alien space, it is still effective in the real world. Bull. Really bull. Chen Junlin couldn't help but quietly give a thumbs up to the ancient sacred dragon. With this gain word that could be called perverse, that also meant that he had a greater certainty that he could pass through this otherworldly space. Ding! Survival arena, official start. Killing will be a most enjoyable feast. Once again, a prompt from the otherworldly space came to his ears. So, Chen Junlin took a deep breath, not daring to be careless any longer. The whole body began to look around in earnest. Dim, lightless skies, eerie surroundings, and a strong smell of blood in the air. He seems to be in a large, ancient arena right now, Aside from an arena of nearly 100 feet, everything around was engulfed in darkness, with only sporadic flickers of firelight, It was like a ghostly apparition. Chen Junlin's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, and his nervousness surged like a tidal wave. The floor of the arena was covered with rough stones, and the slightest hint of blood oozed from the cracks of the. It was as if it spoke of the bloody killings that had taken place. Deep in the darkness, a group of figures loomed. Clearly, this was his competition and the enemy he had to defeat. Chen Junlin took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. Although this was his first experience of other dimensions, he knew that. There is no use being weak or cowardly, only the strong survive. Roar! Suddenly, with a deafening roar, a figure quickly lunged out of the darkness and. It was like a fierce tiger that had gotten out of its cage, and with a bloody wind and rain, it came straight at Chen Junlin. And this time, Chen Junlin also got a good look at this figure. It was a creepy monster that reeked of a foul odor. Resembling a combination of a mouse and a praying mantis in appearance, with a ferocious gleam in his eye, and in the dimness of the figure of the monster looked especially terrifying, as if it was a demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell. Swish! The weird monster was incredibly fast, instantly spanning a distance of several feet. Chen Junlin immediately felt a strong killing intent. Terrible. It's horrible. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and instantly activated the dragon power in his body. And with the fastest reaction speed, he directly released the dragon spirit's innate skill, Hand of the Heavens. Meanwhile, the dragon spirit Desolate Ancient Sacred Dragon was also allowed to perform another innate skill, Desolate Swordless Technique. Although it is not clear how strong this bizarre monster is, his own realm is only a 1-star dragon spirit master. But the Hand of Heaven and the Desolate Sword Technique are supreme masterpieces, these two together. It's enough to deal with, right? Chen Junlin thought cautiously in his heart. It couldn't be helped that this was also his first time going into battle to kill the enemy, and he was completely unsure of the bottom line. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking sound, the entire arena stage seemed to tremble. Next moment, a scene that made even Chen Junlin's jaw drop in shock happened in front of him. Just see! Above the endless dim vault of the sky, an immense and incomparable golden holy light that. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky, carrying an endless pressure and slapping down hard towards the weird monster. Click! In just one glance, the bizarre creature was blown to pieces in a matter of moments. But it's not over. The terrifying light of the heavenly calamity was like the presence of a great emperor himself. A brutal and incomparable blast across the entire arena. The dazzling light seemed to light up the entire world and banish all darkness. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The ground of the arena, which began to crack and shatter, trembled madly. It was as if there was going to be an earthquake. As for Chen Junlin, he finally gazed at the real picture drowned in darkness 100 feet away in the surroundings. Monster! All monsters! There were hundreds of heads. Same moment. The Desolate Ancient Sacred Dragon's Desolate Swordless Technique even manifested countless sword shadows. The sword is so powerful and deadly that it seems to have crossed time and space, sweeping toward all the monsters in the depths of that surrounding darkness. The bizarre monsters obviously didn't expect to encounter such a powerful attack either. They let out a desperate hiss and tried to struggle to escape, but to no avail. The terrifying sword chi, as if it was the scythe of the god of death, harvested all the lives. Ka-chow, click. The cracking sounds of the bodies of those monsters fragmented in the air. With the last monster completely turned into debris under the attack of the Desolate Swordless technique. A brief moment of quiet returned to the arena. Seconds. Complete and utter seconds. Even Qin Junlin himself did not expect that he was only a one-star dragon spirit master. However, the power of the Hand of Heaven and the Desolate Swordless technique unleashed at the same time had far subverted his knowledge. That kind of shocking and horrible picture is like a cannon hitting a mosquito. At this moment, Qin Junlin stood amidst the ruins, silent. Just quietly looking at a dark door on the end of the wall around them. At the end of that dark door, it is a different-looking alien participant that is fighting the same weird monster. Apparently, the real opponent in this survival arena isn't the creepy monster from earlier. It's these alien participants. And at the same time, the alien participant. Seeing that someone was able to blow open the isolation gate of the survival arena, all of them showed a horrified expression. Not that you have to take out a creepy creature before you're eligible to open a door. Competing with the players inside the next door? How can someone open hundreds of doors at once? Which life universe is this? Perverted demon coming in again? Chapter 6 Skill cooldown limitations and also restrictions. Reasonable, right? Clueless. At this moment, all the strong foreigners in the surrounding black gates were directly dumbfounded. They were totally surprised that any of the participants were capable of such an exaggeration. Even Yi Beichen, the most evil genius of the heavens and the worlds recorded in the nightmare-level alien space of the survival arena, didn't seem to be as outrageous as this, did he? However, that guy is equally human and this guy in front of me is equally human. Instead, we have to say that the human race is a strange race, and the waste is really waste. The perverts are really perverted, too. At this moment, and just as the foreign powerhouses were sizing up Qin Junlin was likewise sizing up these guys. And through some commotion just now, he also noticed the fluctuation of the breath of this group of alien powerhouses. They didn't seem to be as powerful as imagined, and they didn't seem to be too different from him, a one-star dragon spirit master. I thought it was said that nightmare-level interdimensional space, which is extremely difficult to. The alien beings inside are ferocious and powerful. Without a cultivation level of 3-star dragon spirit master or above, the probability of surviving is almost slim. This result is based on the fact that in the past 1,000 years, the Sky Blue Star has. The average survival situation of the nightmare-level alien space encountered was judged by. Since the types of alien space were different, the degree of casualties also varied, and the highest even had a 7-star dragon spirit master fall. The lowest yet another 1-star dragon spirit master survived. The reason for this is, probably, that a lot of the time, Sky Blue Star encounters team-based interdimensional space. If there was a strong person leading the group, those low-grade dragon spiritists who followed and survived naturally pulled down the average. But anyway, in terms of actual results, if you look at it, you should at least have the cultivation of a 3-star dragon spirit master. It is only then that there is a more significant survival rate. But now, in this nightmare-class alien space of the killing type, these alien powerhouses in front of him doesn't seem strong either. At the very least, just now, he had just casually released a big move and wiped out several hundred monsters. Destroyed the entire room along with it? Although he was entering the other dimension for the first time, the textbook material inside there doesn't seem to be any record of such survival arenas in other dimensions either. However, based on the situation at hand, and combining it with the rules of the pass, it wasn't hard for Qin Junlin to guess that the weird monster that resembled a rat-mantis combination just now was a type of NPC monster that was used for preliminary screening. A participant of his caliber must have the ability to slay this bizarre monster and open the black door that. Only then can we truly enter the survival arena and fight with other alien powerhouses. And I'm afraid it's unlikely if you only think about surviving for 3 days and not going to open the black door. Because all the black doors here are interoperable. Even if you don't take the initiative to open them. Sooner or later, some other Fey powerhouse would open it as well. No doubt. This survival arena, from the beginning to the end, has no intention of letting anyone really live for 3 days. It's an alien dimension that exists only for killing. Though for some reason, the strength of the alien powerhouses in this nightmare-level alien dimension, why is it so weak? It doesn't quite fit the nightmare level of difficulty of the alien space recorded on the sky blue planet. But Chen Junlin also vaguely guessed in his heart that if he failed here, if this nightmare-level alien space is completely integrated with the sky blue planet, according to the rules of survival of this nightmare-level alien space, it will only cause a desperate and hopeless killing. A large number of sky blue star people, I'm afraid, will all be in one arena, killing each other, until the last lucky one survives. Seemingly simple copy of the fate of most people within a cosmic world. It's all tied up in one participant. This, in fact, is the true horror of a nightmare-level interdimensional space. Chen Junlin raised his eyebrows, already guessing what was going on. But, well, it's barely fair if this otherworldly space of. If you bring in a participant like the Great One or something like that, the rest of the people are still killing each other. But follow closely. The corner of Chen Junlin's mouth couldn't help but raise another smile. Although, he was only a newly awakened one-star dragon spiritist. But the dragon spirit that he had awakened by passing the Desolate Heavenly Emperor's exclusive BGM, that came with 3 of Desolate Heavenly Emperor's terrifying moves. Jie. The 3-year-old Desolate Heavenly Emperor was thrown into the dark forbidden zone, that lent some strength to the future Desolate Heavenly Emperor, who will dictate the ages. Doesn't seem to be a problem, does it? Swish. It was also while Chen Junlin was secretly thinking. Suddenly, an icy chill rose behind him. An unprecedented sense of death crisis violently enveloped the entire inner depths. Kid, die. A cold, harsh voice that sounded a bit odd, seemingly in the language of a foreign race, rang out. However, Chen Junlin, who was within this other dimension, was able to understand the other party's meaning. Mud, make a sneak attack. Chen Junlin's face was instantly gloomy, cursing himself for being too careless. I've read about it in the textbook materials. There is a part of the alien race that specializes in hiding and lurking, so no matter what moment you can't let your guard down, and you didn't expect that you would happen to run into it. It was too late to think anymore. Chen Junlin activated the dragon power in his body, almost with the fastest reaction speed. The reincarnation technique was activated. This art was different from the Hand of the Heavens and the Desolate Sword technique, which were mainly killing and destroying, but it was an extremely strong defensive treasure art. Once it was cast, it was as if the entire world's time had been suspended for a split second. He was the only one still able to move freely. The crisis is temporarily lifted. However, Chen Junlin did not dare to be careless at all, relying on the strength of his physical body that had been strengthened after fusing the dragon spirit. In an instant, he took a step across more than 10 meters and pulled away. Seeing that someone dared to sneak up on its own master, the ancient dragon was also furious. With a roar, he threw his head back and then violently spat out a dragon's breath from his mouth. Only, what was contained within this dragon's breath was endless sword chi. The terrifying sword chi from the Desolate Sword technique. What is desolation? When the sword skill was released, the ages were silent and the heavens were barren. Although, with the strength of the desolate ancient sacred dragon nowadays, it can't do that kind of shocking degree. But to obliterate an alien being comparable to a one-star dragon spirit master was like crushing an ant. Boom! With a loud bang, the terrifying Desolate Sword chi that. It ruthlessly crashed into that sneak-attacking foreigner powerhouse. That one alien powerhouse didn't even react, and his flesh was instantly torn into countless pieces. Without even having the chance to make a scream, he was completely silent. One-hit kills. Hiss. When the surrounding alien powerhouses saw this scene, they were all dumbstruck and filled with horror. The Shadow Demon race, a bizarre race that can hide in the shadows of living beings. It is a good assassination that is defensible. Facing assassination by the Shadow Demons, even against opponents of equal strength. It is also difficult to respond effectively in the first instance. However, not only did this human easily avoid it, he even instantly killed the Shadow Demon clan participant. Is this, indeed, an exclusive newbie's alien dimension of the heavens? Can a newbie in the human universe be this outrageous? It's not. Too much of an overkill, is it? And it's not like this guy's that terrifying sword skill was unleashed just before. Isn't there a cooldown? Confronted with this group of people's inner doubts, Chen Junlin naturally didn't know, and if he did, he'll probably give the other guy an answer with a nuclear goodness face. Yes. No cooling. There really isn't one. What, do you all have cooldowns on your skills? Skill cooldown limitations, again, what a limitation. Therefore, the ancient holy dragon's limit-breaking talent characteristic, naturally, is also associated with the broken. This is, in fact, very nuclear reasoning, isn't it? Ding! You completely crushed the corpses of the Shadow Demon Clan participants. Trigger gain word Lord of Burning Corpses Eternal Grade, unconditionally gain all of the opponent's gain words and skills. Ding! You have gained the Survival Arena gain word, Born Against the Bone A. All back attack damage you deal to enemies is unconditionally increased by 10x, while you take an additional 10x damage from the front, This gain word is only effective in Survival Arena. Ding! Your dragon spirit, the ancient dragon, has the talent of breaking limits. Gain word, Born Against Bone A, unconditionally advanced to Born Against Bone Eternal. Born Against the Bone Eternal. All damage you deal to enemies from behind will be unconditionally increased by 100 times, while you take no damage of any kind from behind, And the gain word will be permanently effective for you, not limited to any realm. Chapter 7 Invincible. Breaking the competitive record. Advancing to a 2-star Dragon Spirit Master. Ding! You have gained the skill Dance of Shadow Song D rank. Allowing you to blend into the shadows around you for a brief duration, creating a mist within which increases movement speed and evasion rate. Also reduces the enemy's attack speed and hit rate. Your dragon spirit, the ancient dragon, has the talent of breaking limits. Dance of Shadow Song D rank unconditionally advanced to Dance of Shadow Song Eternal. Dance of the Shadow Song Eternal, you may, at any time, day or night. Free to blend into the shadows as the God of Shadows. In the mists of the Dance of Shadow Songs. Your movement speed is at the limit of your universe, your evasion rate is increased to the limit, and your enemy's attack speed and hit points are drastically reduced. And those whose mental strength is not higher than yours cannot inflict any kind of hit effect on you. Ding! You gain the skill Silent Blade level E. Making your first attack silent, increasing your bludgeon rate and bludgeon damage, and making it impossible for your enemies to detect the trajectory of your attack, and has a probability to trigger an additional equal attack damage. Your dragon spirit, the ancient dragon, has the talent of breaking limits. Unconditional advancement of Silent Blade Grade E to Silent Blade Eternal. Silent Blade Eternal, allowing you to attack as if you were a phantom. Each swing is silent, the trajectory of the attack is elusive, the enemy cannot predict your actions, 100% triggered by the bludgeoning effect, 100% hits the target and each attack comes with 1 equal true damage 100% of the time. So Han? Looking at this gain words and skills obtained from the Shadow Demon Clan participants. A trace of deep shock flashed through Chen Junlin's gaze, and in his heart, he felt elated at the unexpected harvest this time. How could he have never imagined that the desolate ancient sacred dragon's innate trait breaking limits? It was able to give him such an unbelievable gain. Especially the Born Against the Bone gain entry, which would have been an excellent entry at best. But after a limit break, that effect is simply not exaggerated. All back attacks inflicted on the enemy can be directly boosted 10,000 times off. What kind of outrageous gain effect is this? If you combine it with the Desolate Sword technique and the Hand of Heaven, it's like yelling to the sky, who else is there? On top of that, the self ignores any damage from attacks from behind. This means that from now on, he only needs to turn his back on his enemies if it would be immune to all damage. This, in turn, undoubtedly gave him a survivability that could be considered unbelievable. If we meet the Shadow Demon race again, who specializes in assassination, then he's completely invincible. As for skills, they're not as outrageous as word gain. But again, it can provide a boost that can be considered sick. Pretty good. Chen Junlin patted the body of the ancient sacred dragon with an excited smile on his face. As expected of a dragon spirit raised with that man's exclusive BGM, it's really strong. There was a moment's pause. With a sweep of his gaze at those alien beings around him. Looking at the terrified and desperate expressions on each of their faces, Chen Junlin couldn't help but see the smile on his face grow even wider. According to the rules of this survival arena, each participant can draw one gain word, and there are roughly 300 participants here, which means that he's guaranteed to get over 300 eternity level gain words. Not to mention, these contestants will inevitably have a few more skills attached to them. Of course. Most importantly, After killing the Shadow Demon Clan participant, he obviously realized that his own realm, it's elevated a bit more. Let's look at the progress of the Ancient Holy Dragon, hunted 10-100. Drinking milk 1.3-100. Total progress 11.3-100. Good lord, killing a Shadow Demon contestant. Pretty much the equivalent of saving a block of 2 or 3 months of living expenses. If this takes care of all the fake contestants? Wouldn't you have earned decades of living expenses for nothing? Hey guys. Today, it seems, is a good day. Excitement flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes. It seemed that he had already seen a massive amount of gain words and skills beckoning to him, only waiting to become a true supreme celestial pride in one fell swoop after leaving this otherworldly space. Damn, is this guy a human or a dragon? Damn it. Why can he be so strong? Don't be afraid. I don't believe that a skill that strong would not have any limitations. Everyone, together. Kill him first. That's right, together, there are so many of us, can we still be afraid of him alone? A chorus of chattering voices echoed throughout the survival arena. It was actually a choice to join forces. There was no way around it, the alien contestants both feared Chen Junlin, knowing full well that they were unbeatable. And yet, they had to choose to fight to the death. Yes. Great. The corners of Chen Junlin's mouth rose slightly as he faced a group of united alien powerhouses. Instead of being half scared, he felt extraordinarily excited. After killing all these guys, how can we say that we can rise to a 2-star dragon spirit master? Swish. That is, in a split second. What no one noticed was that the shadow of Chen Junlin, it has been incorporated into every shadow within the entire survival arena. And then, to anyone's surprise, terrifying energy erupted in an instant. Ding! You completely crushed the bodies of the Ghostblade clan participants. Trigger gain word Lord of Burning Corpses Eternal Grade, unconditionally gain all of your opponent's gain words and skills. Ding! You completely crushed the corpses of the bestiality participants. Ding! You completely crushed the bodies of the Thousand Eyes participants. Ding! After the Ancient Holy Dragon is raised to level 10 and completes the Star Rising quest, you can advance. Ding! Due to the limit-breaking talent of the Ancient Dragon, the restrictions on the Star Rising quest have been lifted. Draconic Holy Dragon raised to level 11. Ding! You are synchronized to be elevated to a 2-star Dragon Spirit Master. One beep after another echoed in Chen Junlin's ears. Until the end. Congratulations, you have killed all the participants in area number 13 in 1 minute 1 second. Breaking the record for the fastest regional rodeo. The number of points is 360, temporarily ranked first in the points table. Getting the leading reward Soul Devouring Blood Demon Sword. Soul Devouring Blood Demon Blade, exclusive to the survival arena, permanent growth type, indestructible. Cannot be taken out of the other dimension. Effect, stacks 1% damage gain for every competitive participant killed. May increase blood and spirit strength by 1% until the end of the survival arena. Ding! Your dragon spirit, the Ancient Dragon, has the talent of breaking limits. The Soul Devouring Blood Devil Blade breaks the restriction of exclusive magic treasure and the killing gain effect. No longer limited to competitive participants. Nice guy! Upon seeing the perverted attributes of the Soul Devouring Blood Demon Blade, Chen Junlin's heart cried out for a good guy. More and more, he felt that the talent trait of breaking limits seemed to be even more excessive than a plugin. Ding! You have killed all of the competitors in the current Region 13 and may choose to travel to another region on your own initiative. Continue to get richer rewards. Or stay put and wait for other regional competitors to descend until you survive until 3 days later. Immediately after, an illusory curtain of bizarre black light appeared out of nowhere in front of Chen Junlin. Above the light screen, there were numbers written one after another, obviously representing the corresponding competition area. Seeing the situation, Chen Junlin took another look at the ancient sacred dragon, which had grown in size beside him. Just laugh and don't say anything. Is there any need for hesitation? Jie. Chapter 8-9 special sections come out together, the row of extreme SS Dragon Spirit. It was also at the time when Chen Junlin broke into the otherworldly space survival arena. At this very moment, Zhanghai City, outside Yunxi Middle School. The middle-aged uniformed man was uniting quite a few of the local garrisons. After trying and failing to crack the survival arena, he held a special communication tool and growled angrily, "Didn't eat or what? Don't be a pain in the ass." What? A mere nightmare-level alien space? What's the point of putting up a fight there? Treadmill, this nightmare-level alien space is not simple. It's a kind that has never appeared in the history of the sky blue planet, and labor can't force it to break open alone here. Chen Junlin will be in recent years the most outstanding genius. It's the future hope of mankind. It would be an unforgivable sin for you to delay even 1 second longer. Hurry! Faster, all of you. How many men are assigned? What's your brain loaded with? An otherworldly space comparable to the level of the abyssal purgatory, certainly as much as can be moved now. Just give the laborers as much as they want. In case it does fall, and the other dimension merges completely with reality. The treadmill will also reduce the number of people casualties by a large amount, understand? Quick! Quick! Hurry! After a scolding, the middle-aged uniformed man turned off his communication tool and looked at the crimson void light shield in front of him and couldn't help but let out a somewhat heart-tired please sigh. I really don't know if this is too much luck or too little luck for you, kid. Call it bad luck for Qin Junlin. On the contrary, he had awakened the extreme SS-class dragon spirit that had only appeared 10 times in history, which could be described as an unparalleled fortune in all of history. Call it Qin Junlin's luck, but then he happened to come across a single nightmare-level alien dimension. And it was also a species of alien space that had never appeared in the history of the Sky Blue Star, and for the time being, there was not even the skill to forcefully crack it from the outside, and the probability of surviving the pass was close to zero. Under normal circumstances. With his SS-grade dragon spirit means of Jiangzhou Special Department Commander-in-Chief, one of the 9 states of Daxia, and his own realm of 7-star peak Dragon Spirit Master, he was able to make his way to the top of the Dragon Spirit Master realm, and was able to make his way to the top of the Dragon Spirit Master realm. If it's a nightmare-class alien dimension that's already been there and taken in, and then relying on the strength of a nearby garrison, there was a chance to forcefully break through this nightmare-level interdimensional space. But the fact is, the single nightmare-level alien dimension that's come up this time around. However, it was far beyond his expectations, and could be called the most special nightmare-level alien space he had ever seen. In that case, he could only pull his punches and choose to shake people over. Yes. Facing insurmountable difficulties. The easiest way is to shake people. Moreover, in order to ensure as much success as possible in rescuing Qin Junlin, and for the sake of his daughter Vivian's future happiness. It wasn't just the strongest of the Jiangzhou Special Department that he had shaken this time. It even included the strongest members of the Special Department from the other 8 states of the Great Xia. I don't believe that with so many people added to it, even a purgatory-level alien space can be taken down. Still can't break a nightmare-level alien dimension. The middle-aged uniformed man grunted softly, lighting a cigarette and smoking it in his hand. Then he gave the order, "Keep blasting for the laborers." Words. The group of strong guards standing beside him, but they didn't even dare to breathe a single breath of air. One could only fully activate the dragon spirit and cooperate with the only purple dragon in the field that was as high as 700 feet huge. It kept on attacking that piece of other dimensional space, and a terrifying pressure of the giant dragon made heaven and earth seem to tremble for it. How could they not have expected that the chief commander of the Special Department of Jiangzhou would appear here? The Special Department, that's the most special and mysterious department in Daxia. Gathering the top dragon spiritists of the world, not only do they have special rights to more can enjoy a variety of precious resources cultivation. And to enter the special department normally there is only one way, that is to get the annual National University Competition Top 10. Alternatively, the current members of the special branch could make nominations. The nominees all have to be at least S-rank dragon spirits, but the chances of passing are also very slim. And above the void, this great commotion naturally startled many Yunqi middle school students. I know the biggest one. That's a SS-class dragon spirit. The purple electricity hybrid dragon of the chief commander of the Jiangzhou Special Department. I've only seen it on TV before. I didn't realize that Senior Qin Junlin actually surprised even the chief commander of the Jiangzhou Special Department. And so much attention. However, Senior Qin Junlin's talent is truly unbelievable. Estimated that 9 times out of 10, they're going to be recruited in early by the special branch. Really envious. The special department, that's a better place than even the #1 university in Yanjing. I can't even dream of it. That's only if he, too, comes out of the other dimension alive. You guys don't even use your brains. A dragon spiritist who just awakened a dragon spirit, even if it's a SS-class dragon spirit. And what to take through a nightmare-level alien dimension. Some marvel, some envy, yet others are jealous. At the same moment, the principal, Zhao Yunlong, didn't go on to do anything else. Even the minister of the special department of Jiangzhou did not go to the first time to greet, but frantically used their own all can use the relationship, what the higher leadership, classmates and friends, and so on. Dragon spirits that specialize in breaking prohibitions. Dragon spirits that specialize in attacks. The dragon spirit specializes in space class. Can pull almost all of them. Even in the end, he communicated with some mercenary organizations in the name of the principal. It could be said that he didn't attach much importance to Chen Junlin. It's like investing the rest of your life in each other. It was also at the time when the people had their own thoughts. I don't know how long it's been. Suddenly, a shocking crack in the void began to appear above the void of Yunqi Middle School. Immediately after, rumble. One figure after another leapt out from it, and the powerful aura that erupted from it seemed to be able to tear apart all things. In a matter of moments, it descended outside of Yunqi Middle School. And none of the owners of these scents were the top powerhouses of the special department of the Grand Xiaozhou. There were even some dragon spiritists who were renowned in other fields. They were none other than the powerful men from the special department of the Great Summers Kyushu State, who had received the call from the middle-aged man in military uniform. They have been arriving from all over the world as fast as they can. Behind them followed a powerful dragon spirit in various forms, or a mighty and dominating, or spiritual and mysterious. Some dragon spirits soar in the sky and are as powerful as a rainbow, while others are coiled on the ground and are majestic. But, whichever end it was, it made the surrounding dragon spiritists, a deep shock was felt like never before. And this shocking scene, it instantly dropped the jaws of everyone around them. That's Dark Knight, the head of the Qingzhou Special Department. It is said that his dragon spirit Shadow Demon Dragon is unrivaled in the darkness of the night. Look, that's the King of Ice and Snow from the Yenzhou Special Department. When her dragon spirit Frost Battle Dragon spreads its wings, thousands of miles of ice and snow fall. My god, that's the thunder god of Jizhou. Actually even the fiercest thunder god has come. His dragon spirit, the thunder-bearing dragon, can cause heaven and earth to change color and lightning to roar in a single fit of rage. Look over there, that's the space divine dragon of Yuzhou's venerable lord of the mountains and seas. Possessing the ability to travel through space, with a body that is crystal clear and transparent, just like a crystal, it's simply the most beautiful dragon spirit of the sky blue star. Chapter 9, Once the Desolate Ancient came out, 10,000 dragons bowed down. Exaggerated. It's too exaggerated. I've never seen with my own eyes in my life, so many top-grade dragon spirits My good boy This wouldn't be the ministers of the special department of the 9 continents, all of them have come, right? Not only the minister of the special department of Kyushu, can't you see that there are those other dragon spirits that are equally terrifying? I guess the members of the special department of Kyushu, they've come quite a bit too. Hiss. This Chen Junlin. Even if he has awakened a SS-level dragon spirit. And how and why can you be treated like this? Never before in history. Countless sounds of horror and sucking in cold air rose and fell. Who would have thought that a nightmare-class alien space that? I can't believe it caused so many great powers to show up all at once. You should know that even the nightmare-level alien space that Jianghai City encountered 10 years ago. Then the fact that the Minister of Special Affairs of the city of Guangzhou has not yet intervened is enough to settle the matter. And this time, the Special Department of the Ninth State is out in full force? For a 1-star dragon spiritist who was trapped in an alien dimension and had just awakened his dragon spirit? This row, it's too fierce, isn't it? Or is this one different from the previous ones? There are also people who so secretly pondered that, after all, just now, the minister of the special department of Jiangzhou plus the garrison. None of them seemed to be able to break through this other dimension. But no matter what, this time the ministers of the special department of the 9 states showed up together, for the entire Jianghai city. Something absolutely unprecedented. And at this moment, Principal Zhao Yunlong, who was frantically shaking people once he saw such a shocking formation. As well as the huge dragons that were still coming out of the void teleportation channel created by the space god dragon, the corners of their mouths twitched viciously. Is this kid not the son-in-law of which special department minister is looking at? That's outrageous, isn't it? The ones he shook are a joke compared to that. Ignoring the shock of the surrounding crowd, the chief commander of the Guangzhou Special Department jumped out of the corner of his eye and hurriedly spat out the cigarette butt in his mouth. His expression became slightly solemn, and he immediately greeted them. For he alone knew that to be the quickest, most sure-footedly efficient, forcing the breakthrough of this different nightmare-level alien dimension would have to do just that. After all, he didn't know how long Chen Junlin, in fact, would be able to support himself for. Gentlemen, this is an emergency situation. That boy Chen Junlin is trapped in a very special nightmare-level alien dimension. We must find a way to rescue him as soon as possible. The special section powerhouses from the other 8 states nodded their heads and were not the least bit dissatisfied. They were well aware of the importance of an extreme SS-class dragon spirit. That was a peerless dragon spirit that had only appeared 10 times in 1,000 years on the sky blue star. Not to mention that the special department of the 9 states had come out in full force, and if necessary, the entire Great Xia powerhouses could defend its path. Among this group of strong men, there was an old man with a head full of white hair, but with unusually sharp eyes that. He was the chief commander of the special department of the Great Summers Kyushu state, Lu Zhanfeng, who possessed the 8-star dragon spirit master realm. He looked at the crimson void light shield, and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. Nodding, he said, Mad Sky is right, this other dimensional space is indeed very unusual, enough to be comparable to an unusual purgatory-level other dimensional space. Purgatory-level interdimensional space, which is already at the highest level. The level of harm is at least state destruction level, which means that if the interception fails, it is enough to destroy a large state. How could he have ever imagined that a dragon spiritist, who had just awakened his dragon spirit? Why did you encounter such a powerful alien dimension? Could it be that the strongest of the 10,000 races of the heavens have calculated that the human race has given birth to a supreme heavenly pride? Is that why it cost a great deal of money to designate it to Chen Junlin, wanting to stifle it in advance? A guess came to mind. Lu Zhanfeng didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Then he opened his mouth and proposed, let's first try to join forces to forcefully crack this other dimensional space, and if it really doesn't work, then we'll think of another way. Yes. The people nodded their heads and worked the dragon power in their bodies, matching the dragon spirits that. Prepare to start attacking the alien space in front of you. For a while, the dragon spirits tumbled over Yunchi Middle School, and the aura was like a rainbow. Countless shocked gazes looked over. Principal Zhao Yunlong watched the scene with incomparable nervousness. In his heart, he secretly prayed that Chen Junlin would be safe. Boom! Boom! Nearly 10,000 or so powerful dragon spirits roared up to the sky in unison. The most powerful breath fluctuations erupted, seemingly wanting to forcefully destroy this strange other dimensional space. But it was also in the moment when all the dragon spirits were about to make their move. Suddenly, above the void, all the dragon spirits actually stopped moving and fell down to prostrate themselves on the ground. Bow and kneel toward the front. This scene made everyone present, all of them froze. No one could understand what was going on. Lu Zhanxiu, the commander-in-chief of the special department of the 9th state, even more so, a touch of horror appeared in his old eyes. He was an 8-star dragon spiritist, considered the top combatant of the sky blue star. But his SS dragon spirit was actually suppressed and fell to his knees as well? What is this? What is this? Great terror inside the otherworldly space? Ka-ching! Boom! It was too late for the crowd to think much. The next second. Bang! There was a terrifying thud. Above the firmament, a blazing golden dragon's breath, vaguely. It collided with that crimson void light shield, instantly triggering a shocking energy storm. As the crowd watched with breath held in their mouths, the reddish void light shield, which represents other dimensional space, began to show cracks and gradually disintegrated. Finally, in a deafening roar, the crimson void light shield completely shattered. Followed closely by an invisible pressure descended, just like a heavenly god descending, causing all the dragon spirits to completely stop moving. Prostrate on the ground, completely immobile. At the source of that awesome pressure, a figure slowly appeared. It was none other than Chen Junlin. This moment. He stood on the huge dragon body of the desolate ancient sacred dragon, wearing a reddish golden battle armor that. Holding a huge blood-colored longsword in his hand, his body was filled with a ferocious aura, as if he was a supreme demon god controlling heaven and earth, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. It was vaguely filled with a stern killing aura, overlooking the dragon spirit kneeling at its feet. An incomparably powerful aura emanated out, and one could not help but be in awe. This moment. It was as if Qin Junlin had become the sole master of this otherworldly space. A deep shock was felt by all present. Those originally mighty and powerful various S-class, SS-class, and even SS-class dragon spirits. In front of him are as small as ants, and even looking up requires great courage. This moment. 10,000 dragons bowed down and reigned supreme over the desolate ancient world. As if. King's Landing. Quiet. Deadly quiet. The originally noisy Yunshi Middle School became silent in an instant. There was only a hint of horrified, shocked breathing. The crowd looked at this scene in shock, completely unable to imagine what they were seeing before their eyes. Is this Chen Junlin? How did he become so powerful? Someone exclaimed in shock. This aura is simply stronger and more domineering than those special department ministers. Him. What exactly did you go through? Chapter 10, Subverting Perceptions of Dragon Spirits? Dimensional Progression Authority? Chen Junlin? He actually cleared this nightmare-level alien space? And it only took half an hour? And there are dragon spirits that are more than 1,000 feet? MO has already 10-star dragon spirit masters already? No, it can't be. How is this possible? The commanding officer of the special division in Jiangzhou couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes widening as he. Filled with disbelief, he looked at Chen Junlin above the void. In any case, he could not have imagined that Chen Junlin was able to pass through this nightmare-level alien dimension all by himself, and still at such a fast passage speed. Sure. What made him even more unbelievable was that the volume of Chen Junlin's dragon spirit was so huge. It reaches a full 1,000 feet. This, however, was the point that only a 10-star dragon spirit master's dragon spirit could grow to. The dragon spirit of the sky blue star grows with strength. Although it will be due to some natural characteristics and skills that will lead to a dragon spirit of the same realm, perhaps there is a possibility that there is some volume difference. But, for the most part, the volume of the dragon spirit is in accordance with each major realm advancement of the dragon spiritist, It would have increased by about 100 feet. Let's say, for example, that the initial dragon spirit has a volume size of 100 fathoms. The volume of the dragon spirit of a 2-star dragon spirit master is 200 feet, and the volume of the dragon spirit of a 3-star dragon spirit master is 300 feet. And so on. There's no doubt. The size of this dragon spirit of Chen Junlin in front of him had greatly exceeded his perception. Looking at the whole of the Great Xia, the dragon spirits of the present era who have reached over 1,000 feet. It seems to be counted on one palm, doesn't it? One day to certify a 10-star dragon spirit master? My good daughter, what kind of heaven-defying demon have you taken a fancy to? Commander of the special division in Guangzhou. Dumbfounded, he stared at Chen Junlin. The shock brought to him by this little guy seemed to be a little too outrageous. The bottom line is this anticlimactic kid, or in plain sight. He displayed a terrifying talent that could be called unmatched in all ages. Due to the fact that the movement of the special department of Kyushu coming out in unison is too great, it has already attracted the extreme attention of the higher-ups above. Fearing that the slightest thing is amiss, a national alert is immediately activated. At the same time, the news that a special nightmare-level alien space had appeared in Zhanghai City. It's also long since spread across the internet when it can't be forcibly suppressed. So, all the footage about this place was instantly videotaped live by a number of media outlets. It could be argued that, after today, I'm afraid that even if Chen Junlin wanted to keep a low profile, it would simply be impossible. And indeed, it does. When he saw Chen Junlin as if he were the dragon god himself. After suppressing the image of 10,000 dragon spirits kneeling and submitting, the network immediately set off a furor, completely exploding. It was clear that the deal was to rescue a 1-star dragon spiritist in an emergency. And the result? You're here to make us look like pussies? And on that powerful aura. That terrifying pressure can be experienced through the screen? Are you telling me that this is a freshly awakened one-star dragon spirit master? But, the special department of Kyushu came out in full force and made such a big commotion that the official media even reported the news in person. It can't be fake, can it? So, this Chen Junlin, what the hell is going on? Can't figure it out. Whether it's the minister of the special department of Kyushu, the top brass of Daxia, the major organizing forces of Daxia, the Dragon Spiritist Union, and even the netizens who were paying attention to the live broadcast couldn't figure out why at this moment at all. This dragon spirit's aura is so strong. Even more than 100 years ago, the teacher in the situation Tianyu Senior's limit SS level dragon spirit. Also, much more anticlimactic. This is definitely not just extreme SS grade dragon spirit. Because, even if a teacher who has reached the level of a divine dragon spiritist, his limit SS level dragon spirit that, it's also far from being able to do something as astounding as this. Lu Zhanxiu, the chief commander of the Special Department of the Nine States, also known as the chief commander of the capital state, an 8-star dragon spirit master. One of the 10 protectorate dragon generals. At this moment, the old face was likewise filled with shock, raging that he had seen a lot and was in a high position. However, he was also ruthlessly stunned by the scene in front of him. Because, in front of him, this dragon spirit that is as high as 1,000 feet huge seems to have overturned his cognition. It overturned the description and record of the dragon spirit in the whole of Daxia. He tried to control that high-level SS-class dragon spirit of his. But the 889-foot-high bloodshed dragon, which is famous in the Xia dynasty, not only could he not even blink his eyelids, he could not even communicate with him. This absolutely horrible thing to do. The dragon spiritist's greatest aid is the dragon spirit within his body, and by virtue of the telepathic communication with the dragon spirit, it is possible to operate a dragon spirit as easily as your own hands and feet. Dragon spirit, plus the dragon spiritist himself, this was equivalent to having double the combat power. When encountering a foreign powerhouse of equal realm, a dragon spiritist would be the equivalent of 2 against 1. It can have a very big advantage. It was precisely because of this that the Sky Blue Star was able to withstand one alien invasion after another. But now, this tactic of Chen Junlin's was forcibly severing the connection between the dragon spirit master and the dragon spirit. It was equivalent to nullifying half of the dragon spiritist's power. It's no wonder that old Qin would be so adamant about asking all the old guys in our special department to come over and support us. The appearance of such a demonic heavenly pride is a heavenly fortune for my human race. It's the flame of hope that has the most potential to make the human race rise and push the 10,000 races against the odds in this millennium. And how dare you not cherish it? Lu Zhanxiu, as the chief commander of the Special Department of Kyushu, almost instantly. Then he realized the importance of Chen Junlin. Even in Lu Zhanxiu's opinion, I'm afraid that the 10,000 races of the heavens have deduced the demonic talent of Chen Junlin. That's why it's so unconscionable to descend into a nightmare-quality single-player alien dimension in order to get rid of this hope for humanity. Only now, it seems that the plan of all the races of the heavens has probably failed. It was also when everyone was shocked and confused. At this moment, feeling the gazes of countless gazes around him, Chen Junlin's entire brain. Again, some buzzing. So many people around? What's going on here? And what about the 10,000 dragon spirits that are several hundred feet long? Why are they all kneeling there at once? He's just decimated the last of the area's foreigners here. Finally obtained the survival arena final reward. The result just came out. Encountered such a big battle? Just those several big blocks with terrifying breaths are not the dragon spirits of the minister of the Special Department of Kyushu. And there were actually that many reporters on the scene? Cameras? It can't be that I know I'm about to pass through a nightmare-level alien dimension. You're here to celebrate me because you've obtained the Realm Advancement Authority. And rightly so. After all, the matter of obtaining the authority of dimensional advancement. It is simply comparable to the work of the Savior. It's not unusual to send the entirety of the Kyushu Special Department to meet and escort them in passing. Chapter 11, Your 1,000 Years of Service. What are we doing here? Swish. The thought just came. Chen Junlin reacted quickly enough, and almost immediately. Then he put away the battle armor and long sword that had devoured a large amount of alien blood and living souls in his hands, and the fury on his body finally lessened a lot, and he was no longer as aggressive as he had been at the beginning. A faint but confident smile appeared on his face. Ahem, looks like everyone knows. Well. Jian Haichen Junlin, who has passed the dimensional advancement trial. Gaining the authority of dimensional advancement. From now on, the entire Sky Blue planet will be qualified to compete on the same stage as the 10,000 realms of the heavens. No longer is it prey that can only passively endure the invasion of the 10,000 races of the heavens. Buzz. After all was said and done, Chen Junlin slowly stretched out his right hand, a crystalline crystal that, shining with a mysterious and esoteric light, it was a jewel that showed a spiral texture, and its center seemed to contain an endless universe. You can't help but sink into it with one look and not be able to ignore it anymore. This crystal stone is the ultimate reward that Chen Junlin obtained after passing the survival arena. It is the symbol of the power of advancement of the realm, and possesses the supreme power that is sufficient to make a cosmic realm advance. Whoosh! 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 Just as soon as it was taken out, the pure energy fluctuations contained within it caused everyone present to be startled in succession, and they could completely feel the palpitating power. It was as if they were standing under a starry sky looking up at the heavens. The bewilderment, the powerlessness of the infinite stars is unattainable. Boom! Suddenly, the crystals glowed brightly, as if stimulated by some supreme rule. A beam of sky blue light shot out from it and shot straight into the sky. Sky blue beams of light intertwined in the air, then formed a huge web of light that, wrapping the entire sky blue star in it, was like intertwining the chi and destiny of all beings through the internet. It was at this moment that all the living beings on the sky blue star that all felt this powerful and special force. At the same time, all at the same time, in the depths of their souls, they all received a message in unison. The representative of the cosmic athletes of this realm, Chen Junlin, win the first place in the survival arena of the trial of dimensional advancement and received the dimensional advancement authority. From this moment on, all beings in this universe who have awakened the dragon spirit. With the lucky network of all beings, one can obtain the qualification of linking to the network of all worlds and enter the universe of all races, competing with all the races of the heavens. The cosmic progression is complete, and the universe celebrates the cosmic beings of this realm. Gain doubled enhancement of all physical body and soul attributes. Representative of the athletes Chen Junlin, merit in thousands of years, great righteousness. Extra 10 times physical body and soul attribute boost. The Dimensional Progression Authority possesses the ability to communicate with the heavens and the worlds. It will allow Sky Blue Star to establish contact with various cosmic realms from now on, allowing us to change from passively enduring invasions to actively exploring the unknown. From now on, the Sky Blue Star no longer needs to be like before, only to be eroded by the 10,000 races of the heavens, but instead, it can push back against the 10,000 races of the heavens. Excitement flickered in Chen Junlin's eyes. Truth be told, he hadn't expected the nightmare-level alien space he'd encountered this time around to. I can't believe it's going to be the survival arena, a dimensional progression trial space. This is the world of the gods. Countless other universes like Sky Blue Star have gradually changed from prey universes to be advanced, and are able to obtain the right to descend to other universes. A way to gain permission to descend into other universes. The so-called prey universe is the prey of all the worlds. As in Sky Blue Star 1,000 years ago, when the world was unprotected, and the living beings had no means of awakening. The races of the heavens can easily descend into reality to slaughter and plunder everything. And once in this prey universe, in the process of being gradually devoured. The birth of some special countermeasure, or the awakening of a being to a countermeasure. That means that this cosmic being has good potential. It will be regarded as a universe to be advanced. And this kind of universe to be advanced will be sheltered by a certain rule of the heavenly realms, and the heavenly races can only invade it in the form of other dimension. The universe to be advanced will be sheltered by some rules of the heavenly realms, and the races of the heavens can only invade in the form of other dimensional space. In general, the entire world of the heavens and the world of races is a clear-cut, natural selection. Survival of the strong and elimination of the weak system. However, a universe to be advanced is only a universe to be advanced and can only be passively defended. It's not a very good situation. You have to be an advanced universe to be considered a truly powerful universe. From there are endless possibilities for growth. And to be an advanced universe? Apart from the appearance of the first transcendent being in the universe that breaks the shackles of the universe, the only way left is to pass that advanced universe trial examination. Acquisition of advanced cosmic authority. Moreover, this advanced cosmic authority can only be obtained by the first place. There are a total of 10,000 universes participating on the same stage each time. However, to win first place in the dimensional advancement trial, that means you need to have the means to crush 10,000 cosmic world athletes, and the difficulty and ferocity can be imagined. Being the participant who receives the ultimate reward and is the only one to survive. Chen Junlin had naturally seen the methods of those foreign powerhouses. In particular, the alien participants in those areas of the final round were not known for their methods. Without the ancient sacred dragon's innate characteristics, Chen Junlin would not have known that the ancient sacred dragon was a sacred dragon. How would a one-star dragon spiritist have to be able to defeat those well-prepared foreign races' heavenly pride? After all, for the more powerful universes to be advanced, they have already made sufficient preparations in advance for this kind of dimensional advancement trial, and will use some special means. Send the top celestial pride of your cosmic realm to participate. I had thought that the Sky Blue Star was still weekend. The odds are that they don't know about things like dimensional progression trials. I didn't expect it, or I underestimated it. Not only do they know about the dimensional advancement trial, but they also know the results in advance. Sending so many people to greet and celebrate. Chen Junlin secretly lamented in his heart, it seems that the true depths of the Sky Blue Star that it's never as simple as it seems. It's a good thing that, after connecting to the World Wide Web, it's not like Sky Blue Star is going to come across as too weak. However, what Chen Junlin didn't notice at all was, from the time he took out the dimensional advancement trial to the completion of the advancement of the entire planet Sky Blue, and linked to the whole process on the website of all the worlds, the gazes of the people around him were becoming more and more awed and bewildered as they looked at him. Getting more and more shocked and excited, until more and more in awe and adoration. Geez. What they just now, in the end, experienced awe. This Chen Junlin. Does he even realize what an incredibly big commotion he's made? What an incredible work of 1,000 years. This moment. Rarely was that Lu Zhanxiu, who was the commander-in-chief of the Special Department of Kyushu and one of the 10 major war generals who protected the country. I can't help but tremble and warble all over my body, and I don't know when a wave of excitement has risen in my old eyes. And Qin Shouzheng, the commander of the Jiangzhou Special Department, was staring at him with huge eyes. Jaws dropped to the floor in shock. What the hell? Obviously. He just came together to see the brat awakening ceremony that his daughter always reads from time to time. Obviously. He just encountered a special nightmare-level alien space. Shake a bunch of people to save this kid's ass. How did it turn out that this sky, as if it was all about to change? Chapter 12 Special Ministry Direct Recruitment. Equivalent to the rights of a minister. Anyway, in this moment, everyone in the Sky Blue Star was shocked by what Chen Junlin had accomplished. The destinies of all beings in this world have been completely changed because of him. He gave Sky Blue Star a chance to rise from there. I'm afraid it's not too much to say that Chen Junlin is a savior. And as Chen Junlin saw the stunned, shocked expressions on the faces of the crowd, his heart was somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't they already know? Why are they still so shocked? At this point, Lu Zhanxiu, the commander-in-chief of the Special Department of Kyushu, has finally slowed down a little bit. He took a deep breath and took the initiative to come forward, but he bowed deeply and performed a great salute to Chen Junlin, With an excited expression, he said, Chen Junlin, you are the hero of our Sky Blue Star. I salute you on behalf of all the people of Dixia. This moment. Even though he is the commander-in-chief of the Special Department of Kyushu and has a supreme position that ordinary people cannot imagine. But in front of this young man in front of him, he didn't dare to have the slightest arrogant stance. It wasn't just how powerful the other party's dragon spirit was. More so, the credit of this young man in front of him had been great enough to make him not even dare to slack off. He could already predict that. What shocking waves were in the hearts of the senior figures of Dixia who were following the situation here through the live broadcast at the moment. And Chen Junlin, from now on, in the minds of the countless people of Daxia. And how sublime it will be. If this was in ancient times. I'm afraid everyone is planning to add a yellow dragon robe jacket to Qin Junlin, right? Seeing the situation. The remaining secretaries of the special departments of the major states. The Thunder God, Dark Knight, King of Ice and Snow and other supreme powers, each one of them also showed respect and followed Lu Zhanxiu, saluting Qin Junlin. Not only that. The other members of the special department of Kyushu, and even the local garrison of Jianghai City. Each and every one of them saluted at Qin Junlin unanimously to express the high respect in their hearts. Their gazes shone with envy for the mighty dragon spirit and appreciation for the younger generation. And a heartfelt admiration for a heavenly pride that has made a significant contribution. They couldn't imagine that a student who had just awakened a dragon spirit that. In the end, what kind of methods have been used, in the end, how much suffering has been suffered, in the end, how much energy has been expended. For the whole sky blue star. Or rather, the whole of Daxia has fought for this one authority of dimensional advancement. Qin Junlin, you're just too unexpected. With your credits. I'm afraid the entire Daxia is beyond reward. Thor's gruff voice echoed through the air. Letting a dimensional universe advance was something they hadn't even thought of. Yet it was done by Qin Junlin, a junior who had just awakened the dragon spirit. Which, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he was afraid he wouldn't have believed it anyway. Qin Junlin smiled faintly, and first leaped down from the ancient holy dragon. Reaching out to help Lu Zhanxiu up, he hastily said, "Commander Lu is too kind, I've only done what I should have done. How can I bear such a great gift?" Qin Shoujin, the commanding officer of the Jiangzhou Special Department, also came back to his senses. He walked up and patted Qin Junlin on the shoulder. His gaze was a little odd, but he squeezed out a gentle smile on his face and spoke, "Junlin. It must have been treacherous to obtain the Dimensional Advancement Authority this time, right? Are you hurt anywhere?" "I have a small return Dan here that specializes in healing injuries. No matter how many external and internal injuries, it can instantly recover intact." After saying that, Qin Shoujing directly took out a turquoise-colored pill bottle. It was handed to Qin Junlin. Seeing the situation. The rest of the ministers of the special department, all of them had a slight change of color. The value of the small returning Dan was incomparably precious. Even if they were strong at this level, they would treat it as a life-preserving base card, and they didn't expect Qin Shoujing to be so willing to give it up. This old thing, in order to make friends with the other party, is really bloody enough. However, upon careful reflection, this Qin Junlin possessed terrifying strength at such a young age. And awakened the extreme SS-class dragon spirit that can be called heaven-defying, and achieved unprecedented achievements of 1,000 generations. Such a character, the future is bound to achieve extraordinary achievements once they make friends with each other now. That means that they can benefit greatly from it in the future as well. Mud, the old guy got the jump on me. The several special ministry ministers laughed bitterly in their hearts, but one of them didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. Hurriedly, they took out some of their respective family treasures and gifted them to Qin Junlin. Ahem. King's Landing, I have a piece of starry meteorite iron here that I've been collecting for a long time. Enough to build a proper weapon. I have a copy of a 7th-rank demon's inner elixir here. This is an ancient flute that has been passed down in my family for thousands of years. It's a shame that our family are all roughnecks. I heard old Qin say that you used the flute song to awaken the dragon spirit. Isn't this just a coincidence? A minister of the special ministry, vying for the first gift. This scene directly confused the people who were watching the live broadcast. My goodness? This abjectly humane and completely uncoded? Unmasked? That's the head of the special department, eh? Oh. Isn't that normal? That is the savior. Who wouldn't want to get acquainted? Hey, I seem to have an ancestral bronze sword at home, but unfortunately we just want to give it away. There doesn't seem to be a chance. Worship the big man, could you private message an address so I can introduce you? And Qin Junlin, who had inexplicably collected a bunch of treasures, was first a little confused. Then he smiled again and spoke, "Seniors, you are too polite. Honestly. These gifts, for all the people of the sky blue star, were precious treasures of precious value. But for Qin Junlin, who has just passed the survival arena, it doesn't really count for much anymore. The so-called holy medicine for healing is no better. And how does it compare to one of his game phrases, Deadwood? Deadwood Eternal, you regain 10% of your full aspect every second. Until the body is in perfect health. including all states of spiritual power, true essence, dragon power, chi and blood, physical body, spiritual power, soul and so on. And will be transformed into dead wood that cannot be selected, whenever it takes a fatal injury. Resurrected after 10,000 years. This gain phrase means that he basically, all the time. All can let the body enjoy the most perfect state, and can even turn into dead wood and come back to life, to achieve the indirect meaning of eternal life. And at this moment, Lu Zhanxiu, the commander-in-chief of the Special Department of Kyushu, also seems to have, at this time, through some method of received instructions from above. He looked up at Chen Junlin in front of him, and a kind and friendly smile appeared on his old face. Speaking seriously, he asked, "Good boy, the people of Daxia will certainly remember the contributions you have made to Daxia forever. And I will certainly not treat you poorly. Are you, by any chance, willing to join the Special Department of Kyushu? From now on, in addition to having rights equal to those of the Minister of Special Affairs, Daxia will also fully cultivate you and assist you. You don't need to worry about any resources for cultivation anymore." Chapter 13, Rejecting the Invitation of the Special Department, the World Wide Web of the Heavens. Hiss. This statement was made. Both the surrounding crowd, the people of Daxia who were still watching the live broadcast of the all of them sucked in a mouthful of cold air and were filled with a shocked and unbelievable look. That's too much. A student who just awakened a dragon spirit was invited to join the special department straight away. And with the equivalent rights of a minister? Isn't this all equivalent to directly appointing him as the Minister of Special Affairs? The Special Department of the 9 states, that's the most sacred place in the Great Summer Kingdom. It's a holy place that countless people can't even dream of. And the Minister of the Special Department of Kyushu, that is to go through a heavy selection, to examine the strength of the. It takes a combination of character tests and other aspects to qualify for the competition. Since the beginning of the invasion of the 10,000 races 1,000 years ago, there has never been, in the Great Summer Kingdom, a person like Chen Junlin. The ability to gain direct access to the rights of the Minister of Special Affairs of the state of Kyushu. No one expected that this time, the big shots above the Great Summer State. I can't believe I'm making this kind of decision. But once again, when you think about the contributions made by Chen Junlin and his heaven-defying potential, it seems that that's not too far off the mark. In light of this, everyone's eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Chen Junlin once again. They were envious, but not jealous, because this was what Chen Junlin deserved. They are in no position to eyeball it. Oh. Once Chen Junlin heard Lu Zhanxiu's words, his heart was also startled. I didn't expect the other party to give him such an exaggerated position straight away. This is the earthly equivalent of the sword bearer who controls the absolute money of the military. You know, just a few hours ago. It seems he was also a student who participated in the Dragon Spirit Awakening ceremony. How does this look? It's also a bit too sudden, isn't it? And from Lu Zhanxiu's words, it wasn't hard to guess that in the future, no matter what he needed, the Great Summer Capital will provide for him with all its strength and fulfill his requests. It's akin to some of the controversies that have arisen on internet forums while on Earth. Let's say you're an ordinary guy who invented controlled fusion technology, wants to specialize in a bachelor's degree, and wants to marry some starlet. Is that possible? If it was before the acquisition of the authority of dimensional advancement, Chen Junlin might actually agree to it. After all, with the entire Great Summer Kingdom paving the way for him and helping him grow, this is definitely a very heartwarming treat. But well, now Chen Junlin, however, is not interested in this anymore. Just kidding. With all he's gained from the survival arena, especially the 10,000 eternal gain words, the eternal level skills of the major alien races, he then already understood what he was going to do the rest of the way. The real way for him to grow faster was the 10,000 races of the heavens within the 10,000 realms of the heavens network. And with the resources of the entire country of Daxia today, the only thing it does is to provide some copies in secret realms, but for him, a 3-star dragon spirit master, to improve in this way, it's not a good idea. Basically, you could say it's minimal. Yes. After clearing the survival arena and killing 10,000 foreigners, he was now at the level of a 3-star dragon spirit master. As for why the dragon spirit size had reached 1,000 feet, comparable to a 10-star dragon spirit master, This is because the ancient sacred dragon itself is more powerful and has long exceeded the limit of the so-called SS dragon spirit. And to the extent that he is in this realm now, the resources of the whole of the Great Summer Kingdom have helped him to. In fact, it is far inferior to those alien beings in the All Worlds network. According to some of the information obtained in the survival arena, other cosmic world beings also basically don't rely on their own universe's resources, but hunt other universes to plunder them. In the world of the heavens, where the strong survive and the weak are eliminated, there is only looting and killing. It's the only way to bring faster and more improvement. As for the so-called power of the Minister of Special Affairs? Seem okay? However, Chen Junlin knew better in his heart that in this world, the true absolute power can only be strength. When you have enough terrifying strength, you naturally have the power to do anything. Most importantly, if he joins the special section, it means he'll inevitably be disturbed by a lot of trivial things. It needs to spend its mind to deal with the affairs of the special department. Chen Junlin does not want to be tied down because of this. Think about it. Chen Junlin smiled faintly, his gaze swept over the crowd present as he bowed deeply and then he raised his head and responded to Lu Zhanxiu in a tone filled with respect. Honorable Lord Lu Zhanxiu, I am very grateful for the recognition and love from the Great Xia Kingdom as well as the Special Ministry, which is undoubtedly a supreme honor for me. It's a great honor to receive such an invitation. Just ever since I saw the might of the Heavenly Realms athletes in the Dimensional Advancement Trial, I have already made a plan in my mind that with my current state of mind and pursuits, I may not be suitable for the important position of the head of the special department. I prefer to be able to explore my limits on the road ahead and guard more peace for the Great Summer Kingdom. So, there was a moment's pause. Chen Junlin continued, please allow me to serve the Great Summer Nation in another way, and I believe that when I am strong enough to travel freely through the heavens and the worlds, I will bring more glory to the Great Summer Kingdom. Whenever and wherever possible, if the Great Xia Kingdom is in need, I will also spare no effort. His words reveal an unlimited vision of the future and confidence in his own strength. Ha! He actually turned down an invitation from the special branch? Too bad. It's normal, now that we have the Worlds of the Heavens network, we can travel to the Worlds of the Heavens at any time. A heavenly pride like him is not destined to be confined to one side of the world. A low murmur rang through the crowd, some lamenting, others expressing understanding. And having heard Chen Junlin's euphemistic words of refusal, Lu Zhanxiu's eyes first flashed with a trace of surprise, but he quickly nodded his head. Smiling, he replied, now that the dimensional progression is complete, Sky Blue Star will have more creations and opportunities next. I naturally understand and respect your choice. People have their own aspirations, and your decision is a reflection of your independence and resilience. Since you already have a plan for the future, I'm not at liberty to force it. However, the door of the Special Department of Kyushu is always open for you, and I look forward to your continued splendor in the future. Add honor to my human race. On behalf of all the people of Daxia, I would like to thank you again for your contribution. Mr. Chen Junlin. Lu Zhanxiu once again bowed in reply, expressing his inner respect for Chen Junlin. In this way, Chen Junlin, in a euphemistic and undignified manner, declined an invitation to join the special ministry. Subsequently, after another conversation and learning the ins and outs, Chen Junlin was also in tears. I didn't realize that the Great Summer actually didn't know about the Dimensional Advancement Trial. The reason why so many people gathered at Yunqi Middle School is purely because of the big commotion caused by the Qinshouxing shaking people. It was a mistake, though, with the massive live streaming of the scene that it directly made Chen Junlin famous all of a sudden. Politely declined the enthusiastic invitations of the bigwigs on all sides. Chen Junlin then hurried back home. Because of his identity and the intimidating power of the 1,000-foot ancient dragon. Although many people had gathered in the nearby streets, very curious about him and wanting to flatter him, no one dared to disturb him. Sure. In order to prevent trouble, Chen Junlin still avoid clan athletics skill, Sudoku space, was cast. Originally, it was just a concealment skill that opened up a small space that. However, after the ancient sacred dragon's limit-breaking enhancement, it was equivalent to a real small world. Within this little world, as long as he doesn't show himself of his own accord, there was no way anyone from the outside world could look for him, and he was basically absolutely safe. Phew. Finally, there's time to ponder over the network of the heavens and the worlds. Thoughts. Chen Junlin's consciousness was then directly linked to the All Worlds network. Ding! Successful link to the All Worlds network. Your attribute panel will be advanced from semi-datatized to fully datized. If you have unlocked the Legion function, you can form your own Legion. Invade and descend on designated universe worlds to plunder resources and territories. You have unlocked the ranking tournament feature, which allows you to enter the ranking arena. Challenge the heavenly athletes for rich rewards. You have unlocked the star map of all worlds and can conquer the worlds through continuous conquest. Continue to open up the star map for high rewards. Chapter 14 King's Landing, Dragon Soldier Type. Attribute panel data materialized. Advancement successful. Swish. That is, in the blink of an eye. Chen Junlin's eyes lit up. As if seeing a magnificent, bearing the countless universe civilization scroll in front of him unfolded, there are mechanical race, there are insects, there are zombie race and so on. Thousands of strange racial worlds, the amazing. Same moment. An attribute panel from the All Worlds network was also presented in front of him. The values shine like starlight. Name Chen Junlin. Race, human. Realm level, 3-star Dragon Spirit Master. Cosmic level LV3 determined based on the strength of the life energy of the lifeforms of the cultivation system in which the different cosmic beings live. Power, 93613. Agile, 69871. Spirit, 36987. Charm, 92369. Talent, limit breaking. Skill tree, Desolate Sword Technique Eternal, Reincarnation Treasure Technique Eternal. Space Travel Eternal, Energy Burst Eternal, Telepathy Eternal, Dark Sneak Eternal, Undead Skeleton Summoning Eternal. Legion, Unnamed Level 1, Member, 1, Gain, None. Territory Size, 0, Gain, None. Conquest Win Rate, 0, Gain, None. Ranking of the Heavenly Qualifying Tournaments, not yet involved. Star Map of the Heavens and the Worlds, Exploited Starfield, 0.001%. Total points of the conquest in the universe, 0, gain, none. Overall rating, a bare-bones cosmic overlord with no legions or territories. Please speed up the development of your forces and improve yourself. Hiss, is this the World Wide Web of the heavens? Looking at these attributes and functions, as well as the various cosmic races on top of that star map of the heavens and the worlds, Chen Junlin was shocked in his heart. He knew in his heart that this meant that he was now, already possessing the ability to conquer the heavens and the worlds. There was a moment's pause. Chen Junlin's gaze was like a torch, and his finger gently clicked on the conquest function of the attribute interface. Conquest, as the name implies, is a campaign against other cosmic worlds. They can choose to come down and fight in the prey universe or in the to-be advanced universe. Or if you're confident enough, you can even take the fight to the advanced universe. There's no doubt that it's most dangerous to wage war on the advanced universe. Because such a universe represents uncertainty, if it encounters a powerful advanced universe, it will end up in a very miserable situation. Therefore, the prey-level universe and the to-be advanced universe have undoubtedly become the meat and potatoes. Especially prey universe worlds, which are simply countless universe lords. Great place to dream about. Only. With so many eyeing cosmic lords, it's bound to be very competitive. If you meet other universe lords who have their eyes on a certain prey at the same time, then basically you will have to have a bloody battle. In addition, different prey universes naturally have different resources and potentials. If the lords of the universe want to seize the resources of an excellent universe, then you need to participate in the All Heavens qualifying tournament. As long as you get a higher ranking, you will be more qualified to select the best cosmic resources. In this case, it seems that this Worlds of the Heavens network is a bare-bones killing, competitive game. To live, to not be devoured by other cosmic beings, then one must continually ascend. Constant killing conquests. Chen Junlin couldn't help but ponder so, his gaze glowing with a hint of refinement. But while such competition in killing may seem a bit brutal, but he wouldn't have existed to be a saintly mother. If only one could survive, then no matter what, he, Chen Junlin, would let himself live. Ding! Open the conquest function, you need to gather a legion, please name your legion first. Chen Junlin pondered slightly for a moment. Then he slowly spoke, then let's call it King's Landing. Ding! Your legion name is King's Landing. You have created a legion, and because you are a dimensional advancement trial passer, You have been given a free choice of troop type. Please choose one of the following troop types. You may also choose to randomly select one. A moment's effort. A bunch of troop types words appeared right in front of Chen Junlin. Angels, wolves, titans, machines, undead. Demon troopers, ghost troopers, thuli troopers, dragon troopers. Gargoyle troopers. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Junlin directly chose one of the giant dragon troop types. He's a dragon spiritist himself, and he has the limit-breaking talent, so as long as he keeps upgrading. In the future it would be possible to awaken more dragon spirits in a steady stream, and there was basically no racial troop type that could be more suitable for him than this giant dragon troop type. Ding! You have acquired the Gargoyle Trooper's first order with an initial number of 100. Since you're a dimensional advancement trial passer, the initial number of Chiron soldiers has been raised to 100. Ding! Due to the fact that your cultivation system fits so well with the Chiron troopers, dragon soldiers receive an additional bonus blessing of the ancient sacred dragon. All soldiers' physical and soul strengths are greatly increased. Important note, the initial troop only has basic abilities. If you want to get more attribute abilities, you need to keep collecting materials to advance them. Ding! You've gathered 100 Gargoyle Troopers first level. Gain Dragon Scorna, the exclusive gain effect of the Dragon Soldier Core. Dragons are proud and honorable by nature, and scorn everything. Therefore any living being killed by your legionnaires will unconditionally raise twice the amount of earnings for you, including but not limited to possessions, resources, and experience value. Nice guy! When he saw the level behind Dragon's Contempt, Chen Junlin's eyes immediately lit up. As long as there's something level limit related, that could be exciting, hee. Fruity. Next second. A familiar prompt came to his ears just once more. Because of your natural trait, breaking the limits. Dragon's Defiance advances to Dragon's Defiance Eternal. Dragon's Defiance Eternal, any living creature slain by your legionnaire. It will unconditionally provide you with 10,000 times the benefits, including but not limited to possessions, resources, and experience value. Strong. After seeing the effect of Dragon's Contempt, Chen Junlin couldn't help but smile as well. A secret thumbs up. 10,000 times his earnings, which is enough to make him, in the course of his conquests, easily pulls away from others. At the same time, it was also able to build, faster and more quickly, a more powerful high-level dragon soldier. Your legions, having been assembled, choose the universe world you need to conquer. Based on your current competitive ranking in qualifying matches, the following worlds are currently available for conquest. World of Steel, World of Cloud Dew, World of Weird Tales, World of Behemoths, World of Aliens. Seeing the situation, a cold color flashed within Chen Junlin's eyes, and without further hesitation. Instead, it's a straight-up choice of Alien World. This alien world, he knows it all. It was one of the most frantic racial worlds that attacked the Sky Blue Star 1,000 years ago, and countless human races were buried at the hands of alien monsters. If it weren't for the fact that Sky Blue Star has entered a protective phase in the universe to be advanced process. By allowing this cosmic world beings to gradually give up, I'm only afraid that the Sky Blue Star has ceased to exist. Ding! Selection for world success. You're about to enter the alien world with your legion, King's Landing. Cosmos number 010910033393. Chapter 15 The Conquest of the Alien World, a legion of dragons comparable to the gods. The conquest begins. Please start killing to your heart's content. With a flash of light, Chen Junlin only felt a blackness before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was at the entrance to the alien world. The air here is filled with a corrosive, acidic mist, and the surrounding area is barren. The howling of the aliens rose and fell, and at all times you could smell a foul odor. Completely different from the ecological environment of the Sky Blue Star. And just the moment he appeared, Chen Junlin then noticed the countless powerful alien monsters in this alien world that, instead, they all surrounded towards him in unison. Apparently, as a cosmic world that has completed its advancement, the monsters of the alien world obviously knew that it was the conqueror who had come, and skillfully made preparations to meet it. Chen Junlin's gaze was fixed, only to see countless alien monsters with huge bodies that, it's as mind-blowing as a scene from a science fiction movie. No! It's even more exaggerated than in the movie. Just see. Directly in front of him, a serpentine creature that was 1,000 feet huge slithered along. The two scarlet eyes alone are dozens of meters in diameter, the scales above them glitter with cold silver light, and they open their bloody mouths, revealing sharp fangs. And beneath the serpentine creatures were countless serpent children and grandchildren. The entire body stood covered in slime of various colors, giving it a creepy scalp-tingling feeling. At the same time, at the back of Qin Junlin, an alien that looked like a giant wolf-headed crocodile body that covered the sky. With his hair standing erect, his green eyes flashing with a fierce light, and his body muscles taut, displaying a powerful explosive force, the horror of its size was no better than a mountain. And not far away in the void, a huge lizard-type alien was sprawled out on a rocky outcrop of. The skin was of a dark red color, the back was covered with sharp spines, and the tail was like a huge club that swept over the void. All instantly tore through a crack, clearly a reaper that excelled at hiding in the void, one that could not be defended against. Even more shocking is the fact that a giant alien monster of cannibalistic flowers hides in the barren lands of the. As the petals opened, a stream of dark green liquid erupted from their mouths, which fell to the ground. In an instant, it turned into a similar cannibalistic flower, and in the blink of an eye the effort spread tens of millions of miles. Although the volume is not as large as those giant monsters in front of it. Yet more gut-wrenching. But facing these terrifying alien monsters, Qin Junlin was fearless. Instead, his eyes flashed with an ounce of wariness. This was his first conquest of the otherworld. For the first time, I'm actually standing in an otherworldly world. Compared to the previous trial in the survival arena, it is undoubtedly more exciting for him. Feel the excitement. He slowly took out the soul-devouring blood demon sword that he obtained from the survival arena. Blood Phoenix armor, after the limit-breaking talent trait is advanced. One that can infinitely stack attack multipliers by killing living beings. A person who can infinitely stack the defense multiplier by killing living beings is simply the most perfect treasure in heaven and earth. Jie. Oh ridiculous and human intruder, you don't even realize what a world you have chosen to conquer. You, how dare you, alone, come on a quest. Simply don't know how to die. The serpentine alien monster snickered and it seemed to be very confidently mocking Qin Junlin, an insouciant human. You know, the alien universe worlds, are not weak worlds. At first, having not been conquered for a long time, it was thought that there was another powerful cosmic race that wanted to attack and invade, so it was prepared for a bloody battle in advance. And this is it? A mere human, even if he has mastered 10,000 dragon soldiers. And dare to wage war against them? The gargoyle soldier type was quite powerful though, enough to make countless cosmic conscripts red in the face. This human was actually able to randomly draw the dragon soldier type, counting it as extraordinary luck. But, with just a mere 10,000 first-order dragon soldiers? Isn't it obvious that they're being served food? Words. Ha! Qin Junlin just laughed coldly. Anyway, this guy is already a corpse. And why should he bother with more talk? Roar. Next second, Qin Junlin directly summoned the ancient sacred dragon. All at once. A powerful and shocking dragon's might instantly filled the entire alien world. The majesty of the desolate ancient sacred dragon caused all the alien monsters present to instantly feel an unprecedented sense of suffocating oppression. Its huge dragon body hovered in the air, its scales glinting gold in the sunlight. A pair of dragon eyes revealed endless wisdom and power. How dare you ugly creatures mock my master? The desolate ancient sacred dragon let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. The sound waves hit the alien monsters as if they were solid, causing them to wail in agony. Qin Junlin stood on the dragon's head of the desolate ancient sacred dragon, overlooking the panicked alien monsters below. The heart couldn't help but sneer. He slowly raised the soul-devouring blood demon blade, and a blood-red light flowed over the blade as if longing for the kill that was to come. In the past, what harm did you give to the human race? Now, I, Qin Junlin, will return the same to you. King's Landing Legion, at my command. Kill. Qin Junlin bellowed, a heavenly killing intent that it instantly enveloped this side of the alien world. The next moment, a giant dragon soldier, in a matter of moments, from the void behind Qin Junlin, roaring with the sound of a dragon's roar. Towards the countless alien spirits below, he killed them. That is, the same moment. Without hesitation, Qin Junlin unleashed all kinds of gain skills, following suit. Although the dragon soldier is powerful, but if it is fatally injured, it will fall. He cannot afford to give up now. Ding! You unleash the booster skill power of Heavenly Fire Eternal, you and your teammates. Each attack will be accompanied by a Heavenly Flame attack, with damage of 10,000 times your own attack power. You unleash the booster skill power of Heavenly Thunder Eternal, you and your teammates. Each attack will be accompanied by a Heavenly Thunder attack, with damage of 10,000 times your own attack power. You unleash the booster skill Ghostly Blessing Eternal, you and your teammates. You will be blessed with the power of ghosts and gods, and your defense will be unconditionally increased by 10,000 times during the battle. Roar! Roar! 10,000 dragon soldiers, even if they're only first-order soldiers. However, under the terrifying Eternal Great Skill Gain effect, it instantly became extremely terrifying, and each giant dragon was even no less than a deity. Casually spitting out a dragon's breath, it was Heavenly Thunder and Heavenly Fire falling down. Just a blink of an eye. The alien monsters below lost quite a few. Ding! Dragon's Defiance Eternal effect activates. Experience value plus 100. Resource Broken Bones plus 100. Resource Diamond plus 100. Universal Coin plus 100. Universal Coin plus 100. Universal Coin plus 100. Experience value plus 100. Resource Cannibal Stem plus 100. Every kill had brought Chen Junlin a handsome profit. And Chen Junlin could clearly feel the increase in his strength. And this tragic scene. But it was the giant snake alien monster that instantly irritated the. It spat out long snake letters from its mouth, and its snake body was like black lightning rushing towards Chen Junlin, its face grimly roaring. Legions of Serpenti, join me in slaying the invaders. It was also this moment. This giant snake alien monster, realizing how powerful Chen Junlin was, didn't dare to be careless any longer. Straight away, he rallied his legions. King of the Alien Serpenti. Cosmic rank, 119. Legion, Snake Snot Legion, members, Scorpion and Snake Troopers First Order over 2 trillion. Phantom Serpent Soldier Type Second Order over 90 billion, Demon Serpent Soldier Type Second Order over 60 billion. Chapter 16 Second Dragon Spirit, Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Python Swallowing Dragon Formation. Up. Human boy, as powerful as your giant dragon troopers are, they only have 10,000 of them. With these billions of serpent soldiers, I have formed a supreme killing formation, and even if it is a true dragon in the 9 heavens, that would have to perish in it too. Serpenti spat out his snake letters and laughed in a hideous, uncontrollable frenzy, and at the same time, it tore straight towards Chen Junlin, and the terrifying aura of pressure seemed to make heaven and earth lose color because of it. Not close enough? Chen Junlin then felt an unprecedented sense of oppression come over him. And the formation that the billions of snake race soldiers, condensed out of, was even more menacing, containing the killing array, illusion array, and other aspects. For a while, but can withstand the killing efficiency of the giant dragon soldiers. No doubt about it. The strength of a 119-level alien king should not be underestimated. Coupled with the horrifying number of legionnaires on the other side, it makes one's scalp numb at first glance, and it also features snake soldiers with different attributes. Although the serpent troopers are far less powerful than the dragon troopers, their bizarre versatility, as well as in numbers, but it is a very great advantage, especially in the face of such a situation as cosmic conquest. Generally, the greater the number of soldiers, the more dominant they tend to be. Take for example the bugs, a single bug, almost the hottest of all races of beings. There's not much of a fight. But by virtue of the terrifying number of support, reproduction, parasitism ability. Once this species of soldiers advance to the high level, it can be a natural disaster level of horror existence. Although the number of snake soldiers is not as large as that of the bug soldiers, the snake soldiers are not as large as that of the bug soldiers, but the snake soldiers are not as large as that of the bug soldiers. But it's not to be underestimated, and the snake troopers, along with Serpenti, the king of the aliens. Obviously there is also a high degree of fit, and most likely a strong legion gain as well. I have to admit, the alien world deserves to be a cosmic world that has long since advanced. The underpinnings are truly extraordinary. If it were any other dragon spiritist in the sky blue planet, I'm afraid that even if it were a god-level dragon spiritist, it was also difficult to help the other party and could only hastily withdraw and escape, let alone just a 3-star dragon spirit master. If any ordinary 3-star dragon spiritist really dared to go it alone, Such a big fanfare to conquer the alien world, that the end will be absolutely very miserable. It's just a shame that this alien world meets him, Chen Junlin. He, Chen Junlin, was no ordinary 3-star dragon spirit master. Just with the more than 10,000 eternal grade gain words that he had obtained from the survival arena, it was enough to make his true strength reach an immeasurable level. Not to mention, his 2 pieces of equipment mana that. It also gave him an extremely terrifying attack and defense stack. It's safe to say, he, Chen Junlin, is the absolutely invincible master in this alien world. Even more powerful soldiers, even more numbers of alien creatures would only end up being stepping stones for him. Jie. Good timing, good timing. That's quite a number of soldiers. That excites me even more. Chen Junlin let out a sardonic laugh, completely without any appearance of fear. Instead, he gripped the soul-devouring blood demon sword in his hand. The attributes of this weapon, after being upgraded by the limit-breaking talent. For every living creature he kills, he is able to unconditionally increase his bonus damage by 1%. If all of these alien beings are removed. TSK. He really can't imagine what kind of a point can be reached. Ding! After the ancient holy dragon is raised to level 40 and completes the Star Rise quest, you can advance. Ding! Due to the limit-breaking talent of the ancient dragon, the restrictions on the Star Rising quest have been lifted. Draconic Holy Dragon raised to level 41. Ding! You are synchronized to be upgraded to a 4-star Dragon Spirit Master. It's also the blink of an eye. Under the frantic attack of 10,000 giant dragon soldiers, Chen Junlin had advanced to a 4-star Dragon Spiritist in one fell swoop by virtue of the Dragon Soldiers Legion gained Dragon Scorn, which was 10,000 times the experience value gained. And after advancing to a 4-star Dragon Spiritist, his cosmic being level was raised to LV4. The attributes have likewise been substantially enhanced in all areas. Nice one. Actually advanced so quickly? Sure enough, I didn't make the wrong choice. If one relies on the copies and secret realm resources provided by the Great Summer Kingdom to cultivate, I'm afraid it's simply impossible to be this efficient. The All Worlds network is, in essence, an arena where killing is the main focus. Either raid the other universes or wait for death. It is almost impossible to develop smoothly on the resources of your own universe. In that case, then let this alien universe be the first to become the first territorial universe that I, Chen Junlin, have raided. Chen Junlin's eyes were glittering with fervor, and at the moment, in his opinion, this alien world that's a hole in the ground. And at this moment, looking at the densely packed serpent troopers, by virtue of the bizarre formation of as well as some sort of powerful snake soldier legion gain, the efficiency of the gargoyle soldier attack was obviously reduced by a large margin. After all, even if they were ants, if they were confronted with as many ants as a whole river, even if you sprayed it with a musket, that would take a lot of work. Not only that. In addition to the vast number of serpentine soldiers, other alien universe conquerors have also summoned their own legions, countless alien beings, regiments, almost endless. This moment. What Chen Junlin was facing was not a single cosmic powerhouse, but an enemy of the entire cosmic world. He alone singles out the entire universe. But Chen Junlin didn't care too much and just smiled teasingly. Hey! Giant snake troopers, right? Then let the serpent nemesis, first, serve you some more. After all was said and done. He laughed softly, but with the soul-devouring blood demon blade in his hand as a zither, and his fingers as strings, started playing a burst of rather rhythmic melodies. At once. Knock knock. 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 Along with Chen Junlin's eerie melody. The air seemed to be filled with a disturbing aura of terror. Those originally majestic, life and death defying serpent soldiers, one by one, began to be restless and the formation was in great disarray, as if they had encountered some terrifying natural enemy that pressed down on them. Suppress the snake demon and kill the evil demon. When the preferred Fahai exclusive BGM. Chen Junlin let out a light laugh as a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Great mighty heavenly dragon, Dala Dharma mantra. Bold demon. Show yourself. Drink. Knock knock. 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 It's not just the serpent troopers. This rhythmic melody is like a death knell. A dull knock on the hearts of the other alien monsters. Even the king of the aliens, Serpenti, couldn't help but feel a sense of panic in his heart. It was as if something terrible was about to appear. Human boy, what the hell is this? But it hadn't finished its sentence. The next moment, a dazzling and incomparable golden light flashed. Immediately after, a strong aura descended from the sky and enveloped the entire battlefield. That aura was like a divine dragon descending, causing all the creatures present to tremble. Between the flashes of 10,000 feet of golden light, a huge black and gold dragon shadow appeared behind Chen Junlin. The dragon's roar was deafening, as if it was trying to banish all the forces of evil. The great mighty heavenly dragon, clad in black and gold dragon scales, with eyes like torches and sharp claws. Exuding an awe-inspiring majesty, the demon-suppressing and demon-conquering runes imprinted on each of the dragon's scales glistened with awe. Each rune seems to contain infinite power. Ding! You have awakened the second dragon spirit, the great mighty dragon. Chapter 17, Against the Heavens, the great mighty heavenly dragon, where the demons escape. Yes. Second dragon spirit. Chen Junlin had now been elevated to a 4-star dragon spirit master, and could awaken 4 dragon spirits. It was just that he hadn't thought about which types of sound awakenings to use for a while before this. And now, upon seeing the countless army of snake race soldiers, Chen Junlin instantly thought of the FA high exclusive BGM. That one inside the BGM, the terror of the aura, the ferocity of the killing intent. It was nicknamed by many of Earth's netizens as the man who dared to dislike even Buddha. Dewei Tianlong. Dragon race category, special and unique. Quality potential, unlimited, synchronized with the main dragon spirit ancient dragon. Talent characteristics, great mighty demon invincible to any demonic being. None of them can withstand its overbearing aura, and any attack on demonic beings inflicts absolute real damage. One of these is doubled additionally against serpent creatures, and this damage cannot be transferred, replaced, or mitigated in any way. Also, any target that locks eyes with it will only be able to utilize half of its combat power. Exclusive avatar, Great Mighty Dharma Eye ignores all illusions and means of concealment. An insight into the target's attribute panel. Dragon Spirit Skills, Universal Life Eternal Level, Brahma Buddha Light Eternal Level, Buddha Kingdom and Palm Eternal Level. Pervasive Eternal Level, 100% increase in self-damage. For each Transit G transformation Sha, this gain effect is permanently stacked by 1%, with no upper limit. Brahma Buddha Light Eternal Grade, gather 10,000 feet of Buddha light to protect the body. All self-defense effects are increased to 100%. Hostile targets within the reflective range of Buddha's light receive 1% of their own life value per second of sustained Brahma Flame Scorch damage. The more hostile targets there are, the stronger the defense gain effect is, with no upper limit. Buddha's Kingdom in the Palm Eternal Level, commonly known as Shut the Door and Beat the Dog. Constructing a Buddha's world equal to one's total life value, the target within the Buddha's world cannot use any means of air control or evasion. At the same time, targets that you transform G in the world of Buddha will become residents of the Buddha's kingdom for you to use, and the more targets you transform, the more you will become a resident of the Buddha's kingdom. The broader the scope of the world of Buddha. Dragon Spirit Level, LV41 Growing Stage, synchronized with the main Dragon Spirit Ancient Holy Dragon. Progression, listening to the Dharma 0100. Combat 966 100. Dewei Tianlong. I can't believe it's so grippy too? After seeing the attribute panel of his awakened second dragon spirit, Chen Junlin couldn't help but be in awe as well. Against the day. It's simply too anticlimactic. Especially for demonic beings, serpentine beings. This great mighty heavenly dragon talent characteristic Great Mighty Voodoo comes with absolute real damage, properly as the natural enemy nemesis of. Even if they were not demonic beings, any other target that dared to lock eyes with the great mighty heavenly dragon after the. And it's subject to the have your combat power rule? This is a horse, don't be too outrageous. It was almost like carrying a buff that permanently reduced the enemy's combat power by half. After all, who would be able to resist sizing up an enemy when faced with one? And has those few exclusive skills that? Although it does not have the same terrifying killing effect as the Desolate Sword technique or the Reincarnation Treasure technique, it is an unlimited growth skill. If the target is transmigrated with the Palm Buddha Kingdom, he can also become a member of the Palm Buddha Kingdom and be driven by him. Wouldn't it mean that if the whole alien world was wiped out, He has untold armies of aliens? Awesome. Once he thought about it, Chen Junlin could only use these two words to describe that. Not bad for a man who dared to dislike even Buddha in the exclusive FA High BGM. Cool. At the same time, it was also right after Chen Junlin had awakened the great mighty heavenly dragon. The strength of all the dragon soldiers has also been increased unprecedentedly. Ding! Due to the fact that your cultivation system fits so well with the Chiron troopers. Megalodon troop types gain an additional bonus blessing of the great mighty dragon, and all troop types gain an additional passive skill Dala Dharma Mantra. Absolute true damage to demonic beings and double true damage to snake beings. Ding! You have awakened a second dragon spirit and your own base attributes, as well as the attributes of all dragon soldiers, will unconditionally receive a doubling increase. Upon hearing the cue, Chen Junlin's eyes suddenly glowed. Good lord, awakening one more dragon spirit could actually directly double the base attributes? This is a big surprise news. But it was also at the time when Chen Junlin was thinking about the next piece of music to use to awaken the dragon spirit. Suddenly, the king of the aliens, Serpenti, suppressed his inner fear. Instead, he directly struck out at Chen Junlin. Stupid human! Go to hell! Heaven-devouring poison mist. It looked at the great mighty heavenly dragon with a gaze filled with fear and uneasiness. This strange black and gold dragon race it had never heard of before. It was even more incapable of imagining out how on earth this human was able to make the noble dragon race drive willingly. But it knows in its heart that this one dragon had a threatening intensity to their alien world that no other dragon race could match, like a natural nemesis. Therefore, it did not dare to hesitate and could only attempt to strike and kill this human, Chen Junlin, first. This human's universe isn't of the highest order. It might be able to have a chance to kill the two dragons while they were too late to defend themselves. Hey! Good timing! Chen Junlin's eyes flashed with excitement, facing the sneak attack of the king of aliens, Snake T. Press didn't care in the slightest. With a thought in his mind, the skill Brahma Buddha light from the dragon spirit great mighty heavenly dragon instantly erupted, and the huge power of the Buddha light made his body tremble as if he couldn't bear it. The entire person was like bathing in a golden ocean, and it was no longer clear to see his true appearance. An invisible pressure filled the air. The surrounding alien creatures felt as if their bodies had been struck by heavy hammers under the pressure of this 10,000-foot Buddha's light. Barely able to move, they wailed in agony as the light of the Buddhas, taking constant burning damage from 1% of Chen Junlin's total life value every second. And after various gain effects, Chen Junlin's total life value, it has reached an unimaginable level. Thus, with the exception of such powerful aliens as the king of the aliens, who took only a few breaths to, it then killed almost all of the alien creatures and serpent soldiers within the range of 10,000 feet of Buddha's light. Not only that, for each alien creature that is transmuted under the benefit of the Universal Oracle skill, his damage gain then stacked by 1%, and in just a few moments, his gain damage had permanently doubled several times. What? You a 4th level universe living human, 4. Why are you so strong? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. A skill with such a large range of damage, and real damage at that. How could it come from a 4th level cosmic being? The king of the aliens, Serpenti, was so scared that his body went limp. Hurriedly towards the Buddha light shroud outside the scope of escape, at the same time the body manifested countless split. Just a moment ago, it was shocked to realize that it had dropped nearly 3% of its own terrifying blood volume every second. In just a few breaths of effort, it had directly emptied a large portion of its blood volume. Seeing this, Chen Junlin grinned and directly raised his hand, intending to perform the Buddha kingdom in palm. Unexpectedly, next to the dragon spirit great mighty heavenly dragon, the demonic runes on the scales of the dragon. Blooming with dazzling Buddha light, the dragon body then unfolded, tilting its head and shouting loudly, it chased towards the alien king. Humph! Despicable beasts! How dare you sneak up on my lord? Where to run? Don't tie your hands yet. The mighty dragon, the Buddha, the world-honored Earth Store, the Prajnaparamakaria. Ha! How dare you try to show off the illusionary pupil barrier? Dawei Dharma eyes, break it! Chapter 18 The Dawei Heavenly Dragon of FA High Transformation. Super Bountiful Harvest. Swish! feeling the terrifying aura behind him, as well as the burst of extremely shocking words. The king of the aliens, Serpenti, was even more terrified, and his detachment was like a torrential downpour of rain. In a flurry, each detachment carrying an air of cunning and malevolence, mixed into countless other alien monsters and parasitized them in an attempt to confuse the Dawei Tianlong. However, the golden light in the eyes of the great mighty heavenly dragon flickered and wavered, as if it were the eyes of a god. Under the great mighty Dharma Eye's heaven-defying ability to perceive all illusions, it easily saw through the authenticity of these doppelgangers, and in its eyes, the Snake T's doppelganger seemed like a phantom. There was nothing to hide from. Spirits and demons, when really little Doyle. The great mighty heavenly dragon droned under his breath. His body shape was like electricity, instantly passing through Serpent T's split phantom. Found it for real. At the same time, in order to prevent the other party from continuing to escape beyond the alien universe, the great mighty sky dragon. With a thought, he synchronized the Buddha's kingdom in palm skill. Buddha's kingdom in the palm of your hand, forbidden. Moment. The dragon body of the great mighty heavenly dragon hovered in the air, its claws gently gripping towards the void somewhere in front of it. An invisible suction force emanated from within its dragon's claws, and that suction force was like a black hole, twisting and distorting the surrounding space. A miniature Buddhist world, emerging in the void, glittering with golden light and solemnity. In just a blink of an eye, the Serpentine, who had disappeared into the void. Along with the countless aliens around them, they were bound within the world of the Buddha kingdom. And in this Buddhist world, Snake T can no longer use any means of air control or transportation. It charged around in terror, releasing skills to bombard it, but it was never able to break through the boundaries of the Buddha kingdom. No. This can't be. What the hell is this place? Why, I can't feel the alien world. This moment. The alien King Serpenti was completely flustered, and not only did it have to endure the horrific burning damage of the Buddha's light, his own blood level was dropping by a large amount almost every second, and even more so, he had lost his ability to sense the world of the alien universe. It's simply not possible for a dragon race to be so powerful. What kind of dragon race are you? Why are you willing to serve a humble human? Spare me. I am at your disposal to do whatever you want. The alien King Serpenti didn't dare to drag it out any further, and could only beg for forgiveness with a face full of terror, trying to get away with convincing this dragon. However, with his gaze like a torch, Dawei Tianlong gazed at the Serpentine T, who was struggling madly within the Buddha's country. But with a contemptuous sneer, he said, Bold sinful beast, at the end of his life, he still dares to speak disrespectfully to my lord. This crime is punishable by death. Swish. The words fell. The great mighty heavenly dragon's killing intent surged to the heavens as it directly exerted all of its power and gathered it above the dragon's tail. Toward the king of aliens, Serpenti, he slapped down hard. Not only that. That terrifying killing aura even spread to the other alien beings within the Palm Buddha country. In less than 3 breaths, there were at least billions of alien beings buried under the palm of the Buddha's kingdom. However, the great mighty heavenly dragon, who had instantly blasted away so many alien beings, was not half as uncomfortable as he should have been. Instead, it stimulated its strong killing intent even more, and the obsession to subdue demons and eliminate devils in its body burned as if it were in a frenzy. It seemed to require the blood of countless demons to quell it. There are so many sinful animals in this realm. Kill. 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 Ha ha. The great mighty heavenly dragon was like a killing star descending into the world, and immediately the dragon's body shook and the range of the Buddha's kingdom in his palm completely erupted, and just by relying on the 10,000 feet of Buddhist flames that surrounded his body, it caused a large number of ordinary strength alien beings to disappear. Such a scene. It was really an eye-opening experience for Chen Junlin. I didn't expect that the awakened dragon spirit actually possesses a different spirituality. Moreover, this spirituality also seems to be slightly related to the mood represented in the sound law. In comparison, the desolate ancient sacred dragon was much quieter. It's like a lone brave man who is used to silence and quietness after dictating the ages. For example, at this moment, the desolate ancient sacred dragon was just quietly releasing a desolate sword technique. Like a killing machine harvesting an alien living monster, there is no extra mouth, no fancy name. But the efficiency of the kill, the As well as the fear and despair it brought to the alien beings, it was a split decision. And the spirituality of the Dawei Tianlong. The performance is like that of Fa Hai in the exclusive BGM of Fa Hai, who subdues the demons and subdues the devils. Facing all the demons, there are only two words to describe it: madness. The Buddha is more demonic than the demons. But surprise is surprise. It wasn't waiting for Chen Junlin to think more. The next moment, his entire body suddenly froze in mid-air. Ding! You have killed the alien king, the strongest recruiter in the world of the alien universe. Gain all of your opponent's skills, poison erosion B, incarnate all SS, soul parasite SS. Ding! Due to the influence of the limit-breaking talent characteristic, all of the above skills have broken the limit and advanced to the eternal level. Ding! You have slain the alien king and gained all the cosmic resources your opponent has accumulated. Due to the effect of the Dragon Soldier's army gain, Dragon Scorn Eternal, all cosmic resources are unconditionally increased by 10,000 times. Ding! You have gained the resource Blazing Sun Gold plus 100. You have gained the resource Mirror Realm Diamond Crystal plus 300. You have gained resources Jiuyin Jing Human Exclusive plus 100. You have gained the resource Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Kung Fu Human Exclusive plus 100. You have gained the resource Soul Chopper Human Exclusive plus 100. You have gained the resource Anti-Gravity Crystal Bomb plus 900. You have gained the resource Hypermatter Laser Cannon plus 300. You have gained the resource Purple and Green Twin Swords plus 100. You have gained Universal Coins plus 1008611000100. You have gained the Universal Coin plus 100. You have gained the Universal Coin plus 300. Hiss. Chen Junlin viciously sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It's one message after another from the All Worlds Network. It actually made him can't help but feel a little bloodthirsty and dry-mouthed. Especially feeling the value of the universal coins that had instantly increased in his favor. Chen Junlin felt like he was dreaming, and the series of numbers dazzled him. This Tama. War is really the fastest way to get rich. If he's going to build up by developing on top of Sky Blue Star. That would be difficult to provide even if all the resources of the entire Sky Blue Star were added up, right? Granted, this is due to the 10,000-fold gain effect of Dragon Scorn, but even with the 10,000-fold removal, it's not as bad as it sounds. That's an equally astounding amount of resources. It looks as if that largest lump sum of universal coin. It should come from the resources accumulated from the alien king's conquest of other universe worlds and plundering. Just. Among these resource trophies, there's actually a 9 true scripture exclusive to the human race? Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Gong? If what is expected is correct, I am afraid that this king of aliens, the Conquest has sacked a certain human universe world that is dominated by martial arts. And, judging by that hypermatter laser cannon and the various sci-fi mech resources, it's not explicitly human exclusive, but it could equally mean that some human universe world that is predominantly technological has been conquered by it. Chen Junlin secretly pondered, his gaze flickering with a strange light. The human race of the planet Sky Blue. Maybe they don't know what Nine Sutra and Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Gong mean. But he knew very well in his heart the origin of the 2 secret books of martial arts that from the very famous novel. I just don't know if it's just a coincidence that the names are the same or if it's something else. Let's try these 2 martial arts first. What kind of abilities are they when you learn them? Is it as described in the novel? Chapter 19, giving the alien universe a centerfold. Chen Junlin's eyes flashed with curiosity and anticipation. Straight away, without hesitation, he took out the 2 skill books in his resources. Ding! Is it confirmed to learn the skill Jiuyin Jing Di? Ding! Is it confirmed to learn the skill Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Kung Fu Di? Fortunately, after joining the All Worlds Network and completing the digitization, the Jiuyin Jing and the Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Gong no longer need to comprehend the painstaking cultivation. Just like in the online game, you only need to gently click to confirm the learning, and then you can master it directly. The Jiuyin Jing and the Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo Gong no longer need to comprehend the painstaking cultivation. And it's an automatic entry into the Mahayana level. Chen Junlin's mind moved and smiled as he chose to confirm. Although these 2 martial arts, which in martial arts novels are considered to be the best of the best. However, when put inside the various civilizations throughout the heavens and the world, the level appeared to be clearly insufficient. After all, it was just a product of a low martial world. But it was also the instant Chen Junlin learned these two martial arts. Before you have a chance to feel exactly how powerful it is. Ding! Due to the nature of your limit-breaking gift. Skill 9 in Sutra D advances to 9 extreme swallowing heaven Sutra eternal. Cultivating the way of the 9 yin, reversing the yin and returning the yang, and harmonizing the yin and yang, is the 9 poles. Swallowing heaven nourishes the soul. Seize the earth to nourish your flesh, borrow the creation of the heavens and the universe, and then strengthen your body. Ding! Due to the nature of your limit-breaking gift. Skill Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Gong D advance to Dragon Elephant Prison suppressing Gong Eternal. Taking each fine grain of flesh as the foundation, refining billions and billions of weights of Dragon Elephant power, the extreme of force, the nothing is unbreakable, when the heavens are opened and the earth is swept away. Buzz. It was also a blink of an eye. Under the enhancement of these two mastery disciplines, Chen Junlin instantly felt the strength of his physical body, to an unimaginable degree. On his attribute panel, whether it's strength or stamina, all of them were insanely doubling and skyrocketing and elevating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Double. Twice. 100 times. Thousands of times. 10,000 times. Originally, the strength of his flesh was already terrifying, and with a human physique that only LV4 level universe spirit, his real panel attributes have already crushed the 119 level alien King Snake T. And nowadays, I've only learned the 9 yin Sutra and the Dragon Elephant Bo Ruo Kung Fu. Just let his true panel attributes directly skyrocket to an immeasurable level. The upper limits of these two martial arts are simply heaven-defying. Chen Junlin secretly marveled at the fact that even though it was a martial arts masterpiece, but if someone really develops it all the way up to the eternal level by virtue of an unbelievable degree of enlightenment, then the martial arts, it wouldn't necessarily be weaker than those top-down methods of the heavens and the worlds. However, my most heaven-defying card is still the limit-breaking talent. Without this limit-breaking talent characteristic, no matter how amazing one's martial arts root and bone enlightenment is, I'm afraid that even if I deduce tens of thousands of years of time, I won't be able to do it to this extent. With a thought, Chen Junlin waved his hand and struck out a domineering dragon elephant power. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, billions and billions of dragon elephant silhouettes appeared, and the void within 100 million miles in front of them. It was actually blown to smithereens in a matter of moments, and the entire alien world shook with it began to descend countless thunder, black holes, and heavenly fires. A post-apocalyptic scene. TSK. This power, when it's really unbelievable. Once again, Chen Junlin was marveled by. This was a might that he had erupted from simply relying on the power in every single cell in his physical body. If you combine it with the Desolate Sword technique and other heavenly treasures, I'm afraid that with a single stroke of the sword, you could give the entire alien universe a centerfold, right? Do it if you want to. Chen Junlin smiled playfully, directly using his finger as a sword, gently toward the void in front of him. Strike a sword move. Click. All at once. The sword chi was like a rainbow that ran through the sky, using Chen Junlin's fingertips as a starting point, tearing apart the void in front of him. The overwhelming sword chi, as if it possessed a consciousness of its own, wildly expanded outwards. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed and everything was remade. This moment, Chen Junlin's sword skill not only shook the alien beings within the alien universe. What's more, it caused the countless starry rivers and stars outside the planet where it was located to be turbulent and trembling, one after another as if they were enraged beasts, tumbling and roaring in the abyss of the universe. The sun, the moon, and the stars, all pale before this power, and they are forced to give way to let this sword energy be the only light in the universe. The cosmic avenue seemed to be worn out and distorted in this instant. The original well-organized truth of the rules collapsed and disappeared at this moment. This sword of Chen Junlin spread towards the end of the abyss of the alien universe, as if it was going to open up a new world, breaking the old rules of the universe. It's just a few breaths. After some stunning destruction, the alien universe finally couldn't withstand the onslaught of power. Boom! A sound rang out as if a membrane had been sliced through. The entire alien universe world was actually directly split in half. In the middle of that universe's endless river of stars, a deep and invisible sword mark was left behind. That sword mark was like an indestructible trace from the ages, witnessing the splendor and terror of Chen Junlin's sword. And in this moment, upon seeing the terrifying power of his sword, Chen Junlin felt an unprecedented surge in arrogance, his body indescribably refreshed and magnificent. He smiled, a big smile. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction and exclaimed, "Handsome. This center-parted hairstyle, it's great." And at the same moment, after the great mighty heavenly dragon saw his own master, such a powerful means, a few wild laughs of excitement. As if inspired, the Buddha's light and countless voodoo runes all over his body actually became more and more brilliant. However, the slightest image of compassion could not be seen on it. Instead, the killing intent became even more ferocious. As for the ancient sacred dragon, although it did not say anything, but it was obviously more fierce. If their masters were so powerful, then how could they, as their masters' dragon spirits, act too weak? Ding! You have gained the resource Cannibal Flower Stem plus 100. You have gained the resource Tiger Demon Energy with plus 300. You have gained the resource Heavenly Silkworm Divine Skill Human Exclusive plus 100. You have gained resource Red Riding Hood Elf Exclusive plus 100. Ding! You have gained the Universal Coin plus 100. You have gained the Universal Coin plus 300. You have gained Universal Coin plus 700. Under the full force bombardment of the ancient sacred dragon and the great mighty heavenly dragon, the entire living beings of the alien world had little room to struggle. Whether it's the rank-and-file powerful alien race of cosmic conquistadors, or the weak beings of the alien world, all of them became resources and currency at this moment. The only difference is that the higher the rank of the alien universe warrior, the higher the rank of the alien universe warrior, the higher the rank of the alien universe warrior, the various resources and currencies exploded from its body were just a bit more abundant. As a cosmic being whose purpose is to invade and plunder, naturally, the alien cosmic warriors have raided a great deal of prey and plundered a great deal of resources and wealth. But now, all this is cheap for Chen Junlin. One harvest hint after another kept appearing in front of Chen Junlin. He has even gotten used to no longer showing mood swings as he did at the beginning. When the ants are as vast in number as an ocean, even with an infinitely continuous spray of musketry, it does take quite a bit of time. But what if we took a couple of suns and stars and smashed them down? There's no doubt. The alien clan universe has fallen completely. Even the speed of the fall was faster than Chen Junlin had imagined. When the entire world of the alien universe no longer contains any alien beings, there were only a bunch of alien projections within the Buddha's palm, and the entire alien universe was as if it had been outlawed by Chen Junlin's Buddha's palm. A heavenly announcement message that resounded throughout the entire heavenly network of all worlds. It completely shook every living being in the dimensional universe. Ding! Congratulations to the Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin, with his dragon troop. With the power of a LV4 level cosmic being, conquering the cosmic realm where the successful LV119 cosmic being is located. Breaking the highest record of the universe's ultra-limit over-the-top conquests. This is an unprecedented move that has not been seen in the heavens, and should be honored. Chapter 20, the only one in the heavens and the worlds, the ancient and the absolute. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin, he has gained the right to freely choose any type of soldier once. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Universe, Chen Junlin. Receive an unconditional doubling of the base attributes of all members of the universe to which you belong. Receive an unconditional advancement prize of 1 rank for the soldier types of all the conscripts in your universe. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Universe, Chen Junlin. Open the lucky store of the World Wide Web including all treasures within the World Wide Web and gain the right to freely choose goods for free once. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Universe, Chen Junlin. Obtain the only achievement title in the world of the heavens and the earth, 10,000 ancient absolute dust. Hiss. As soon as the news of the All Heavens All Worlds Network announcement came out, the beings within the entire All Heavens All Worlds Network all boiled over. A certain giant mechanical cosmic recruiter has just destroyed a cosmic world with a single shot. Before he had time to be happy, he said with some incredulity, "How is that possible? A 4th level cosmic being successfully conquered 119 levels of cosmic beings?" A certain supreme insect race member was also incredibly shocked. What? Successful conquests across more than 100 levels. This is too fake, isn't it? The Emperor, son of the godless race of a certain immortal cultivation world, followed suit and awoke from his initiation. The eyes blossomed with a trace of divine flowing light. I was born with a chaotic body, accompanied by a spiritual treasure, the mixed Yuan extreme Dao sword, billions of miles of purple visions to congratulate. This world. There's even someone who broke my extreme record of conquering across more than 50 levels? A level leap of over 100 levels. This is something I wouldn't dare to fantasize about. It is important to realize that the ranks of the cosmic beings, each separated by a level of. That gap would have been terrifying. He could never have imagined, in any case, that the cosmic beings of a mere fourth degree of. How could one fight against a 119-level cosmic being and even destroy the other's entire universe? This difficulty is, as it were. You let Ouyang Feng, the supreme martial arts master, challenge the Qi Tian de Shang, who made a big mess in the heavenly palace. Such an unimaginable gap. No matter how much more exaggerated the bloodline and magic treasures, it is almost difficult to make up for it. There's also his achievement title, which is surprisingly 10,000 ancient absolute dust. This is since the emergence of the 10,000 Worlds Network. An achievement that has never been seen before. 1,000 years of dust after I broke the extreme record. It would make my comprehensive strength equivalent to a tenfold increase, so what about this person's 10,000 ancient absolute dust? This emperor's son of the godless race, that heart that had not been shaken for 10,000 years, but at this time, inevitably, there was a hint of drama. Anyway. For such a powerful news. Almost no one wants to believe it. And no one wants to take it. That announcement from the World Wide Web, but it couldn't be faked at all, It made them believe in this unbelievable fact. So, Qin Junlin's name, naturally, was as bright as a star. It instantly spread throughout the various dimensional universes of the World Wide Web. In just a moment's effort. It then became a curious and shocking existence for all cosmic beings. This was a heavenly pride that had broken the limits between universes and created unprecedented miracles. Enough to make any universe's conquistadors, for that matter, move. But some were shocked, some were curious. But at the same time, there were some cosmic beings that began to give birth to some small thoughts. It's just not clear what kind of racial beings this guy is, and from what top universe he comes from. Hey, don't ever let me find his universe. This seed has never tasted that. What about this demonic taste of cosmic pride? If I can find a way to parasitize such a demon, my mind parasitizes a family of. Shall rise to the heavens and the worlds? Even more heaven-defying heavenly pride, that has to grow up to possess a threat. We must find a way as soon as possible to investigate the identity and origin of this sun. If the background is against the heavens, it's just that. Without a strong background, no doubt about it. Within this network of the heavens and the earth, where the weak are the strong, and looting and killing are the main focus. Even if it is a heavenly pride that breaks the limit record, but it can't completely shock everything, the only way to have enough extreme strength or background to really save your life. But Shen Junlin was not aware of these voices from the heavens and the worlds. Even if you know, you won't care much. Successfully battling the alien universe across more than 100 levels. It is only the limit of this alien universe, but not the upper limit of Chen Junlin. His true fighting strength, with that horrifying 10,000 eternal level word gain. After using the permanent growth weapons Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade and Blood Phoenix Battle Armor to superimpose the attack and defense attributes of the entire alien universe beings, had already risen to an unbeatable level. A level of invincibility. And at this moment, Shen Junlin himself, who caused a sensation in all the heavens. After noticing that announcement, kudos from the All Worlds Network, he also couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Nice guy. What a great guy. It is worthy of being a kill and plunder for the purpose of the World of the Heavens Network. Let's not talk about the gain commendation that synchronized the entire Sky Blue Star's Dragon Spirit Masters. The rest of the rewards, that's just one over the top. Ancient Dust, you are the strongest pride of the heavens and the earth, and you are the only one who can break through the ages. Ride. By obtaining this soul achievement, you will, in this endless vastness of the universe of the heavens, obtaining the most supreme honor. Henceforth, under the firmament, all the spirits worship, the stars are servants, the sun and the moon shine together, and heaven honors the earth. Every hand and foot contains the power of the universe in which it is placed. Your true name, immortalized as a legend, is permanently imprinted in space and time, in the river of destiny. Shine on all the heavens. Even if he dies, one day, if there's anyone in the heavens who celebrates his true name, then you can remake your true spirit and resurrect it. There was no doubt about it, this achievement title was something of an anticlimax. Borrowing the entire power of heaven and earth of the universe he was in for his own use was simply not too terrifying. It means that if he's in the flood world, then one could borrow the augmentation of the power of the entire flood world to compete with the other side. And the indigenous beings within each universe, try and how many people can manage to resist the entire power of heaven and earth? This, literally, is an unbeatable buff. Even to a mortal with no cultivation, with such a title of heaven-defying achievement. Then when he went to a top-level realm like the flood world, I'm afraid he would only be able to easily crush beings below the saints, right? What's more, it also had another counterintuitive effect, even if Chen Junlin was blasted to death and even obliterated his true spirit. But as long as there is any living being in heaven and earth who mentions the name Chen Junlin again, then he will be able to remake his true spirit and come back to life. Well, pretty good. Feeling the powerful effect of this ancient dust. No matter how much Chen Junlin tried to force down his inner emotions, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Such a powerful thing, stepping on the horse. Even if you take the 98k, you cannot be suppressed at all. Ding! Friendly reminder. You have the right to choose the lucky item once for free. The lucky shop of the worlds is a blessing from heaven and has a random probability of appearing. And the lucky store will only last for a period of 10 clock. Please choose the lucky goods you need as soon as possible. Ding! Due to unknown interference Q. Due to the effects of your limit-breaking talent trait. The duration restriction and random appearance probability restriction of the lucky shop of the worlds have been removed, and it will always appear near you. Chen Junlin. If I can find a way to parasitize such a demon, my mind parasitizes a family of shall rise to the heavens and the worlds. Even more heaven-defying heavenly pride, that has to grow up to possess a threat. We must find a way as soon as possible to investigate the identity and origin of this sun. If the background is against the heavens, it's just that. Without a strong background, no doubt about it. Within this network of the heavens and the earth, where the weak are the strong, and looting and killing are the main focus. Even if it is a heavenly pride that breaks the limit record, but it can't completely shock everything, the only way to have enough extreme strength or background that to really save your life. But Chen Junlin was not aware of these voices from the heavens and the worlds. Even if you know, you won't care much. Successfully battling the alien universe across more than 100 levels. It was only the limit of this alien universe, not the upper limit of Chen Junlin. His true fighting strength, with that horrifying 10,000 eternal level word gain. After using the permanent growth weapons Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade and Blood Phoenix Battle Armor to superimpose the attack and defense attributes of the entire alien universe beings, had already risen to an unbeatable level. A level of invincibility. And at this moment, Chen Junlin himself, who caused a sensation in all the heavens. After noticing that announcement kudos from the All Worlds Network, he also couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Nice guy. What a great guy. It is worthy of being a kill and plunder for the purpose of the World of the Heavens Network. Let's not talk about the gain commendation that synchronized the entire Sky Blue Star's Dragon Spirit Masters. The rest of the rewards, that's just one over the top. Ancient Dust, you are the strongest pride of the heavens and the earth, and you are the only one who can break through the ages. Ride. By obtaining this soul achievement, you will, in this endless vastness of the universe of the heavens, obtaining the most supreme honor, henceforth, under the firmament, all the spirits worship, the stars are servants, the sun and the moon shine together, and heaven honors the earth. Every hand and foot contains the power of the universe in which it is placed. Your true name, immortalized as a legend, is permanently imprinted in time and space, in the river of destiny. Shine on all the heavens. Even if he dies, one day, if there's anyone in the heavens who celebrates his true name, then you can remake your true spirit and resurrect it. There was no doubt about it, this achievement title was something of an anticlimax. Borrowing the entire power of heaven and earth of the universe he was in for his own use was simply not too terrifying. It means that if he's in the flood world, then one could borrow the augmentation of the power of the entire flood world to compete with the other side. And the indigenous beings within each universe, try and And how many people can manage to resist the entire power of heaven and earth? This is, quite simply, an unbeatable buff. Even to a mortal with no cultivation, with such a title of heaven-defying achievement. Then when he went to a top-level realm like the Flood World, I'm afraid he would only be able to easily crush beings below the saints, right? What's more, it also had another counterintuitive effect, even if Chen Junlin was blasted to death and even obliterated his true spirit. But as long as there is any living being in heaven and earth who mentions the name Chen Junlin again, then he will be able to remake his true spirit and come back to life. Well, pretty good. Feeling the powerful effect of this ancient dust. No matter how much Chen Junlin tried to force down his inner emotions, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Such a powerful thing, stepping on the horse. Even if you take the 98k cannot be suppressed at all. Ding! Friendly reminder. You have one free choice of lucky item. The lucky shop of the worlds is a blessing from heaven and has a random probability of appearing. And the lucky store will only last for a period of 10 clock. Please choose the lucky goods you need as soon as possible. Ding! Due to unknown interference Q. Due to the effects of your limit-breaking talent trait. The duration restriction and random appearance probability restriction of the lucky store of the worlds have been removed, and it will always appear near you. Chen Junlin. If I can find a way to parasitize such a demon, my mind parasitizes a family of. Shall rise to the heavens and the worlds? Even more heaven-defying heavenly pride, that has to grow up to possess a threat. We must find a way as soon as possible to investigate the identity and origin of this sun. If the background is against the heavens, it's just that. Without a strong background, no doubt about it. Within this network of the heavens and the earth, where the weak are the strong, and looting and killing are the main focus. Even if it is a heavenly pride that breaks the limit record, but it can't completely shock everything, the only way to have enough extreme strength or background that to really save your life. But Chen Junlin was not aware of these voices from the heavens and the worlds. Even if you know, you won't care much. Successfully battling the alien universe across more than 100 levels. It was only the limit of this alien universe, not the upper limit of Chen Junlin. His true fighting strength, with that horrifying 10,000 eternal level word gain. After using the permanent growth weapons Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade and Blood Phoenix Battle Armor to superimpose the attack and defense attributes of the entire alien universe beings, had already risen to an unbeatable level. A level of invincibility. And at this moment, Chen Junlin himself, who caused a sensation in all the heavens. After noticing that announcement kudos from the All Worlds Network, he also couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Nice guy. What a great guy. It is worthy of being a kill and plunder for the purpose of the World of the Heavens Network. Let's not talk about the gain commendation that synchronized the entire Sky Blue Star's Dragon Spirit Masters. The rest of the rewards, that's just one over the top. Ancient Dust, you are the strongest pride of the heavens and the earth, and you are the only one who has broken through the ages. Ride. By obtaining this soul achievement, you will, in this endless vastness of the universe of the heavens, obtaining the most supreme honor, henceforth, under the firmament, all the spirits worship, the stars are servants, the sun and the moon shine together, and heaven honors the earth. Every hand and foot contains the power of the universe in which it is placed. Your true name, immortalized as a legend, is permanently imprinted in space and time. In the river of destiny. Shine on all the heavens. Even if he dies, one day, if there's anyone in the heavens who celebrates his true name, then you can remake your true spirit and resurrect it. There was no doubt about it, this achievement title was something of an anticlimax. Borrowing the entire power of heaven and earth of the universe he was in for his own use was simply not too terrifying. It means that if he's in the flood world, then one could borrow the augmentation of the power of the entire flood world to compete with the other side. And the indigenous beings within each universe, try and how many people can manage to resist the entire power of heaven and earth? This, literally, is an unbeatable buff. Even to a mortal with no cultivation, with such a title of heaven-defying achievement. Then when he went to a top-level realm like the Flood World, I'm afraid he would only be able to easily crush beings below the saints, right? What's more, it also had another counterintuitive effect, even if Chen Junlin was blasted to death and even obliterated his true spirit. But as long as there is any living being in heaven and earth who mentions the name Chen Junlin again, then he will be able to remake his true spirit and come back to life. Well, pretty good. feeling the powerful effect of this ancient dust. No matter how much Chen Junlin tried to force down his inner emotions, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Such a powerful thing, stepping on the horse. Even if you take the 98k cannot be suppressed at all. Ding! Friendly reminder. You have the right to choose the lucky item once for free. The lucky shop of the worlds is a blessing from heaven and has a random probability of appearing. And the lucky store will only last for a period of 10 clock. Please choose the lucky goods you need as soon as possible. Ding! Due to unknown interference Q. Due to the effect of your limit-breaking talent trait. The duration restriction and random appearance probability restriction of the lucky store of the worlds have been removed, and it will always appear near you. Chen Junlin. If I can find a way to parasitize such a demon, my mind parasitizes a family of. Shall rise to the heavens and the worlds. Even more heaven-defying heavenly pride, that has to grow up to possess a threat. We must find a way as soon as possible to investigate the identity and origin of this sun. If the background is against the heavens, it's just that. Without a strong background, no doubt about it. Within this network of the heavens and the earth, where the weak are the strong, and looting and killing are the main focus. Even if it is a heavenly pride that breaks the limit record, but it can't completely shock everything, the only way to have enough extreme strength or background that to really save your life. But Chen Junlin was not aware of these voices from the heavens and the worlds. Even if you know, you won't care much. Successfully battling the alien universe across more than 100 levels. It is only the limit of this alien universe, but not the upper limit of Chen Junlin. His true fighting strength, with that horrifying 10,000 eternal level word gain. After using the permanent growth weapons Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade and Blood Phoenix Battle Armor to superimpose the attack and defense attributes of the entire alien universe beings, had already risen to an unbeatable level. A level of invincibility. And at this moment, Chen Junlin himself, who caused a sensation in all the heavens. After noticing that announcement kudos from the All Worlds Network, he also couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Nice guy. What a great guy. It is worthy of being a kill and plunder for the purpose of the World of the Heavens Network. Let's not talk about the gain commendation that synchronized the entire Sky Blue Star's Dragon Spirit Masters. The rest of the rewards, that's just one over the top. Ancient Dust, you are the strongest pride of the heavens and the earth, and you are the only one who has broken through the ages. Ride. By obtaining this soul achievement, you will, in this endless vastness of the universe of the heavens, obtaining the most supreme honor, henceforth, under the firmament, all the spirits worship, the stars are servants, the sun and the moon shine together, and heaven honors the earth. Every hand and foot contains the power of the universe in which it is placed. Your true name, immortalized as a legend, is permanently imprinted in time and space, in the river of destiny. Shine on all the heavens. Even if he dies, one day, if there's anyone in the heavens who celebrates his true name, then you can remake your true spirit and resurrect it. There was no doubt about it, this achievement title was something of an anticlimax. Borrowing the entire power of heaven and earth of the universe he was in for his own use was simply not too terrifying. It means that if he's in the flood world, then one could borrow the augmentation of the power of the entire flood world to compete with the other side. And the indigenous beings within each universe, try and how many people can manage to resist the entire power of heaven and earth? This, literally, is an unbeatable buff. Even to a mortal with no cultivation, with such a title of heaven-defying achievement. Then when he went to a top-level realm like the flood world, I'm afraid that he would only be able to easily crush beings below the saints, right? What's more, it also had another counterintuitive effect, even if Chen Junlin was blasted to death and even obliterated his true spirit. But as long as there is any living being in heaven and earth who mentions the name Chen Junlin again, then he will be able to remake his true spirit and come back to life. Well, pretty good. Feeling the powerful effect of this ancient dust. No matter how much Chen Junlin tried to force down his inner emotions, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Such a powerful thing, stepping on the horse. Even if you take the 98k cannot be suppressed at all. Ding! Friendly reminder. You have the right to choose the lucky item once for free. The lucky shop of the worlds is a blessing from heaven and has a random probability of appearing. And the lucky store will only last for a period of 10 clock. Please choose the lucky goods you need as soon as possible. Ding! Due to unknown interference Q. due to the effects of your limit-breaking talent trait. The duration restriction and random appearance probability restriction of the lucky store of the worlds have been removed, and it will always appear near you. Chen Junlin. If I can find a way to parasitize such a demon, my mind parasitizes a family of. Shall rise to the heavens and the worlds? Even more heaven-defying heavenly pride, that has to grow up to possess a threat. We must find a way as soon as possible to investigate the identity and origin of this sun. If the background is against the heavens, it's just that. Without a strong background, no doubt about it. Within this network of the heavens and the earth, where the weak are the strong, and looting and killing are the main focus. Even if it is a heavenly pride that breaks the limit record, but it can't completely shock everything, the only way to have enough extreme strength or background that to really save your life. But Shen Junlin was not aware of these voices from the heavens and the worlds. Even if you know, you won't care much. Successfully battling the alien universe across more than 100 levels. It was only the limit of this alien universe, not the upper limit of Chen Junlin. His true fighting strength, with that horrifying 10,000 eternal level word gain. After using the permanent growth weapons Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade and Blood Phoenix Battle Armor to superimpose the attack and defense attributes of the entire alien universe beings, had already risen to an unbeatable level. A level of invincibility. And at this moment, Shen Junlin himself, who caused a sensation in all the heavens. After noticing that announcement kudos from the All Worlds Network, he also couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Nice guy. What a great guy. It is worthy of being a kill and plunder for the purpose of the World of the Heavens Network. Let's not talk about the gain commendation that synchronized the entire Sky Blue Star's Dragon Spirit Masters. The rest of the rewards, that's just one over the top. Ancient Dust, you are the strongest pride of the heavens and the earth, and you are the only one who has broken through the ages. Ride. By obtaining this soul achievement, you will, in this endless vastness of the universe of the heavens, obtaining the most supreme honor, henceforth, under the firmament, all the spirits worship, the stars are servants, the sun and the moon shine together, and heaven honors the earth. Every hand and foot contains the power of the universe in which it is placed. Your true name, immortalized as a legend, is permanently imprinted in time and space, in the river of destiny. Shine on the ancient heavens. Even if he dies, one day, if there's anyone in the heavens who celebrates his true name, then you can remake your true spirit and resurrect it. There was no doubt about it, this achievement title was something of an anticlimax. Borrowing the entire power of heaven and earth of the universe he was in for his own use was simply not too terrifying. It means that if he's in the flood world, then one could borrow the augmentation of the power of the entire flood world to compete with the other side. And the indigenous beings within each universe, try and how many people can manage to resist the entire power of heaven and earth? This is, quite simply, an unbeatable buff. Even to a mortal with no cultivation, with such a title of heaven-defying achievement. Then when he went to a top-level realm like the flood world, I'm afraid he would only be able to easily crush beings below the saints, right? What's more, it also had another counterintuitive effect, even if Chen Junlin was blasted to death and even obliterated his true spirit. But as long as there is any living being in heaven and earth who mentions the name Chen Junlin again, then he will be able to remake his true spirit and come back to life. Well, pretty good. Feeling the powerful effect of this ancient dust. No matter how much Chen Junlin tried to force down his inner emotions, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Such a powerful thing, stepping on the horse. Even if you take the 98k cannot be suppressed at all. Ding. Friendly reminder. You have the right to choose the lucky item once for free. The Lucky Shop of the Worlds is a blessing from heaven and has a random probability of appearing. And the lucky store will only last for a period of 10 clock. Please choose the lucky goods you need as soon as possible. Ding. Due to unknown interference Q. Due to the effects of your limit-breaking talent trait. The duration restriction and random appearance probability restriction of the lucky store of the worlds have been removed, and it will always appear near you. Chen Junlin. If I can find a way to parasitize such a demon, my mind parasitizes a family of. Shall rise to the heavens and the worlds? Even more heaven-defying heavenly pride, that has to grow up to possess a threat. We must find a way as soon as possible to investigate the identity and origin of this sun. If the background is against the heavens, it's just that. Without a strong background, no doubt about it. Within this network of the heavens and the earth, where the weak are the strong, and looting and killing are the main focus. Even if it is a heavenly pride that breaks the limit record, but it can't completely shock everything, the only way to have enough extreme strength or background that to really save your life. But Shen Junlin was not aware of these voices from the heavens and the worlds. Even if you know, you won't care much. Successfully battling the alien universe across more than 100 levels. It was only the limit of this alien universe, not the upper limit of Chen Junlin. His true fighting strength, with that horrifying 10,000 eternal level word gain. After using the permanent growth weapons Soul-Devouring Blood Demon Blade and Blood Phoenix Battle Armor to superimpose the attack and defense attributes of the entire alien universe beings, had already risen to an unbeatable level. A level of invincibility. And at this moment, Shen Junlin himself, who caused a sensation in all the heavens. After noticing that announcement kudos from the All Worlds Network, he also couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Nice guy. What a great guy. It is worthy of being a kill and plunder for the purpose of the World of the Heavens Network. Let's not talk about the gain commendation that synchronized the entire Sky Blue Star's Dragon Spirit Masters. The rest of the rewards, that's just one over the top. Ancient Dust, you are the strongest pride of the heavens and the earth, and you are the only one who has broken through the ages. Ride. By obtaining this soul achievement, you will, in this endless vastness of the universe of the heavens, obtaining the most supreme honor, henceforth, under the firmament, all the spirits worship, the stars are servants, the sun and the moon shine together, and heaven honors the earth. Every hand and foot contains the power of the universe in which it is placed. Your true name, immortalized as a legend, is permanently imprinted in space and time, in the river of destiny. Shine on all the heavens. Even if he dies, one day, if there's anyone in the heavens who celebrates his true name, then you can remake your true spirit and resurrect it. There was no doubt about it, this achievement title was something of an anticlimax. Borrowing the entire power of heaven and earth of the universe he was in for his own use was simply not too terrifying. It means that if he's in the flood world, then one could borrow the augmentation of the power of the entire flood world to compete with the other side. And the indigenous beings within each universe, try and how many people can manage to resist the entire power of heaven and earth? This, literally, is an unbeatable buff. Even to a mortal with no cultivation, with such a title of heaven-defying achievement. Then when he went to a top-level realm like the flood world, I'm afraid he would only be able to easily crush beings below the saints, right? What's more, it also had another counterintuitive effect, even if Chen Junlin was blasted to death and even obliterated his true spirit. But as long as there is any living being in heaven and earth who mentions the name Chen Junlin again, then he will be able to remake his true spirit and come back to life. Well, pretty good. Feeling the powerful effect of this ancient dust. No matter how much Chen Junlin tried to force down his inner emotions, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Such a powerful thing, stepping on the horse. Even if you take the 98k cannot be suppressed at all. Ding. Friendly reminder. You have the right to choose the lucky item once for free. The Lucky Shop of the Worlds is a blessing from heaven and has a random probability of appearing. And the lucky store will only last for a period of 10 clock. Please choose the lucky goods you need as soon as possible. Ding. Due to unknown interference Q. Due to the effect of your limit-breaking talent trait. The duration restriction and random appearance probability restriction of the Lucky Store of the Worlds have been removed, and it will always appear near you. Chen Junlin. If I can find a way to parasitize such a demon, my mind parasitizes a family of shall rise to the heavens and the worlds. Even more heaven-defying heavenly pride, that has to grow up to possess a threat. We must find a way as soon as possible to investigate the identity and origin of this sun. If the background is against the heavens, it's just that. Without a strong background, no doubt about it. Within this network of the heavens and the earth, where the weak are the strong, and looting and killing are the main focus. Even if it is a heavenly pride that breaks the limit record, but it can't completely shock everything, the only way to have enough extreme strength or background that to really save your life. But Shen Junlin was not aware of these voices from the heavens and the worlds. Even if you know, you won't care much. Successfully battling the alien universe across more than 100 levels. It was only the limit of this alien universe, not the upper limit of Chen Junlin. His true fighting strength, with that horrifying 10,000 eternal level word gain. After using the permanent growth weapons soul-devouring blood demon blade and blood phoenix battle armor to superimpose the attack and defense attributes of the entire alien universe beings, had already risen to an unbeatable level. A level of invincibility. And at this moment, Chen Junlin himself, who caused a sensation in all the heavens. After noticing that announcement kudos from the All Worlds Network, he also couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Nice guy. What a great guy. It is worthy of being a kill and plunder for the purpose of the World of the Heavens Network. Let's not talk about the gain commendation that synchronized the entire Sky Blue Star's Dragon Spirit Masters. The rest of the rewards, that's just one over the top. Ancient Dust, you are the strongest pride of the heavens and the earth, and you are the only one who can break through the ages. Ride. By obtaining this soul achievement, you will, in this endless vastness of the universe of the heavens, obtaining the most supreme honor, henceforth, under the firmament, all the spirits worship, the stars are servants, the sun and the moon shine together, and heaven honors the earth. Every hand and foot contains the power of the universe in which it is placed. Your true name, immortalized as a legend, is permanently imprinted in time and space, in the river of destiny. Shine on all the heavens. Even if he dies, one day, if there's anyone in the heavens who celebrates his true name, then you can remake your true spirit and resurrect it. There was no doubt about it, this achievement title was something of an anticlimax. Borrowing the entire power of heaven and earth of the universe he was in for his own use was simply not too terrifying. It means that if he's in the flood world, then one could borrow the augmentation of the power of the entire flood world to compete with the other side. And the indigenous beings within each universe, try and how many people can manage to resist the entire power of heaven and earth? This, literally, is an unbeatable buff. Even to a mortal with no cultivation, with such a title of heaven-defying achievement. Then when he went to a top-level realm like the flood world, I'm afraid he would only be able to easily crush beings below the saints, right? What's more, it also had another counterintuitive effect, even if Chen Junlin was blasted to death and even obliterated his true spirit. But as long as there is any living being in heaven and earth who mentions the name Chen Junlin again, then he will be able to remake his true spirit and come back to life. Well, pretty good. Feeling the powerful effect of this ancient dust. No matter how much Chen Junlin tried to force down his inner emotions, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Such a powerful thing, stepping on the horse. Even if you take the 98k cannot be suppressed at all. Ding. Friendly reminder. You have the right to choose the lucky item once for free. The Lucky Shop of the Worlds is a blessing from heaven and has a random probability of appearing. And the Lucky Store will only last for a period of 10 clock. Please choose the lucky goods you need as soon as possible. Ding. Due to unknown interference Q. Due to the effects of your limit-breaking talent trait. The duration restriction and random appearance probability restriction of the Lucky Store of the Worlds have been removed, and it will always appear near you. Chen Junlin. If I can find a way to parasitize such a demon, my mind parasitizes a family of shall rise to the heavens and the worlds. Even more heaven-defying heavenly pride, that has to grow up to possess a threat. We must find a way as soon as possible to investigate the identity and origin of this sun. If the background is against the heavens, it's just that. Without a strong background, no doubt about it. Within this network of the heavens and the earth, where the weak are the strong, and looting and killing are the main focus. Even if it is a heavenly pride that breaks the limit record, but it can't completely shock everything, the only way is to have extreme enough strength or background that to really save your life. But Chen Junlin was not aware of these voices from the heavens and the worlds. Even if you know, you won't care much. Successfully battling the alien universe across more than 100 levels. It was only the limit of this alien universe, not the upper limit of Chen Junlin. His true fighting strength, with that horrifying 10,000 eternal level word gain. After using the permanent growth weapons soul-devouring blood demon blade and blood phoenix battle armor to superimpose the attack and defense attributes of the entire alien universe beings, had already risen to an unbeatable level. A level of invincibility. And at this moment, Chen Junlin himself, who caused a sensation in the heavens. After noticing that announcement kudos from the All Worlds Network, he also couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Nice guy. What a great guy. It is worthy of being a kill and plunder for the purpose of the World of the Heavens Network. Let's not talk about the gain commendation that synchronized the entire Sky Blue Star's Dragon Spirit Masters. The rest of the rewards, that's just one over the top. Ancient Dust, you are the strongest pride of the heavens and the earth, and you are the only one who has broken through the ages. Ride. By obtaining this soul achievement, you will, in this endless vastness of the universe of the heavens, obtaining the most supreme honor, henceforth, under the firmament, all the spirits worship, the stars are servants, the sun and the moon shine together, and heaven honors the earth. Every hand and foot contains the power of the universe in which it is placed. Your true name, immortalized as a legend, is permanently imprinted in time and space, in the river of destiny. Shine on the ancient heavens. Even if he dies, one day, if there's anyone in the heavens who celebrates his true name, then you can remake your true spirit and resurrect it. There was no doubt about it, this achievement title was something of an anticlimax. Borrowing the entire power of heaven and earth of the universe he was in for his own use was simply not too terrifying. It means that if he's in the flood world, then one could borrow the augmentation of the power of the entire flood world to compete with the other side. And the indigenous beings within each universe, try and how many people can manage to resist the entire power of heaven and earth? This is, quite simply, an unbeatable buff. Even to a mortal with no cultivation, with such a title of heaven-defying achievement. Then when he went to a top-level realm like the flood world, I'm afraid he would only be able to easily crush beings below the saints, right? What's more, it also had another counterintuitive effect, even if Chen Junlin was blasted to death and even obliterated his true spirit. But as long as there is any living being in heaven and earth who mentions the name Chen Junlin again, then he will be able to remake his true spirit and come back to life. Well, pretty good. Feeling the powerful effect of this ancient dust. No matter how much Chen Junlin tried to force down his inner emotions, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Such a powerful thing, stepping on the horse. Even if you take the 98k cannot be suppressed at all. Ding. Friendly reminder. You have one free choice of lucky item. The Lucky Shop of the Worlds is a blessing from heaven and has a random probability of appearing. And the Lucky Store will only last for a period of 10 clock, please choose the lucky goods you need as soon as possible. Ding. Due to unknown interference Q. Due to the effects of your limit-breaking talent trait. The duration restriction and random appearance probability restriction of the Lucky Store of the Worlds have been removed, and it will always appear near you. Chen Junlin. Chapter 21. An enemy who loses at my hands is never considered an opponent by me. Chen Junlin's eyes widened and his face had a somewhat dismayed expression. He never imagined that his limit-breaking talent could have such an outrageous effect. Even a great chance such as the Lucky Store of all worlds can be bound to one's side at all times? The so-called Lucky Shop of the Worlds. It is a store that encompasses all the treasures within the entire world of the heavens, and only has a certain probability of appearing if a certain rare condition is triggered. And the beings of the worlds of the heavens and the earth can, with the accumulated universal coins of the worlds, purchase your favorite treasures in the Lucky Shop of the Worlds. There's no doubt. This is a great opportunity. Especially for those beings in the top universes, who are not short of universal coins. If they could buy those rare supreme treasures, this was enough to bring their strength to the next level. It's just a shame that the probability of the Lucky Store of the Worlds appearing is too rare. Even if you, some of the time, fulfill the preconditions for triggering the. However, it may not be possible to usher in the Lucky Store of the Worlds. And now, the Lucky Store of the Heavens and the Worlds is basically equivalent to being completely owned by me. As long as I have enough universal coins, then I will be able to buy all the treasures inside. Thinking about it, Chen Junlin's heart couldn't help but beat violently, and he couldn't help but imagine. If one could pick up some heaven-defying treasures in the store, wouldn't one's strength be able to go to the next level? At the same time, his heart was also growing more and more emotional and grateful. Because the limit-breaking talent from the ancient dragon is really too powerful. It's almost like it's more violent than even the concept. Just like the Desolate Emperor, who was the sole arbiter of the ages, judging from his life experience. Almost always breaking limits and going above and beyond. All shackles should be broken. This time, Chen Junlin was also reminded of a line, the enemy who lost at my hands was never considered by me as an opponent, I'll give you time to catch up until you're nowhere in sight. Yeah. A front runner who's always breaking limits, who has nothing that can ever be limited. How do opponents qualify for the luxury of catching up? This, presumably, is the true path to invincibility. It was right to choose the Desolate Heavenly Emperor BGM for the opening. Once again, Chen Junlin was glad for his choice. Limit breaking is a talent trait that doesn't seem to have any direct damage bonus. Yet it gave him an unimaginable advantage. Especially for a lower order universe like Sky Blue Star, the lower the more restrictions there tend to be. This also means that the more restrictions he can break, the more benefits and enhancements it will bring to him will naturally be greater. If his opening preference is the exclusive FA high BGM, even with the same eternal level talent traits and exclusive skills, with that unlimited stacking damage effect as well as absolute real damage to demonic beings. Although it can also make him quickly become a top-tier powerhouse. Even the same can pass the dimensional advancement trial. But certainly cannot be as outrageous as today. Between thoughts, Chen Junlin's gaze could not help but look at the lucky store of the worlds that emerged in the void in front of him. There is no imagination of what colorful, it looks flat, It's like a regular autonomous counter vending machine. Take a deep breath. Chen Junlin walked up 2 steps and reached out to gently touch the lucky store of the world's screen. At once. As far as the eye can see, there is a display of information about each product. Infinite Star Destroyer, priced at 9 trillion universal coins. A single shot can sweep away all things in heaven and earth, destroying the origin of a universe and world. One target was limited to 1. The limit has been breached. Unlimited. Soul Rebirth Pill, priced at 1 trillion universal coins. Taking it allows those with broken souls and undispersed true spirits to reshape their flesh, souls, roots, and bones, and synchronize them to their peak state. Unlimited purchase. The 4 Swords of Immortal Execution, priced at 360 quadrillion universal coins, the swords cut through the 10 directions. Killing the most precious treasure, for swords together, saints can also be killed. One target, original limit of 1, already broken. Unlimited. Heavenly Axe, priced at 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,0 Original limit of 1 for 1 target, limit broken, no limit. Jade Simple 7 colored Supreme Fate word step by step, priced at 9 trillion universal coins. For every minor level you raise, you will be given a chance to choose one of the 3 words to be extracted. Original limit of 100 pieces for 1 target, limit broken, no limit. Jade Simple Golden Fate word sign of life and death, priced at 10 trillion universal coins. It is a mandatory sign of life and death with any target, and competes with the number of universal coins it possesses. The winner lives, the loser dies. A target originally limited to 100 pieces, has broken the limit, no limit. Jade Simple 7 colored Supreme Fate word gaze whoever gets pregnant, priced at 9 trillion universal coins. Any target you gaze at will be forcibly impregnated. One target is limited to 100 pieces. Limit broken, no limit. Jade Simple Red Heavenly Tao Fate word many sons, many fortunes, priced at 1 trillion universal coins. The more heirs and descendants you have, the stronger your own fortune will be, and for every additional heir and descendant you have, the more powerful your fortune will be. Then you will receive a random quality magic treasure. A target was originally limited to 100 pieces, the limit has been broken and there is no limit. Battle Avoidance Order, priced at 1 trillion universal coins, it can be used to make the universe in which it is located. Avoiding other universes' conquests, with a time limit of 3,000 years, and the avoidance effect will be lifted if a cosmic being initiates a conquest. Unrestricted. Time Travel Scroll, 500 billion universal coins. Use it to cross the river of time. One target was originally limited to 1 item, the limit has been broken and there is no limit. The Scroll of the Titans, 500 billion universal coins. After using it, you can summon the strongest person within the heavens and provide a substitute service. Unlimited. Mystery Chest, priced at 10 billion universal coins, containing a mysterious treasure. It could make you rich overnight or leave you empty-handed. Unrestricted. Too much. It's too much. Inside the Lucky Store of the Worlds. Contains all kinds of treasures from countless different civilizations and universes in the heavens and the earth, thousands of strange everything. Seeing Chin Jun Lin is a bit dazzling and dazzling. And such a huge amount of information about the goods before. To be able to pick out the right treasure in your mind within the 10-minute duration of the. It's almost rare. Not only that. These treasures are not sorted according to the amount of money or the type of item either. One item may be an extreme imperial soldier worth trillions of dollars, while the next one may be a step break tablet worth 10,000 universal coins. The overall appearance is very confusing, which invariably makes the selection difficult again. Fortunately, I can take my time to pick out all the treasures in the store without any time limit or quantity. Chen Junlin secretly laughed lightly in his heart. To be honest, he quite wanted to get his hands on the heaven-opening axe or the infinite star annihilator cannon. Just another glance at the balance of the universal coin, which is just over 2,000 trillion. Not even close. Pick a moment. Chen Junlin's gaze. In the end, it landed on top of Jade's simple 7-colored supreme fate word step by step. There is no doubt that both in terms of price as well as fit, this fate word Jade slip fit him very well at the moment. For each level up, you get a chance to pick one of 3 fateful words. This is certainly outrageous. If, on the other hand, this acquisition of the word destiny. If you can enjoy the limit-breaking gift effect again. Don't dare think about it. It's completely unthinkable. I just don't know, this 7-colored supreme word, and whether it is still possible to break the limit for advancement? Chapter 22 Breaking Limits Against the Heavens, Unlimited Weight of Refined Qi? Chen Junlin smiled curiously. His eyes gazed closely at the 7-colored supreme destiny word step by step, and his heart beat faster. Because he knew very well in his heart that once this 7-colored supreme word could still break the limit for advancement, that would give him another unprecedented boost. Within the lucky shop of the worlds, the fate word Jade Simplex, which possesses it's much more than just a half a star. In addition to the most precious 7-colored fate words, there are also a large number of low-level white fate number words. And the price of these words can be obtained with only a small amount of 10,000 worlds general currency. A hint of anticipation flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes. If all these words were able to break the limit and advance, then his future will be enough to grow to an unimaginable degree. After all, the word gain effects he got in the survival arena before, just all of them through and through advanced a bit. Thinking about it. Without any hesitation, Chen Junlin immediately expended 9 million billion universal coins. Be the first to purchase the step-by-step 7-colored fate words and phrases Jade slips. Ding! Purchase successful, deduct 9 million billion universal coins. In a flash of effort, a stream of light flew out of the store and quickly landed in Chen Junlin's hands. It turned into a jade slip surrounded by 7-colored flowing light. Chen Junlin gently gripped the jade slip, only to feel a warm and soft touch come over him. He could clearly feel a mysterious and powerful force contained within the jade slip. Pause for a moment. Without saying a word, Chen Junlin directly crushed the jade slip and a mysterious power from within the jade sketch immediately poured into his body along the palm of his hand. Ding! You have been awarded the 7-color supreme destiny word, step by step. For each minor level of self, you will be given a 3-choice of words to draw, with random color of the words. It is possible for words to appear in repeated cycles. Ding! Because of your talent trait breaking limits, the restriction of step up has been lifted. For each minor level of self, you will 100% gain 3 7-colored supreme destiny words, and the words will not appear in a cycle. Chen Junlin's eyes immediately lit up, and he really did break the limit. There was a moment's pause. Chen Junlin tried purchasing another white fate word Jade slip fine water, You will receive 1 common currency of your world per day. Ding! Because of your natural trait breaking the limit, which lifts the limitations of the longest flowing water. You will receive 1 all worlds universal currency per day. It seems to actually break the limit? Chen Junlin's eyes glowed once again. I've actually lifted the restriction of the world I live in. It's become the universal currency of the worlds? Isn't this universal currency? Doesn't that mean that he just spent 1 universal coin on it? But he can get a universal coin every day from now on? It's just not outrageous. So, Chen Junlin once again shows some fate word jade slips to try. Fate words are divided into white, green, blue, purple, pink, gold, red, 7 colors, some of which are very strong, while others are very weak. There are even some entries that have restrictions. And after some attempts by Chen Junlin, he also noticed that this limit-breaking talent characteristic is also effective for the fate word jade slips, but only for places with limitations to break the limit. It doesn't change the color classification of the fate word jades themselves. Like, for example, the fact that there is no limit per se in a certain white life number phrase. That gained a white fate word, and the attributes didn't change much. However, if there is a restriction in one of the gold fate words, then the gold fate word attribute that is gained, instead, it will be incredibly transformative. So it seems that these different color distinctions of the destiny words, presumably, it does not fall under the level restriction classification, but merely represents a different characterization of the effect of the word attribute itself. Whereas skills such as Juyin's Henjing Di, for example, have a level restriction that exists. So it's a straight break from the rank limit. Chen Junlin secretly nodded and understood the reason for this. It's like one of the white words god of refinement. You're going to be the god of the refinement realm, You can reach a maximum of 99 levels in the refined Shi realm. Even though it is a white phrase, its effect is amazing, and according to the phrase attribute potential, it's more fierce than some purple words. And Chen Junlin's limit-breaking talent. You can break the limit of 99 layers, and the number of layers in your Qi refining realm will be unlimited. In terms of this effect alone, an unrestricted tier refined Qi realm, if it were to develop obscenely down the road, I'm afraid even a great emperor can be killed in seconds. In a way, it's already better than the colorful, whoever you stare at gets pregnant phrases. But the 7-colored supreme destiny phrase jade slips from the lucky shop of the worlds. It's not unlimited, it's only 30,000 species in total. For each level up. Then you can directly obtain 3 7-colored supreme destiny words that will not recur. Then if after taking all the 7-colored supreme destiny words, my level continues to rise, what should be the next step of this? Or, if I just empty all the 7-colored supreme destiny words in the lucky store of the heavens, I'll have 30,000 7-colored supreme destiny words in myself. What would the phrase step up look like, given that it states that there will be no duplicate entries? This caused Chen Junlin to feel some curiosity in his heart. It's just that it's still relatively far away from such things, so there's no need to think too much about it. After all, 30,000 7-colored supreme destiny words would mean that would have to wait until he had leveled up to 10,000 before he could get his hands on all of them. As for emptying the store of 30,000 colorful supreme destiny words, this is indeed possible, but it also means that it would take him about 30,000 more universes like Alien King to collect that many universal coins. In the short term, it is certainly difficult to realize as well. Money, still too short of money. Shook his head. Chen Junlin didn't think anything more about it. Anyway, this kind of thing can't be rushed. There's no need to get too hung up on it. There's also a free right to buy any item, so which one is the best choice? Chen Junlin's gaze fell on top of those expensive yet heaven-defying treasures. Among them, there is the heavenly axe. This Tama does have a bit of a kink in it. It was also at this time. Ding! For the successful occupation of the alien universe by Chen Junlin, a recruiter from the Sky Blue Star universe. The celestial blue star universe will merge with the alien universe, synchronizing the expansion of the universe by an equal amount. In order to avoid being affected by disturbances at the time of fusion, the conscripts are requested to return to the main universe as soon as possible and wait patiently. Another message announcement alert. Glancing once again at the alien universe, which had been reduced to his own territory. Gradually becoming illusory, Chen Junlin did not intend to continue to stay here. Swish. Thoughts. Chen Junlin then ended this campaign and returned directly to the Sky Blue Star universe world. And what he doesn't realize is, at this very moment, in the entire Sky Blue Star, because of the previous All Heavens and All Worlds Network universe announcement reminder, it has completely blown up. Chapter 23 Sky Blue Star Controller. Lu family, it's time to settle the score. This moment. The major media reports, the headlines, the billboards above the Sky Blue planet. It had all been filled with news of Chen Junlin in the first place. Just under half an hour. The very name of Chen Junlin transcends the history of the Sky Blue Star, the 3 most searched words on the internet. Some fanatical fans from all over the world have even made up "The King is in the 9 heavens, invincible in the world," and "The King is in the 9 heavens, invincible in the world." It is a well-deserved human emperor. Congratulations to the human emperor, unrivaled in the world, for the success of his conquest, the ancient sages of the. There is nothing better than this. The first person in the sky blue, the human race reappears the human emperor, and so on. Different banners are endless. Anyway. Throughout the sky blue star, countless people across the net were shocked by Qin Junlin's strength. Even the executives of the sky blue star. The ministers of special affairs. This was because they had not expected Qin Junlin to be so heaven-defying either. It hasn't been long since this was linked to the World Wide Web. To actually directly destroy a universe with 119 level cosmic beings? You know, after some mutual verification. They, a group of powerful men who stood at the top of the sky blue star, had determined that each star level up of a dragon spiritist is equivalent to a 1 level upgrade in the level of a cosmic being. A 3-star dragon spiritist corresponds to a level 3 cosmic being, while an 8-star dragon spiritist corresponds to a level 8 cosmic being. Since they didn't yet know much about the web of the worlds, they didn't even have the courage that take the lead in launching the conquest. It turns out I didn't expect. When they were still hesitating to make the conquest, Qin Junlin had then already exterminated an alien universe for the sky blue star. In that case, wouldn't it mean that Qin Junlin, the first person of the human race, all of its combat power actually exceeded that of a terrifying 119-star dragon spirit master? One thought. Even Lu Zhanxiu, the chief commander of the special department of the 9 states who was the strongest combatant on the surface of the Great Summer Kingdom, was still frightened, his eyelids jumping one after the other. He's a good boy too. What an outrageous concept this is. In this sky blue star for 1,000 years, countless dragon spirit masters had longed for the incomparable god-level dragon spirit master. In front of Qin Junlin, I'm afraid he's not even as good as an ant, right? But what really makes Lu Zhanxiu feel the most outrageous and appalled is, according to the description in the announcement message, Qin Junlin was only level 4 at the time. The strength of a 4-star dragon spirit master to exterminate an alien universe? Are you sure this isn't a pipe dream? Don't they go by the same system? Why is it that they, the 4-star dragon spirit masters, can barely even pop a bigger mountain? But Qin Junlin can destroy the universe? No one can understand or answer why. The only thing he could be sure of now was that Qin Junlin would be the strongest human emperor in the history of the sky blue planet, and would be counted in ancient history as an unquestionable myth that would be passed down through the ages. Old Qina, this kid that your girl is looking at seems to be a little too fierce. How much more intel do you really have on him? Hurry up and tell us. Lu Zhanxiu stared at Qin Shouzheng with blazing eyes. Having heard what was said, Qin Shouzheng, on the other hand, smiled hopelessly and bitterly. I, in fact, don't know much. For what little I know, it's not nearly as much as what you guys just pulled up. Lu Zhanxiu slowly nodded, then looked at a young subordinate next to him again. Asked, what's happening now with what I asked you to do just now? Back to the commander-in-chief, according to your instructions, the 9 divisions of the Yinjing Dragon Group. Already in the first instance, all the personnel of the Lu family, as well as all the members of the forces that had befriended the Lu family, had been taken down. Always ready to act on command. At the same time, the Lu family, including all the forces that have made friends with them, have committed all the illegal and criminal acts over the years. All organized too. The youth subordinate replied respectfully and incomparably. Well, so be it. Mr. Chen has made immeasurable contributions to our sky blue star. It is only right that we should give him a gift too. Lu Zhanxiu nodded and said, his fingers lightly snapping a few times on the table. After they've done some digging. Naturally, he also knew about the feud dispute between Qin Junlin's mother and the Lu family back then. Originally, he had already planned to return the favor by handing over the entire Lu family to Qin Junlin to deal with. It just didn't occur to him that with such amazing strength, Qin Junlin basically didn't even need them to step in. Let's go. Let's go visit Mr. Chen now. That's right, bring the Great Summer 9 States tripod with you, there's no need to ask for permission from above. Ding. Sky Blue Star Universe, Alien Universe, fusion complete. The chi of the Sky Blue Star Universe's living beings has increased dramatically, and the universe's position has been upgraded. Ding. Congratulations, due to your successful conquest of Alien World. Gain dominion over this universe number 0109100093. Therefore, you have all the power to merge that part of the universe with the planet Sky Blue. and can be stripped out individually at any time. It was also at the time when Lu Zhanxiu and the others used the space dragon to cross over to the Yinjing Lu family. Chen Junlin also happened to return to the sky blue star. He couldn't help but smile slightly after listening to a prompt in his ear that the heart is filled with a nice sense of reward. This so-called fusion of universes isn't just getting the alien universe right next to the sky blue planet. Rather, they are dispersed and evenly integrated into every part of the sky blue star, whether it is the air, the soil, the plants. It is clear that the territory of the entire universe has increased, but the original division of the plates of the and yet it hasn't changed much. Certainly, all kinds of vegetation, under the power of such a huge heaven and earth, add to the growth rate is clearly increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Various mineral veins containing the energy of heaven and earth also appeared in the earth veins without realizing it. Overall, the boost from sky blue star is remarkable. Chen Junlin, on the other hand, could clearly feel that the entirety of the movement within this part of the cosmic territory after the fusion. Whether it's anything above any part of the sky blue planet, he knows it all by heart. And you can drive away the beings on it at will. He can descend to any corner with a single thought. If he was unhappy, he could still just strip the fused alien universe, once again. In fact, he was now the equivalent of the owner of the entire sky blue star. But that's mostly because now that sky blue star, he alone has successfully conquered and plundered the universe. If anyone else has managed to plunder a universe and fuse it in as well, then the other side will also have some of the rights. The more universes that are conquered, the more universes that are fused to the homeworld, then the more power one has. Even in the same universe, there's competition to become the strongest. Then you will have to fight to conquer. Gee, it's really just a case of trying to find ways to get people to go on conquests and pillage at every turn. Chen Junlin couldn't help but leisurely lament. Shook his head. Pay no more attention to these things. Chen Junlin slowly looked his gaze towards the direction of Yinjing, a ray of cold, chilling aura that flashing wildly in the eyes. As the absolute master of Sky Blue Star today, he was naturally able to sense what was happening in that Lu family at the moment. Yinjing Lu family. It's time to pay the debt you once owed. Swish. Thoughts. His entire figure quickly disappeared in place. Chapter 24: The Fear of the Lu Family. Yinjing, Lu Family. This ancient and powerful family was currently immersed in a tense atmosphere of. All of the Lu family members were all in a state of shock. They were completely unsure of what was going on. Why is the family suddenly surrounded by a group of unknown and mysterious powerhouses? Even if Lu Badian, who was the strongest combatant in the Lu family clan, now that he was already a peak 6-star dragon spirit master, he couldn't even help the other party, and was ruthlessly suppressed by a powerful dragon spirit. Can't move a muscle. The realm of this group of mysterious powerhouses was just 5 or 6-star dragon spirit masters. But their fighting power is so powerful that it is frightening, and their mutual cooperation and tacit understanding is even more exceedingly terrifying. Before today, the people of the Lu family would never have imagined that they, as a famous family in Yinjing, already ranked at the top of the 4 great families in the open, the result would actually be so unbearable. The current patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Lingxian, was also the very father of Chen Junlin, was standing in the courtyard with a grim expression on his face, looking at the powerful dragon spirit with an incomparably shocking aura. A flicker of imperceptible concern flashed in his eyes. Lingxian, what the hell is going on here? I just helped out and called my father's number, and I couldn't reach him at all either. Next to a middle-aged woman whose appearance and figure were kept pretty, a green teenager in his late teens was escorted in front of him and asked in a low voice with a worried face. Lu Lingxian didn't answer her, he just gazed closely at the bald man in front of him. Just now it was this guy, who was obviously only 40 years old. As a result, he had heavily injured that one old ancestor of the Lu family who had reached the peak of the 6 stars with a single strike. More than 10 years ago, he, Lu Lingxian, utilized the dragon spirit of that stupid. Successfully let his original S-Class Dragon Spirit advance to SS-Class Dragon Spirit Explosive Inflammation Golden Light Dragon, not long ago even set foot on the 6-star Dragon Spirit Master, in the same generation already belongs to the leader, Even that's some of the heavenly pride of the special department he didn't care about. But he's in front of this bald man at the moment. But he didn't even have the courage to summon a dragon spirit to fight with one. Special section. It must be someone from the special department to have such strength beyond that of a dragon spiritist of the same realm. Lu Lingxuan's mind was racing with thoughts, and in an instant, he conjured up many possibilities, including those of their own competitors' retaliation, hostile forces to suppress. After all, although the Lu family is now known as the first of the four great families of Yinjing, in reality, the Lu family is the first of the four great families of Yinjing. In reality, the Lu family is the first of the four great families of Yinjing. Those ancient families hidden in Yinjing, the Jingui Yuan Lao, and other forces that are not put in the open are the ones that really have the power to speak. Various opponents, possibilities, he had judged. But in the end, through the middle-aged woman's words just now, he realized that almost only the special department could make a move against the Lu family, which is clearly the four great families of Yinjing. Because the middle-aged woman is his current wife, Shen Huanhuan, whose family background is very deep. It was an ancient family that had been passed down for a long time, the Dragon family, and it was rumored that when that post-apocalyptic catastrophe occurred 1,000 years ago, it is the ancestor of the Shen family. Shen Huanxian, with great financial support to stabilize the back of the resource needs, is considered to be a merit, so even those Xinhua seniors also have to give three thin face. Back then, it was precisely to tie up with the Shen family, so that the Lu family could grow rapidly. He did not hesitate to bear the name of Heartless and be secretly laughed at by countless people in Yinjing, but also want to be a scum who abandoned his wife and son. And this decade has proved how wise his choice was. And now, I can't believe I can't even contact the Shen family. This means that his extravagant hope that the Shen family would come to the rescue of the Lu family, it's almost impossible. Although my Lu family has moved some behind the scenes. But this is something that almost all the great clans do, yet it's not so bad as to be able to cause the special ministry to take action, and even the Shen family can't step in to help. So, this must be because that gave birth to that made all that noise and exterminated the alien universe. Equivalent to the entire Sky Blue Star can't help him now. It's only normal that the special department's senior management wants to take my Lu family to show him good luck. Thinking about this, Lu Lingxian couldn't help but have a flash of coldness in his gaze. Hands tugged involuntarily a few inches tighter. As a matter of fact, ever since learning about that Chen Junlin who had managed to get Sky Blue Star to complete the cosmic plane advancement, it was the same that he had left behind in the first place, so he had been terrified in his heart and had summoned the top management of the Lu family to discuss countermeasures. But I didn't realize that, before a decision was made, the entire Lu family was then completely suppressed and controlled by this group of mysterious experts from the special department in front of them. Everything, it happened so suddenly, so fast. He had no time to react. I should have known. I shouldn't have been merciful in the first place, but should have quietly made my move and gotten this killed. Otherwise, why would it have gotten to this point? Lu Lingxuan's heart is full of remorse, but it is not regret that he abandoned his wife and son. Rather, he regretted not being able to cut off the roots and leave today's scourge behind. For he could not, by any stretch of the imagination, imagine that a lowly pariah that. In his eyes even beggars are not as good as things, only just awakened the dragon spirit, actually can turn over to become the first person in the Sky Blue Star. Even those mythological stories wouldn't dare to be so outrageous, would they? Ling Xian, say something. I'm so panicked right now. These people, are they with that? Well. Shen Huanhuan clenched her jaw, her pretty face a little pale, and said with trepidation. But before she could finish her sentence, Lu Lingxian directly covered her mouth with his hand. At the same time, Lu Lingxian cursed in his heart, this stupid woman is really stupid. How dare you say Chen Junlin in front of so many people, looking for death yourself, also don't piggyback on him, okay? Boom. It was also at this time that an incomparably powerful aura of oppression suddenly descended. Everyone couldn't help but look up into the sky, only to see a figure slowly descending, and the aura was overwhelming. The person who came was none other than Chen Junlin. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and wherever his gaze reached, it made the people of the Lu family present tremble with fear and trembling. Full of fear and despair. It's him. I can't believe it's really him. The who was abandoned by Lu Lingxian back then. This is clearly to come to their Lu family, to avenge the revenge of that year. Mr. Chen, you're here? The bald man, the ninth leader of the dragon team, saw Chen Junlin appear and, where would he dare to have the slightest frame of mind, he hurriedly ran forward and respectfully saluted. However, Chen Junlin didn't even bother to pay attention to him, his two eyes staring tightly at Lu Lingxian. as well as the mother and son of Shen Huanhuan by her side. What? Scared? Chen Junlin's gaze was like electricity, his tone cold and full of sarcasm as he said, Lu Lingxian. Do you think gagging her will stop your ugly sins? Lu Lingshuan's heart trembled fiercely, feeling Chen Junlin's powerful aura. He actually had the feeling that he had nowhere to hide. Dead. As long as the other party made a move, he would surely die. This was the only thought that came to Lu Lingshuan's mind. He held back the fear and despair in his heart and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Junlin. Back then I was sorry for you and your mother, but after all, blood is thicker than water, you and I are father and son after all. My hand. But. Before Lu Lingxian could finish his sentence, blood, like a column of. Then it sprayed out from his right hand that was covering Shen Huanhuan's mouth. In an instant, blood spurted out, like a fountain in a poignant arc in the air, It splashed straight down on the faces of Shen Huanhuan's mother and son. The hot touch seemed like a branding iron, It was as if it left a fiery pain on their skin. Blood! Shen Huanhuan screamed, subconsciously wiping away the blood on her face with her hand. But the blood was like a naughty child, scurrying across her face, unable to be wiped clean. Lu Lingshuan's left hand, forcefully covering his blood-drenched right arm, the pain of a broken arm. It caused his entire face to be nearly twisted, but he forced himself not to let out a roar of pain. Father and son? Are you worthy of that? Chen Junlin let out a cold laugh filled with disdain. Junlin, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. Please let us go. It's me who's sorry for you, and even more sorry for Chen Yao. I'm kowtowing to you, okay? Shen Huanhuan finally couldn't help but open her mouth, her eyes filled with pleading and fear. There is no longer the same condescending attitude that Chen Junlin had at his mother's funeral. Shut up! Chen Junlin gave a cold shout. Your apology, I don't need it, much less accept it. I'm here today just to settle old scores between us. Chen Junlin's voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. Suddenly, Chen Junlin raised his eyebrows and glanced at his younger brother who was so scared that he pissed himself. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a grim smile. Ha! Lu Lingxian, didn't you say that father and son are very much in love and that blood is thicker than water? Now then, I'll give you a chance, only one of you can live between you and him. You, how do you choose? Chapter 25 Hey, Lu family head, hello again. You. Lu Lingshuan's entire body seemed to be struck by lightning, and he stared wide-eyed at the. Unbelievably looking at Chen Junlin, his body trembled like a broken leaf in the wind. The screams of Shen Huanhuan and the cries of the child that. All seemed to be engulfed in invisible fear in this moment. The other side is clearly trying to see him kill his own son with his own hands. Either that or have your son kill him. This means. It's a bit too harsh. Shen Huanhuan was even more bloodless, her whole body trembled unceasingly, she hugged her son beside her tightly with all her strength. His body couldn't help but shield him, as if that would give him a hint of security. She didn't even dare to talk to Lu Lingxian anymore either, and her tears kept swirling in her eyes. Because she knew Lu Lingshuan's character very well in her heart, the other party might really dare to do it if he wanted to live. The surrounding people, including the dragon team and other lines, all held their breaths. Again, not daring to make a single sound, the atmosphere of the scene was tense to the extreme. Though somewhat cruel, this clearly belongs to Mr. Chen Junlin's personal act of revenge. They have no reason, nor are they in that position to stop it. Chen Junlin! Do you really have to go that far? Lu Lingxian held back the pain, as well as the anger and suffocation in his heart, and struggled as hard as he could to ask. Chen Junlin sneered disdainfully, Jedi? Back then, when you guys turned on me and mother. Ever think of the word? What? Such a simple matter, 10 years ago the Lu family master had already made his choice. Now, instead, can't you make a choice? Chen Junlin's voice was filled with sarcasm and indifference. Lu Lingxian raised his head and looked at Shen Huanhuan and Lu Yifan, who were next to him. A flash of agonizing struggle flashed in his eyes. On one side is his bloodline, and on the other side is his life. It's a choice no one can make lightly. But soon. When he looked at Chen Junlin's cold and desperate face again, after. That hint of struggle was then replaced by a flash of determination. His body had long since been drenched in cold sweat, and he kept twitching, taking a deep breath and. Looking at Shin Huanhuan's mother and son in front of him, he said with difficulty, Huanhuan, What do you want? Don't come over. Lu Lingxian, you heartless. He's your own son, you're his father. Shin Huanhuan's face, which was covered in blood, revealed a flash of horror and despair. His body trembled madly with fear, and he kept falling backward while holding Lu Yifan. She didn't realize that this heartless brute, in order to stay alive, I can't believe I'm actually going to do it to my own son. Biori Lotus Dragon. Thousand Lotus Guardian. Green Stem Winding. That is, in an instant of effort, Shin Huanhuan, in the heat of the moment, in order to protect her son. One could only summon his dragon spirit. At once. A blue-green vine spewed out from the mouth of the blue-leaf lotus dragon, and it quickly wound towards Lu Lingxian. At the same time, a lotus flower shadow, again, sprang out from the lotus dragon scales on the blue-leaf lotus dragon's body, It quickly surrounded the mother and son of Shin Huanhuan beside the two of them. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Lingxuan's eyes, and he knew deep down that this was his only chance. In order to survive, he had to be ruthless. Chen Junlin. In front of so many people, I hope you keep your word. A big roar and growl. Lu Lingxian instantly summoned his SS-ranked Dragon Spirit Explosive Flame Golden Light Dragon. Although he had been cut off by Chen Junlin and his strength had been greatly reduced. However, it was almost effortless to deal with the district's one auxiliary class, the Aqua Leaf Lotus Dragon. Lu Lingxian, how dare you! Shin Huanhuan hissed and shouted, tears blurring her vision. However, Lu Lingxian had completely lost his mind. He urged the explosive inflammation golden light dragon to spit out golden dragon flames, and in an instant, those vines were reduced to nothing, and a lotus flower shadow light shield, 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 and a lotus flower shadow light shield. Also starting to falter. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. You guys love Yifan so much, are you just going to watch Yifan die? Shin Huanhuan, in despair, could only look pleadingly at the Lu family's old family head and the others. However, the two were silent. While the rest of the surrounding Lu family clansmen, one by one, looked away from the. They were now in trouble themselves, so how could they care about other people's deaths? What's more, at this moment, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Chen Junlin was determined to torture Lu Lingxian, who dared to touch the mold. Maybe, when Chen Junlin had finished venting his hatred in his heart, will they just let them, the Lukes, go? After all, it was Lu Lingxian who dumped his wife and son in the first place, not them. Lu Lingxian, you animal, can you really bear to do this? Don't you love vanilla at all? Shin Huanhuan stared at Lu Lingxian with a face full of despair and pain. Dad! Dad! I'm scared! Lu Yifan's eyes, filled with fear, trembled his body, and shouted in a low voice, trying to awaken Lu Lingxuan's humanity. A flash of pain flashed in Lu Lingxuan's eyes, but his determination did not waver. He clenched his fists in death and hissed, I endure. You will not die today. Then we'll all die. In this world, only the strong survive. This is reality. Ah! 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 Lu Lingxian whistled furiously in pain, his eyes red as blood, the whole person was like a maniacal demon. And just at that moment, Shin Huanhuan's bi-leaf lotus flower dragon finally couldn't withstand the pressure. The dragon spirit wailed and was instantly engulfed by the blazing flames, and the lotus flower shadow completely collapsed. No! Shin Huanhuan, who had lost the guardianship of the dragon spirit, let out a heartbreaking and desperate scream. With all her strength, she pushed Lu Yifan out, but she herself was instantly engulfed by the flames. Mother! Lu Yifan's eyes widened in fear as he witnessed his mother being engulfed in flames. He was grief-stricken, but there was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yifan, who had long since been frightened and scared, and whose legs were weak, was similarly buried in the dragon flames. The screams of woe that go on and on. Chilling. Huanhuan. Yifan. Lu Lingxuan's heart seemed to be burning in flames as well. In this moment, he seemed to have a clear conscience, and realized that he had made an irreparable mistake that. But it was too late. Shin Huanhuan's figure disappeared in the firelight, leaving a trail of tears and despair. Lu Yifan's wail was like a sharp blade that cut into Lu Lingxuan's heart. This moment, Lu Lingxuan's body felt as if it had been drained of its strength, and he fell to his knees, looking at the flames that Endless remorse and pain flowed from his eyes. Chen Junlin. Now, are you satisfied? He looked up at Chen Junlin, his voice hoarse and desperate, both his eyes dripping with hidden blood. Wonderful, just wonderful. What a Lu family master who claims that blood is thicker than water, father and son. Chen Junlin immediately clapped his hands and applauded, tilting his head back and laughing. Okay. Since the Lu family master is so determined, then I will give you a chance to live as promised. Gee. However, the Lu family master must still pay attention. Next time I see you, I will kill you. Chen Junlin grinned as his figure shifted and disappeared. Such a scene. Instantly, it left Lu Lingxian, as well as the surrounding Lu family members, and all the members of the dragon team dumbfounded. Chen Junlin, actually, really let him off the hook so easily? Lu Lingxian looked at the two scorched black bodies in front of him, and a hint of pain flashed through the depths of his eyes. As well as a deep resentment. If there is an opportunity, he vows to avenge today. But... swish! To everyone's surprise, Chen Junlin suddenly reappeared once more, while a playful smile appeared on his face. Laughing teasingly at Lu Lingxian in front of him. Hey! Master Lu! We meet again. Chapter 26 True Spirit Eternal Annihilation Talisman, the Lu family will cease to exist. You! Lu Lingxian stared at Chen Junlin with wide eyes, full of incredulity. The horror in his heart knew no bounds. This tactic of Chen Junlin was clearly a deliberate attempt to tease him. He's never wanted to let him go. But he, actually, was naive enough to believe it. He killed his own wife and son with his own hands. This is Chen Junlin's deliberate revenge. To make him suffer. To make him despair. Chen Junlin, you're breaking your promise. Lu Lingxian roared with impotent rage, even so angry that in his eyes, in his mouth, in his ears, all began to seep out drops of blood. He already knew that he had completely planted himself today, and was completely played by Chen Junlin. Promise? Lu family master, so many people present are watching. But I've already given you a chance, as promised. Chen Junlin laughed mockingly, his gaze filled with indifference. Then he looked at the ninth leader of the dragon group next to him and asked with a smile, "You all saw it just now, didn't you?" And the bald dragon team leader sniffed and replied in a hurry, "That's right. We all saw it. Mr. Chen did give you a chance and reminded you at the end that you were the one who didn't leave just now. Mr. Chen did absolutely nothing wrong. Much less breaking a promise. After all was said and done." In his heart, the bald dragon team leader was also secretly overwhelmed with emotion. As the leader of the dragon team, he knew very well that in this world, only the strong could set the rules. And now, Mr. Chen, undoubtedly, is that strong man. One that is strong enough to make any powerhouse, in the sky blue star. An absolutely invincible powerhouse that all could only look up to. Anything Mr. Chen says is the rule. Chen Junlin, you cheap bastard, just like Qinyao that, you all deserve to die. Go to hell. Sacrificial elegy. The sorrowful cry of the dragon flame. And having heard the words of the dragon leader, Lu Lingxian could no longer suppress the emotions of despair, fear, and pain within his heart, and used all the power he had in his life to catalyze the SS-class dragon spirit. An unprecedented sacrificial killing move erupted and blasted towards Chen Junlin. He already knew in his heart that Chen Junlin would never let him go, and even in order to stop the trouble forever. Maybe even the entire Lu family will be decimated. Therefore, the only chance he had to survive now was to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Chen Junlin with a sneak attack. For this reason, he spared no expense in sacrificing 20 years of his lifespan, and his entire person aged almost instantly. But, as long as Chen Junlin was killed, then all problems would no longer be a problem. Mr. Chen, watch out. The bald dragon team leader's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. I did not expect this Lu Lingxian actually willing to spend 20 years of life to fight to the death, such a terrible killing move even he did not dare to resist. However, in the face of Lu Lingxian's frantic counterattack, Chen Junlin was unperturbed. His eyes glittered with contempt, as if he had everything under control. As the powerful sacrificial killing move Dragon Flame Sorrow surged forward with an aura of destruction, he gently lifted his hand, and an invisible energy fluctuation emanated from the center of his palm. Do you think that such a tactic will be able to hurt me? Chen Junlin's voice was calm and firm, and the corners of his mouth even hung a hint of a mocking smile. He gently raised his hand, and with a seemingly casual wave, the furious dragon flame that. Then it disappeared without a trace as if it had encountered a black hole. Your bottom line, nothing more. Chen Junlin's disdainful voice echoed in the air. With that amount of damage, it didn't even qualify to tickle the king of aliens. Lu Lingxuan's eyes widened. Unbelievably, he watched as his lifespan depleting strike was so easily neutralized, and his mind began to completely collapse. His body was the first to fail to support him, and the rate of aging intensified, as if he were a candle in the wind. No, it can't be. Lu Lingxian shouted hoarsely, I gave 20 years of my life, how can you? You are not qualified enough. Chen Junlin interrupted, in this world, there are things that you can never imagine. At this point, the atmosphere around us became incredibly depressing, all of them could feel that powerful aura radiating from Chen Junlin. In front of this breath, they were as small as ants. Lu Lingxuan's body finally couldn't take it and he fell to his knees and his eyes were filled with despair and remorse. He knew that his life was coming to an end. Ha ha! Chen Junlin, even if you kill me, so what? Don't you just want to see me suffer, regret, and admit my mistake? You don't want to. Even if I die, I, Lu Lingxian, will never regret it, much less admit my mistake. I won't be sorry that I dumped you with that ST. I'll only regret that I didn't strangle your ass sooner. Lu Lingxian seemed to be anticipating a certain death, so he laughed maniacally. Glaring at Chen Junlin, he gritted his teeth and said. Chen Junlin's gaze was like a torch as he stared coldly at Lu Lingxian. The look was as if he was looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with him. He slowly raised his hand, and the air around him seemed to freeze with it. It is true that you will not regret it, for your heart has long since lost its humanity. Chen Junlin's voice was cold, like the north wind in the middle of winter. Do you think your remorse matters to me? Chen Junlin sneered, today, I want more than just your life. And the destruction of your Lu family, returning justice to my mother will be enough. The words just fell. Chen Junlin's figure shifted and instantly appeared in front of Lu Lingxian, one of his hands grabbing his throat. Give it a squeeze. Well. Lu Lingxuan's face instantly turned red, his eyes bulged out, and he had difficulty breathing. He tried to struggle, but his body felt like it was immobilized, unable to move. Bastard. You, Lu Lingxian squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Don't worry. Even if you die, don't think you'll be relieved. Chen Junlin let out a sardonic smile, the power in his hands gradually increased, Lu Lingxuan's breath was getting weaker and weaker. It ended up being a hard choke. Swish. Next second. A talisman with flickering light appeared in Chen Junlin's left hand. True Spirit Eternal Havoc Talisman. It can cause the true spirit to hang in the river of destiny, unable to transcend and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Day after day to bear the most painful 10,000 karmic punishments in the heavens and the worlds, the pain doubles day after day, and the birth is never ending, never ending. Its value, 10 trillion universal coins. Chicken ribs inexpensive, but Chen Junlin felt it was worth it. Ka-ching! The energy within the talisman in his hand instantly condensed and manifested to form a beam of light that. It quickly scurried into Lu Lingxuan's soul, then wrapped up and darted towards the river of destiny. Hiss. The people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, although they didn't know what that beam of light was just now, but knew that this thing was definitely not simple. And then associating it with what Chen Junlin had just said. This Lu Lingxian, I'm afraid I don't know what kind of horrible torture I have to endure. Chen Junlin withdrew his hand, his gaze swept over the Lu family's crowd, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. That smile was chilling. From today, the Lu family will cease to exist. His voice was like a pronouncement, making everyone present feel that invisible pressure. As Chen Junlin's words fell, the entire Lu family's clansmen all turned pale, and they understood that after today, the Lu family will be history. No, Chen Junlin, you've gotten your revenge. Spare me. That's Lu Lingxuan's fault, it has nothing to do with me. I am willing to take your name and reclassify it into the Lu family tree. And you can also erect a monument for your mother, Chen Yao, with the spirit seat in the ancestral shrine. Chen Junlin, we. Boom. An explosive sound rang out, the blood mist erupted, it was actually the head of the old master of the Lu family that exploded. Chapter 27 Mr. Alone is the weight of the great summer state. Boom. Another mist of blood. Boo. 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 The blood mist that filled the sky was like a brilliant bloom of flowers on the other side of the river, demonic, bizarre, and shocking to the eyes. The bloody and horrible scene that made all the members of the Dragon Group's 9 teams pale with horror. It just happened right in front of them, only to feel their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble. And Chen Junlin's eyes were cold and indifferent to the pleas and promises of the Lu family members. There was not the slightest fluctuation within him at all. In the past, these people expelled his mother, and even humiliated her at her funeral, stomping on the spirit tablet. And now you're claiming innocence? You want him to change his mind? Let the Lukes go? Finally. After the entire Lu family, only the dragon team and their group were left. Only then did Chen Junlin raise his head to look at the sky. Mother, in heaven, do you see? I have avenged you and made the Lu family pay the price they deserve. Chen Junlin murmured in a low voice, only a touch of sorrow flashed in his eyes. On Earth he was originally an orphan, and it was hard to feel a mother's love in this life's experience. But I didn't realize it would be so regrettable. He had also thought of using some of the means within the lucky store of the worlds, what with the resurrection technique that. The law of the return of the soul, the holy grail of resurrection. And such attempts to resurrect the mother, but all this by means of the. It is only useful for the universe after the sky blue star is data mined in all the worlds. In other words, the registration of the sky blue star in the World Wide Web is based on the completion of the current cosmic advancement as the starting point, while everything in the universe before this advancement is completely blank. The equivalent of being directly overwritten. But you can also rest assured that I will, one day, will definitely find a chance to bring you back truly revived. A look of determination flashed across Chen Junlin's gaze. The World Wide Web is powerful, yes. However, in his opinion, it may not be the real limit. It's just that he's not really strong enough right now. For the time being, the barrier from the All Worlds network is just a barrier that can't be overcome. Rumble. Rumble. It was also at this time. In the void, a violent and incomparable spatial fluctuation suddenly filled out. Follow closely. A figure with an incomparably strong aura appeared in front of Chen Junlin one after another. The leader of the group was the chief minister of the special department, Lu Zhanxiu. Behind it followed the rest of the special department ministers and elites, together carrying an ancient bronze giant tripod. As well as the Shin family, the Bai family and other families that were friends with the Lu family, who were trapped by the space dragon using the space prisoner. Apparently, Lu Zhanxiu and the others had rushed over at the first opportunity after learning the news that Chen Junlin was in the Lu family. And Lu Zhanxiu and the others, looking at the piles of headless bodies on the ground as well as the blood all over the ground. All of them could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. But, well, at least he's seen it all. Lu Zhanxiu stabilized his mind almost instantly and walked directly to Chen Junlin. With a respectful salute, he said, Mr. Chen Junlin, thank you for taking the trouble to solving the Lu family, a large crime syndicate. For us, I, Chen Zhanxiu, on behalf of all the members of the special department, would like to express my heartfelt respect to you. Chen Zhanxiu? Isn't your last name Lu? Chen Junlin raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Zhanxiu's question with some surprise. Having heard what was said, Lu Zhanxiu's face did not turn red, and he replied with a straight face, in my heart, to Mr. Chen Junlin. I have long admired you as my role model. To show my admiration for you, I'm already planning to change my last name to Chen. And when Qin Shoujing and the others beside him saw this, the corners of their mouths all twitched. This old thing has such a strong desire for survival that he doesn't even want to lose his face? Why didn't they realize it before? It's not just seeing Mr. Chen Junlin, who seems to have a grudge against the Lu family. Worried that because of the Lu last name attracted the other side dissatisfaction, but also want to show some convenience to hug the thigh, this is intended to change the last name for Chen? When Chen Junlin heard this, a teasing smile flashed across his face, and in his heart, he felt 1,000 emotions. That's reality. When possessed of absolute power. Even the special department commander-in-chief of the Sky Blue Star had to be careful and lower his posture. He gently patted Lu Zhanxiu's shoulder and blandly said, Commander Lu, I appreciate your feelings. But a big thing like changing your last name still requires careful consideration. When Lu Zhanxiu heard this, his heart tightened and he quickly took a stand, Mr. Chen Junlin. I have already considered you as a guiding light, and I have already thought through the matter of changing my last name, and I have no intention of backtracking. Chen Junlin nodded slightly, but he no longer dwelled on this issue. He turned to look at the Shin family, the Bai family, and other family forces that were trapped by the spatial prison. His eyes went cold, and to these clans that had once been in bed with the Lu family. And yet, it was not the least bit favorable. Mr. Chen Junlin, what do you think is the best way to dispose of these people? Seeing this, Lu Zhanqiu also hurriedly asked cautiously. Chen Junlin pondered for a moment and slowly spoke, what should be done about it? That's naturally a matter for the Ministry of Special Affairs, how can I go beyond the kitchen? Air. Lu Zhanqiu froze slightly, not expecting Chen Junlin to let him decide. Then he'd have to deal with a performance to make it work. Sweeping his eyes over those trapped family forces one by one, and then associating it with Chen Junlin's hatred for the Lu family. The decision was then made in his mind. Compared to making Chen Junlin, the first person of the Sky Blue Star, upset and causing turmoil in the Sky Blue Star. What does this some lineage count for? These people, since they had been complicit with the Lu family, should be dealt with for the same offense as the Lu family. Chop! With Lu Zhanqiu's order, the elites of the special department moved quickly. The people from the Shin family, the Bai family and other families were directly beheaded one by one in front of Chen Junlin. No! My lord, spare my life. We are willing to surrender all our property. These once high and mighty sons of nobles, at this moment each one of them looked as if they were dead gray. Eyes full of fear and unwillingness, desperately wailing for mercy. For a moment, a strong smell of blood filled the entire Lu family land. And as Chen Junlin watched this scene, his heart did not fluctuate much. Because he knew very well in his heart that in this world, the weak and the strong was the eternal truth. These people are widely involved with the Lu family, and many of them have marriages. If, by today's mercy, there's no guarantee that these people won't become a scourge because of what opportunities they've gained. He, Chen Junlin, since he chose to take revenge, it was only right that he should cut off the roots. And after doing that, Lu Zhanqiu. Oh, it should be called Chen Zhanqiu now. Once again, he respectfully said to Chen Junlin, Mr. Chen Junlin, you have made an unimaginable contribution to the Sky Blue Star, which is the work of 10,000 generations and 1,000 autumns. Be a great saint of merit and enjoy the incense of earthly temples. So, after a joint deliberation by the senior management of Daxia, we have decided to build a temple and mold a golden statue for you. For future generations to honor and protect peace on earth. At the same time, in order to show our respect for you, the special ministry has decided to present the Great Xia 9 States tripod to you. Chen Zhanqiu said with a solemn expression. Hearing the words Xia 9 Prefecture tripod, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes. This Great Xia 9 States ding is a legendary national weapon, possessing extraordinary power. It seemed to be able to mobilize a trace of the power of the Great Summer's 9 States Qi, with which the minister of the Special Department of the 9 States could summon the ancient 9 States Great Formation, exerting an incomparably powerful might. Rumor has it that it has always been regarded as a treasure by the Special Section, and now it's going to be gifted to you? Are you sure? Chen Junlin asked with a frown. Words. Chen Zhanqiu hurriedly and respectfully replied, the 9-state tripod, which can town the Great Summer's Qi and fortune. Protecting the peace and quiet of hundreds of millions of people in Daxia is the important weapon of the Daxia state, which is of extraordinary significance, therefore, although I think I am not qualified to use the Special Department of Virtue and Behavior. And yet they still do their best to defend it and dare not fail. Ran. Nowadays, Mr. alone is the most important weapon of my Daxia country. It is the destiny of all the people of Daxia. This thing, under the sky, when only Mr. can have the virtue to live in. Chapter 28 Unsealing the Great Summer Tripod of the 9 States, Heaven-Defying Attribute Effect. And Qin Shouzhen, who was next to him, also reacted extremely quickly and quickly took advantage of the opportunity to say, that's right. Please rest assured, Mr. Chen, that this move by our special department is well thought out. The contribution you have made to Sky Blue Star. It is only right that the Xia 9 States tripod should be given to you. Moreover, we believe that you are the only one in this heaven and earth who can utilize its true power to guard our great Xia Kyushu. The rest of the special ministers, likewise, followed suit and expressed no opinion. Kidding aside, with Chen Junlin's current strength, I'm afraid that the entire Sky Blue Star is equivalent to the other parties, so it would be better to do a favor and hand over the tripod of the 9 states voluntarily. Seeing this, Qin Junlin could not help but feel a great deal of emotion in his heart. That's the benefit of being powerful, for sure. If he wasn't so far ahead of the crowd right now, as impenetrable as a moat, I'm only afraid that it would be impossible to get the Great Summer's 9 prefecture tripod so easily. He pondered for a brief moment, then nodded slowly, as the crowd watched, and, opening his mouth, he replied, "Since you guys trust me so much, I'll do the honors. After all, it's come to this moment, and if we have to push back again, that would be uncharacteristically sycophantic." That's it. Qin Junlin gently waved his hand, and then that ancient and huge bronze giant tripod that. Easily grasping it in his hand, his gaze like a torch fell on top of the tripod of the 9 states, seeming as if it could penetrate all the secrets of the world. Qin Shoujing and Shen Junqiu glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. This Daxia 9 states tripod is extraordinary. It was when the sky blue planet suffered a catastrophe of life and death. When the dragon vein of the Great Wall of China was manifested, it was accompanied by the most precious treasure, which was not only tall in size, but was 9 feet by 9 feet high. The weight is also astounding, as if it were comparable to the 9 Mount Taishan mountains. So much so that it took more than one person at a time to fight it off in their special section. But I didn't realize. Qin Junlin merely waved his hand and took the tripod of the 9 states directly over. Even forcibly shrunk it into a small toy, directly in the hand to play with. Such unimaginable means are no better than immortal gods, right? It's no wonder that Qin Junlin was able to rely on his own strength. It then exterminated the alien world that had once caused a horrific disaster to Sky Blue Planet. Just how could they not understand how Qin Junlin's strength could be so outrageous? Obviously, the other party had only awakened the dragon spirit for less than a day. In that dimensional advancement trial, what kind of outrageous chance did Qin Junlin obtain? At this moment, Chen Zhanqiu and the others, including most of the people of the Sky Blue Star, Basically, it was believed that Qin Junlin's rise to power was probably due to the powerful opportunity he had gained in the dimensional advancement trial test. Otherwise, all are equally dragon spirit masters, even if you have an extreme SS-class dragon spirit. It can't be that far apart, can it? Extreme SS-class dragon spirit masters, although only a dozen or so have been born in the past 1,000 years, rare and incomparable. Each of them possessed a terrifying strength that crushed the same realm. However, it was impossible for them to be so powerful that they were as unbelievable as Qin Junlin. Qin Junlin didn't care what the others around him thought. He gently played with the Great Xia 9 Prefecture tripod in his hand, and he couldn't help but be interested in it in his heart. In the textbook of the Sky Blue Star, it is written that this tripod of the 9 states. Legend has it that there is a magical power, which gathers the chi of the 9 states of Daxia and inherits the civilization heritage of Daxia. It is the supreme treasure that shelters Daxia. In the beginning, it was precisely because of this object and the true dragon manifested by the miles of Great Wall that sheltered the. At the time when the heavenly blue planet suffered a great catastrophe of destruction, other empires besides the Great Xia, such as the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the White Elephant Kingdom, and so on, they were all reduced to rubble. In the end, there was only one remaining empire, the Great Xia, on the vast Sky Blue Planet. It can be said that the shelter of the Kyushu tripod is of vital importance. As far as the eye can see, Daxia Jiuzhou Ding, 9 feet high, symbolizing the dignity and majesty of the 9 states, it is covered in bronze. There were 9 divine dragons carved on it, each with their own lifelike postures. At the bottom of the tripod of the 9 states, it is even engraved with the 8 words Daxia 9 states, Shilong prosperity, showing its extraordinary origin. The children of the Great Summer may, by certain means, call forth the hidden power within the tripod of the 9 states. To guard the land of Daxia. It is said that there was a purgatory-level interdimensional plague of insects. However, in just 3 days, it caused great losses to the Grand Xia, and in the end, it was the ministers of the Special Department of Kyushu who made a concerted effort to use this item. Hard to take in the purgatory level of interdimensional space. And at this time, perhaps because the whole of the Sky Blue Planet has joined the All Worlds network. It's already finished being data mined, so the tripod of the Kyushu is just like those artifacts inside the online games that. It is beginning to show the effects of some of the data explicit attributes. The Daxia tripod of the 9 states. Grade, unsealed. Effect, unsealed. Under the watchful eye of Qin Junlin, this Daxia 9 Prefecture tripod, which belonged to the supreme treasure of the human race. The attribute effect was displayed in front of him, but it was in an unsealed state. This caused Chen Junlin to take a meaningful look at Lu Zhanxiu and the others. Now that the Sky Blue Star had completed its data advancement, Lu Zhanxiu and the others were bound to have known about the situation of the Great Summer's 9-state tripod. Only, they don't know how to unblock it. It is impossible to know its specific attribute effect. Otherwise, I think it will not be so generous to let it out on its own initiative. Of course, Chen Junlin wouldn't mind this little thought, anyway, since it's in his hands. Then don't even think about asking for it back. Just as he was about to try and push the power of the dragon to see if he could unseal it. Suddenly. Ding! Due to your breaking limits talent, the unsealed restriction on the Dasha Ji Zhou Ding has been lifted. Ding! You have obtained the Dasha 9 States tripod in an undamaged state. Ding! You have unsealed the special treasure of humanity, the Great Summer tripod of the 9 States. You are the first one to unlock the special treasure in your universe, and you will have the exclusive right to this special treasure. You have been blessed with the fortune of humanity and have obtained the position of human emperor unique to all the heavens. The human imperial throne, humanitarian supremacy, the act of being a humane emperor, can be rewarded with humane chi fortune. The blessing of the heavens, 10,000 lifetimes, the immortals and gods dare not invade, and the evils dare not disturb. The Dasha tripod of the 9 states. Grade, special, exclusive, unique. Effect 1, co-owner of the world. Spreading and growing the fame of the empire by bringing together the faith of all the people, in order to raise the fortunes of the nation. Following this, the national foundation is strengthened. For every point of faith or fame you gain, your national fortune increases by 1 point. The entirety of the empire's subjects have their attack and defense increased by 1 point simultaneously. Effect number 2, the Honorable 99. By actively consuming 99 points of national luck per second, the holder's full attributes can be boosted by 99%. Reduces enemy attack power by 99% and reduces your own skill cooldown by 99%. Effect 3, 72 concubines in 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Chapter 29, Human Emperor of Dasha, Common Respect of the World. Effect 3, 72 concubines in 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Lonely Yang will not grow, lonely Yin will not be born. As a human emperor, there should be a harem to sit on. In order to consolidate the foundation of the world, for every concubine, the national fortune will be increased by 1% unconditionally. All aspects of your own base attributes are increased by 1%, and you gain an additional 100 points of power of the state per day. This item of effect caused even Chen Junlin to be slightly stunned. In the traditional cultures of the planet, the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards and 72 concubines represented the harem system of the ancient emperors, symbolizing supreme power and honor. I didn't realize that there was actually such a line in the attribute effects of this Kyushu tripod. And it's also very anticlimactic. As long as every concubine is enshrined, it will unconditionally increase the national fortune by 1%. Every day, you can also obtain additional power of national fortune, which, when combined with the first 2 effects of the Great Summer 9 States tripod, is simply not too outrageous. Even if they do nothing, as long as they keep taking concubines, won't they all be invincible? Effect 4, Wrath of the Human Emperor. Consuming 100 points of the power of national fortune to trigger the Wrath of the Emperor of Man. Inflicts an unavoidable and devastating true damage strike on a hostile target with no cooldown limit. Effect number 5, Humanitarian Blow. The more children you have, the stronger your nation becomes, and the fertility rate of all your children increases by 50%. For each additional citizen. You then gain a 1-point bonus to the full base attribute. Effectiveness 6, Humanity Forever. You can summon the Kyushu Heaven and Earth formation by gathering the will of all the people, and gather the Kyushu Dragon Vein. Within the Heaven and Earth formation, when you or your people's life value falls below 1%, you will automatically trigger the Salary Fire effect. Immediately restores 30% of one's life value and increases attack and defense by 30% with no cooldown. Though a man is like a glowing fire. There is also a will to reach for the heavens, and if the fire is not extinguished, humanity will be everlasting. Nice guy. Chen Junlin called out to the good guys straight in his heart. I didn't expect that this Great Summer's 9 States tripod from the Sky Blue Star would be so effective. This was all going to be fiercer than the 99% of the supreme treasures within the lucky store of the heavens. Moreover, it's still the only one in all the heavens. I'm the only one who possesses the tripod of the 9 states within the entire world of the heavens. And I'm the only true human emperor? This was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise to Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin was pleasantly surprised in his heart, and he knew deep down that with this great summer 9 states tripod, he, the human emperor, would mean holding supreme power. However, the more power you have, the more responsibility you have. Many of the word effects of the Joju tripod are related to the fate of the country. If you want to truly maximize the effect of the tripod of the 9 states, then you can't ignore the enhancement of the national fortune. Granted, by continually taking concubines one can enhance one's war power and national fortunes. But if it is really absurd and unbearable reckless consort, a short period of time may not matter, but sooner or later will also lead to people's grievances, but it is detrimental to the country's fortunes. The main way to allow the nation's fortunes to rise is still through fame and faith. Faith, naturally, is to come from the faith of the sons and daughters and is closely related to the strength of the sons and daughters. As for fame, that naturally comes from fighting. If we can make the name of the great summer kingdom resound through the heavens and the worlds, and the name moves through the ages, its fame value. Nature should not be underestimated. Chen Junlin did not expect that after unsealing the tripod of the 9 states, he would actually become a human emperor. When one thought of his current strength, placed in the middle of the entire sky blue star, he is indeed a human emperor, and is fully qualified to be a human emperor. However, in order to truly fulfill the identity of human emperor, there is still a prerequisite. That's the submission of the nations. Whether by suppression or by other means. The only way to get the approval of the people is to get the approval of the people. Only then can one be considered to have truly fused the human emperor qualities. It's just that. The great summer kingdom of the sky blue star abolished the so-called emperor feudal system thousands of years ago. It is said that all people are equal, but I wonder if the existence of human emperors will be allowed? Thinking about it, Chen Junlin looked at Lu Zhanqiu as well as Qin Shoujing and the others beside him and simply waved his hand. The attributes of the Dasha 9 states tripod were simply displayed. At once, the gazes of Lu Zhanqiu and Qin Shoujing and the others were all attracted over. And when they saw the heaven-defying attributes of the Grand Xia 9-state cauldron, all of their faces changed wildly, and their gazes revealed a deep look of incredulity. Hiss. Accompanied by a burst of cold breaths, everyone present was shocked beyond words. Such a treasure is unbelievable. No one expected that the great summer tripod of the 9 states would be unsealed after they. It's amazing that it would have such unimaginable abilities. No doubt about it. Whoever possessed the great Xia 9 states tripod would be a contemporary human emperor who could truly control everything. However, everyone present understood in their hearts that such a treasure was definitely not something that an ordinary person was qualified to possess. In particular, they have just now taken this one supreme treasure and it was given to Chen Junlin, the first person of the sky blue star who was comparable to a god. Obviously, Chen Junlin's position became even more unrivaled. No one in the whole world is qualified to seize the tripod of the 9 states and the position of human emperor. And so, after a very brief silence, Lu Zhanqiu was the first to react. Then leading everyone present, they all knelt down in unison and cried out, "Greetings to the human emperor." The tone of everyone present was filled with awe and loyalty, not daring to have any opinions at all. It's as if, on Earth, if a god from an ancient myth had actually descended into reality. Even if the other side does nothing, then there are bound to be tons of people bowing and kneeling. And at the moment, Chen Junlin was already no different from a deity. Seeing the group looking so knowledgeable, Chen Junlin also nodded his head slightly, secretly sighing in his heart, strength really is a marvelous thing. It can inspire awe and submission, and it can even break the rules and order that originally existed. At the same time, those powerful people behind the scenes of the Great Summer Kingdom who had seen the images of this scene through their summoning tools. There was a silence, not even daring to take a breath. After a long time, only then did a sigh ring out. Gentlemen, it was Chen Junlin who led the entire sky blue planet to complete the cosmic advancement. It is the work of 1,000 generations, and his own strength is to assume the role of a human emperor. Now, even the tripod of the 9 states recognizes him as its master, granting others the imperial throne grid. Strength, merit, status. He has it all, and deservedly so. I suppose you guys don't have any opinions on that, do you? There was another silence, and no one spoke. So after a few moments, throughout the room, another voice with a resolute tone came out from the party. Pass the word down at once, with immediate effect. Chen Junlin is the human emperor of the Grand Xia, and the people of the Grand Xia should honor the human emperor. Swish! At the signal of the highest level of Daxia, almost instantaneously, this one order then spread throughout the entire sky blue star. But there was little opposition to this order. After all, theirs was indeed because they had been subjected to the Qin Junlin. It's only then that they gained a great deal. For most of the people, it doesn't really matter at all who is in power. As long as they can live in peace and comfort, that's enough. And now, the entire sky blue star has undergone an unprecedented change in its pattern, and I'm afraid that only Qin Junlin, it is only with this ability and qualification that he can lead the sky blue star to kill his way out of the all worlds network, right? So, the matter of honoring Qin Junlin as the human emperor was accomplished with almost no effort. It was at the moment when Qin Junlin completed the fusion of the human emperor dimension. Qin Junlin felt the power of countless beliefs from the people of the Great Summer Kingdom, as well as the power of the entire Great Summer's national fortune. With a movement in his heart, the tripod of the 9 states emitted a dazzling and incomparable divine light in his hands. That light was like the eternal and indestructible flame of civilization, which made people's hearts admire it. This was the true power of the tripod of the 9 states, and the power of the national destiny that all the people of the 9 states of Daxia believed in. At this moment, Qin Junlin felt that he had, truly, become the absolute master of the Great Summer Kyushu. This feeling of absolute control was something that had not been possessed even before when the two universes had merged. Chapter 30, Manifestation of the Holy Spirit in Front of People, the Third Dragon Spirit. In the meantime, in Qin Junlin's eyes, a flash of light flashed. He could clearly feel that his basic attributes in all aspects had increased dramatically, which originated from the gain effect of the common lord of the world and humanity's radiance of the tripod of the 9 states. And right now on his attribute panel, the values about the power of faith, the power of national fortune, and the value of fame were all shown as well. Power of faith, 500 million more. National transportation, basic national transportation 2.6 billion, gain national transportation 1.3 billion. Prestige, more than 800 million. This, no doubt, is a very counterintuitive value. And the Great Summer's 9 states tripod is a well-deserved treasure of humanity. A humane supreme treasure with unique characteristics. Just by virtue of the current national fortune value of nearly $4 billion, through the attribute effect of co-lord of the world. This meant that the basic attack power and defense power of all the people of the Sky Blue Star Great Summer Kingdom had all increased by nearly 4 billion simultaneously. You know, being the 119th level alien king. Its attack and defense power was only just about 100 million or so. And this gain effect is always present and can be enhanced indefinitely, as long as one does not betray Daxia. Not to be deprived of the identity of the subjects by Qin Junlin, the human emperor, not to be erased. Unbelievable. It's incredible. Even Qin Junlin could not help but suck in a breath of cold air after seeing this exaggerated value. The unsealed Daxia tripod of the 9 prefectures allowed the human race to go from being a race with inherently weak roots to a race that it's instantly become a race that's enough to rival the various saint bodies and god bodies of the heavens and the earth. And I, the human emperor, even possess unimaginable gain additions. Took another deep breath. Qin Junlin focused his attention on the power of faith and fame. Although these two values were already exaggerated, he knew in his heart that this was far from the limit. The so-called power of faith. Naturally, it is the degree of faith, the degree of adoration in the hearts of the nationals of Daxia for him, as the man who changed the entire landscape of the sky blue planet. The strength of Qin Junlin's faith in the hearts of all the citizens of Daxia was naturally not bad, but most of them were only surprised and admiring after all. It has not yet reached that level of faith which is fervent or even daring to sacrifice one's life. This power of faith, therefore, could continue to skyrocket. In the same way, fame, which implies how much one's own reputation and prestige. Now that almost everyone in the Sky Blue Star knew of Qin Junlin's name and that he had become a human emperor, his fame was naturally almost as good as it could be. But prestige. Thought it was lacking. After all, just like when you swipe through the internet for a video. Knowing that some tycoon has made hundreds of billions of dollars more from his investments will awe your mind for a moment, but it doesn't actually make much sense to you personally. Because you can't appreciate what hundreds of billions of dollars really is. Awe is just that, awe, and you can't possibly be in awe of him for that. The authority of an emperor can never be erected in a few words. Rather, it is to be truly experienced intimately by all, and especially shocked to the depths of the soul with that kind of prestige. From then on, he didn't even dare to think of resisting. Does it promote faith and fame? Think about it. The corners of Chen Junlin's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and he already had a solution in mind. Since he is determined to make the human race and the whole world feel his power. More than that, let their faith and fame be at its peak, then he would make it all completely crazy. Swish. Chen Junlin spent a small amount of 10,000 world's general coins directly from within the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds. He exchanged a holographic projection light screen that enveloped the entire firmament, ready to let the entire human race of Sky Blue Star witness this unprecedented miracle. Buzz. It was also the moment the light curtain was activated that the entire Sky Blue Star boiled over. People were astonished to realize that Chen Junlin's figure appeared on that holographic projection light screen. He stood there with a calm demeanor, as if he was in control of the entire universe. Oh my god. This is Chen. This is Lord Human Emperor. How? What's going on? A holographic projection that covers the entire sky? My god, what kind of outrageous tech is this? It's so incredible. Is this the means of our human clan emperor? It's too powerful. A cry of alarm from all over the Sky Blue Star's 9 states echoed in every corner. Everyone was deeply shocked by this sudden scene. And Chen Junlin realized that just by such a small means, it actually made his fame and power of faith cumulatively increase by more than 300 million, and this value was still rising. Gentlemen, since I am in charge of the Great Summer's 9 Prefecture tripod and am the human emperor of the world, we should take it upon ourselves to revitalize the human race, so that the light of our civilization will illuminate the entire universe. Chen Junlin smiled on the holographic projection light screen. The smile was gentle as a spring breeze without losing its grace and majesty. Swish. 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 Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Chen Junlin above the firmament. Just see. With all eyes on him, Chen Junlin slowly raised his hands and a musical instrument that emanated infinite divine might appeared out of thin air around his body. Guqin, bamboo flute, eru, pipa. All instruments are available. The scene looked as if this one supreme human emperor of Daxia, it was as if they were going to play an unprecedented musical extravaganza for Sky Blue Star. Throughout the ages, with an unyielding will, our human race has been able to overcome the thorns and strengthen itself. Starting one glorious chapter after another. Today, with this music, I shall awaken the grandeur of my human blood. Awaken the pride and courage of my people that lies deep in their blood. As Chen Junlin's impassioned words fell, his hands caressed over each instrument, the strings trembling and the flute is melodious, the eru is stirring, the pipa is resounding, the war drums are stirring, and the beautiful melodies of all kinds of instruments come together too. In the end, it actually resulted in a stunning, earth-shattering war song manner strong. Pride, and laughter, 10,000 waves. Hot blood, hot victory, red daylight. The mere prelude caused everyone to hold their breath for an instant. And with the melody of Boys Will Be Boys resonating throughout Sky Blue Star, every human who heard this song felt a strong sense of pride and courage. This tone, good strong will. What a domineering aura. Fierce. So fierce. Ah. It's like I feel like the blood in my body is starting to boil. I'm going to fight 10 of them alone. Under the inspiration of this force, the people began to heat up. The faith in human Emperor Chen Junlin grew stronger in his heart. The firmness and bravado contained in that tone it was as if it had penetrated into the depths of every human subject's heart, completely stirring up the pride and fighting spirit within all the human races. The people of the Sky Blue planet, to the stirring music of feel the heat and passion like never before. It was as if they had seen the history of the human race, the countless figures of their forefathers who had struggled. That spiritual will to rise from failure and self-improvement over and over again. Under the holographic projection light screen, Chen Junlin's figure looked taller and taller. It was as if he had become the faith of the human race, and the passion that was aroused by him, like a flame that is never extinguished, it completely ignited every corner of Sky Blue Star. The human race will win. Long live the human race. Follow the human emperor and step on the heavens. Follow the human emperor and step on the heavens. And I don't know who started it. This moment. The sky blue star people's blood boiled and excited and exuberant shouts rose and fell. That strand of faith and fame, like a vast sea of continuously and frantically surging into Qin Junlin's body. As for Qin Junlin, he smiled proudly and exclaimed, "Self-improvement, humanity forever. Self-improvement, humanism forever. Self-improvement, humanism forever. Self-improvement, humanism forever." People raised their hands, all of them clenching their fists, actually following Qin Junlin in a common chant. This moment. It was as if they had drawn closer, with the human emperor. It was at this moment that the fame and faith of Qin Junlin reached an unprecedented level. His power, too, had reached a new peak. At the same time, Qin Junlin had also finally awakened the third dragon spirit. Ding! You have awakened the third dragon spirit, the holy dragon of humanity and Qi. Chapter 31. There are 100 kinds of musical instruments, and the Swana is king. Holy dragon of humanity's luck. It was formed by gathering the will of all people, and possesses the ability to unite the Qi of the human race and strengthen the civilization of the human way. The holy dragon of humanity's Qi luck, the exclusive Qi luck dragon of the human race, the only one in all the heavens. Dragon race category, special and unique. Quality potential, unlimited. Talent characteristics, Qi luck restoration, each day will naturally generate the additional Qi luck gained on the previous day. Exclusive avatar, Qi looting, unconditionally loot the Qi luck of the selected target and the race behind it. Dragon spirit skills, Qi looking method, Qi collecting method. Number of dragon spirits, 3 due to the nature of the limit breaking talent, for each minor realm advancement. Can awaken an additional dragon spirit on its own and grant 100% of the highest level of natural characteristics of the universe in which it is located. Dragon spirit level, LV 193 juvenile. Boom! Shasta. Billions and billions of feet of golden light exploded from within Qin Junlin's body. It was like a tidal wave surging into the sky, swallowing mountains and rivers, as if it was going to run through the entire sky blue star. It was as if Qin Junlin's body had become a huge whirlpool, sucking in the Qi and faith from hundreds of millions of human races. That humane holy dragon of Qi luck, with golden light as its body and Qi luck as its soul, revealing its shocking true form. Its dragon's body is sinuous, and on it are the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, and the rivers. It was as if it carried the history and culture of the entire human race. Its dragon's eyes are like torches, and their golden light shines from every corner. It made the sky blue astronauts admire them. And this shocking scene. Instantly, it left the entire sky blue star human race dumbfounded, and all of them were so shocked that their bodies trembled and shook. Dragon. Dragon spirit? Lord Human Emperor, he's awakened the dragon spirit again? But, how is this possible? Each dragon spiritist can only awaken one dragon spirit. This has been an accepted fact for millennia. Lord Human Emperor, how on earth did he do that? It is difficult. Could it be that this is the Lord Human Emperor, who has some kind of anticlimactic method of breaking the limit of the number of dragon spirits a dragon spiritist possesses? If there is another way to awaken the second dragon spirit, then, the battle power of the dragon spirit master. It will skyrocket at least twice as much. Long live the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor is mighty. Follow the Human Emperor and step on the heavens. The sons and daughters of the human race chanted excitedly, their hearts filled with longing and anticipation. And in that moment, a large amount of faith, power and fame once again surged into Qin Junlin's body. Along with the power of faith and fame, it naturally means the power of national fortune. And there's only one dasha, one empire, in the whole of the sky blue planet. A human race. This also means that the power of the national fortune is then almost indistinguishable from the humanistic Qi holy dragon. Under this raging force of fame and faith, the humanity Qi holy dragon more and more looks solemn and sacred, its posture more and more upright, as if to break through the sky. The power of the national fortune had skyrocketed to over 12 billion. But it was only a manifestation before men, an awakening of a dragon spirit, more than the power of the kingdom, which had just begun to. It actually skyrocketed by almost 2 times. However, Qin Junlin was not satisfied in the face of this drastic increase in national fortune. Much less have any intention of stopping there. Since he wanted to establish imperial authority, he should do so completely and thoroughly. Let the entire human race of the Sky Blue Star will be completely and utterly honored by him. It would only honor him, Chen Junlin, alone. Anyway, now that his dragon spirit level had reached 193, which meant that he was now a 19-star dragon spirit master, enough to awaken 19 dragon spirits. Chen Junlin's eyes were firm, his gaze coalesced, and his mind was made up to set up unprecedented imperial authority in front of everyone. Buzz. He moved his hand slightly, but under the dumbfounded expressions of everyone who looked dumbfounded, it slowly landed on top of the side of the ancient zither. Love, like the river of life, flows unceasingly, nurturing human flourishing. Love, which makes people hold each other and support each other through the course of time. Together we pass on the good feelings. Because of love, people know how to cherish those beautiful moments that, like a bright star, they illuminate each other's lives. Because of love, people become brave in the face of adversity. Love becomes the driving force to overcome all odds. Because people have love in their hearts, they have an anchor and unlimited possibilities. Chen Junlin murmured softly, his gaze filled with tenderness, and with that domineering, arrogant stance just now, But it is very different. Immediately after, the psalm "The Moon Represents My Heart" plunged the audience into a sea of tenderness. The melodious melody conveys love and awakens the sweetness and beauty of people's hearts, just like a dream, never wanting to wake up. What kind of divine music is this that can evoke such deep emotions in our hearts? So much for that one first love of mine. An old man with white hair wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Lord Human Emperor's music is as unique and omnipotent as his strength. A young mother clutches her baby in her arms, her eyes glistening with crystal and tears. She remembered her husband who had fallen into the other dimension not long ago. The aftermath of love seems a little too big. So much so, that all the people of Daxia were unwilling to wake up from the intoxicatingly beautiful memories of Even Chen Junlin awakening the fourth dragon spirit again was as if he had never noticed. Ding! You have awakened the fourth dragon spirit, the red moon dragon of marriage. A good match is made in heaven. A reddish moonlight dragon with a reddish body hovered behind Chen Junlin, and just as soon as it appeared, then there is a sense of sweet, joyful ambience. This is the reason why people who are intoxicated by the dream of a beautiful love are more and more unable to extricate themselves from it. As for Chen Junlin, when he saw this, the corners of his mouth just quietly rose and he grinned. Hey! All quite enjoying the beauty of love, aren't they? The gaze swept around the musical instruments from within the lucky store of the worlds. Eventually, Chen Junlin looked towards the relatively cold Suona, and the smile on his face couldn't help but become even more joyful. Hey, next, let's give you guys a real surprise. A hint of cunning flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes as he picked up the cold Suona and gently blew it. It's a tune called Wedding, also known as the Ghost King's Marriage, and it's both joyous and sad at the same time. It's ghostly and fearful. And as the tune plays, it sounds pretty good at first, but when suddenly and violently a sham sound lifted up, the people who were originally intoxicated with the beautiful dream of love, one by one, their faces suddenly changed and their eyes widened in horror. What kind of music is this? How does it make my heart race and my sweat stand up? A young man was filled with fear and trembled. It's so scary, it's unnerving. A woman clutched her shoulders, fear in her eyes. With the rhythm of the Suona melody of double happiness. The people of the entire Daxia were enveloped by this eerie atmosphere, and they all woke up in shock from their previous intoxication. What is the meaning of this, Lord Human Emperor? To awaken us from the wonderful dream of into this horror again. This time, the music was like the cries of ghosts and wolves, which made people's hearts fearful. Many people were scared pale and secretly screamed in their hearts. If the player hadn't been the Emperor of Man, I'm only afraid they would have shouted for this music to stop. But now, all they could do was shiver and wanting to live and die in the midst of this soundscape of fear, despair, and sadness, feeling the impact on the mind over and over again. Granted, the tone is strong, special, and fierce. But it's also hard for them to hear. If this is used against the enemy, I'm afraid that the sound of the Suona will scare the enemy half to death. Chapter 32 Fear of the Stygian Abyss Dragon, Avatar Ghost King Marrying. Finally, just as the crowd was almost frightened out of their wits by the Suona melody of Xian, almost on the verge of being unable to carry on, Chen Junlin suddenly put away the Suona. When I first came to the world, I was so excited that I ended the play with a sham. This oboe song, which scared the hearts of countless human races in the sky blue planet, had finally come to an end. The countless people had long been sweating coldly behind their backs and kept gasping for air. And it was at the same moment. Don't wait until the crowd is completely relieved. Buzz. Suddenly, a brilliant black light violently erupted from within Chen Junlin's body. A brand new dragon spirit slowly emerged once more. Ding! You have awakened the fifth dragon spirit, the fearful Stygian dragon. Category: Special, Unique, coalesced from the intent of fear of the sky blue star beings. Quality: Potential, unlimited following the main dragon spirit. Talent trait: Tide of Fear, capable of constantly absorbing and amplifying the fearful emotions around it. Transform into your own power. Exclusive avatar: Ghost King marrying causes the target to be forced into an unbreakable special space. The target will be forced to enter the welcoming red sedan chair, and if they are unable to surrender a dowry of sufficient value, they will be forced to deduct 1 year of longevity every second. Dragon Spirit Skills: Fear Infiltration Eternal, Abyssal Gaze Eternal. Sob of the Dead Eternal, Nightmare Invasion Eternal. Fear Infiltration Eternal, any target that is infiltrated. All of its deepest fears are magnified infinitely. Fear of infiltration is not just a psychological attack that. The same can also cause the target's movements to become sluggish, or even frozen in place, unable to move. This effect is akin to fear becoming a physical entity, wrapping itself around every cell of the enemy and making them experience true despair, for both mental and physical strong control skills. Abyssal Gaze Eternal: the gaze of the dread Stygian dragon is like a stare from the abyss. It can lock onto the soul of any living being. Once gazed upon by these eyes, the target will feel a deep, bottomless fear that the spirit is greatly oppressed, and one may even experience brief hallucinations. The effect of this skill is not a one-time. Rather, it is a persistent mental oppression that prevents the target from concentrating in battle, and their defense and attack power drops dramatically. Sobbing Song of the Dead Eternal: the dread Stygian dragon is capable of summoning countless dead souls, wailing around the enemy. The wailing of these dead souls is like a magical sound to the ears, throwing the enemy into confusion, unable to recognize the direction of the. It may even attack its own people. In addition, the sob of the dead can weaken the will of an enemy, putting them into a state of fear, despair, and the fighting is greatly diminished. Nightmare Infestation Eternal: the dread Plague Lord dragon can drag an enemy's consciousness into an endless nightmare. In the nightmare, the enemy will be faced with his or her own worst fears and will not be able to extricate himself or herself. This skill not only inflicts mental damage, but also greatly affects the enemy's bodily functions, resulting in slowed movement and slower reactions. You may even lose your life in the nightmare. Dragon Spirit Level, LV 193 Juvenile. Ghosts wailing, shaking the world, weeping the ghosts. Roar. The dread Stygian dragon shocked everyone in the room when it first appeared, and its appearance was bizarre to the extreme. Its body was like black smoke, tumbling and twisting, seemingly containing countless desperate faces. Its eyes were like two deep vortexes, as if they could devour all the light that. It was chilling, and its dragon scales were like broken tombstones, spreading all over its body and flickering with a palpitating ethereal light. The dread Stygian dragon's tail was like a black tentacle, and between its swings, exuding a breathtakingly terrifying aura. The moment it surfaced beside Chen Junlin, the air around him instantly became chilly. An invisible force of fear filled the air. Chen Junlin sensed that the force of fear seemed to be alive and it is searching, absorbing the fearful emotions around it, becoming stronger and stronger. Its appearance added to the chills of the already terrified people that the hairs on his body stood on end. Lord Human Emperor, he actually awakened another dragon spirit. This dragon spirit, it looks so terrifying. Its power, is it related to fear? That must be it, that oboe melody just now. It made me feel an unprecedented fear. This dragon spirit's power coming from the oboe melody is bound to be extraordinary. It's incredible. I didn't realize that the Swana, which countless people regarded as a dud, even actually can also play such a heaven-defying melody, and can even awaken such a terrifying dragon spirit. Lord Human Emperor, just what realm is it? A voice of horror and awe echoed within all corners of the sky blue star. And at this moment, Chen Junlin's reputation and power of faith had once again skyrocketed by a large margin. However, Chen Junlin only smiled faintly. He had already anticipated this in his heart. The appearance of this fierce Stygian abyssal dragon would cause his imperial might to penetrate even further. After all, fear is an equally important means of reinforcing majesty. What surprised Chen Junlin was the awakening of the fearful Stygian dragon. Although the attribute effects seemed to be on the side of control and assistance, it added another powerful tool to his repertoire. At this moment, he could clearly feel that all the forces of fear from heaven and earth, he can not only manipulate the power of fear against the enemy, but also transform it directly into a power like dragon power. Make one's dragon power more pure and majestic. Fear, almost everywhere. Wherever fear exists, the power of the dragon within that body is almost inexhaustible. And that exclusive avatar, the Ghost King, marrying his wife and not being able to get a sufficient dowry. It will force the deduction of 1 year of longevity every second, and it's still a group target control. It's really a bit perverted. Sure enough. As long as a dragon spirit is awakened along with the ancient dragon, the characteristics and exclusive aptitude have all been forcibly advanced to the same level as the ancient holy dragon, so naturally, every dragon spirit is extraordinary, possessing abilities that can be called heaven-defying. Chen Junlin could not help but secretly marvel in his heart. This is the benefit of choosing the ancient dragon as the initial dragon spirit. The limit-breaking talent trait, which seemed to have little killing power, gave him an unimaginable upper limit of growth. 1 song to go. Chen Junlin didn't hesitate. He had only just awakened 5 dragon spirits. There are still tons of dragon spirits left waiting to be awakened. Now that we have this opportunity to set an example, it's a good idea to do it all at once. Truly let this sky blue star countless people realize that he Chen Junlin, this great Xia human emperor. It is the truly unsurpassable first person of all ages. His goal, Chen Junlin, was the heavens and the worlds. It was naturally impossible to put too much thought into the sky blue star build. So, from this moment on, to establish authority, so that all men may worship and honor it as a god. No one dared to entertain the thought of crossing over in order to give him absolute control over everything with ease. Buzz. Under countless gazes of awe and anticipation, the Chen Junlin once again strummed the instrument in the void, and began to play one song after another, astonishing sound tunes. Chapter 33, The Air of the Dragon, Everyone is Like a Dragon. The song Sea and Sky, that combative melody of looking up at the sky, interprets the dreams and aspirations of the. It creates the expectation of conquering the battlefield for those who are even old enough to fight. Awakening the Cthulhu Dragon. A laughing pride of the wanderer, that tune is powerful and evocative. It made the crowd present feel as if they were in the world of martial arts, and an unyielding fighting spirit welled up in their hearts. Awakening the 8 heavenly dragons. The song Frost and Snow for 1,000 years, with its ethereal and light melody like the wind and snow in heaven and earth. With endless sorrow, yet full of hope. Awakening the Sherpa Jade Spirit Dragon. The song You Are the Light, that melodious melody, as if a beam of warm sunshine, through the layers of dark clouds, illuminating the softest places in people's hearts. Awakening the blazing holy light dragon. The song Wukong, with its rousing, spirited melody like a monkey off his rocker. Wielding a weapon, he broke through the barriers and shattered the sky. Each note seems to tell of the resilience and unyielding nature of that stone monkey, making the listener's blood boil with admiration. Awakening the holy dragon of battle. This moving song, like a key to the. It opens the door to the depths of people's hearts and awakens the mind that has been asleep for a long time. Even if the Dasha people in the back, with all this tone playing, even if one could not achieve such a heaven-defying dragon spirit as Chen Junlin's dragon spirit, one would probably be able to awaken a special dragon spirit with extraordinary effects. This is Chen Junlin's global live concert for the sake of prestige. It is also an opportunity for the entire Daxia human race. 3rd, 6th, 9th. Song after song of supreme sound appeared, and one mighty dragon spirit after another surfaced. Each head possesses an overwhelming aura that surpasses SS-class dragon spirits. The crowd had long since lost count, having been shocked so many times that they only felt the entire population numb, and it's so hard to even catch a breath. This moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Junlin alone. He became the true one in a million, the only center of attention in the entire sky blue planet. No one can imagine by what means the Emperor of Man has to be able to achieve this shackle that has not been broken for thousands of years. Forever and ever, it's the dragon. And when the last song, Air of the Dragon, the sonorous sound ended, accompanied by a huge dragon spirit whose body shone with 10,000 feet of golden light. Emerging from the void behind Chen Junlin. The entire human race of the Sky Blue Star, this time, was truly and completely boiled. The emotions within everyone's hearts reached an unprecedented level of shock and madness. Just because. The appearance of this dragon spirit was clearly that of 1,000 years ago, when the human race in Dacia was in despair, the one true dragon that had manifested from within the Great Wall of Miles and saved the entire Great Xia human race. The moment was silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the huge dragon spirit that shone with golden light. It was as if he had seen the gods of legend. How outrageously quiet. When it explodes, it is as terrifying as it can be. That is to say, for a moment. A wave of fervor erupted like a volcano, instantly sweeping across the entire Sky Blue Star. It is it. It's really it. It's back. No, it's not coming back, it's always there. An aged elder was so excited that he burst into tears, his hands trembling as he pointed at the one true dragon. If everyone's attention hadn't been attracted to this 19th dragon spirit of Chen Junlin at this moment, I'm afraid that no one could have imagined that a terrifying existence that had reached the level of a god-level dragon spirit master would show such a loss of emotion. The one true dragon that was originally recorded in the legends. It really is still around. It's always been there. The youngsters stared in awe. It's too shocking. I have no regrets in this life if I can see a true dragon appear again. A bald man excitedly and passionately kisses the stranger next to him, sharing his joy. For a while, excited cheers, roars, and hot tears filled the entire Sky Blue Star. People were kneeling on the ground, paying homage to that true dragon. Perhaps, it might not be the same true dragon that saved the Great Xia human race in the first place. But the appearance of this moment, in the hearts of all the people in the room. But it also represents a meaning. In the past, the appearance of the true dragon within the Great Wall saved the entire Xia race. The human dragon spirit cultivation system was pioneered, and from then on, it was qualified to defend against the invasion of foreign races. Nowadays, the human emperor, in his supreme position, had not only caused the entire universe of the Sky Blue Star to advance into the network of the heavens and the worlds. He even summoned 19 dragon spirits, breaking the limitations of the dragon spirit system in public. Is this not another form of salvation? Emotions. It's too much. It's really too much. Even Chen Junlin hadn't anticipated that. This last dragon spirit summoned through the dragon's successor actually had such an outrageous explosive strength. It even gave him more power of faith, prestige, than he had stacked up many times before. It's all going to be even more over the top. The entire national fortune of the great summer of the Sky Blue Star seems, because of the unprecedented cohesion of the whole human race, to. Also at this time, it directly exploded several times again. Human beings, their greatest strength, lies in their emotions. And sentimentality, it's an incredible thing. If properly utilized, the power that erupts is like a tsunami. One wave is stronger than the other. Chen Junlin once again lamented in his heart, not realizing that with his mind, playing the dragon's air, in turn, brought him the most surprise and the greatest reward. And this time, the dragon spirit is really strong. Chen Junlin's gaze was somewhat excited as he looked at the lifelike golden dragon spirit in front of him. Ding! You have awakened the 19th dragon spirit, the dragon of humanity's faith, the only one. Dragon of humane faith. Category, special, unique, coalesced from the Sky Blue Star Dacia human race, faith, and will. The will of the people will not be extinguished by humanity. Quality potential, unlimited following the main dragon spirit. Talent trait, everyone is like a dragon, which passively unblocks the dragon spiritist system. Any citizen of the empire who fully believes in you will unlock the dragon spirit limitation and awaken an additional dragon spirit for each level up. And for every dragon spirit awakened by the empire's citizens, you will permanently gain 1% of all attribute gain effects. Exclusive avatar, all for one, which can forcibly summon the dragon spirits of all imperial subjects. Cohesion reaches an unprecedented level, added as its own aura gain effect, each dragon spirit will stack 1 point of true damage. Dragon spirit skills, all for one eternal, all for one eternal. All for one eternal, you may choose to drive a dragon spirit from any of the empire's subjects. Perform a dragon spirit self-destruct that deals true damage equal to your current maximum base attack power. This damage stacks continuously. All for one eternal, when you encounter an arbitrary attack. You may choose one dragon spirit of any imperial subject to perform unconditional substitutions of damage, karma, rules, etc., for you. Until all the sons of the empire are killed in battle. Dragon spirit level, LV 193 juvenile. And in the meantime, the entire dragon spirit masters of Dacia, who were frantic and roaring a second ago. But all of them were quiet in an instant, and the whole person was dumbfounded, full of unbelievable expressions. Ding! The Emperor of Man is peerless, and his divine power shakes the heavens. Any dragon spiritist within the Dacia Empire who fully believes in the human emperor. You will be blessed by the Emperor of Man on behalf of heaven. Everyone is like a dragon every level up. You can awaken an additional dragon spirit. Chapter 34. The entire sky blue star boiled with extreme faith. Quiet. Absolute silence. This moment. There was hardly a sound to be heard amongst the whole of sky blue star everywhere. The expressions on everyone's faces were also directly fixed there, as if the entire world had fallen into a state of stasis. What did they hear? Lord Human Emperor, through unknown means, directly made the dragon spirit of the dragon spirit master lift the restriction? For every one dragon spiritist star level, you are able to awaken one more dragon spirit? And the prerequisite is simply absolute faith and loyalty to Lord Human Emperor. It can be said that this condition requirement, almost all equivalent to Noah. Lord Human Emperor is the only human emperor of their blue star human race, and is so powerful himself. If they don't believe in the Emperor of Man, do they go and believe in some mythical and nebulous fairy god? A single dragon spirit was enough to give all dragon spiritists unimaginable abilities. If it's an additional dragon spirit awakening for every one level up. So, what kind of unimaginable benefits will this bring to all dragon spiritists? And the overall strength of the entire sky blue star people will, in turn, give the 10,000 races of living beings in all the worlds of the heavens. What a shock! Oh, my God! What kind of outrageous tactic is this? It's not too much of a stretch, is it? At this moment, the entire sky blue star Dacia human race only felt as if they were dreaming. It was slow to respond. The expressions on all the faces were frozen in place, motionless, their brains almost blank. Even breathing almost forgets to breathe. And at this moment, Chen Junlin stood above the firmament. Feeling the countless gazes of shock, horror, excitement, and madness from the crowds from all over the sky blue star, although his face did not have any obvious emotional fluctuations and acted very calmly. But the same violent waves of shock were rising in his heart. The ability of this humane dragon of faith is truly unbelievable. Whether it's a natural trait, or a counterintuitive skill like all for one and one for all. All of them have brought him benefits beyond his imagination. Everyone for me, which allows him to have an extremely terrifying dragon spirit self-destructing killing move that. The most important thing was that these dragon spirits didn't need to use his, properly a dragon spirit that other people were madly cultivating and upgrading, but actually became his bottom card. As for all for one, that's even more outrageous. Directly selecting another person's dragon spirit for any damage, rule, or karma substitution, which means that he is equivalent to having an unknown number of lives. Unless the entire Dacia human race perishes, then he will remain immortal. Breaking the limit on the number of dragon spirits a dragon spiritist can have may seem to benefit all dragon spiritists. But the effect of this skill and aptitude is what makes me the real biggest winner. That's normal. After all, this dragon of humanity's faith is still the dragon spirit awakened by Chen Junlin. Its skill avatar effect was naturally going to have him, Chen Junlin, as its core source. 10 times. Merely after the announcement of the breaking of the limit on the number of dragon spirits. It made the overall power of the country's fortune, the power of faith, and fame, all of which increased dramatically, and directly skyrocketed by more than 10 times again. Completely surpassing the previously accumulated boost in national fortune. Sure enough. No matter how much more exaggeratedly you can paint a picture, show majesty, or even set up an authority with absolute fear. But it's also far less ingenious than giving a big, tangible favor for once. Chen Junlin couldn't help but marvel in secret. It's as if, on earth, someone shows supreme greatness and can bestow upon you the immortal laws. Letting you live forever, provided you have absolute faith in him. I'm afraid most people would go crazy for that. And if it can still lead your whole family. How violent that faith sentiment must be, imagine that. Even if you don't have a heavenly court, you'll have to build one for yourself. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the dragons of humanity's faith, including the other dragon spirits around Chen Junlin, However, they coincidentally let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar, and the sound was like heavenly music, which was awe-inspiring. And then, a dragon spirit, thousands of feet in length, soared straight up into the sky, soaring around the sky-blue star. Wherever they passed, billions of feet of golden light flashed and it was as if the sky-blue planet had been draped in a layer of divine light. Swish! And that's the moment. The excitement of the people was at its peak, and they began to dance and cheer with excitement. At this moment, they felt a cohesion and confidence that they had never felt before. It was as if by following the human emperor, he would be able to defeat all the foreign races in the heavens and stand at the top of the heavens. The human emperor is benevolent and righteous. I wish to follow the human emperor to the death. The human emperor is benevolent and righteous. I wish to follow the human emperor to the death. The human emperor is benevolent and righteous. I wish to follow the human emperor to the death. At this moment, the entire sky blue planet shook, and the cries of all the human races of sky blue planet converged into one. It was an endless faith and worship of Chen Junlin. Faith. Crazy faith. Absolute faith without reservation. This one degree of faith, which includes the soul, it's no different than being possessed. No exaggeration. These three words, Chen Junlin, were almost all deeply imprinted in their souls, which, even over time, can no longer be worn away. From now on, he, Chen Junlin, was the entire sky blue star, the only god. It is the only faith in the hearts of all men. Buzz. Accompanied by the 19 dragon spirits circling the sky blue star, they returned to Chen Junlin's side in unison. Chen Junlin scanned all directions of the sky blue star and slowly spoke, "Our journey. It will be the starry sea of the heavens and the worlds. I hope that you will cultivate hard, live up to your splendor, and raise the prestige of our human race." At this moment, the Chen Junlin on the holographic projection light screen seemed to be transformed into a real emperor. That invisible power of prestige and faith shook the entire human race with admiration. We, the others, will not let the human emperor down. It's time to teach back the blood debt owed by those damnable foreigners. Mud, I'm going on a conquest now. The sky blue star people's emotions, once again, had been viciously stimulated, and before, they had been too weak to. It could only allow the alien race to descend to passively conduct counterattacks. This kind of suffocation they had endured for more than 1,000 years. And nowadays, with the help of Lord Human Emperor, they finally had the courage to conquer the heavens and the worlds. Push those damn Fae across the board now. But the crowd, though, has clearly exploded another notch. However, Chen Junlin noticed at this time that the values of the power of national fortune, the power of faith, and the value of fame and yet nothing much has increased. It looks like 190 billion national fortune power is the current limit of the sky blue star. If we still want to continue to raise the power of the national fortune, in addition to allowing the great Xia human race to multiply more offspring, then there is only to open up the territory, conquer the heavens, and make a name for the 10,000 races. And reproducing offspring, even with the passive gain effect of the tripod of the 9 states. Being able to increase the probability of reproduction is not something that can be done overnight. Chen Junlin pondered so in his heart. No doubt about it. Conquering the heavens and the worlds is always a matter of improving one's self-strength and the universe to which one belongs. The unavoidable way. Chapter 35, Establishment of the Empress, Lord of the Harem. Since the faith value had basically reached its limit, there was no need for Chen Junlin to continue. Thoughts. The live projection screen of light above the sky then connected Chen Junlin and the 19 dragon spirits of thousands of feet. It gradually disappeared from everyone's gaze. Now, because of the tripod of the 9 states, the overall attributes of all the human races in Daxia have been raised to unimaginable levels, and those weak foreign races don't help me much anymore. Instead, we can give them one by one to conquer. Next, it's better to try the qualifying rounds and see what rankings you can hit. Chen Junlin had already made a decision in his mind, only the higher the rankings. It's the only way to have stronger and more options for conquering the universe. But before that, there is one more thing that must be ordered and arranged. Chen Junlin raised his eyebrows slightly and said to himself. The Jojo tripod has 3 palaces, 6 courts, 72 consorts, word effect, and the more consorts you have, the more basic attribute gains he receives, and the more he can additionally gain the power of national fortune. Such a powerful word effect every day. He naturally couldn't waste it for nothing. Only, Qin Junlin's ambition nowadays didn't lie in women's color. He also didn't have the heart to go on a wild goose chase for women like a stallion. But no matter what, as the head of a country, naturally there is a lack of harem concubines. It's better to leave it to the people below to take care of the consort. Qin Junlin pondered for a moment, and a decision was made in his mind. It's like an ancient emperor choosing a concubine. A royal decree. Ministers from all over the world will select women with a clean background and good looks for the draft. Just one into the palace deep like the sea. As for whether you can finally get the emperor's favor, it all depends on their own destiny and destiny. However, although it is said that the more concubines the better, everything depends on whether it is voluntary or not. But when there are more people, if there is no control, I'm afraid there will be less trouble and disputes. There is still a need to specially select a harem lord to sit in on the town. Qin Junlin knows very well in his heart how troublesome women are and how outrageous their little minds are. Often some small things can make a fuss. A dormitory of 6 people can even form a dozen or so separate group chat. And then think of the hottest palace drama. TSK. He didn't have the heart to bother with such trivial matters, so, in order to ensure peace in the harem, naturally, there was a need to first arrange for a nominal empress to town the concubines in the harem. It's just that, having crossed over to this world, and since he's always been aiming to avenge his mother's death. But there is no time for men and women. Although there are a lot of girls who have a crush on him because of his handsome face as well as his excellent grades. But no woman could make him feel anything. There. In Qin Junlin's mind, a figure suddenly surfaced. Thoughts. With absolute control over the entire planet sky blue, Qin Junlin appeared beside a youthful and beautiful woman in a flash. At this moment, Qin Xiaowei was taking a walk by the lake alone, dressed in a simple sports outfit that the golden sunset splashed on her face, overflowing with youthfulness. As soon as she saw Qin Junlin, her eyes widened. An incredibly shocked look appeared on his face and he cried out in surprise, You. Are you? It's me. Qin Junlin nodded and smiled faintly, also gradually recalling the events of that year. It was still after his mother's funeral, and he was walking along the river, full of despair and helplessness. I didn't expect to just meet Qin Xiaowei, who came to play at her aunt's house on vacation, fell into the water, and the sound of help interrupted his thoughts, when braving the almost frozen river. He did not hesitate to jump down to save Qin Xiaowei, and as a result, he himself caught a heavy cold from the freezing cold that entered his body. At that time he didn't have any relatives or friends, or Qin Xiaowei accompanied him in the hospital. Speaking of which, by that time, he had a death wish. Without Qin Xiaowei's appearance at that time, perhaps it would have been difficult for him to come to this point today. After all, a sunny and youthful girl. For a teenager just in the throes of his or her teenage years, the killing power is still there. Only Qin Junlin was too calm. He knew he was carrying a monstrous amount of hatred. In addition to not wanting to get Qin Xiaowei involved, as well as a certain kind of strong inferiority complex of the teenager. So it ignored the slight favor shown by the other side. And Qin Xiaowei soon went home for the new year. Slowly the two of them have no contact. But Qin Junlin, however, knew that Qin Xiaowei had once helped him, for at the time of his greatest difficulty and helplessness, a charitable grant was received. His mother grew up in an orphanage. She has no relatives or friends on this side. The Liu family hates him. It is naturally impossible to give him money. And the name of the remitter is surnamed Qin. The answer is self-evident. And look at the man in front of you who's been thinking about it day and night. Qin Xiaowei was also as if she were dreaming, due to having been rejected, so much so that she clearly loved, in her heart of hearts, and not daring to interrupt again. Just want to put this like similar to the student-era crush complex silently in the heart. But simply did not expect the other party to appear here. But soon. She immediately reacted, hurriedly kneeling and saluting, addressing greetings to the human emperor. The current Qin Junlin, that's the human emperor of the entire sky blue star, with her status like this. And how dare you disrespect it? She had seen that globally broadcasted scene just now just as clearly. Such an unimaginably good man was no longer something she could wish for. But Qin Junlin, however, shook his head and smiled, walking forward 2 steps to gently help her up. Looking at her youthful and sunny appearance, his heart and mind couldn't help but feel a warmth, remembering the images of the two of them spending time together in the past. Though brief, it is an unforgettable memory of youth. So, Chen Junlin no longer hesitated. He looked at Qin Xiaowei seriously and asked softly, "Xiaowei, will you be my queen?" "Ha?" Qin Xiaowei's eyes widened and her whole body froze. She had never expected, even after 1,000 thoughts, that. It was surprising that Chen Junlin would make such a request. Is this a proposal? Granted, although she was so excited and looking forward to it. Canada Goose Outlet Store. But this is too fast. Too sudden, isn't it? She pressed the root of. Not ready. Gazing into the bright eyes of Chen Junlin, the other party obviously does not look like a joke. Her cheeks could not help but become scarlet, and she lowered her head and was silent for a moment. At this moment, her heart was flustered like a numbness, completely unable to figure out what was in Chen Junlin's mind. Chen Junlin didn't rush and waited patiently for her answer. A few moments later, Qin Xiaowei lifted her head, determination flashing in her eyes, and replied, "I am willing." Whatever the reason, she was completely open to it. All these years, she never had that courage to take a step forward. And nowadays, Chen Junlin took the initiative to come forward and extended his hand. If she still dared not step out of this step, then she might regret it for the rest of her life. And what if, in the future, I will take a consort? Then I will manage the harem for you and make sure everything is in order. Firmness and determination flashed in Qin Xiaowei's eyes. She knew what it meant to be queen and understood what she was up against. However, for the sake of Chen Junlin, she was still willing. At this moment, Chen Junlin smiled. He reached out and gently stroked her hair, as if touching that unforgettable youth. He knew that his choice was indeed not wrong. Qin Xiaowei was the harem leader he needed. Chapter 36, The Trouble with Being a Human Emperor. The early morning sunlight filtered through the window pane and sprinkled on Qin Xiaowei's couch. Qin Xiaowei opened her sleepy eyes and stretched her back. However, she suddenly felt some aches and pains all over her body, and her mind instantly recalled last night's madness with Chen Junlin, so she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. His eyes swept around, but he didn't notice the figure of Chen Junlin. There was only a jade box placed by the pillow with a note left on it in Chen Junlin's handwriting. "Vivian, I have some things to take care of next. This is part of the cultivation resources I've given you. Practice well." Qin Xiaowei was slightly surprised in her heart. She naturally knew that Chen Junlin's strength was unfathomable. Possessing powerful and incomparable means, yesterday was even in front of all the people of the Blue Star in the whole day, she was personally enthroned as the Empress. It can be said that she became the envy of countless women overnight. However, she did think that Chen Junlin would still be so sweet, even if there were things to deal with. However, he did not forget to care about her cultivation and deliberately left behind cultivation resources. She carefully opened the jade box, only to see a jade slip with a turquoise color lying inside. There were densely carved runes on it, flowing with a trace of rich flowing light, which looked like it gave people an extraordinary feeling. In addition to that, the box contained a greenish-blue ring that. It looked as if it was somewhat similar to a fictional storage ring. And indeed, it does. Jade Jane 7 Colored Supreme Fate Word Step Up. For each minor level you raise yourself by, you will be given a chance to win one of 3 random word drawings. Soul Rebirth Pill. The Face Setting Beads. 9 Yin and 9 Yang Reverse Elemental Formation. The Charm of Life and Death. Divine Phoenix Immortalization Sutra. Purple Haze from the Cloud Sword. 3,000 Harem Duplexes. Seeing that the basic information of this pile of items was not at all something the Sky Blue Star could possess, she could not help but feel some excitement in her heart. This was a cultivation resource that Chen Junlin had specifically left for her. It must be extraordinary. Since he has chosen me, it behooves me to do my duty as the queen of a nation. It mustn't drag him down no matter what. A look of determination swept across Qin Xiaowei's gaze. She knew very well in her heart that although today's Sky Blue Star had completed its cosmic dimension advancement, no longer as weak as before, but there are still a large number of powerful universes in the worlds of the heavens eyeing the Chen Junlin, as the first person of the Sky Blue planet, and shouldering the responsibility of the human emperor. His goal must not only be to unify the Sky Blue planet is enough. Rather, it's the wider worlds of the heavens. Like early this morning, when Chen Junlin left in a hurry. The odds are that it's gone into the All Worlds Network Conquest. Husband and wife. If the human emperor was like this, how could she slack off? Therefore, the cultivation resources left to her by Qin Junlin were not just for the purpose of enhancing her strength. It was more so that she would be able to sit firmly as the Empress in the future harem and consolidate the roots of the Sky Blue Star for him. She had to cultivate hard and absolutely must not fail Qin Junlin's expectations. Swish. Qin Xiaowei didn't hesitate for a second and directly took out the piece of jade slip first. Following the method of use left behind by Qin Junlin, he immediately crushed it. At once, Jade's simplicity transformed into a stream of light, completely integrating into her soul's destiny. As long as with her continuous cultivation words, will continue to obtain a destiny words, although it cannot be done like Qin Junlin that. Every single one of them was 100% a 7-colored word, but it was enough to give her means beyond the reach of normal people. And after doing this, Qin Xiaowei was even more surprised she had just before the fusion of the. I didn't know what a fateful phrase was yet, but now it's all clear. This couldn't help but make her adore and respect Qin Junlin more and more. To even take out such a counterintuitive fateful phrase, one can only imagine that the. How outrageous would Qin Junlin's true strength be? And then. Qin Xiaowei looked again at the cultivation method, the Divine Phoenix Immortalization Scripture. This method is different from the Dragon Spiritist cultivation system. It is an immortal cultivation technique that absorbs the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, it is also capable of transforming the roots and bones and flesh of mortals, and can make Dragon Spiritists stronger and more powerful. There was no hesitation. After Qin Xiaowei finished reading, she immediately sat down on her knees, closed her eyes and tried to start cultivating. As she revolved her mind, a strand of heaven and earth vital energy slowly flowed into her body, nourishing her soul. She felt her mental powers rising and it was as if a fountain was washing her soul. This was a means that was completely different from the Dragon Spiritist cultivation system, and she was able to clearly appreciate that. His own dragon spirit had also become even stronger than before under the nourishment of this technique. Your Majesty's Dasha 9 States tripod needs to take a concubine in order to be more effective. In this matter, there is no room for delay. Qin Xiaowei slightly frowned her pretty eyebrows, secretly pondering in her heart, she naturally wasn't the kind of woman who was careful. Moreover, Qin Junlin was also a human emperor who had truly achieved the status of king of the world, with unrivaled divine power. It's just that even if it's a consort, it's by no means some kind of unsavory goods. You can just blend in, and you need to find some way to get through the layers. Have to say, Qin Xiaowei was worthy of being Qin Junlin's chosen harem master, even if Qin Junlin didn't explicitly say so. The other side, however, was able to comprehend the meaning. This also made Qin Junlin completely at ease. Really want him to expend unnecessary energy on some petty, trivial matter. It's too much trouble for him. And right now, Qin Junlin was indeed just as Qin Xiaowei thought he was. After giving some cultivation resources to Zhao Yunlong, the principal who had helped him in the past, as well as Qin Shouzhen, he had already entered the world wide web of the heavens and started the qualifying rounds. Principal Zhao Yunlong had been quite kind to him, and had always given him a lot of care. After being trapped in an alien space, the other side also went out of their way to shake people up to help. Just based on this, the other side also went out of their way to help the other side. Qin Junlin wouldn't feel that spending some 10,000 realms general coins for the other party counted for anything. And Qin Shouzhen, at least, is the nominal father-in-law. In order to save him from the other dimension, even the minister of the special department of Kyushu was called to take care of him, and it was only right that he should be taken care of. In the face of the precious cultivation resources bestowed by Qin Junlin, a human emperor, the two were naturally grateful. Totally unexpected to get this kind of heavenly chance. If it wasn't for Qin Junlin stopping them, the two were afraid that they would both kneel on the ground and kowtow up to him in person. On top of that, there was the storage ring left for Qin Xiaowei in the. There were also quite a few ordinary cultivation resources in there, such as a variety of effective words and jade slips, immortal cultivation techniques, magical treasures and equipment that. Technology products and so on. Can substantially enhance the ability of the Sky Blue Star Dragon Spirit Master, which is something that Qin Junlin deliberately took out specifically to reward outstanding talents. After all, the stronger the power of the Sky Blue Star's national fortune was, the stronger he would be, too. Only from time to time to give some sweet, can more stimulate the Sky Blue Star people to struggle, rather than choosing to swing, touch fish. Only, how are these cultivation resources going to be rewarded? Then it was up to Qin Xiaowei, the Empress, to think of an idea. Anyway, he'll just main a throwaway emperor. But After so much tossing and turning, Chen Junlin's originally quite rich family background. There's just basically not much left. I didn't realize that being a human emperor would actually bother me because of a lack of money. Poor, too poor, still have to conquer some richer cosmic realms. Looking at the large amount of treasures within the lucky store of the worlds, Chen Junlin secretly sighed in his heart. It's true that you don't want to lose money when you have it. If he could, he would really like to buy everything inside, all of it. Better start qualifying as soon as possible. Shook his head. Chen Junlin's eyes landed on the ranking battle in the interface of the All Worlds Network. Chapter 37 Ranking Competitions. Seconds to kill the man. Ding. Is it confirmed to enter the ranked arena? Yes. Do you choose to hide your name? If you hide your name, the player's name and universe information will be hidden during the battle. And after obtaining the special ranking competition achievement, there will be no announcement from the worlds. You will also be deemed to have voluntarily forfeited the special ranking athletic achievement reward. No. Chen Junlin made his choice without hesitation. After refining the great summer tripod of the 9 states, it was the time for him to make a name for himself and accumulate fame. And how is it possible to hide a name? What's more, judging by the hidden rules of this, although hiding the name information and universe information can avoid the situation of if you can't beat them online, you can just choose to fight them offline. You can avoid the situation of if you can't beat them online, you can just choose to fight them offline. However, you will also lose your special ranking athletic achievement reward, so it's clear that the World Wide Web does not inherently favor athletes who choose to hide information. That's normal. After all, the main focus of the World of the Heavens network is a competition. The main focus of the World of the Heavens network is a competition. The value of achievement rewards is not low. Unless the universe is so weak that it is afraid of exposing the information of the universe and attracting the invasion of the competitors in the qualifying rounds. Otherwise, it's basically impossible to choose to hide information. Ding. Choose success. Soon to enter the All Worlds Platoon Arena. Swish. It was accompanied by a sensation of heavenly rotation, as if he had passed through a heavy shackle of emptiness. Finally, the ranked arena appeared in front of Chen Junlin. In contrast to the dark, depressing, old-fashioned atmosphere of the previous survival arena, the ranking arena in front of Chen Junlin was magnificent, as if it was an ancient giant city standing in the endless sea of stars. The city walls were made up of countless mysterious runes, each of which flickered with palpitating power. He took a deep breath, a flash of anticipation in his eyes. He quickly checked up on his ranking, 99. Segment, none. Percentage of victories, none. Can't see what the ranking numbers are at all. This caused Chen Junlin to raise his eyebrows slightly, from which it was not difficult to guess that. Just how many living beings there were within the World Wide Web of the Heavens, and what a huge number of universes there were throughout the World Wide Web of the Heavens. Challenge begins. Rodeo players, please get ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. A cold and mercilessly loud voice echoed throughout the ranked arena. Chen Junlin knew that his first battle was coming. Rumble. The moment the countdown just ended, not waiting for Chen Junlin to think more, a terrifying thunder blasting sound came violently from behind him, and the astonishing power of the thunder and lightning sent out a clicking sound of the void shattering. It seemed to want to tear Chen Junlin into pieces instantly. Humph. Chen Junlin's gaze was slightly cold, and in his heart, he had already realized that the other party obviously intends to take advantage of the fact that he is entering the ranked arena for the first time. The probability is that he will be inexperienced, so he directly does not talk about martial arts, and sneak attack with the fastest attack speed, trying to keep myself from reacting. Judging from the strength of the other party's strike, it was clear that he had no intention of giving him a chance to return the favor. If it was an unusual LV-19 level cosmic being, facing this sudden outburst of killing moves, I'm afraid there's no way to react at all. Granted, getting killed within the ranked arena doesn't really fall like it does in the Conquest mode. However, it will drop the level experience, as well as carry a magic treasure, or props. The loss can be big or small. Of course. In the face of this sudden attack, Chen Junlin appeared unusually calm. His figure did not move at all, and the Desolate Sword technique was already ready. Just at the moment when that terrifying lightning was about to tear through his body, he flicked his wrist and the Desolate Sword technique in his hand was instantly unleashed. A barren aura filled the air, and the air around them seemed to freeze. That originally mighty and unparalleled thunderbolt, under the impact of this barren force, it instantly became weak, like ice and snow that met the sunlight and quickly melted. Pust. Countless sword-ons cut through the sky, taking Chen Junlin as the center point and rapidly spreading in all directions. Blocked off all space within the ranked arena. No matter how much stealth and space the other party controls, there is absolutely no chance of evasion. No. How is this possible? The sneak-attacking athleticist one's face suddenly changed when he saw his attack being easily neutralized. He didn't expect that this opponent who had entered the ranked arena for the first time would be so powerful. No wonder he was able to exterminate a LV-110 level universe with his LV-4 level strength. He hastily retreated, trying to run his spatial means and pull away. He is an alien being called the Gap Race, and has the ability. It's the ability to enter into any gap within space, to blend in almost completely with space, and to be difficult to be perceived out of. With this particular ability, the Gap clan can often get off to a good start in competitive qualifying. However, he did not, by any means, anticipate that, after he had clearly taken a huge opening advantage, with almost no one able to react to the situation, this Chen Junlin had not only counterattacked, but had even unleashed a terrifying sword skill. That sword skill is actually so anticlimactic that it fills every gap in space with sword intent. Unavoidable. The Gap Race's exclusive ability that has caused countless cosmic beings headaches. Completely ineffective in this moment. His eyes were wide with horror and fear, as if he couldn't believe that. Surprisingly, he was defeated in such a short period of time. Originally, he had planned to step on the name Chen Junlin and become famous in all the worlds. However, he did not expect that the other party's strength was so terrifying that it completely overturned his perception. No. I'm just one win away from my 9 consecutive wins record, and I'm just one win away from my 10 consecutive ranked competitive achievements. In the midst of the Gap Race athletes, incomparably despairing gazes and cries of grief. Endless sword chi, almost in a moment's effort, the sword blade had pierced through his body, completely crushing the flesh of this Gap Race athlete into nothingness. Ka-ching! With an ear-splitting sound, the body of the Gap Race sneak attacker turned into bits of starlight that completely disappeared from the ranked arena. And from the time the fight was over, it was in fact less than a second. Chen Junlin didn't even turn around, his gaze was always as calm as water. It was as if what had just happened was nothing more than a trivial hiccup. Ding! Congratulations on your first ranked win. You have defeated Gap Race athlete Mokar Silver 5-star, LV-176. Gaining 130 qualifying points, 30 base points plus 100 overall performance points, no segment can be ranked after 10 qualifying matches, and 100 experience points. Obtained a magic weapon Thunder Thorn Gotham. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned the ranked competitive achievement Spike Master. Second Kill Master can be obtained by killing a competitive opponent within 1 second after the start of a ranked competition. Gain effects: Strength plus 100, Intelligence plus 100, Fame plus 100, Strike Rate plus 100%. Special effect: for every one competitor defeated, one universal coin will be awarded. Your performance in the ranked arena, which was excellent, has resulted in full performance points. Please keep up the good work. You have to play 10 qualifying matches to be set? Chen Junlin raised his eyebrows. This was somewhat similar to a game he had played on Earth. Chapter 38, Seconds Again. There was a moment's pause. Chen Junlin's mind moved, and that Thunderthorn Gothic appeared in his hand. One could only see that it was blue in color, with thunder and lightning entwined, emitting a palpitating aura. He slightly looked at the attributes of this magic treasure again, and a trace of color couldn't help but flash in Lin's eyes. This was already considered a good magic treasure. Thunderbolt Gothic. Category: Offensive. Level: SS. Physical attack, plus 96,931. Magic attack, plus 96,931. Basic attribute: attacks with an additional 100% lightning magic damage to its own attack power. And when first launching an attack, it will increase the user's extreme attack and movement speed equal to lightning, increase the user's dodge effect by 50%, and increase attack power by 200%. Special effect: Thunderthorn Gotham Possessor May, with each attack. There is a 5% chance to summon a small bolt of lightning that deals 100 points of true damage to the target. This damage can also splash to all targets within 1,000 meters nearby. The quality of this Thunderthorn Gotham is really not low, it actually reached the SS level. The double speed boost that also reaches the ultimate speed of light on the first attack is a supreme artifact for assassin-type athletes, especially beings like the Gaps. Only. He has long since used the free exchange opportunity within the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds. After exchanging the ultimate supreme treasure Heaven Opening Axe, this thing was completely useless to him. And the attribute effect of the Heaven Opening Axe, that simply don't be too outrageous, this Thunderthorn Gotham in front of it. It's the difference between an aircraft carrier and a toy car. Not much else to say about the effects of other attributes. One of the effects of the Heaven Opening Axe is simply that every time it attacks, it will deal real damage equal to all of one's base attributes including physical attack, magic attack, movement speed, life value, physical defense, magic defense, etc., and this thing is just unbelievable and horrible. As long as you don't get killed in seconds, if you take this thing, you'll still be able to kill God and Buddha? If paired with a phrase with an infinite growth class attribute, or the Great Summer 9 States tripod, such as attribute gain heavenly things, that is even more can play an incredible power. It's no wonder. Within the original Lucky Store of the Heavens, there was actually a limit of only one item that could be purchased. And the asking price is the most expensive of the bunch. These little toys, on the other hand, could be used as reward items. Give it to the Great Summer Pride who performs well. Shook his head. Chen Junlin indifferently put this magic treasure into his storage space. It then opened the next qualifying match straight away. Ding! You choose to continue qualifying. Rodeo players, please get ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Chen Junlin's second competitive opponent. It also finally appeared in front of him. This time the athletic opponents, rather like the Gap Race athletes just now, did not. By virtue of his own racial talent he was the first to stealthily sneak up on them. As far as the eye could see, it was a large, bulky, and a mechanical race of athletes with a metallic luster. It's actually a mechanical race? Chen Junlin smiled slightly. This race was quite powerful. With the sturdy body that didn't belong to the dragon race, and various long-range light magnetic cannon skills, it also belonged to a top-ranking category within the troop types. According to the reality of the other party's information, it is a LV-113 level universe being. The level was much lower than the Gap clan just now, but its ranked competitive segment was much higher, reaching silver 2 stars. Obviously, you can't rate true combat effectiveness purely by rank. Like himself, though only LV-19 level. However, after various eternal level passive gains and skill gains are superimposed, it can easily kill the Alien King, the Lord of the Alien Universe. Ka-ching! Chen Junlin flicked his fingers and directly struck out a Desolate Sword technique. Launched a furious attack on the other side. Ultimate Dark Matter Shield. Great Mercy Extinction Gatling. Not to be outdone, the mechanical athletic maneuvered the mechanical parts of his body and set up more than 30,000 turrets toward Chen Junlin of fire output, and at the same time instantly released a black energy protective light shield, attempting to fend off Chen Junlin's attack. However, under the terrifyingly powerful attack of the Desolate Sword technique, the seemingly sturdy shield instantly collapsed, and the firepower of more than 30,000 batteries was even blown apart in midair by a wisp of sword chi, crushed into nothingness. But it was a blink of an eye. The endless barren sword chi instantly submerged the mechanical race athlete, whose body, comparable to that of a giant dragon, was like thin paper. It fell apart in a moment. Seconds. Another hit for seconds. Ding! Congratulations, you've won 2 consecutive victories in the rankings. You have defeated the mechanical athlete Wang Taidan Silver 2-star, LV-113. Earned 130 qualifying points base 30 plus 100 overall performance points, no segment can be ranked after 8 more qualifying matches, gained 80 experience points, and acquisition of an infinite energy crystal core magnetic source. Chen Junlin looked at the magnetic source in his hand, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The value of this thing is not low, it is a kind of infinite energy crystal specially provided to mechanical creatures. It was considered a very precious cosmic resource, and its value was no better than the immortal crystals of the immortal cultivation world. Oh! Can have this kind of infinite energy crystal core as an energy core. This mechanical race athlete, I'm afraid that his identity in the mechanical race is not ordinary. Though it's cosmic living class, which is only 6 classes away from the Alien King. But if we engage, the Alien King will certainly have no chance of winning. Chen Junlin shook his head and laughed lightly. He could tell that the mechanical athletics dark matter energy shield is very special, and if not for the fact that his attacks are so powerful that they can almost break all laws with one force, he would have been able to break all laws with one force, and he would have been able to break all laws with one force. Even if the alien king was given 100 times more attack power, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help this mechanical athletic. And this also made Chen Junlin realize more and more that in the midst of this web of the heavens and the earth, certain races may possess special abilities, and it is never possible to refer to the combat strength of both sides simply by cosmic life level. In the midst of his thoughts, Chen Junlin once again clicked on Continue Ranking Competition. Ding! You choose to continue qualifying. Rodeo players, please get ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. As the system beeped, Chen Junlin quickly adjusted his state. He sensed an incomparably powerful aura approaching. This time, the opponent is a powerful creature from the endless sea of stars, called the Star Abyss Beast race. You have the special ability to deflect your opponent's attacks and counterattack them, just like the Battle of the Stars. This Star Abyss Beast was huge, like a moving star. It almost filled half of the arena, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. The bottom line is this athletic rival of the beasts of the astral abyss. Its cosmic spawn level actually reached LV 291, with a ranked competitive segment gold 2 stars and a ranked win rate of 72%. Based on those stats alone, this guy is a proper powerhouse. A gold 2-star opponent so soon? Chapter 39, Breaking the Records of the Heavens Again, could it be the Emperor's son, the Holy Sun? In the face of such a large span of segmentation, grade, and size of this opponent, Chen Junlin was also slightly stunned, but there was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a flash of excitement. It's good to have a stronger opponent. Otherwise, he really couldn't grasp how powerful he was now. The athletic opponents of the Star Abyss Beast race seemed to have sensed the power of Chen Junlin as well. It let out a low roar from deep in its throat, and with a tremor of its body, it was about to start launching an attack, gulping out a meteorite of flames from its mouth, bombarding down towards Chen Junlin. At the same time, Chen Junlin clearly felt that the space around his body had changed in a matter of moments. It was as if it had been cut apart by a ray of starlight and locked in a fixed starry world. That's quite a powerful tactic. It's really much more powerful than those two guys just now. Chen Junlin nodded slightly. No wonder this guy has such a high ranked win rate. Indeed, it possesses powerful enough means. However, and that's about it. In that instant, Chen Junlin moved. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, instantly slicing through the sky, and the desolate sword technique in his hand was once again executed. This time, the desolate sword chi was as furious as a storm, and the sword chi crisscrossed across. Instantly, the Star Abyss Beast race athlete's star space was torn apart, followed by shattering the countless meteor flame meteorites before sweeping towards the opponent's body. What? A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the Star Abyss Beast race athletic. This move of its star space avatar was almost invincible, and it had never encountered one that could forcibly break it up. However, he did not expect that it would actually be forcibly broken by a human being who was only level 19. This is, so scary. In a pinch, it hastened to use its strongest racial talent, Bucket Shift, attempting to transfer this terrifyingly rebellious sword chi onto Chen Junlin. But it realized with despair that in the face of Chen Junlin's desolate sword chi, its bucket-turning star shift was as if it was a sham, and it reached the limit of its tolerance just as soon as it met, and it couldn't even turn a strand of sword chi in it. Damage, too high. It's too high. Ridiculously high. Chaonima, is this an attack that a normal person can make? I'm only a gold 2-star. Go matching mechanism. The mind broke defense with an angry curse. Eventually, that roiling sword chi was like tearing through a piece of paper, easily tearing through its body. Under Chen Junlin's sword chi, the Star Abyss Beast race athletic's massive body instantly collapsed. It turned into countless points of light and dissipated into the air. Seconds. Once again, one-hit kills. Even the Star Abyss Beast race, which possessed a defensive talent that could be considered ungodly, it was similarly unable to withstand the damage from Chen Junlin's desolate sword chi. Ding! Congratulations, you've won 3 consecutive victories in the rankings. You have defeated Star Destroyer Gold 2-star, LV 291. Earn 200 qualifying points, 100 base plus 100 overall performance points. No segment can be ranked after 7 more qualifying matches. Earn 100 experience points, and get a star heart. Chen Junlin received the star heart rewarded by the system, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This star heart is a good thing. It's said to contain the star power of one side of the universe. It was refined by the Star Abyss Beast clan devouring the entire cosmic stars and rivers. Not only is it the perfect material for refining weapons and alchemy, but for cultivators practicing the way of the stars, the value is incalculable. Hey! Isn't there any challenge at all? Can't even catch one sword. Weak. Too weak. Chen Junlin sighed softly with some tastelessness. He thought that this big guy could give him a little surprise, but it turned out that he was also a weakling who couldn't even carry a sword. Perhaps, these would have been the little mole crickets, and it's the higher segments in the back that are difficult. After all, there are too many universes in the heavens. The World Wide Web has also existed for an unknown number of years. Real strong people, I am afraid that they have already fought above the higher segments. Shaking his head, he then clicked on the next qualifying match. Ding! You choose to continue qualifying. Rodeo players, please get ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. However, this time, Chen Junlin seemed to be aware that these athletes in front of him were probably all little weaklings. Then there was no interest in paying any attention to it. Boom! The opponent hasn't fully reacted yet. The terrifying sword chi that penetrated the void then completely tore everything apart. Seconds. Ding! You choose to continue qualifying. Rodeo players, please get ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Seconds again. Congratulations, you've completed a 5-game winning streak. Congratulations, you've completed 6 consecutive victories. Congratulations, you've completed a 9-game winning streak. That's all. Chen Junlin had strong seconds with sword after sword, straight out of the gate without giving anyone a chance. These athletes wouldn't be able to block a single move from him anyway, and he would only start to get interested when an opponent would appear who could catch the sword of his. Buzz. But it's just a matter of moments. He then completed 10 qualifying matches. Congratulations, you've completed 10 consecutive victories. Congratulations, you have performed perfectly and have been ranked competitively as Diamond 1 star. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the special ranked competition achievement 10 consecutive kills. An all-message announcement will be launched for the heavens and the earth. Ding! Congratulations on winning all of your classification matches and on all of your performance scores. Achievement of the special ranked competition achievement, the first show of sharpness, will launch the all-news announcement of the heavens and the worlds. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin LV19, Diamond 1 star. Achieved the special ranked competitive achievement, first show of sharpness. Received the golden ranking treasure chest reward X1. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin LV19, Diamond 1 star. Achieved the special ranked competitive achievement 10 consecutive kills. Received the purple platoon treasure chest reward X1. Ding! Special congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin LV19, Diamond 1 star. Break the record for the lowest level to obtain the first show of sharpness achievement. The last record was obtained at LV99, receive an additional golden ranking treasure chest X1, and receive an order to summon a first-class troop of your choice X1. Hiss. That's what this is all about. The countless cosmic conscripts of the World Wide Web froze for a moment in unison. One by one, they all sucked in cold air. Chen Junlin? Chen Junlin again? Level LV19, 10 consecutive cuts? First time? Classified Diamond 1 star? Wouldn't that mean that all of the performance points for the positional game were scored? And the prerequisite for scoring a full performance score, that's seconds in every game. This Tama. Sure you heard right? Could at LV19 level Cosmic Being really do something so unbelievable? Breaking the limit record again? Who the hell is this Chen Junlin? It's too fierce, isn't it? Quickly, I want a quick survey of this guy's cosmic realm. Could it be some higher universe's saint's son or emperor son? Bull, even if it's a human holy son or emperor son of the higher universe. Nor can it be so outrageous at all. No. It's not right. Was this Qin Junlin the guy who had exterminated the entire universe before or not? If so, then he was at LV4 level before and exterminated the entire alien universe. And how can it be only level 19? When these words came out, the many universe powerhouses, however, quieted down. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to exterminate a universe across levels. And a LV4 level cosmic being. If a LV119 level cosmic being is killed alone, then at least it will be able to rise to around level 90. Counting the other beings within the alien universe. Even breaking 100 levels should be more than enough. But this movement by Qin Junlin had clearly overturned the crowd's perceptions. It's not right. It's so wrong. There must be a big secret on this Qin Junlin. My goodness, this Qin Junlin. Is he alone? Or is it that all the beings of this human race are named Qin Junlin? Chapter 40, the 10,000 races of the heavens are alarmed, Qin Junlin must be stopped. The shock of the countless cosmic conscripts set off a storm across the entire worldwide web of the heavens. Qin Junlin's name was like a shining new star, hanging in the hearts of countless universe conquerors. There are even people who are beginning to suspect that Qin Junlin is no longer the name of a person that. Rather, it's a term for a certain group of races. It's not impossible. After all, the universe of the heavens is full of strange and weird things. There are also beings from some cosmic worlds that like to use the same name in order to show their collective unity. Or, alternatively, there are cosmic worlds, such as the legendary oddball race, the Spores. This racial world has only one parent, from which the rest are continually splintering, although each spore possesses a different conscious intelligence. However, they are still essentially equivalent to a human being, and their names in the World Wide Web are all spores. Such universes are rarer, but not non-existent. Only. This Qin Junlin was clearly of the human race, and the human race was inside the realms of the heavens. Each person is a separate consciousness and personality. It seems unlikely that the human race in the entire universe will use the same name, right? Incomprehensible. In short, the cosmic conquerors of the heavens and the earth at this moment. It was completely impossible to understand the cause of all this happening to Qin Junlin. But everyone has come to realize that the World Wide Web is next to. I'm afraid it's going to create a huge storm. A cosmic conquistador capable of frantically crossing over to kill his enemies, regardless of whether the other person is actually a human being. Or a racial group, it was enough to make all the cosmic realms pay attention to it. Because this Qin Junlin will definitely be a potential threat. If there is a chance, then every opportunity must be seized to root it out and resolve it. There weren't many cosmic powerhouses who possessed such thoughts. It was too late. That is, the same time. Many of the many cosmic realms that possessed a strong heritage began to dispatch some elite celestial pride one after another, preparing to head into the all heavens ranking battle to intercept Qin Junlin. Qin Junlin reached the Diamond 1-star segment with just 10 consecutive wins, and broke the current record of the World Wide Web, which meant that the opponent's fighting strength was so terrifying that he killed his opponents in seconds in every single match. And that strength is probably beyond the normal Diamond 1-star. Let alone a normal Diamond 1-star athlete, even a higher starburst athlete. I'm afraid that a Grandmaster athlete may not have much of a chance of winning. If we don't curb him and continue to let him go on his winning streak, then he might have a chance to get 20 consecutive kills, 30 consecutive kills, or even higher achievement rewards, as well as breaking the extreme record again. And this. Obviously not something they would tolerate in these powerful universes. After all, whether it's a reward for a winning streak, or even a reward for breaking an extreme record, that's all very exaggerated. Once Qin Junlin gets his hands on all of them, then these powerful universes of theirs would have an even tougher competitor. As a matter of fact, it wasn't a deliberate attempt to target Qin Junlin. Rather, but any high-order universe with enough depth will be prepared in this way. In order to avoid having a competitor be able to earn special achievement rewards, they would specialize in having a group of celestial pride and elite clansmen intentionally suppress the segment of the qualifying competition, while cultivating powerful divine abilities and wearing special magic treasures, and never participating in the qualifying competitions on weekdays. And once any of the more demonic athletes appeared, then they would be immediately intercepted. This level of blocking will be more intense and pronounced, especially in the more advanced segments. On the contrary, there's basically no one to block in segments like silver, gold, and platinum. Because the base of cosmic beings in these segments was so large, it was generally difficult to accurately intercept successfully. And if after reaching such segments as diamonds and masters, the base of cosmic beings is not as large, and with enough slight luck, there is a chance to complete the interdiction. And even many times, in order to interdict successful targets, there would also be cosmic powerhouses who would not hesitate to utilize some means and secret treasures to increase their chi. Of course, this is still relatively rare. Unless there was some deep hatred or grudge dispute between the two universes, only then would they move to intercept at such a cost. Anyway, in the midst of this web of the heavens and the earth, wanting to truly grow up, it's not as easy as one might think. Especially inside a qualifying battle, although it won't be life-threatening. But if you're too good and the overall strength of the universe behind you isn't enough, many higher-order universes tend to use some means to nip it in the bud directly offline. This, then, is one of the obvious drawbacks of not hiding information about yourself in qualifying. Opportunities and risks go hand in hand. Somewhere inside a cosmic world full of dark shadows. A huge shadow, hidden in the endless darkness. But to the countless bizarre black shadows all around, he slowly spoke, "For this group of you, this emperor will grant you all a divine artifact in each hand." Starting from the Diamond to Master segment, immediately ranked and tried to match up with Chen Junlin. Make sure to stop his winning streak no matter what. If I have the opportunity to parasitize this man's shadow and get my hands on the mastery of the divine arts that he controls, that would be the best. We lead the way. This is none other than the Trickster Shadow Clan, a race that is known for parasitizing the shadows of beings from all realms of the heavens. Constantly imitating and learning the various skills, aptitudes, and bloodlines of the parasites, it is a powerful race that can be called ubiquitous. And Chen Junlin, a demon so contrary to the heavens, must have extraordinary means and skills. Naturally, the Trickster's Shadow Clan wouldn't miss it. The same moment. A world filled with blood-colored mists. The blood pupil race, which is ranked among the top of the 10,000 realms of the heavens, they reside in a blood-colored nebula. Possesses a pair of blood-colored pupils that can see through the weaknesses and rules of his opponents. The patriarch of the blood pupil universe, the blood pupil king. He also said in a deep voice to the group of blood pupil clan warriors under his banner, "The appearance of this Chen Junlin has seriously threatened our interests. You must intercept him without fail." I vow to kill Chen Junlin. Not to dishonor my king's authority. The warriors of the blood pupil clan responded in unison. At the same time, in the depths of the spirit's chaotic universe, in the world of the Heart Demon clan, this mysterious community is deliberating in secret. The Mind Demon race is different from the Trickster Shadow race in that they specialize in parasitizing the minds of all living things. Strengthens itself by feeding on the negativity and psychic energy of living beings. The originator of the Mind Fiends, a mysterious creature that emits a black mist all over its body, was gazing into the distance and said leisurely, "The name Chen Junlin has spread throughout the heavens and the worlds. His future potential is bound to be immensely powerful, and the human race has many complicated minds. Just the perfect parasitic object that we mind demons have been waiting countless years for. This time, we do not seek to stop his winning streak, but only to find an opportunity to parasitize his mind. Once it succeeds, the power of our pack will be boosted like never before. We could also deliberately send him on a bit of a winning streak, if necessary. Parasitize him while his mind can't help but open up in his excitement and thrill." The surrounding Heart Demon clansmen nodded their heads, greed flashing in their eyes. It's not like they have to do it themselves, because the Heart Demons are the equivalent of a whole race of. Like the spore race that split into the heavens and the worlds, as long as any member of the Heart Demon race burrowed into the depths of Chen Junlin's mind, then it's the equivalent of an entire race burrowing in order to achieve this goal. These elites of the Heart Demon race began to control all the members of the Heart Demon race within the heavenly realms. Those cosmic conquerors that allowed their control to be parasitized also began to blend into the qualifying battles of the various segments, looking for an opportunity to get close to Chen Junlin. The Heart Demon clan, during these countless years, did not know how many cosmic living conquistadors they had parasitized. Although their own combat power may not be much stronger, but it is better than the huge number. As long as they seize the opportunity to parasitize into the depths of Chen Junlin's mind, that would be a big win. The pervasive Mind Demon clan, virtually invisible and defenseless, by virtue of the madness of psychic parasitism, through the hosts of those who have been. It is easy to gain insight into the movements of a large number of cosmic realms. This is also the reason why they can stand in front of the countless races in the heavens and the worlds. And similar scenes occur in almost every powerful universe. Anyway, there are those who want to ruin Qin Junlin's winning streak. There are also attempts to take advantage of the opportunity to parasitize him, a rare 10,000 ancient celestial pride. Qin Junlin was afraid that he hadn't expected it in any case. With just some 10 consecutive victories, he, a universe conqueror of only LV19 level. Barely a Diamond 1-star ranked novice, it drew the attention of countless high-level universes. Chapter 41 so close, almost didn't get a 1-second kill. Of course. In the face of hostility and intrigue from the cosmic races from all sides, among the high-ranking universes of certain human races, yet a series of responses have begun. Although they were not in the same universe, they all belonged to the human race after all. And the human race was able to stand in the heavens and the worlds with a weak flesh and blood foundation that, in addition to their own cultivation potential, more than anything else, they were united with each other. They knew very well in their hearts that Qin Junlin was more than just a name. It was more the honor and hope of the human race. The human race, it had been a long time since a supreme heavenly pride had been born to ascend to the top of the great emperor. Therefore, in order to protect this heaven-defying human demon and alleviate the pressure of the opponent's external blockade, some of the top echelons of the human universe have likewise dispatched batches of elites, intending to secretly share Qin Junlin's burden and help him intercept those saboteurs as much as possible. Of course, if in the qualifying rounds, when the match really needs Qin Junlin. And yet they don't give away points on purpose. After all, if a human celestial who relies on needing to give away points in order to keep his winning streak going, that wouldn't be considered a true heavenly pride. In the bustling human universe, inside a high-level universe called the Skybound Realm, the mighty sword Saint Tianxing Yang of the Tianxing realm is standing in the middle of the starry river. Dressed in white robes and carrying a long sword on his back, his sword brows and starry eyes were heroic. And behind him, there was a sword cultivator disciple standing respectfully. This time, my human race's heavenly pride will certainly encounter an unprecedented and unparalleled obstruction. You need to share some of the blockers for him. Do you understand everything? Senior, we understand. Last time, Senior Sister Lu managed to reach a streak of achievement with great difficulty. But they were intercepted by the damned foreigners. This time, we will definitely do our best to help. And in addition to the heavenly realm, the other major universes of the human race have also sent a large number of athletes that their own strength wasn't that strong, and most of them weren't deliberately suppressing their realms, merely to interfere with those snipers. Just as the heavens and the worlds, all parties were surging with dark currents, and were beginning to take action. Qin Junlin, however, did not realize that he had actually become the object of protection for quite a few human universes. I didn't realize that I could enjoy special competitive achievements even though I'm a low rank conducting qualifying matches. So it seems that this dragon spiritist cultivation system, amongst the 10,000 realms network of the heavens and the earth, wouldn't it be an enlightened existence? Qin Junlin couldn't help but let his eyes light up. A dragon spiritist is a person who indirectly improves himself by cultivating the dragon spirit, and therefore the experience value gained from killing foreign beings in the otherworldly universe. All of them were directly absorbed by the dragon spirit. But the level of the cosmic beings calculated by the All Worlds Network was the dragon spiritist realm of the human race itself. It's not the level of dragon spirit. And the dragon spiritist star level advancement is, on the other hand, tied to the dragon spirit level. For every 10 levels of dragon spirit level, the dragon spiritist star level would only increase by 1 star, a direct difference of 10 times. This also means that, compared to the other alien beings in the worlds of the heavens, those who practice the dragon spiritist system are all capable of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. At the same time, you can also enjoy the many achievements of challenging high levels at low levels. That's a bit of a step too far, really. Is it a bug? Qin Junlin had only so much to think about. He'd seen quite a few reward items in the lucky store of the heavens and the earth. However, nothing related to the dragon spiritist cultivation system has been found. The Imperial Beastmaster is related to the summoner system, but yes. The style is similar to that of the dragon spiritist system, but the monsters summoned by the Beastmaster and the summoner, after killing the alien cosmic beings, will be able to kill them. Its experience value is all mostly given to the Imperial Beastmaster and the summoner itself, with only a small portion of the experience split between the summoner and the summoner. This means that the Dragon Spiritist cultivation system should be a system unique to the Sky Blue planet. And it is not recorded in the Web of the Worlds. Is that why the All Worlds Network didn't realize the bugs in this cultivation system? TSK. If I had known that, then I should have tried pressing the level even lower. Chen Junlin was secretly staggered. That's the downside of a lower order universe, a lot of important critical information that it's hard to know at the beginning. Of course, it doesn't work that way. If I don't choose to conquer the alien universe first and gain massive cosmic coin proceeds, refining the tripod of the 9 states to achieve the human emperor, yet he won't be able to have the current strength. After a brief bit of sentimentality, Chen Junlin has won 10 consecutive victories and did not stop there. Once again, the choice was made to continue qualifying. Since there's more to be gained by playing ranked matches at lower levels, there was no need for Chen Junlin to go on a conquest first for the time being. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he wanted to see to what extent his qualifying limit was. Mindfulness. Ding. You choose to continue qualifying. Rodeo players, please get ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Shasta. Chen Junlin once again had a competitive opponent for the qualifying battle. Knowing that the condition of hitting all the performance points requires killing the opponent, it was naturally impossible for him to give the other party a chance. So, just moments before the countdown ends, Chen Junlin didn't even bother to pay attention to his opponent's message, so he chopped out a sword in a strong and skillful manner. Rumble. The terrifying Desolate Sword Chi filled all the emptiness in a matter of moments. Do not give your opponent any chance to dodge and escape. Seriously. Chen Junlin feels more and more that the Desolate Sword technique is a skill that is not only a good way to get to the top of the world, but also a good way to get to the bottom of the world. It's real good to use for ranked play, in a straightforward no-nonsense kind of way. Not only the full power, take advantage of all the first cell phone will, but also do not give the other side to dodge the possibility. After all, throughout the arena space, within each strand of emptiness, all of them are deadly Desolate Sword Chi. What are you going to resist? Desolation. It's still true that when a sword comes out, everything around is like a barren land. Ah. Yuck, dog straight man. No mercy at all. I'm so relieved. What the hell is this sword energy? I can't even last a second with my 9 lives. With a voice of pain, horror and indignation, Chen Junlin didn't even get a good look at his opponent before ending this 11th qualifying match. Ding! Congratulations, you've won 11 consecutive victories in the rankings. You have defeated the Fox Demon athlete Tushan Xiuxiu, Diamond 2 stars, LV 591. Earn 200 qualifying points, base score 100 plus overall performance score 180 experience points. Obtained the 9-tailed Fox Clan's greatest treasure, Illusory Mind Mirror SS. Nice guy. It's only the 11th qualifying game, and it's straight up nearly 600 levels of competitive opponents. That's a substantial grade difference, and it's really a bit outrageous. But even so, in front of Chen Junlin's Desolate Sword technique, he was still killed by a single sword. However, Chen Junlin couldn't help but be a little surprised at this time. Then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. That was close. Almost didn't get a kill in 1 second. It couldn't be helped, he hadn't expected that this time, his opponent in the ranking competition would actually be the 9-tailed Fox Royal Clan. And this race was born with 9 tails, and each tail represents a life, so it is considered a more difficult race. If it was any other athletic facing this 9-tailed Fox Clan, I'm afraid that for a moment, can't solve it yet. Fortunately, the power of the Desolate Sword technique is even more heaven-defying. Behead the sky, behead the earth, behead everything. Even though you have the 9 lives to protect your body, it's just 9 more strands of sword chi to consume in an instant. No matter how outrageous the resurrection methods of this 9-tailed Fox Royal Clan are. However, in the face of the Desolate Sword technique where all space was filled with sword chi, the opponent would still be directly killed by the sword chi the moment they resurrected. Strong. After this battle, Chen Junlin realized the power of the Desolate Sword technique even more clearly. At the same time, he yearned all the more for the day when he would be able to meet that desolate heavenly emperor who created such a heaven-defying mastery. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any desolate heavenly emperor related records within this lucky store of the heavens. But that's normal. If there really is a desolate heavenly emperor in the world, who can evolve countless universes with a single thought? How can one be bound in it with just a mere network of the heavens and the worlds? Chen Junlin said so contemplatively in his heart, a hint of anticipation filling his gaze. He admitted that the world wide web of the heavens was mysterious and powerful. But with the Desolate Heaven Emperor's exclusive BGM, he awakened the natural characteristic of breaking the limit, but he didn't think that this so-called all heavens and all worlds network was the limit. Chapter 42, Breaking the Record Again in 1 Minute, Invincible Intent. Shook his head. Throw away stray thoughts. Once again, Chen Junlin chose to continue. At the same time. Inside the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. What did you say? You carry the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox royal clan, possessing a full 9 lives. You didn't even get a good look at Chen Junlin? He was still killed in seconds? The Fox clan's greatest treasure, the illusory mind realm, was too late to use? A shocked and incredulous voice echoed throughout the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's holy land. Obviously. This Fox King of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was shocked by such horrifying news. He was very clear about the strength of this daughter of his own family, enough to be considered a genius existence in all the heavens and all the worlds. Basically never lost a battle against the same realm. Back to father, this is all true, I didn't expect it. That Chen Junlin would be so ridiculously strong. A demonic-looking white woman, kneeling down on the ground, sighed with a face full of bitterness. That kind of terrifying sword chi that couldn't be described in words, she had never seen it in her entire life. Even that one old ancestor within the Nine-Tailed Fox clan who was proficient in sword arts was far from being the slightest bit inferior. Only level 19? How can you have such heavenly strength? Couldn't be some old monster reincarnated? The Fox King of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan froze, but in the end, he came to this conclusion. But obviously, that doesn't hold water either. It's not like it hasn't happened in the past, some old monster reincarnating and recultivating, wanting to win a good ranking. But it's not even close to being that outrageous. After all, even if you possess the experience, magical powers, and experience of a strong man. But you're only level 19 level base yourself, that doesn't even make for too much exaggerated combat power, does it? Unbelievable. Incomprehensible. This moment. Within this Nine-Tailed Fox clan's holy land, it actually seemed exceptionally quiet and silent. Ryoko. Only then did a sigh filled with helplessness ring out. Just bring them all back. Even you were killed in one blow, so I'm afraid the rest of the Fox clan won't stand much of a chance. This person is not someone my Nine-Tailed Fox clan can mess with. And to Shan Xiao, looking at her ranked panel, that high 91% win rate. And could only gnash her teeth in indignation. With her real battle power, this diamond game was the equivalent of a fish fry game. She could be a fish out of water even when she got to the Zhongshan Bureau rankings, but she didn't expect this time to be so miserable that she didn't even last a second with Chen Junlin. She's losing, and she's really pissed off. Damn you. I'm going to see how many consecutive victories you'll stop at, you arrogant bastard. The highest winning streak she ever had was 56 consecutive beheadings. It was the highest winning streak within the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and as a result, it was finally blocked by a foreign tribe's heavenly pride. But even for that one foreigner's heavenly pride, defeating her took a lot of effort. There was a long stalemate. Completely unlike this time, in front of Chen Junlin, there was not even a chance to struggle for 1 second. For the Fox clan's pride, as she was called. It's just a hard heartbreak. She's a heavenly pride. What about Chen Junlin? Chen Junlin naturally did not know that his mere casual sword. It actually made a heavenly daughter of the Fox clan have a psychological shadow from then on. He didn't seem to be affected in the slightest and continued his qualifying journey. Seconds. It was still a one-sword kill. Battle after battle, Chen Junlin's desolate sword chi. It was as if the invincible blade that was undefeatable in 10,000 battles had killed one ranked competitive opponent in seconds at the moment the countdown ended. Whether it's an opponent of any race, or the possession of a supreme treasure that's even more heavenly. He couldn't even last 1 second under his sword. Congratulations, you've completed 13 consecutive victories. Congratulations, you've completed 16 consecutive victories. Congratulations, you've completed 19 consecutive victories. Ding. Congratulations, you've completed 20 consecutive victories. Ding. Congratulations, you have achieved the special ranked competition achievement 20 consecutive kills. An all-message announcement will be launched for the heavens and the earth. Ding! Congratulations, 20 wins in qualifying and a perfect performance score. Achievement of the special ranked competition achievement Rising Fame will launch the whole news announcement of all the worlds. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin LV19, Master 3 stars. Achieved the special ranked competitive achievement Rise to Fame. Received the golden ranking treasure chest reward X10. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin LV19, Master 3 stars. Achieved the special ranked competitive achievement 20 consecutive kills. Received the golden ranking treasure chest reward X10. Ding! Special congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin LV19, Master 3 stars. Break the record for the Rise to Fame achievement at the lowest level last achieved at LV207 and receive an additional golden ranking chest X10. Obtain a summoning order of your choice for a second order troop X10. Crazy streak alerts that keep echoing in your ears. The reward item of 20 consecutive kills is 10 times more than that of 10 consecutive kills. In particular, you will also receive 10 second order troop summoning orders of your choice. Such an outrageous reward was enough to make countless cosmic conquistadors of the World Wide Web of the heavens, It's all eye candy. But this time, Chen Junlin's gaze was always firm, and without a word, he clicked Continue Platoon. It was as if he was no longer interested in bothering with the spoils of defeating his athletic opponents. Weak. Too weak. Even if he encountered an opponent that had already come to more than 800 levels. Possessing a ranked segment of Master 1 star, yet still not an enemy of his sword. And without realizing it. In this almost invincible state of seconds. In Chen Junlin's heart, it was as if he had realized the meaning of invincibility. The sword energy in his hand became more and more powerful. What is invincibility? Sweep through the ages until there are no more roadblocks ahead. Under the invincible intent, the power of the Desolate Sword technique was still rising and stacking up. Every time he kills his opponent, his understanding of the Desolate Sword technique will be improved. There is a deeper level of understanding. Chen Junlin acted calmly. However, in the midst of the countless universes of that heavenly realm, one by one, the universe conquerors who were paying attention to Chen Junlin looked at the. Once again, it appeared in the news of the 10,000 realms of the heavens announcement and once again set a new record, and each and every one of them was dumbstruck. My nigga? Another record? It's been less than a minute, hasn't it? 20 straight cuts? Fame? Or did you spike every game and hit all the performance points? My old man. This isn't a dream, is it? It's horrible. The last record holder for fame and fortune. That's 207 levels. This was all already unbelievable. But Chen Junlin. Level 19? I really can't imagine how he could defeat those level 700 plus competitive opponents. Man, I've never seen such a perverted cosmic being. This Chen Junlin is still killing in seconds all the way, level 19 killing over 700 levels in seconds? If it were you guys, even if you were fully clothed in supreme divine artifacts, you wouldn't stand a chance at all, would you? Oh. Those obscene hot chicks, don't they quite like to snipe at other cosmic geniuses? Hurry up and get on. What the hell are you guys still doing with your airplanes? This, Chen Junlin, is simply invincible. Could it be the reincarnation of some big shot? Chapter 43, Making a Name for Himself, who will compete with the group of prides in the heavens. This moment. Among the countless cosmic realms, Chen Junlin's reputation was skyrocketing, and like a shining comet, it cut through the heavens, causing the entire heavens and worlds to be shaken. His horrendous winning streak has rightfully become the hottest topic of discussion. Simply to put together a 20-game winning streak, the one generally can't do that, However, it was not impossible to accomplish it if there was some underlying cosmic realm heavenly pride. However, if we're going to keep our 20-game winning streak going while still able to instantly kill the opponent in every game, this difficulty, and more than 10 million times harder. Most importantly, when a 20-win streak has been reached, the competitive opponents that are often matched with, their levels are over 500 at the lowest. This also leads to the fact that if your own level isn't high enough and your attribute panel isn't strong enough, Even with all sorts of divine artifacts and secret techniques in their possession, it was basically impossible to have a chance to kill the opponent in seconds. It's not like there weren't some old monsters once using some soul-taking, reincarnation and other methods, trying to fight out special athletic achievements, but the result is obvious. Even though they have great fighting ability, after too many consecutive wins, Yet it's also hard to cross too many realms to kill an opponent in 1 second. Perhaps they could just as well have killed their opponents across hundreds of levels, or even solved it quickly, However, it is extremely difficult to kill in 1 second. So, this 207th grade. It is the last record to reach 20 consecutive wins and kill a competitive opponent in 1 second straight. This record was left behind by a pride of the mechanical race called the Terminator of Extinction. It is said to have been configured with the best parts from each of the old ancestors of the mechanical clan, utilizing the best resources within the mechanical clan, in order to lead the entire mechanical race to a higher status in the future. And indeed, it did. It's said that back in the day, when you were in the ranked arena, the very first encounter with any opponent that none of them could block its terrifying black barrel bombardment output, casually killing hundreds of levels of competitive opponents, ignoring defenses with a true damage laser cannon skill that the black hole void energy field and other perverse abilities are simply invincible in this world. Extreme output, insurmountable carapace defense, absolute control of the horrible positioning kill move has allowed it to create all kinds of proud records. This one by dedicating it with parts from several of the oldest ancestors of the mechanicals. To create an unprecedented Super Terminator mechanical genius, the mechanical race as a whole has been upgraded by several grades. And here's the scary part. This 207-level streak of seconds has been going on for more than 100,000 full years. None of them have ever been broken again. Even if some races follow suit and gather the strength of their entire race to cultivate a heaven's destined one. And yet it can't be done to that extent. After all, the mechanical race's cultivation method was very different from that of other cosmic beings. Since its combat power is mainly related to the assembled mechanical carapace and mechanical power, the level can be slightly on the low side. So much so, that almost most of the cosmic beings, who thought it was impossible to have any more. It is possible to surpass this record for the mechanicals. Especially the human race. As a person with a weak innate root, no matter which cultivation system, all tend to need to develop to a certain realm before having a strong enough combat power, but also in this kind of competitive qualifying matches inside easy to lose. To hit this kind of streak of achievements that spikes across levels at low levels, it's almost very difficult. Of course. If it's the number of people among the number of people in the high level of the spike streak achievement share, the number of people in the share that pouring is very much on the front burner. And even if you don't count ranks, today's record holder for the highest spike kill streak achievement, it was created by a terrifying and powerful human devil Dao Emperor. Anyway, the human race among the worlds of the heavens is slightly weak in the early stages. The middle stage is okay. Late stage is very grippy. This was basically the situation recognized by all the cosmic beings in all the heavens and all the worlds. But now, Shin Junlin, this human being who was only LV-19. But it subverted what they had always known. Can the human race, when not growing up in the early stages, be so outrageous? There's no doubt. Shin Junlin, the man who, with only LV-19 level strength, the human teenager who had created miracles in countless cosmic realms, had caused the beings of all the races in the heavens to feel an unprecedented shock. His appearance was undoubtedly a reversal of those who believed that the human race was pre-disadvantaged. As for the ranked arena, under the enhancement of the invincible realm of intent, Shin Junlin's sword chi grew stronger and stronger. Each strike caused the opponent to lose instantly. Seconds. That is, in less than a minute. Countless cosmic powerhouses didn't even have time to slow down from their state of shock. Didn't realize. The news of the announcement of the world of the heavens was once again spread out. Ding! Special congratulations to Cosmic Lord Shin Junlin LV-19, Master 9 stars. 30 consecutive victories with full performance points and a 100% win rate. Break the record for the lowest level to get the Fame and Fame achievement. The last record was obtained at LV-319, and receive an additional gold-ranked treasure chest X100. Obtain summoning order for third order troops of your choice X100, obtain seed of the Tree of Enlightenment X1. This one. among the countless universes of the heavens and the earth, but there was no movement anymore. All silent. All cosmic beings, be they low-grade bronze scum, or the great emperor of all races standing at the top of the universe, was all confused. In this instant, Chen Junlin's battle performance made all the cosmic beings in the heavens and the earth. No one's jaw dropped. This is a fake, isn't it? Only just set a new record of 20 consecutive seconds, only less than 1 minute. Actually broke the record again. You think breaking records is drinking water? Where's the promised sniper? Where did the people go? Snipe a few, Rochmaster 3 stars, just took a piss and is ready to snipe again. It turns out that people are directly Clan Master 9 stars. Clueless. All confused. Especially those powerful races of the universe that had sent a large number of snipers to snipe at Chen Junlin. More so, he was completely unable to comprehend the speed of this challenge from Chen Junlin. This tramadol segment promotion speed is too fierce, so many people did not have time to carry out sniping. However, it's good to have reached the Zongshire segment or above. The number of cosmic beings in this segment would be much smaller, and the accuracy of sniping would be much smaller. For example, over 100,000 years ago, that mechanical Terminator genius that the mechanical clan cultivated. The record of consecutive victories and kills stops at 13 stars. On the 27th consecutive win, a Vajra God Ape clan known for its defense resisted for 5 seconds, and eventually had no choice but to interrupt. Although, the difference between a 1-second kill and a 5-second kill doesn't seem to be that big in real life. But in the qualifying rounds, it means losing the most rewarding special competitive achievements. However, what almost no one knows is this. Just a moment ago, there had actually been a sniper from a powerful race in the universe that had successfully matched Chen Junlin. Heart Demon Clan, within the Demon Ancestor Holy Land. One Heart Demon race powerhouse, almost at the same moment, trembled violently. What? How is this possible? What kind of terrifying sword art is that? Surprisingly, even the Heart Demon parasitized in the depths of the mind is given a complete second to kill? This is simply the natural nemesis of my Heart Demon clan. Chapter 44. Just do your best so he can't kill them all in 1 second. Within the Heart Demon clan, within the Demon Ancestor Holy Land, a terrifying silence enveloped every corner. Those powerful members of the Heart Demon race who have always prided themselves on manipulating the minds of all beings in the heavens and the worlds. Unbelievable fear and horror were written all over his face at the moment. Due to the special nature of the Heart Demon clan, all of them, members of the Heart Demon clan. Although they are all individual consciousnesses, they are united in heart and mind, and they are not separate from each other. The entire clan can sense each other's current state. And just a moment ago, through the members of the mind race that they were parasitizing, the finally managed to snipe Chen Junlin. But, to their incredulity, that one member of the mind demon race, who parasitizes the mind, it was actually obliterated by an invisible sword chi in an instant. Its speed, so fast that at first, they didn't even react. What kind of terrifying sword art is that, to be able to obliterate a parasitic heart demon from its roots? A Heart Demon clan elder, almost trembling, said. The Heart Demon clan, can, by parasitizing the deepest recesses of the minds of beings from all realms of the heavens, secretly controlling everything, it is considered to be the most bizarre and mysterious race. And even, by hiding in the depths of the parasite's mind, the ability to, using a buggy method to participate in many single-player inheritance lands, single-player rule copies and so on, even the competitive qualifying tournaments of the World Wide Web could be entered directly. Athletic qualifying tournaments on the World Wide Web, they were also able to directly blend in. And this means of parasitism was precisely the capital that the Heart Demon race was proud of. But just now, the one member of the Heart Demon clan who had met Chen Junlin inside the competitive qualifying round. But it was completely erased. A kind of erasure from the roots. Consciousness, true spirit, completely ceased to exist. Under normal circumstances, even if a parasitized athletic is killed. But hidden in the depths of the mind, we are formless and void beings without actively manifesting ourselves, yet we will not be truly struck down at all. What's more, it's inside a competitive qualifying tournament. Competitive qualifying is just plain competitive, There is no such thing as real death. But why? Can he, Chen Junlin, completely kill? Unless This Chen Junlin, he can sense that one member of the Heart Demon clan that is hidden in the depths of his mind. Then directly out to erase. Since it is not part of the status of the athletes, so once killed, it is also completely killed. It won't be sheltered by the rules of the World Wide Web of the heavens. Another Heart Demon race powerhouse said with a palpitating heart. This is too outrageous, isn't it? The speed of that move was so fast that we couldn't even react. In less than half a second, he was actually able to penetrate to the depths of the parasite's mind? The rest of the Heart Demon race powerhouses present were all horrified by this speculation when they heard it. They can't believe it's true, but they can't find any other plausible explanation. Such tactics are simply unheard of and unseen. This had completely overturned their Heart Demon clan's perception. Elder Ancestor, this person has mastered an incredible sword technique that seems to very much restrain our Heart Demon clan. What should we do next? A Heart Demon race powerhouse inquired with a trembling voice. It was a supreme being of the Heart Demon clan, but to that anticlimactic sword just now. A hint of fear, dread, arose. A moment. Only then did the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor coldly say, "What else can we do, since we know that this son restrains our clan? A deadly threat to our clan, then this son must be nipped in the bud at all costs. If not, this son is only level 19, and he's so demonic today, once he waits until he's grown up. Then I'm afraid my Heart Demon clan will cease to exist. But I don't know why, old ancestor, I'm still a bit scared here." There was a timid Heart Demon clan powerhouse that shivered. Humph. What are you afraid of? As long as our clan is working at full strength, this old ancestor doesn't believe that he can, within 1 second, settle the entirety of our clan. This old ancestor does not ask for you to be able to kill this son, as long as you last more than 1 second in this son's hands. Break his limit record, then it will be considered a victory. If we can successfully parasitize this son, he will be the greatest contributor to my Heart Demon clan. This old ancestor will personally bestow the position of protector, as well as a strand of Heart Demon essence soul. Hearing this sentence from the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor, all of the Heart Demon clan members, without fail, breathed in sharply. Him. Humph. I don't believe it. If I fight with all my reserves, I can at least hold out for 1.1 seconds, right? Heavy rewards will be rewarded. For a time, it was the group of Heart Demon clan clansmen that. The fear of Chen Junlin's heaven-defying sword just now was alleviated by a lot. However, you still need to pay attention, this son's sword skills are quite odd. Be sure to make adequate defense measures at the first time the ranking opens, and don't be as careless as that Heart Demon clan member just now. The Heart Demon clan ancestor commanded again, its tone, seemingly cold and sharp. A wisp of murderous intent pervaded the room. Its Heart Demon clan is at least one of the strongest clans in the 10,000 realms of the Heavens network. Even human emperors and supreme beings have been parasitized by them, so how could they be afraid of a human genius who has yet to truly grow up? It wasn't just the Heart Demon clan that had suffered a big loss that was so. Even those powerful races that hadn't sniped at Chen Junlin yet also have started to get serious. Such strength has surpassed that of the mechanical race Terminator back then. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to defeat it with just the cultivated sniper army. The same heavenly pride demons from all clans must step in and maybe it's the only way to stop it. Come on. Pass down the order to forcefully stall Chen Junlin for more than 1 second at all costs. Since we can't break the winning streak, we should at least break his seconds record. The rewards for the streak achievements are actually pretty good, all of them are random reward treasure chests. But, the reward for killing the achievement record in seconds would be just too unbelievable, and it gets more outrageous as it goes on. Take the 30 consecutive victories and kills achievement, in which the seed of the Tree of Enlightenment. Even a cosmic realm that stood at the pinnacle would be incomparably covetous. Anyway, in the World Wide Web of the Heavens, which is based on the weak and the strong, there were hardly many cosmic realms that would be happy to see a horrible competitor rise. Like the mechanical Terminator geniuses of 100,000 years ago. It is a superhero for the mechanicals, allowing the entire mechanicals to dramatically increase their strength. But with that, However, countless cosmic realms fell under the fire of the mechanical race, and among them, there were also some powerful cosmic realms. The rise of a powerful cosmic realm was often bound to bring about the destruction of countless cosmic realms as well. Even within the human universe, which is known for its unity. There was also still a small portion of cosmic realms that secretly launched snipers against Qin Junlin, the human race's heavenly pride. However, just as the countless cosmic beings outside were shocked at Qin Junlin's demonic talent, they had made a great deal of effort and dispatched a large number of high-level snipers to prepare to snipe Qin Junlin. Qin Junlin, who was the initiator, instead stopped for the time being. There was no immediate opening of the next row as before. It's not that I'm afraid or anything like that. Rather, just now, he happened to get 30 consecutive victories in a second to kill the achievement of the famous after that competitive ranking, happened a thing that made him feel a little surprised. Ding! You have transformed the Heart Demon Clan's Heart Demon Apostle 10086 and succeeded in destroying the demons, and the damage boost rate of Universal Life is plus 1%. Buddha's Kingdom in the palm of your hand, we are happy to have a member of the believers. The Heart Demon Clan? This thing, it actually managed to mix inside a competitive qualifying tournament by parasitizing a host? Qin Junlin was a little surprised in his heart. It had to be said that this Heart Demon race was really a bit odd. If it were any other competitor, I'm afraid I wouldn't have guessed, no matter what. In the middle of this qualifying match, which was only a fair duel between two people, there would actually be the Heart Demon race secretly spying on them. Luckily, his great mighty dragon specializes in suppressing demons and evil things. The great mighty Dharma eyes instantly sensed the Mind Demon Clan parasitizing the mind. Combined with the pervasive, desolate sword technique and the great mighty Vorpal that inflicted unavoidable and absolutely real damage on demons, it directly obliterated them completely. But this Heart Demon race's methods are quite good. Since this Heart Demon race clan member has already been transmuted within the Buddha Kingdom in Palm for my use. So is it possible to take this thing, later on, too? Ambush into the minds of other competitors through qualifying matches and pinpoint cosmic locations for conquest at any time. Qin Junlin's eyes instantly glowed. Chapter 45, Inverting the Big Dipper and Becoming the Heart Demon of the Heart Demon Clan? This thought flashed through Qin Junlin's mind, and he intended that if he had the chance to, just be sure to study this Heart Demon race. This parasitic means of the other party is bizarre and unpredictable. The ability to invade another person's mind and hide it without even realizing it. This counterintuitive ability, if used in the right place, would have been to him. It's almost like a tiger with wings. Sure. The most important thing right now, or the ranked competitive matches. It was impossible for him to give up the Streak Spike achievement just to study the means of the Heart Demon Clan. Go, over to you. Think for a moment. Qin Junlin directly asked his 13th dragon spirit, the enlightened dragon, to go and comprehend something for himself first. Anyway, the main ability of the Dragon of Enlightenment is the word enlightenment, the ultimate enlightenment. Possessing an unimaginable auxiliary ability was awakened by Qin Junlin's playing of the song Dao Dao. Yes, Master. The Gautama dragon responded obediently, and then he entered Qin Junlin's, Buddha's Kingdom in Palm, small world and carefully studied the Heart Demon Clan member who had already been transmigrated. Thought for a moment. Qin Junlin grinned and opened another round of competitive qualifying once again. Ding! You choose to continue qualifying. Rodeo players, please get ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Swish. With the countdown beginning, Qin Junlin flicked his wrist and skillfully chopped out a desolate sword chi. In the meantime, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes as well. Actually, it's the Heart Demon Clan again? Under the effect of the great mighty Dharma eyes, any demonic type being has nothing to hide. Qin Junlin sensed the Heart Demon race amongst them at the very first moment. But that's not the most important thing. What really made Qin Junlin feel astonished beyond measure was that this member of the Heart Demon Clan, who was hidden in the depths of the ranked competitor's mind at this moment, but it seemed as if he had already anticipated his tactics, went so far as to stare at him with a scowl and a grimace on his face as soon as the countdown was over. At the same time, the spell was condensed directly in the depths of that athletic's mind. Devil Heaven Great Transformation. Boundaries of the Heart. Demon Soul Devourer. Grudge Mantra Heart Seal. Treadmill, treadmill. Give me a block. Block it. Rumble. Rumble. One special tactic after another from the Heart Demon Clan, It was almost as if it was casting out without a life. There's something weird about this guy. Qin Junlin's thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and it was obvious that the situation in front of him Some of it was out of his league. Mainly because, with the quickness of the opponent's reaction, the timing of his strikes. It was actually no better than Chen Junlin, which was obviously prepared in advance. Favoring that one competitive participant in the qualifying rounds. That is to say, the light race, which was parasitized by this heart demon race, did not react at all, and still froze there, swaying a ray of purple light on its head. In the face of the sweeping sky sword chi, a picture of not knowing what to do. This suggests that the parasitized lamplighter is probably unaware of the members of the mind demon race within his body. The actions of the two are not unanimous either. So, this clan of the Heart Demon clan should be sharing information through some kind of knowing the power of my tactics? So you were able to make the first response and try to block me? That one Heart Demon race that I transmuted naturally couldn't have passed the message out. In that case, this race of heart demons probably possesses, among themselves, a certain way of sensing a part of each other's message experience. In addition, the eyes of this heart demon race look at me are a bit off, both looking at the fear of the office of the natural enemy. Yet there is also a hint of excitement, thrill of watching the prey. Chen Junlin's thoughts turned very quickly, and in this flash of light, the mind then guessed many things. Since awakening the enlightened dragon, his enlightenment has also increased. When thinking about problems, the whole mind can be said to be clear as never before. Put. Put. Ka-ching. Ka-ching. It was in the blink of an eye that a shattering sound that it echoed through the qualifying arena. Just see. The overpowering and domineering Desolate Sword Chi still easily tore through the light race ranking athletes in front of the lamps and lanterns' body like an eggshell. At the same time, it extinguished the flame of life on top of its head. This one had already reached the 1000th level of the patriarchal 9-star Violet Flame Lamp Fire Clan powerhouse. Putting it in the worlds of the heavens, it could easily devour countless cosmic powers of the alien universe. Under Chen Junlin's Desolate Sword technique, he didn't even have the chance to fight back for half a move, and was directly killed in a second. I'm afraid no one could have believed it was real if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. And just as the lanterns were killed, the demonic mind of the lamplighters, hidden in the depths of their minds. A look of horror and horror also appeared on his face. As an elite warrior in the Heartland clan, it was also able to successfully parasitize into the mind of the Violet Flame Lantern powerhouse of the light race, so its strength is naturally unquestionable. But what makes it desperate and fearful is this. Its various means of defense, which can be described as perfect. While facing Chen Junlin's unstoppable sword chi, he was not even qualified to resist it. That roiling sword chi, it was as if it could ignore all defenses, ignore all boundaries, ignoring all shackles. Even places like the mind that are simply invisible, the sword chi can actually invade. No. It can be. This one Heart Demon clan member roared out in despair. But it hadn't finished its words. It was then completely crushed into nothingness by the sword chi. At the same time, within Chen Junlin's Buddha's kingdom in the palm of his hand, another loyal believer has been added. Ding! Congratulations, you've won 31 consecutive victories in the rankings. You have defeated Purple Fey Master 9 stars, LV1013, a lamplighter competitor. Earn 200 qualifying points, base score 100 plus overall performance score 100 and 100 experience points. Acquired a strand of Violet Flame life source of the Lantern Clan, 9 leaves of Violet Flame core. Ding! You've successfully transformed the Heart Demon clan member Heart Demon Warrior General 131-4520. If you succeed in destroying demons, Pudu Tsangxing's own damage boost rate is plus 1%. At the same time, projected into the Buddha's kingdom in palm. Listening to the All Worlds Network alert in your ear, Chen Junlin couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in his heart, just in time to study the Heart Demon race that's coming to your door? However, he had to admit that the means of the Heart Demon race were indeed outstanding. Even a cosmic being like the Lamplighter race that had reached over 1,000 levels could actually parasitize successfully. Of course, the more powerful the means of this Heart Demon race was, the more Chen Junlin's heart was still looking forward to it instead. It's good to be awesome. The corners of Chen Junlin's mouth rose slightly. Go, here's another one, step it up. Inside the small world of the Palm Buddha Kingdom, the Dragon of Enlightenment has in its mouth the ancient dragon's gift of wanton milk. Barring that, he replied, okay then, master. I've actually got a clue just now, and it just so happens that I have a suspicion that this guy has come at the right time. I was just thinking, since this ability of the mind demons to parasitize the mind is so amazing, pervasive. So, can I use this mind demon servant we have at our disposal? Parasitized inside the mind of another heart demon clan. And if it's feasible, could one try to distill that ability, and then let's just backhandedly parasitize all those heart demon clansmen. Chen Junlin. Nice guy. Become a heart demon of the heart demon clan? The Big Dipper, right? It's worthy of being the enlightened dragon, with its crazy brain circuits. It is indeed a bit out of the ordinary. Chapter 46 to the heart demon clan's ancestor, killing Redwarmth. Thinking of that scene, Chen Junlin couldn't help but smile and praised, Little Wu. That's an interesting idea you have, go ahead and try it. Although, in his heart, he was actually more inclined to directly get the entire heart demon race into the divine kingdom. But it would be quite nice if we could research the means to parasitize all the heart demon race. It might even be more terrifying than the current heart demon clan. After all, nowadays, the heart demon clan, inside this web of the heavens and the earth, certainly belongs to the top of a cosmic race, but is not absolutely invincible. There will still be a small portion of the cosmic race beings will not be controlled by it. It's as if the heart demon clan members themselves could not parasitize into the minds of their fellow clan members. So, when the idea of the enlightened dragon came out, a hint of anticipation could not help but flash through Chen Junlin's eyes as well. Well, master, I'll try my best to try. Deuteron replied confidently. Next, Chen Junlin once again opened up the qualifying rounds, his streak of seconds unstoppable. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed. In just a matter of moments, Chen Junlin had once again gained a winning streak. And it's still an unsurprising second. 40 consecutive victories in seconds achievement, achieved. 50 consecutive victories in seconds achievement, achieved. 60 consecutive victories in seconds achievement, achieved. 80 consecutive victories in seconds achievement, achieved. 90 consecutive victories in seconds achievement, achieved. With an almost unbelievable record-breaking speed, Chen Junlin, breaking the knowledge of all the members within the worldwide web of the heavens, and even stunned countless ancient race great emperors. There were even some ancient race great emperors whose eyes began to glow red with fear. Immediately, he couldn't help but casually extinguish a series of nearby universes to dissipate the fire. No one can believe it's true. However, the news of the announcement from the Worlds of the Heavens network was placed in front of everyone just like that. It's compelling, it has to be accepted. No way. This is absolutely impossible. A little 19th level griffin of the human race. How is it possible that even a 3000 level universe king can be killed in seconds? Even if it might be holding some kind of powerful rule-based obliteration supreme treasure. Then there has to be a preparatory process for triggering the rules, too, right? Rule concept class erasure supreme treasure. It wasn't as if there were no cosmic races that attempted to use this thing to fight for platoon achievements, but there had never been anyone who could achieve what Chen Junlin had done. Because most of these rule-based obliterating supreme treasures have various restrictions, either in terms of the number of times they can be used, either triggering conditions, consuming costs, etc. Not to mention that the higher the segment of opponents, the more. The probability was that it would also possess some supreme treasure that was immune to rule-based obliteration. It's outrageous. Unheard of and unseen throughout the ages. Not to mention the 19th level, to the 3000 or so cosmic beings that it is already considered to be a category that truly stands at the top of the food chain within the major universes of the heavens and the earth, and is sufficient to run rampant across the heavens and the earth. Each of them possessed great divine abilities, and none of them were good to mess with. If one possesses some great supreme treasure, I'm afraid that even a universe supreme or universe saint wouldn't be able to do it in an instantaneous second. Humph. This emperor is a human, and he categorically does not believe that the human race can do so. If the expectation is not wrong, this is bound to be some old monster who, through some improper means, has made a name for himself by pretending to be someone else. Exactly. If he hits 30 straight seconds, it's still barely enough to say that he's a talent of heaven's pride. But this is all over the top, so outrageous that it's no longer in the normal category. He. Sky blue star, right? A freshly advanced primordial cosmic realm. This seat would like to take a good look at what exactly is capable of. In the face of such an almost incomprehensible, unheard of, so-called open cheating demon. The supreme beings of countless cosmic races, the great emperors of all races, also began to sit down. They have planned to properly explore the root of this sky blue star. If we can uncover the old man who's behind all this, by taking this cheating tactic for themselves, they might be able to follow suit and even do better than this guy. Anyway, the moment. No one would believe that Chen Junlin was a level 19 newbie. And to no one's surprise, within the Heart Demon Clan universe, that old ancestor of the Heart Demon Clan was even more completely red warm. Just because. Of those competitive opponents that Chen Junlin had killed, there were quite a few that were parasitized and lurking by members of the Heart Demon race. And the members of the Heart Demon Clan who were able to do so by hiding in the bodies of cosmic beings of LV 200 level or above, those were none of them the core elites of the Heart Demon Clan, which had been cultivated with great difficulty. These core elites are all gone. They were all slaughtered by Chen Junlin. Old ancestor. Are we still going to snipe? That one strong person from the Heart Demon Clan, who was always a bit timid, asked with a shiver. Other cosmic race athletes go sniping and just drop some treasures and experience. But the Heart Demon Clan, that's a lot of lives to drop. Sniper Naya that then. That damn Chen Junlin, he's not even a novice. Rather, it's an old beast who plays the pig and eats the tiger. This old monster, old Inbi, deceiving my Heart Demon Clan like this. Another deadly technique suspected of being able to restrain my clan is under control. How can this old ancestor stop? Immediately pass down the order to withdraw sniping and immediately explore the coordinates of the sky blue planet. Let those stupid things in its nearby universe, all of them give this old ancestor a head start to go over and scout the wind. Once the Heart Demon Clan's old ancestor's order was given, the entire Heart Demon Clan boiled over. They know that this one is no longer a simple online platoon snipe. Instead, it's an offline sniping that's a matter of life and death for the Heart Demons. Their oldest ancestor, completely fuming. Luckily, the old ancestor was still sensible enough not to let them Heart Demon Clan go on a direct conquest. Instead, some of the cosmic races under the control of the Heart Demons were allowed to fight on the Sky Blue Star instead. And as in the case of actions like this of the Heart Demon Clan in the great cosmic power clans of the World Wide Web of the Heavens, it's not as much as platoon sniping, but it's certainly a part of it. As for why those cosmic powerhouses don't go on a direct conquest, in addition to the fact that the cosmic coordinates of the World Wide Web's locations are so vast that it is difficult to find them accurately on a map of an unopened starfield, it will also be constrained by the rules of the World Wide Web of the Heavens to be unable to utilize its full power. Hostile cosmic powerhouses will be secretly eyeing it at any time, the emergence of chaotic void beasts, and the rule concept type obliterating treasures and so on. These are all uncertainties. The more powerful the cosmic race, the more cautious any important action would be instead. Either you don't do it, or once you do it, then you have to be completely sure. But almost all of the preserved cosmic powerhouses would not easily participate personally in the. Instead, they move to probe the winds of the secretly controlled cosmic races. As for the incautious cosmic powers, long ago, in the course of the competition, the unknowingly engulfed. Outside, all the races of the heavens have secretly surged. Sky Blue Star is about to encounter an unprecedented siege. But Chen Junlin was still unaware of this. At this moment, he was frozen with surprise on his face. Just because. In the athletic ranking achievement reward for completing the 100 kills in a row achievement, it actually gave him a totally unexpected trophy. Chapter 47, shame on you, you don't even take us with you when you're stuck in a bug. Ding! Special congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin LV19, Supreme King 100 stars. 100 wins in a row, full performance points, 100% win rate. Breaking the record of obtaining the 100 Crowns King achievement at the lowest level. The previous record was obtained by the LV 3993 level Demon Road Emperor Guyu. This is unique in the heavens and in all of history. This is the only thing that has ever happened. Receive an additional 7 color ranked treasure chest reward X100. Receive a Holy Order of Choice call to arms X100, and receive a complete Tree of Enlightenment X100. For Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin, having achieved the 100 Crowns King achievement at level LV 100 or below. Trigger special hidden reward obtained complete star map of the heavens X1. Chen Junlin's mind moved slightly. Looking at the item that appeared in the athletic ranking achievement reward, complete star map of the heavens, it was a seemingly ordinary token that exuded a mysterious aura, and on top of the token, a star map was engraved, as if it flowed with the most arcane and profound power of the rules of the universe. This is actually the complete star map of the heavens. Chen Junlin couldn't help but exclaim in shock, perhaps it wasn't a treasure for a reason. This thing was something that wasn't even sold in the lucky stores in all the worlds. Although this complete planet of the heavens does not have any attribute enhancement, but it has a heaven-defying effect complete planet of the heavens. This meant that Chen Junlin could now descend into any universe. You can conquer whichever cosmic realm you want. And this. But it was something that even the other top universes of the heavens and the earth were unable to do. This was because the scope of the heavens and the worlds was too vast and almost limitless. Even as strong as those great emperors of the 10,000 races were unable to get a glimpse of the whole picture. It is impossible to open up all the astral realms of the heavens, and if one is confronted with those that have no coordinates for the location of then, naturally, you can't accurately descend into the conquest. It's like being on a quest adventure where you don't have an accurate map to guide you without. Even if you know that there is a great treasure of infinite value buried in the depths of the desert, you simply cannot know exactly where it is. Unless, of course, the treasure suddenly bursts into light and catches your attention. It may also be that the web of all the worlds, a means to give those weak universes a means of accumulating developmental reserves, thus avoiding the dominance of powerful universes. Even the top cosmic races standing in the heavens and the earth would not think of once and for all. Instead, they had to keep opening up more maps of the universe's starfield, and at the same time, they had to take control of some of the subsidiary universes as eyesores. Anyway, for Chen Junlin, this complete star map of the heavens. Simply a priceless gift. He was thinking about how the universes of the World Wide Web were too vast and too numerous to. If we were to go step by step to open up the map of the starfield, we don't know how much time would be wasted. But now, Chen Junlin, however, possessed the cosmic location as well as the coordinates of the entire all-worlds network. It's like on Earth, even if you're just a little bunny. But you have a nuclear missile that can be positioned at any time to strike accurately, and what guy dares not be afraid of you? Gee, that's a pretty good reward. The corners of Chen Junlin's mouth couldn't help but curl up. This was simply a heavenly surprise. And at the same moment, the moment Chen Junlin's announcement of the completion of this 100 consecutive spike achievement rang out, the countless cosmic beings of the heavens and the worlds were, however, completely dumbfounded. What? The full version of the star map? In this world, there is actually such a thing? My God. It turns out that you need to achieve the 100 Crown King competitive achievement below LV 100 level to trigger this hidden reward? This is simply impossible. With the exception of Chen Junlin, who passed through improper means, this cosmic being below the 100th level. What to take to kill a several thousand level Supreme King in seconds? It's too outrageous. A complete version of the star map of the heavens, doesn't this mean that the Chen Junlin can be positioned to descend to conquer any universe at any time? This is too perverse. If we let him grow by devouring the universes one by one. If we let it go, wouldn't all the universes of the heavens and the worlds have to be conquered clean by him sooner or later? Such an unfair reward is too crazy. It's completely crazy. This complete version of the star map of the heavens, for those powerful cosmic races in the worlds of the heavens. It is both a heavenly threat, but equally an unimaginable opportunity. If you can't take it into your own hands, it's certainly very painful. Chen Junlin's move. Obviously, it is breaking the original kind of balance constraints of the major universes of the heavens and the earth, and directly lifting the table. Unless, of course, the other cosmic races have also obtained a copy of the complete star map of the heavens and the worlds. Otherwise there's no bottom at all in your heart. Isn't the difficulty of obtaining this stuff a bit overblown? You must be under LV 100 and have achieved the King of 100 Crowns kill streak. To get it? That's not even close to being accomplished in either condition. First of all, the achievement of the 100th champion requires that one must be undefeated with exactly 100 victories. You also have to score full performance points, and you have to field seconds to do so. This also means that you've been trying to spike your opponents since you got involved in qualifying, maintaining an undefeated record of 100 consecutive victories. If you've lost ranked matches in front of you, then even if you hit 100 straight seconds behind you. Because the winning percentage is no longer 100%, the 100 Champions achievement title is also not available. It's not hard to kill your opponent in seconds. 100 wins in a row, and it's not that hard. But, if you start with the first ranked competition, that's ridiculously difficult. Therefore, the title of 100 Crowns King is an achievement that, when viewed in the entire realm of the heavens and the worlds, there are only a handful of people who have been able to get their hands on it. Even the ancient moon, a great demonic emperor of the human race, after reaching the rank of great emperor, reincarnated and reincarnated again, after reaching the level of 3993, This was an attempt to reach the previous lowest ranked record of 100 champions. And those who have achieved the 100 crowns before the ancient moon, almost all of them are old monsters of 10,000 levels or more, and most of them, through methods such as borrowing a body and recultivating. After cultivating back to the great Empress realm once more, he would go back to the qualifying rounds. It's the equivalent of a fully leveled account, going in and bullying a newbie that, even if he encountered some competitive opponents around level 3000 halfway through, he was naturally able to do an easy streak of seconds. But, of course, the 100 crowns achieved in this way counts for something. However, it was not possible to obtain Chen Junlin's hidden achievement rewards this time. Before the appearance of Chen Junlin, the lowest ranked person who reached the 100 Crowns King, it is the ancient moon, the demonic emperor at level LV 3993. Chen Junlin's appearance, however, had directly compressed this lower level limit to LV 19. This one. The major top cosmic supreme beings of the worlds of the heavens are also considered to be 100% certain that this human Chen Junlin was bound to be an old monster. Bah! This old thing, it's shameless. Card bug, I can't believe they didn't even take us. Immediately order them to report the coordinates of the sky blue star after they are found. This emperor shall prepare a generous gift to personally visit this fellow Taoist Chen. Chapter 48 Dragon Clan Patriarch, 9 Extreme Chaotic Ancestral Dragon. There are still experts? Ancestor, are we saying that we're still going to Chen Junlin? He now possesses the complete version of the star map of the heavens, the ancestral star universe of our Heart Demon clan. I'm afraid I can't hide it from him either. Within the Heart Demon clan's ancestral land, that one Timon Heart Demon clan powerhouse once again cautiously inquired. The Heart Demon race, as void lifeforms, the ancestral star universe was naturally hidden very deeply. Coupled with the fact that the Heart Demon race had always manipulated everything behind the scenes, there were hardly any strong races in the universe that could know where they were. But now, Chen Junlin, who possessed the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds, that's different. They simply could not escape the positioning descent of Chen Junlin, and the oldest ancestor of the Heart Demon clan, coalescing into a massive black shadow that a wisp of red flame was vaguely and continuously emanating from it, which seemed to be infinite rage burning and roaring. Ryoko. It was only then that a hoarse voice filled with exhaustion slowly echoed throughout the Heart Demon clan's ancestral land. Of course I'm going to do it. This son is already a heavily threat to my Heart Demon clan, so I have to get rid of him. But that hidden achievement reward is even more important. When this old ancestor knows the way to get stuck in the bug from Chen Junlin, at that time, also have the complete version of the star map of the heavens, is the time for this guy to fall. Quickly, immediately go and collect a batch of treasures for this ancestor first. This ancestor is going to take a trip out later to contact a few old friends. The ancestral ground will be left in your care for the time being, and you must not take matters into your own hands without this ancestor's orders. Since he knew that Chen Junlin was an old man, the Heart Demon clan ancestor naturally did not dare to be careless. Coupled with the fact that Chen Junlin's sword art did somewhat restrain the Heart Demon race, for the sake of being safe, he was however planning to make an alliance with someone. The moment. Because of the appearance of the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds, the original killing spirit of the universe of the Heaven's Strong clan, one by one and instantly become courteous up. There's no way. The attraction of the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds was too fatal. Even if there was only a slight possibility of getting the method of getting stuck in the bug from Chun Junlin's hands. They are also willing to go crazy up for it, even if they send gifts to visit. Of course, if this old thing, Chen Junlin, asked for too much or was insensitive, then they wouldn't mind being courteous and joining forces to rub and friction hard. After all, this complete star map of the heavens has never appeared before in the history of the World Wide Web of the heavens. The result will be a huge advantage in the war effort. Almost all the mighty men of the universe of the heavens could have foreseen that with the help of the complete star map of the heavens, what an incredible enhancement of the entire cosmic race would be possible. It's no exaggeration to say that Chen Junlin, the suddenly rising cosmic lord, is about to break the original pattern of cosmic constraints. It wasn't just these top cosmic powerhouses of the heavens and the earth. Even a weak universe like Alien Prime have also begun to act in secret. They are scared and fearful, but they also have a little fantasy. What about them being lucky enough? What about getting this human secret? The same moment. What no one knows. 10,000 Dragon's Nest, the Forbidden Land. In the middle of an illusory crystal palace. A 10,000-foot dragon whose body emanates the light of 9 colored crystals. However, he suddenly opened his bright eyes, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. This Chen Junlin, just what kind of method has he utilized? It's actually so outrageous? It was with great difficulty that I, through the bloodline reincarnation method, went through 99 million reincarnations. This is only a fluke sort of success. But also can only do to put their own level, the limit of the pressure down in LV99 level. But this guy. Speaking of which, a helpless, depressed expression appeared on the face of this marvelous 10,000-foot giant dragon. Uncontrollably, he looked at his battle performance data of the All Worlds ranking competition. Dragon Clan, 9 Chaos Ancestral Dragon LV99. Ranking competitive segment Supreme King 169 stars, 139 consecutive victories, number of defeats, 0, win rate 100%. Current rankings, first shot, 10 in a row, kill the adults. King of 100 crowns. Due to choosing to hide information, the above achievement is considered to be automatically abandoned, automatically expires, and no achievement rewards can be obtained. Yes. It has previously reached the 100 crown achievement. And broke the demonic Emperor Ancient Moon. The lowest level of the 100 crowns achievement that has ever been left behind is the ultimate record. Level LV99 to reach the 100 crowns. It is like nothing that has ever been seen before in the ancient world, and nothing that has ever been seen in the past. But it chose to hide. So there's no hint of an announcement, or any reward for achievements that all the people in the heavens and the earth did not know. Because its real goal is not the 100th title. Not even the higher king of the 1,000 crowns. Instead, the ultimate crown that no one has ever achieved. It's going to quietly hit the streak that avoid being sniped noticed. To reach the moment of the 10,000 crown king, in one fell swoop to get the supreme ultimate reward, to become the real world of the heavens and the world's first dragon. For this reason, it even went so far as to give up the supreme heavenly cultivation that it originally possessed as the originator of the dragon race. Giving up all the glory he once had, and having endured 99 million brutal cycles of life and death. Finally, in the midst of countless rounds of reincarnation, a good enough root has been built to stand proudly in the heavens. It obtained a heaven-defying reincarnation talent aptitude 99 returns to the origin. 9,999 days, every 9,999 days. You may unleash 1 second wave of true damage based on 9,999 times your own any attack, which ignores any means of damage evasion, but after unleashing this avatar, your own battle power is reduced to 0 for 9,999 days. This was, undoubtedly, a very terrifying innate divine ability. The gain is very significant for it in particular. As the Dragon Ancestor Patriarch, it itself possessed the basic attribute of crushing the 10,000 races of the heavens. Not to mention that it also mastered many killing power horrible divine killing moves. Under this almost 10,000 times real damage increase, under the premise that he disliked the original big move as soon as he struck. Without being able to exempt from damage reduction. Even those ancient great emperors within the 10,000 races of the heavens, it can easily kill them in an instant. This time, it has total confidence. It scorned the great emperors of the heavens and worlds as ants. Originally, it thought it could go up in a quiet streak of seconds like this. Anyway, it had an almost unlimited lifespan and only needed to quietly fight a spike streak every 9,000 days or so. If it wasn't for the 999, a natural aptitude. It requires a minimum of 2 nines, or 99 levels, to trigger it, and it even dares to go lower. It asked itself that no one could be more gripping than it in all the realms of the heavens. May. Just for today. Chen Junlin, this is only LV-19 level human race, but make it nearly Dao heart collapse. Especially the moment it learned that Chen Junlin had obtained the complete version of the star map of the heavens. Both dragon eyes were directly envious to the point of reddening on the spot. Damn it! It turns out that there are actually hidden achievement rewards for achieving 100 Crowns King below level 100? Chapter 49 The Sky Blue Star now is no longer weak, yo. At this very moment, in this forbidden place of the 10,000 Dragons' Nest, the eyes of the 9 Extremes chaotic ancestral dragon flickered with envy and helplessness. It was once the most honorable existence of the dragon race. It thought it could look down on everything. But now there were violent mood swings over a tiny human race. Of course, it was not entirely swayed by emotion, and after calming down, it began to think about how to use its strengths to deal with this sudden change. No doubt about it. Chen Junlin's fighting strength, or the means to kill in seconds. It is far stronger than its 9-9 return to the origin talent aptitude. After all, it still needed almost 10,000 days for the second killing aptitude of its. That is, more than 3 years of waiting. And, also, one must be careful before obtaining the ultimate achievement of. The only option is to hide your information. Otherwise, once those other powerful universe great emperors noticed and then chose to pay a visit to the door. And it happens to be in a weak period. That will bring devastating disaster to its entire dragon race universe. This Chen Junlin is still a little too young to be so imprudent and not know how to avoid the front for the time being. Although this hidden achievement reward of the 100 Crown King is also enviable, the hidden achievement rewards will undoubtedly be even more powerful the further back you go. The 9 Extremes chaotic ancestral dragon could not help but whisper so. Apparently, he doesn't quite recognize Chen Junlin's high-profile style of acting. Now, with this move of his, I guess he has completely alarmed the entire Zutian Wanwine network. I don't know how many cosmic powerhouses will be frantically searching for traces of the Sky Blue Star, and I'm afraid it won't be that easy for him if he still wants to beat the streak of achievements. Thinking about it, the 9 Extremes chaotic ancestral dragon couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for himself as well. It had to admit that this human Chen Junlin had strong means, and it was even more curious as to how the other party had managed to make such a heaven-defying move, but in its opinion, Chen Junlin's premature exposure of himself had undoubtedly brought great repercussions to himself. Even if Chen Junlin's true strength was heaven-defying, easily killed the opponent. But the challenge he encountered next, that is from the heavens and the world, almost all the most top of the group of cosmic supreme powerhouses. Facing a combination of various opponents across the entire web of the heavens and the earth. Even though it is the originator of the dragon race. And the giant dragon clan itself was ranked among the top races of the heavens and the worlds, but it also simply did not have any certainty and confidence to be able to carry it off. That's why, even though it has comprehended the 9-9 returns to the elements, which is a heaven-defying talent, it has not been able to realize that 9-9 returns to the elements. But only low-key play 100 Crown King achievement, do not dare to give directly to the public. Now, Chen Junlin and the world of his universe must have been the center of attention for everyone. The Dragon Clan, must be more cautious and careful, never exposing any traces. So the best thing to do is to ignore that Chen Junlin. But in the face of such a great commotion, if the Dragon Clan, did not react in the slightest, I'm afraid that would be too cool and would likewise arouse a hint of suspicion. To avoid arousing suspicion, the dragons still have to put on a show. What's more, that Chen Junlin's means of killing in seconds, if he really had the chance to know that, I'd be a good reference for that. Thinking about it, the 9 Extremes chaotic ancestral dragon was entangled for a moment, but it directly issued a command down. If a great man of the human race achieves the 100 crowns of kingship, we, the dragon race, will give him a generous gift. To show a friendly attitude. However, this ancestor needs to go into seclusion for meditation. Do any of you wish to take the place of this ancestor and be in charge of the gift-giving matter? It intends to give away more treasures and not show up itself, so that if neither side will be offended. Robust. It must be robust. This was the only thought within the dragon ancestor's heart at this moment. Anyway, it has the 9-9 returns to the elements talent, so it'll only take a little time. You can get the hidden achievement reward of King of Crowns, so there is no need to take the risk. At this moment, that Shin Junlin is in the wind, so I guess he will continue to challenge the ranking. I'd better wait patiently for a few more days and quietly find a chance to participate in the ranking. In that case, it will be possible to avoid Shin Junlin. Looking at his talented avatar, which had just finished cooling down, the dragon ancestor couldn't help but think so darkly. Although, it was confident that no one would be able to block its natural aptitude, but in order to be robust enough to, it was still intent on avoiding this Chen Junlin. After all, the two of them were now too close to each other in terms of segment, and they could easily be matched together. For the countless racial powerhouses of the heavens and the dragon ancestor side of the world, Shen Junlin was naturally unaware of this. At this very moment, he was getting excited about the hidden achievement rewards he was getting. This time it's really profitable. Shen Junlin was ecstatic in his heart. He knew very well in his heart that this complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds, what a huge advantage it will bring to yourself. But I possessed such a highly threatening thing, and thought that the strongest of the other cosmic races that shouldn't be sitting around doing nothing. Guess what? The next sky blue star, I'm afraid it's going to usher in some unprecedented challenges. Shen Junlin was not overwhelmed by the rich rewards, and in his excitement, he gradually calmed down at the same time. Why is there a hidden message function in the competitive qualifying tournament of the World Wide Web? That's the reason. If you don't choose to hide the information, then when you've attracted the attention of the entire All Worlds network, no matter how hidden the location of the universe was, it would gradually be unearthed by the countless universes of the heavens and the earth. And once the cosmic location has been tapped without a strong enough backbone to support it, that will inevitably bring a storm of devastating impact. Sure. Shen Junlin, however, was not frightened by this. Just because the sky blue star is no longer the weak prey universe it was before. After the various effects of the Dasha 9 states tripod, every human of the sky blue planet possessed an unbelievable basic attribute, according to Chen Junlin's data from this 100-second winning streak. In terms of basic attributes alone, that terrifying value of up to 10 billion attack power and defense power, it was already not much worse than those LV 1300 level or so universe conquerors at all. In other words, the dragon spiritist of the sky blue planet, per capita starting out with LV 1300 level other universe conquest strength, the only place that is inferior is probably the magic treasure, skill is still much worse. But there's no doubt about it. Per capita with LV 1300 level strength, sky blue star, even if it was placed in the major universes of the heavens and the earth, it belonged to an extremely powerful cosmic powerhouse. Most importantly, the Dasha 9 states tripod also has a counterintuitive effect, humanity forever. This effect can be used to summon the great formation of heaven and earth in the Kyushu by uniting the will of all the people and coalescing the dragon vein of the Kyushu. Within this one heaven and earth formation, when the life value of the Dasha human race falls below 1%, it will automatically trigger the salary fire effect, immediately restoring 30% of your life value and increasing your attack and defense by 30%. No cooling. Even though people are like fireflies, they have the will to reach for the sky. If the flame is not extinguished, humanity will flourish forever. Such a counterintuitive ability is enough to make the sky blue star people, having the backbone to fight against the 10,000 races of the heavens for a moment or two. The sky blue star now, it's not weak anymore, yo. The corners of Chen Junlin's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Right on cue. The enlightened dragon, who had been studying the heart demon race, had actually brought good news as well. Just here. The enlightened dragon excitedly appeared in front of Chen Junlin and said excitedly, "Hey, master. I am enlightened. I'm finally enlightened. This time I not only managed to extract the parasitic ability of the heart demon clan, also improved a bit. Chapter 50 since they have all crossed over, who is not invincible ya. Nice one." At the first moment of the completion of the Gautama dragon's comprehension, Chen Junlin then synchronized to receive the improved means of the heart demon clan. Even to the point of the parasitic means researched by the Gautama dragon were even more outrageous than even the heart demon race. It's actually possible to parasitize the minds of the heart demons. Not only that, this modified means of parasitism It also possesses an ability that the heart demon race cannot have: predation. The parasitic means of the mind demon race is by parasitizing the host target's mind. From there, it will continue to make itself advance through the host's mind emotions, and at the same time, when it grows to a certain level, it can even influence the host's mind and spirit. Make the host a puppet of yourself. But essentially, the heart demon race is just a parasitic subsidiary race but it can't do anything to truly integrate the host target's abilities into itself. Otherwise, with this almost pervasive and heavenly parasitism ability of the heart demon clan, that could simply be considered the #1 race in the world wide web of the heavens. The heart demon clan's parasitism is, indeed, very powerful, but ultimately it depends on the host target to grow. However, the parasitic means that had been improved by the Gautama dragon did not have such a disadvantage. In Qin Junlin's opinion, this ability can no longer be called parasitism. It should be called raising leaks. Not only is it a perfect replica of the pervasive parasitism of the heart demons, at the same time, it is also able to grow in the process of a steady stream of direct replica learning host target all the ability, and grow to a certain extent, but also can directly plunder the host's ego consciousness. In other words, if Qin Junlin were to use this tactic among every race within the world wide web of the heavens, then the entire cosmic beings within the world wide web of the heavens would basically slowly be reduced to his puppets. At the same time, he could indirectly master the abilities of all the cosmic race beings. This is equivalent to combining the abilities of the Trickster Shadow Clan and the Heart Demon Clan. Chen Junlin raised an eyebrow and could not help but marvel in his heart. He hadn't really thought that in such a short period of time, the enlightened dragon gave him such a heavenly ability. Master, according to my projections, I'm afraid that soon Sky Blue Star, it will usher in the joint suppression of other cosmic beings. You must be more careful. It's good to raise your strength as soon as possible. While the Wudao dragon was excited, he could not help but remind Qin Junlin. It possessed the ultimate ability of enlightenment, and could be called the smartest dragon spirit, and with a little bit of extrapolation, then he was able to calculate the next crisis situation on the Sky Blue Star. It's not 100% accurate, but 9 times out of 10. The Sky Blue Star would all become the target of countless cosmic races within the world wide web of the heavens. Well, I'll keep an eye out. Chen Junlin smiled and nodded, but his face did not look the slightest bit worried. Kidding aside, with Sky Blue Star's per capita LV 1300 level attribute underpinnings, I guess it's all going to scare the hell out of those world wide web. After all, the Sky Blue Star has just completed its advancement in less than 2 days. Of course, confidence is confidence. Chen Junlin, however, would not be so arrogant as to be invincible. Because he knew very well the number of human beings in the Sky Blue planet. In front of facing all the cosmic beings in the entire world wide web of the heavens, it was nothing at all. So it's okay to be confident, but not arrogant. Well, the universe of the All Worlds network is very vast. Through the complete version of the star map of all the heavens and worlds, the Sky Blue Star is almost in a very remote position. With the rest of the powerful top races, universe is very far away. Even if these cosmic power races try to descend to the Sky Blue Star, that at least will have to spend some energy and time. And in the meantime, he's fully utilizing the resources at his disposal, a good reinforcement of the overall means and combat capabilities of the Sky Blue Star clan. At the same time, he had to improve his combat power faster. At the very beginning, Chen Junlin was planning to conquer those cosmic races first. Rapidly increase your level strength, expand the territory of the Sky Blue Star, constantly increase your fame, and improve your national fortune. But at the moment, for participating in a competitive qualifying tournament. After realizing how powerful the hidden achievement rewards were for the low-level kill streak, Chen Junlin, however, did not intend to level up that quickly. At the very least, until the 10,000 consecutive seconds achievement is reached. He'd be better off keeping his rank as low as possible. If this idea got out, there would be people who would think that he was talking out of his ass. After all, a level 19 human being in the district wouldn't be able to have too high a base attribute. How can you deal high damage without leveling yourself up to bring the gap down? Although the basic growth attributes of each cosmic race of beings are not the same. But on average, under normal conditions, within almost any racial universe, a difference of even 1 level between the same races could be several times the difference in base attributes, and the further one grows, the more the greater the difference in base attributes that comes with the level. That's why the streak of seconds is so hard to accomplish, the record of. And almost all of them were created by high-level cosmic powerhouses. Therefore, the lower the level of the cosmic beings, the higher the level of the cosmic beings faced with. The gap brought about by the basic attributes alone was as difficult to cross as a heavenly chasm. However, because of the heavenly power of the Great Summer Tripod of the 9 states, Chen Junlin is not in a different situation today. Or, for that matter, the whole of the Daxia human race of the sky blue planet. All of them are completely different from the normal situation in the cognition of the beings in the worlds of the heavens and the worlds of the net. In fact, although Chen Junlin's current level was still level 19. But as his ranked battle results became brighter and brighter, with the common lord of the world effect of the Great Summer's 9-state tripods adding, he had already obtained the prestige value bonus provided by the beings from the major universes of the World Wide Web of the heavens. Effect 1, Co-owner of the world. Spreading and growing the fame of the empire by bringing together the faith of all the people, in order to raise the fortunes of the nation. Following this, the national foundation is strengthened. For every point of faith or fame you gain, your national fortune increases by 1 point. The attack power and defense power of all the people of the empire are increased by 1 point simultaneously. And you, as the co-lord of the world, the 99 supreme being, can additionally enjoy 99 times that effect. How many cosmic beings are there within the network of the heavens and the earth? Even if, because of Chen Junlin's current low rank, he was not yet able to, in the hearts of the living beings of the universes of the heavens and the worlds, reach the true pinnacle of prestige value. But this is still almost as much as the entire national power he obtained in the Sky Blue Star. And for every point of the power of national fortune, it increases his own attack power by another 100 points. 100 points of defense. In other words, his real fighting power now, compared to the first fight at the very beginning of his participation in the qualifying tournament, it had long since been unconsciously elevated by a large margin. And this value, as his fame continues to pass out, continues to increase. And with the effect of the Great Summer's 9-state tripods added to the, if the country is strong, the people are strong. So much so that even the entire Sky Blue Star's Daxia human race has followed the skyrocketing basic attribute values that can be described as horrifying. Next, all he had to do was keep his rank low while letting the other races of the Sky Blue planet follow while participating in the ranking competition, and then constantly conquering and increasing his prestige while doing so. Enhance the overall national fortune of Daxia. This will enable him to increase his combat power, and the source will continue to increase. It won't take long, I guess. Anyway, as long as it can satisfy him to reach the final King of 10,000 Crowns achievement reward, it is almost enough. Or, if we continue to grow according to this trend, I'm sure it won't take long. He was even able to bring out the person behind this World Wide Web of the heavens. Yes. The man behind the curtain. This was after Chen Junlin had awakened the enlightened dragon and his own enlightenment had been synchronized and strengthened. A fact of which the mind is almost 100% certain. After all, like the world of the heavens network, this is obviously a bit similar to the foster compulsion style of competition and killing. It's obvious that someone is deliberately maneuvering in the shadows, plotting some kind of reckoning. Only, Chen Junlin was now not too concerned about what the other party had planned. Not really interested either. In the face of absolute power, all calculations are nothing more than floating clouds. Thinking about it, Chen Junlin couldn't help but stretch his back, a smirk on his face. Soothing. This was what Chen Junlin had in mind at the moment. After all, nowadays these days, since all have crossed over, who is still not invincible yet? If there's still a need to hold back step-by-step upgrades, what with the 30 years and all that? Even indiscriminate killing cannot do. Then cross over to suffer, and suffer for what? Chapter 51, a new promotion program, Universal Conquest. Chen Junlin smiled in a leisurely manner, his heart had already plotted his next promotion plan. There is no way for other cosmic beings to ignore the difference in level. However, the entire Daxia human race of the Sky Blue planet, including himself, did not actually have particularly large requirements for levels. As long as the Great Summer human race of the Sky Blue planet keeps providing a large amount of the power of the national fortune. In theory then, they could have terrifying base attributes just by relying entirely on the power of national fortune. And Chen Junlin himself. It even has 100 times the attack and defense bonus of the overall national fortune power. As long as there is enough national fortune power, then he doesn't need to rush to upgrade at all. You can directly achieve 10,000 consecutive victories and kills, a competitive achievement that no one has ever achieved, with a level of LV19. So, what happens next, then, is simple. The role of this great summer tripod is truly meritorious. In Chen Junlin's eyes, there was a glimmer of determination as he secretly marveled in his heart. He knew in his heart of hearts that to try to get a low rank with to achieve this unprecedented 10,000 consecutive victories and kills athletic achievement, it was necessary to rely on the strength of the entire Daxia human race. Swish. Think about it. Chen Junlin didn't waste any time and returned directly to the sky blue star. Once again, the global projection light screen was turned on, and 2 tasks were assigned to all Sky Blue Star Daxia members. 1. All people, regardless of their own strength. Participate in the competitive rankings of the worlds as much as possible, taking each one seriously and hitting a good streak. The more you win, the better. And the more you win, the better. We'll be rewarded with the resources I've prepared. Second, the races of the heavens possess countless cosmic worlds, and the only way to conquest. Only then can we have enough reserves to grow. Therefore, I intend to publicize the coordinates of a portion of the cosmic realms that are suitable for conquest. It is handed over to the Special Department for Management and Grading, and at the same time arranges for conquests. If there are any conquistadors who dare to take the initiative to venture out to the major cosmic worlds, all have the option of voluntarily signing up for participation with the local special ministries. Places are limited, first come first served. May all of you, with unyielding will, overcome the thorns and create splendor together. However, the cosmic conquest is brutal, bloody, and full of crises. Although there are plenty of opportunities ahead. But once you fall, there is no turning back. You can discuss with your family first, and then consider your own choices. Chen Junlin's voice spread throughout the entire sky blue star through the global projection light screen, stirring in the hearts of every Daxia human race. However, Chen Junlin had clearly underestimated the fervent wariness within the great Xia humanoids. It's also a split-second effort. Throughout the entire globe of the sky blue planet, an excited cheer then came out. The exciting sounds. It's finally time to go to war. Watching as the attributes skyrocketed by a large margin. I can't even hold it in anymore. Lord Human Emperor is mighty. The pride of the Daxia people's race cannot be trampled upon, and opening up the frontier is our motivation to move forward. Never back down. Never be afraid. Damn foreigners, how many of our fellow soldiers have been brutalized over the past 1,000 years? Now that I have a chance to avenge my hatred, how could I be afraid to back down? Kill. 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 War. 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 I'll sign up for that right away. Never get high. I'm a bachelor anyway. Hey, we have the shelter of the Human Emperor, with a full 10 billion or so attack and defense base attribute values. Fear the hammer. Brothers, the conquest of the universe is in your hands. I won't try to steal it from you guys. I'm going to follow Lord Human Emperor's example and make dozens of consecutive victories to scare the hell out of those mongrel tortoises. Me too. I don't think there's enough draft slots to grab, and I'm not experienced enough in combat. Better qualifying practice first. The moment. There are those who are excited and rushing about their intention to join the cosmic conquest. Others have chosen to make a dash for qualifying. Anyway, the fighting mood of the entire Sky Blue Star Daxia human race was in a very agitated state. No one will be willing to remain cowering. After all, the entire Sky Blue Star Daxia human race now has per capita attack and defense base attributes that's all up to a terrifying 10 billion plus. Even if there are no special magic treasures, equipment enchantments, relying solely on the basic attributes of it's all enough to smash a bunch of cosmic beings to death. Feeling an expectant, excited gaze from the people of that impatience to fight, Chen Junlin also couldn't help but nod secretly. It's a good thing to be in a high fighting mood and be aggressive. Otherwise, how can this power of national fortune be enhanced? Subsequently, Chen Junlin was not idle, and directly from the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds, he selected the coordinates of a part of the universe that was not too strong, but not too weak either, and handed them over to Qin Shouzhen, who is now the commander-in-chief of the special department. Yes. When Chen Junlin appointed Qin Xiaowei as his queen, Qin Shouzheng, as the uncle of state of Daxia, has naturally raised his status by a large margin. That the former commander-in-chief of the Kyushu Special Department was so sensible that he voluntarily stepped down from his post. Gave all the authority of the Special Department of Kyushu to Qin Shouzheng. Not only that. The original Daxia high-level various positions relationship, although Chen Junlin did not care about the so-called rights, However, they both took the initiative and chose to decentralize, partly to Qin Xiaowei and partly to Qin Shouzheng. No exaggeration. Qin Shouzheng is now the prime minister of the entire Xia, having the power to speak in ways that are often unimaginable. Human Emperor, feel free to rest assured, I will definitely do as you command. Qin Shouzheng's attitude was incomparably respectful as he arched his hand at Chen Junlin in front of him. Even though he was Qin Junlin's father-in-law, he didn't dare to have the slightest frame. It wasn't just Qin Junlin's current status position as a human emperor. It was even more so because of Qin Junlin's terrifying strength that shook the heavens and the worlds. With only the effect of the Dixia Zhou Ding's co-lord of the world. He possesses a basic attribute value that is billions of times higher than before. It can be imagined that Qin Junlin, who is the true co-lord of the world and the supreme lord of the 99, will be the first person to have a basic attribute value that is billions of times higher than before. And what would be the incredible attributes? To know. Before Qin Junlin obtained the Dixia 9 states tripod, it already has the terrifying strength to destroy an alien universe by itself. And the strength of today? Unimaginable. He couldn't imagine it at all. Well. Chen Junlin nodded slightly and looked at Qin Shouzheng, who was a bit overly formal. The heart was a little saddened and emotional for a while. The status of human emperor certainly brings supreme power and status. But it is also destined to lead to changes in some of the relationships that were already there. Like right now, basically, everyone sees him. All of them will behave very respectfully and not dare to overstep their bounds. The good thing was, he didn't have many relationships in this world, and before that, because he was bent on revenge, it is seldom to socialize and deal with people on weekdays. There is nothing to be uncomfortable about. To say that the only person that he had dealt with a lot of times was the principal, Zhao Yunlong. Thinking about it, Chen Junlin took out another portion of the rewards such as word jade slips, techniques, and magic treasures and handed them over to Qin Shouzheng, used to incentivize some of the top-performing conscripts. This being a human emperor is quite busy. Chen Junlin shook his head and couldn't help but secretly smile bitterly. In reality, it had only been half a day since he had traveled to the World Wide Web to participate in the qualifying tournament. But I didn't realize that so soon, a new plan was scheduled. Follow closely. His figure directly disappeared in place. In the next second, it appeared beside Zhao Yunlong in vain. Chapter 52, Wine Sword Immortal 7-Colored Heavenly Dao Fate Word, Huang Liang Yi Meng. Old Zhao, you're living quite a life. Chen Junlin suddenly appeared. Looking at Zhao Yunlong, who was knocking peanuts with his dragon spirit and grabbing a drink, he couldn't help but smile. And in the face of Chen Junlin, who suddenly appeared, causing Zhao Yunlong, who was drinking, to be startled on the spot. The wine glass was barely holding on to it. He looked at the famous human emperor in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. Emotionally, he said, "Hey, human emperor Sama, the way you appeared out of nowhere, you really almost gave people a heart attack." Chen Junlin smiled helplessly and sat down opposite Zhao Yunlong. Very skillfully, he poured himself a glass of wine. Looking at this old principal, many memories also came flooding back to my heart. The other man has been giving him a lot of care and attention. He would also take the initiative to invite himself to the festivals, and was entertained with good wine and meat. It can be said that they are not family, yet they are more than family. Chen Junlin gently raised his glass and clinked it with Zhao Yunlong before taking a sip. Only then did he leisurely open his mouth and said, "Old Zhao, do you still remember what you said back then? You said that you wanted to cultivate me into a true celestial pride. And you yourself are going to become the most famous principal in Sky Blue Star, and make Yunqi Middle School an even better school than those key middle schools." Words. Zhao Yunlong also took a sip and exhaled heavily. Then a hint of pride flashed in his eyes as he laughed out loud. "Of course I remember, these are the two greatest goals of my life. However, I hadn't thought of that. It's amazing that both of these goals have already been fully realized so quickly. I'm counting this as a success, and I have no regrets in life." Cloud Creek High School, today, has become the most popular school in Sky Blue Star. The Quite a number of dignitaries and aristocrats have called him and asked if they can arrange for an interloper. And he himself, as a schoolmaster who had produced the Emperor of Men. That naturally counts as no one before or since. Chen Junlin smiled, but said with emotion, yes. It is also thanks to your teaching and caring that I am able to be where I am today. I will always remember that when I was at my worst. You're the one who has always supported me and encouraged me. Without the principal's backing, those punks. I'm afraid that none of them will give up bullying and dominating him as a fatherless teenager. Zhao Yunlong waved his hand and said with a smile, Aya, it's all in the past. What's the point of even mentioning these things? You are now the human emperor lord, who would dare to bully you again. The two of them smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was warm and cordial. After knocking back a few more peanuts, Zhao Yunlong, however, raised his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked with a smile, speak. You just came over this morning and gave me a bunch of cultivation resources, and you're coming back to me so soon, but is there something you need my help with? Words. Chen Junlin picked up his wineglass, but shook his head and smiled gently, saying leisurely, Old Zhao. Do we have to have something to do with each other before we can call you? Can't we just have a drink? Ha ha. Of course it's fine. You can drink as much as you want, it's enough. This is a wine I've been saving for decades. Zhao Yunlong smiled, and without much hesitation, he directly waved his big sleeve and then another sealed jug of wine appeared on the table. And the source of this wine was none other than one of his unique dragon spirit techniques, the brewing technique, It can collect all kinds of spiritual medicine materials between heaven and earth and brew all kinds of fine wines with different efficacies. One of them is called Qi and Blood wine, whose main effect is to strengthen the Qi and blood. Chen Junlin had then taken quite a few of them over the years, so much so that it made his Qi and blood roots a whole lot stronger than the other students. Yellow sorghum wine. It's been a long time since I've had one. Chen Junlin's eyes lit up. This Huanliang wine was Lao Zhao's collection. Even on New Year's Day, he couldn't even take it out to drink, and it was only when his mother was killed and he was alone, Lao Zhao took out this jug of wine and gave it to him to drink. The only effect of this Huanliang liquor is to dream. To construct an unreal world of incomparable reality through dreaming, and to release all kinds of emotions in one's mind. And the end of the dream would be so perfect that it would leave one awake and it will be a feeling of great relief and relaxation, and a renewed sense of anticipation for the future. That's more effective than any hypnosis or tranquilizer. I drank the jug of yellow sorghum wine, and I don't know when. Chen Junlin only felt a blur before his eyes, and his consciousness fell into a dream world. In this dream, he saw his mother's heroic gesture of she succeeded in defeating the enemies of the other dimension in one piece for Jiangzhou, which was at a crisis point. In the aftermath of the battle, the mother was given a mysterious chance to excel as the discovered and recruited by the special ministry. Under his mother's guidance, Chen Junlin grew up quickly in the special department, and his potential was constantly being tapped into. Finally awakened the SS-ranked dragon spirit. He excelled in the special section, and gradually became an important member of the. A deep friendship was also established with the Qin family. In his dream, Chen Junlin saw the image of himself and Qin Shoujing's daughter Qin Xiaowei getting married. At the wedding, they received blessings from the crowd and were overflowing with happiness. In that blissful dream world, he and Vivian worked hand in hand to make progress together, the man and the woman. Blocking alien attack after alien attack, it became a great story on the sky blue star. The beauty of the dream world caused Chen Junlin to become intoxicated, too. Until a violent shaking woke him up. He opened his eyes and saw Zhao Yunlong looking at him with concern and couldn't help but smile. Old Zhao. Your Huanliang wine is as amazing as ever. It made me have such a wonderful dream again. Zhao Yunlong smiled and waved his hand. No matter how beautiful a dream is, it can't compare to the reality of life. Look. You are now the Lord Human Emperor and have great power. What else can you not do? Yes. Dreams are beautiful, but they're just dreams after all. Chen Junlin nodded his head slightly and lamented. The anticipation for the future in his heart couldn't help but become even stronger. He knew that the beauty of his dreams would eventually be realized, and he would, for the sake of that constant effort and relentless struggle. After this, Chen Junlin and Zhao Yunlong drank and talked freely until nightfall. They said goodbye to each other and promised to meet again. And after Chen Junlin left behind a 7-colored jade slip phrase, wine sword immortal. Then he quietly disappeared into thin air. He had already decided in his mind that sooner or later, he would turn the beauty of his dreams into reality. Wine sword immortal 7-colored heavenly fate word, the fermentation time you need to brew fine wine. Unconditionally shortened by 99%. For every pot of wine you brew, its additional effect is unconditionally enhanced by 100 times. For every sip of wine you take, your sword Dao enlightenment increases by 1 point and your sword intense strength increases by 1 point. In a state of drunkenness, the strength of one's own sword intent is increased by 100 times. And right now, Zhao Yunlong refined the word jade slip in his hand, feeling the heaven-defying attribute effects it possessed. It could be said to be enough to make countless people in Sky Blue Star go crazy with envy. This was a great opportunity that could truly change one's destiny against the heavens. Zhao Yunlong looked up at the full moon in the sky, as if in the direction where Qin Junlin had disappeared. But he grinned and said to himself, "This kid, really? He spent half his life as a man of mediocre talent, eccentricity, ugly and out of shape. Nothing shiny. But he has made one of the most perfect investments of all time, and that is Qin Junlin. And this. It would be enough to make the mediocre him, in the future among the heavens and the worlds. Will have a dashing life that is no longer ordinary. Awesome." Zhao Yunlong drank a mouthful of wine vigorously directly after he finished speaking. He immediately felt a powerful sword intent that swept over his entire body. And after doing all this, Qin Junlin, instead of being idle, he came to the vaulted sky above the Great Wall of China. Eyes scanned everything below. He was thinking about what he was going to put from the all-worlds platoon athletic rewards that. How to plant the tree of enlightenment. If they are arranged in a formation, they can undoubtedly increase their effectiveness. Chapter 53, The Stars of the Heavens as a Guide, the Dragon Vein of the Nine States as a Source. The World of Universal Enlightenment. Qin Junlin stood on the top of the Great Wall, looking at the sky blue star in the night. In his mind, he was planning the planting of the tree of enlightenment. He knew the value of the enlightenment tree in his heart. If the living beings in heaven and earth want to grow and break through, they can't do it without the word enlightenment. Whether it is a technique, a system, a magic treasure, or any other aspect, it is all included in the word enlightenment. Even just a single race of enlightenment trees is enough to make the beings of those alien universes that frantic scrambling for it. Not to mention the complete tree of enlightenment. In Qin Junlin's opinion, these enlightenment trees he possessed, if properly cultivated, it would become a miracle on the sky blue star, bringing unprecedented opportunities for the entire great Xia human race. It's just that the conditions for the growth of the tree of enlightenment are quite critical. It needs to be in the kind of place where the aura of heaven and earth is abundant. And the main reason why he chose the miles of sky blue star, it was more than 1,000 years ago that the dragon veins of the nine states responded in unison to the true dragon's chi manifested in the Great Wall of China. It formed an incomparably powerful Kyushu starry sky array that successfully sheltered the Daxia human race at the time. This suggests that between the Great Wall of China and the dragon veins all over Kyushu, there exists a connection with each other that cannot be seen in an unusual gesture. After much deliberation, Qin Junlin decided that around the Great Wall, arranging a gigantic perimeter star dipper formation, based on the miles of Great Wall and the dragon veins all over Kyushu, which happen to correspond to the stars of the perimeter. Constantly drawing in the power of the stars and buckets in the circumference of the sky, and subsequently nourishing the tree of enlightenment. And these trees of enlightenment can, in turn, throw a hint of association with the dragon veins throughout the Kyushu. At all times, every corner of the entire sky blue star, at all times have the Dao rhyme sense. Swish. Say it and do it. Qin Junlin, however, did not hesitate for a moment, and in this night sky, with his bare hands, he scratched a brilliant light. Started setting up the formation. The formation he chose to set up this time was none other than the perpetual star dipper formation. Even within the lucky store of the heavens, it was sold for upwards of 800 trillion cosmic general coins. Although he had never learned about formations, with today's heaven-defying enlightenment, just casually exchanging a jade slip of 7 colored words related to formation ability was enough to instantly make him a formation supreme who ranked at the top of the heavens universe. Now, with the stars in the sky as a guide, the tree of enlightenment as a root, and the dragon veins throughout the 9 states as a source. When I strengthen my great Xia human race, for 1,000 lifetimes, for all eternity. Qin Junlin murmured softly, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of a radiant divine aura. Brush. 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 The starlight in the sky, under his maneuvering, was in a few moments, from beyond the vast river of stars, gathered above the entire sky blue star. On this one night, The human races all over the Great Xia were as if they were seeing the image of a meteor sliding down the sky. And it was as if these meteors possessed some kind of regularity. It was a night when no one knew what was going on. But that is, after waking up this night. The next day, early in the morning, many people throughout the sky blue planet actually cheered with glee and joy. One by one, it was as if they had won the $5 million lottery. Turns out they were actually in a dream last night. Suddenly some additional dragon spirit skills were comprehended. And this is something that no one expected. It turns out that dragon spirit skills aren't limited to when the dragon spirit is awakened, or does it only appear when the level breaks through each weight, but instead, it's actually able to be comprehended on its own? This, however, was something that hadn't occurred even in the entire 1,000 years of Sky Blue Star's history. In the meantime, surprisingly, there were some more dragon spiritists of Daxia, who, in this barrenness of originality, create one extraordinary soundtrack after another on your own. Granted, the intensity of these sonic rhythms was nowhere near as strong as those created by Lord Human Emperor back then. However, this kind of news was enough to make countless people excited. Tone is the key condition for being a dragon spirit master dragon spirit. Both the basic qualities as well as the natural characteristics of the dragon spirit were closely related to sound. And now that everyone seems to have gotten smarter, the creative vigor of the entire population towards the sound of it is clear that it is no longer as painful or bottled up as it was before. In just one day, inside the Daxia's music library, then he collected more sonorous tunes than the number of these 100 years combined. And every sonic tune, surprisingly, is that good, It was at least enough to awaken an S-rank or higher dragon spirit. It was as if the potential of the dragon spiritist had completely begun to explode in this one night's time. It's, pretty good. It's really quite good. Everything, it's all going in the right direction. Boom! Within Yanjing City, a violent ringing appeared along with it. A sound of a dragon's roar came from afar. At once, a white-haired old man whose body was bathed in golden light. Filled with excitement, he pranced and jumped in that mid-air. 200 years, 200 years. I've broken through to the divine level. I've broken through to a god-level dragon spirit master. If any of the top echelons of the Grand Xia saw this, they would have sucked in cool air. Because this person, who was once one of the great Xia god of war, 200 years ago, he set foot on the level of a divine dragon spirit master, which is the hidden secret weapon of Xia. The outside world has always rumored that he has long fallen into oblivion, but I never thought that he is still alive in the world today. In addition, he also broke through the god-level dragon spirit master that no one had been able to break through in the past 1,000 years. Behind a god-level dragon spiritist, what level would it be? This was the most curious thing that the Sky Blue Star Daxia humanoids had, in the past 1,000 years. Only, no one has ever been able to give them an answer. Although, on that day, the Great Summer Human Emperor personally demonstrated, summoning 19 dragon spirits. The god-level dragon spirit master had long been separated by an unknown amount of distance. But, after all, Lord Human Emperor's status is extraordinary, and since Lord Human Emperor did not take the initiative to explicitly say so, well, there's no way anyone would dare to ask in person, is there? And now, finally, someone has broken the shackles of the divine dragon spirit master. Managed to get to another level. This, naturally, is incredibly exciting. Roar! 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 Suddenly, there was another greenish glow that spread out from the eastern sky. Follow closely. Then another incomparably powerful green-colored dragon spirit slowly presented itself above that dome of the sky. And above the head of that huge green dragon spirit, there stood a woman with a head full of snowy hair, a kind of as if to bury the heaven and earth and living beings of the proud cold aura. People cannot help but hit a cold shiver. Ice God! She, surprisingly, is still alive too. This, the green-colored dragon spirit, is not her extreme ice frost prison dragon. Could it be that she broke the god-level dragon spiritist yoke as well? This moment, ancient predecessors, one after another, have broken their chains and regained their lives. Once again, the exuberance of the entire Daxia human race had reached an unprecedented level. It's getting better. It's all better. Since the establishment of the human emperor in Daxia, the entire Sky Blue Star Daxia, it is like being favored by heavenly destiny. When the 9 cauldrons come out, the 9 states will be settled. When the human emperor appears, the world is at peace. The achievements of the human emperor shall be as lofty as a mountain. Lord Human Emperor, the grace is unmatched. All of this is, inevitably, the blessings brought to us by Lord Human Emperor. Grateful praise to the Lord Human Emperor. It is lucky for Great Xia to have a human emperor. In the face of such extraordinary and obvious changes, the crowd naturally associated it with Chen Junlin, the Great Xia human emperor, and throughout the Sky Blue Star, only the omnipotent human emperor possessed such means. So, the strength of Chen Junlin's faith in the hearts and minds of all the people of Daxia, and cannot help but rubbing raised a large cut. The Great Summer national fortune value is also followed by the enhancement of a lot of money. Chapter 54, Your Sky Blue Star Human Race, Open? And at the moment, Chen Junlin stood on top of the Great Wall, looking out over the great mountains and rivers of the Sky Blue Star. Feeling the strange changes in the heavens and earth brought about by the Enlightenment Tree, his heart was filled with relief and emotion. He saw the joy of the people of Daxia celebrating the breakthrough of the heard the cheers and thanksgiving of the dragon spirit masters of the Kyushu earth, and the constant supply of the power of faith. All of this made him feel deeply that all the effort he had put in was worth it. And this whole change in the Sky Blue Star naturally originated from the fact that he, through the circumstantial Star Dipper formation, had, in conjunction with the Tree of Enlightenment planted in the land of the Dragon Vein of the Great Summer Kyushu. Just as he had predicted, after the weekly Heavenly Star Dipper formation and the Kyushu Dragon Vein had been added to the ability of the Tree of Enlightenment was utilized to its fullest potential. Even the ability of the effects it exerted was more than dozens or hundreds of times higher than even the original. At the same time, the ability of this Tree of Enlightenment to affect it will also become more and more powerful as it continues to integrate with other universes in the future. After all, the current Sky Blue planet is just a fusion of an alien universe, after all. The overall space world territory was limited, and it simply wasn't yet able to fully and completely fulfill the potential of the Tree of Enlightenment. But there's no doubt about it. With the Sky Blue Star today's heritage, foundation. If it were to be rumored, I'm afraid it would draw the eyes of countless powerful races in the universe. Directly take action to forcibly seize the barren cosmic land of Sky Blue Star and take it for itself. Of course. Now that these enlightenment trees have come into play, let the people of the whole of Daxia benefit from it. It is foreseeable that the future of Daxia will no longer be dark, rather, they have a future full of hope and strength. At that time, the countless powerful races of the universes of the heavens. Even if you want to forcibly seize the Sky Blue Star, you have to consider whether you have the ability to do so. He recalled the vow he had secretly made in his heart the moment he became the human emperor of the Grand Xia. To make the entire Daxia human race prosper and no longer be bullied by foreign races. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. The two things, the Great Summer Tripod of the 9 states, and the Tree of Enlightenment. Undoubtedly for the Sky Blue Star Daxia human race, it brought unprecedented opportunities. The Dragon Spiritist cultivation system, which has only been in development for 1,000 years. With the great increase in the enlightenment of all people, it was thought that they would soon be able to make a name for themselves among the heavens and the worlds. Feeling once again the sonority of that one song that keeps being created, Chen Junlin could not help but silently sigh in his heart as well. The potential of the human race is truly limitless, we just need to give them a suitable environment for development. They can then perform amazing miracles. The breaking of the yoke of a god-level dragon spirit master might not be a big deal among the realms of the heavens. After all, when looking at the countless universes of the world wide web of the heavens, it's also just a little 11th level griffin. But this brings hope for the future to the entire dragon spiritist system. Originally, everyone in Sky Blue Star thought that the dragon spiritist, being able to reach the divine level dragon spirit master, was already the limit. But now, it's different. It's like playing an online game and struggling for a long time without being able to pass the level, making you suffer immensely. The result is just in the midst of the over-the-top animation. And the moment the boss lights up with a blood bar, the originally low mood is instantly high. In short, at this moment, Chen Junlin seemed to see the future of Daxia. The country is prosperous and the human race is prosperous. The Daxia human race relies on the dragon spiritist cultivation system to explore the wider universe of the heavens. Sprinkle the prestige of the Great Summer Kingdom all over the stars and seas. Everything is set up. Next, one waits for the seeds to blossom and bear fruit. Feeling the strength of the dragon spirit masters of the entire sky blue star dasha, which was constantly rising. The corners of Chen Junlin's mouth rose slightly. He was never a selfless lord, and the reason he made so many setups that. Even serving as the human emperor of the Grand Xia, but the real purpose of all of them was just to elevate themselves. Let all the dasha people, in all the worlds of the heavens, earned for him a horrible enough value of national fortune that. And then let him complete the 10,000 crown king spike achievement. That no one has accomplished since ancient times, which is his biggest plan. One time. Idle boredom. Chen Junlin turned his gaze somewhere. It landed on Qin Xiaowei, who was dealing with the affairs of the dasha state and selecting concubines, and she couldn't help but have a smirk on her face. Being a human emperor is really too tiring. It's just as well to take advantage of this time, but it's time to get some rest. And at this moment, inside the web of the heavens, one by one, the powerful races of the universe who stayed up all night sniping, as well as waiting for Chen Junlin to continue challenging the records. At the moment, however, they were all shaking their heads and sighing. They seem to have pounced. It looks like this Chen Junlin doesn't intend to continue the challenge. Perhaps this is his limit. 100 consecutive victories can be killed in seconds. Normally speaking. At the very least, it won't stop at 150 consecutive victories, right? Why did he stop? Oh, I've said long ago that this guy must have used some evil means to. And now, this means cannot continue to be used, so naturally, you can't break in. After all this time with no movement, perhaps, it's still possible. I pondered. This Chen Junlin had probably mastered a very heaven-defying rule-based conceptual spike treasure, but there was definitely a limit to the number of times it could be used. And this kind of spike treasure doesn't require any trigger rule conditions. No wonder, he's able to kill his opponents 100 times in a row from level 19. And it's still just 100 games, it looks like it's all been calculated by him. Gee, even so. It's also enough to prove that Chen Junlin, this old thing, has a very idle vigor. A rule conceptual spike treasure that can be used 100 times in a row is actually used up just like that? Or maybe he's collected 100 rule concept seconds treasures? Although, this 100 Crown King's hidden achievement reward is also really very unbelievable. But if it's in exchange for this rule conceptualized spike treasure, it's always a bit unworthy as well. One after another, the top powerhouses of the universe's strongest races were finally secretly relieved. If Chen Junlin had merely arranged it through scheming and then utilized the rules to conceptually kill the treasure in seconds. Having reached the achievement of 100 consecutive seconds, that situation was within their acceptance. Sure. Some people are so self-brainwashed and comforting. Yet there are other cautious cosmic powerhouses that doesn't agree with the notion that the rules conceptually spike treasures as such. Why do I get the feeling that Chen Junlin is just taking a break before he doesn't continue to break in? You guys will be able to guarantee that he's using the rule conceptual spike treasures and not some other means. Or maybe real strength? That's right. What kind of bull rule conceptual treasure is capable of killing 100 times in a row in seconds? And it still doesn't take time to trigger the spike concept, the rules? And what about Irby bragging about what 100 rule conceptualized second treasures? You guys don't know. How outrageous is the value of a rule conceptual seconds treasure? 100 pieces, can you afford to step on it? However, it was also at the same time that these powerful members of the 10,000 races of the heavens were exchanging greetings through their intentions. Suddenly, a message announcement prompted them to shiver once again. It reverberated through the web of the heavens and the earth. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Qingzhanqiu LV12, Platinum 3 stars. Achieved the special ranked competitive achievement 10 consecutive kills. Received the purple ranking treasure chest reward X1. Sky blue star again? Human? The worlds of the heavens once again caused a sensation. But, don't wait too long for them to rock. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Lei Qianjie, with his Mantis troop. With the power of a LV11 level cosmic being, conquering the cosmic realm where a successful LV110 cosmic being resides. Crossing levels dramatically. I shall be honored. Ding! Congratulations to Cosmic Lord Xiaoyan, who carries a different kind of fire weapon. With the power of a LV9 level cosmic being, conquering the cosmic realm where a successful LV99 cosmic being resides. Crossing levels dramatically. I shall be honored. Ding! Congratulations to Lord of the Universe Ruyan Yen, with his licking dogs. With the power of an LV5 level cosmic being, conquering the cosmic realm where a successful LV66 cosmic being resides. Crossing levels dramatically. I shall be honored. Crouching? This moment. The great cosmic power races of the heavens and the worlds all stared at each other in disbelief. Each and every one of them was filled with an unbelievable expression, only feeling that the whole person seemed to be dreaming. Chapter 55 Breakthrough Opportunity in the Human Race? The great emperor of the ancient world is alarmed. It's impossible. It's simply not possible. Even those top cosmic powerhouse clans can't do what can be such an exaggerated achievement. 10 consecutive kills? Successful cross-class conquests? These are legendary achievements that. How is it possible to have a concentrated outbreak on a tiny sky blue planet? Ruyan Lu, that LV5 cosmic being. How did it manage to conquer the cosmic realm where the LV66 cosmic beings are located? This is not scientific. This series of news was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the world wide web of the heavens. It sent all the strong races of the universe into a deep shock. They could not understand why, one after another, human cosmic lords from the sky blue planet, being able to achieve so much in such a short period of time. How is this possible? Wasn't Sky Blue Planet always considered a barren land, a universe that had just recently advanced? How did so many universe lords whose battle power can cross levels suddenly emerge? A leader of a powerful race from a distant universe exclaimed. It seems that our perception of Sky Blue Star needs to be revisited. The potential of this planet seems to be greatly underestimated. Another cosmic powerhouse, somewhat shocked and overwhelmed with emotion, said. But this announcement message doesn't stop there. Ding! Congratulations to Sky Blue Star. Ding! Congratulations to Sky Blue Star. There was one announcement message after another on this all-worlds network. Like it had set off a shocking wave in the heavens and the worlds, the major cosmic power races stared in disbelief, unable to believe that this was true. Sky Blue Star, the barren land they had originally seen as a. How could they not be shocked by the emergence of such remarkable cosmic lords one after another? Knowing that between cosmic beings, every difference of one rank would have a huge gap in battle power. Over-the-top challenges in ranked matches are almost always hard to accomplish, let alone over-the-top to outright exterminate an entire universe. How many beings are there within an entire universe? Thus alone, unless the difference in combat power between the two sides is very obvious, otherwise it's almost hard to extinguish. But now, the human cosmic lords of the Sky Blue Planet seem to have broken that perception? For the Sky Blue Star people, exterminating an entire cosmic world across dozens of levels seems much easier than eating and drinking? What is going on here? How did the human race of the Sky Blue Planet suddenly become so powerful? It's completely different from the human race of the past. It's too unbelievable. You have to know that even amongst the major cultivation systems of the human race, the Summoner Cultivation System, the Imperial Beast Master Cultivation System, which has more powerful combat power in the first and middle stages, couldn't possibly be so outrageous. Yeah. That Qin Zhanxiu's 10 consecutive beheadings in the ranking competition. Lei Qianjie, Xiaoyan cross-level conquest success, and Lu Ruyan. Their soldiers are just more ordinary that type. Just what is so special about them that they can perform such a miracle? It seems that our estimation of this Sky Blue Star was really wrong. I'm afraid that this planet's human cultivation system isn't as simple as we thought. At this moment, the top powerhouses of the major cosmic power races had waves of shock in their hearts at this moment. They suddenly realized that Sky Blue, a planet they had originally despised, it seemed to have possessed a strength that they could not ignore. Even to the point of, if the human races of the Sky Blue Planet all possessed this kind of heaven-defying level-spanning combat power, then the strength of this cosmic world can't be judged by common sense. While the countless powerful races of the universe were shocked in their hearts, they couldn't help but start contacting each other. There were speculations about what had happened on that Sky Blue Star, making it possible for the human race, which had been weak and incomparable in the early stages, to become so powerful. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid this is all related to that Chen Junlin. Do you guys remember his previous record of 100 consecutive seconds? And the extermination of the alien universe across over 100 levels? Maybe, this guy really found a special means of. It can rapidly boost the Sky Blue Star human race's combat power and explode into an unimaginable and heaven-defying killing move. A cosmic powerhouse with very keen insight couldn't help but guess so. I'm afraid, the previous speculation that this Chen Junlin is some kind of old monster should be in all likelihood. That blue star, maybe it's not an ordinary universe at all, but it's been tampered with by this old man. A side of the world that was plotted and laid out. To be able to do such a thing is beyond the reach of idle means. It's even more unbelievable than the mechanical race in the past. This person must be a supreme power with heavenly cultivation. That's right. It must be like this. Chen Junlin, there must be a big secret in this guy. What exactly is he from? To actually be able to create such a miracle. No matter what, we must find out where the Sky Blue Star is. We must find out what the secret is that Chen Junlin controls. Perhaps there is still hope for us to be able to go further. The human race, truly a cosmic race that produces miracles frequently. So many eons have passed. Countless races have made little progress in breaking through. Could it be that our ultimate chance is with this human race? For a moment, many of the hidden ancient great emperors of the strongest races in the universe couldn't help but talk about it too. There were even some old monsters who had fallen asleep for an unknown number of years, lifting the coffin boards and crawling from the grave. Obviously. Chen Junlin and the shocking changes brought about by the Sky Blue Star people. It was enough to make even these great emperors who had reached the bottleneck of their cultivation level go crazy and crave for it. A message of announcement from the World Wide Web of the Sky Blue Star people's conquests and rankings of the worlds. Every now and then it popped up, causing flutter after flutter. Anyway. From this moment on, the names of Sky Blue Star and Chen Junlin. It had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the powerful races of the heavens and the earth. They understood that this planet, which had risen like a comet, and this mysterious human cosmic lord, it will be a presence they can't ignore. And at this moment, Chen Junlin was happy to embrace the beautiful woman in his arms, feeling the crazy increase in fame and prestige. The source continuously raised the basic attributes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, as if he had already anticipated all of this. Everything was just as he had expected. When the entire heavenly blue star great summer human race began to conquer and rank among the 10,000 realms network of the heavens, his prestige value had also clearly doubled thousands of times amongst the 10,000 races of the heavens beings. This, too, is only just beginning. In the future, I will make the entire heavens and worlds tremble for me, Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin secretly pondered in his mind that he had the confidence and backbone to do so. As long as the great Xia human race continued to conquer and open up territories, one day any corner of the heavens and the worlds would surely belong to his Chen Junlin's territory. Wherever he looked, it was the land of Daxia. Thinking about it, Chen Junlin only felt a burst of refreshment, so he couldn't help but tighten his arms around the beautiful woman in his arms again. Start hee hee ha ha. Ha? Your Majesty, you've done this more than a dozen times, why are you again, well? Chapter 56 The Age of All People Becoming Gods. Opening the path to the stars and rivers. Half a month. In only half a month's time, the overall strength of the Daxia human race in the Sky Blue Star. It's been boosted like never before. The divine dragon spiritist that I couldn't even dream of in the past. Today it is the first threshold that everyone can easily cross. This is an era that has been called the God of all era. Although, for other dragon spirit masters to rise to the divine level, there are still some divine transformation quests to be done, but with the powerful basic attributes of the Daxia human race today, as well as the various resources gained from the conquest of the universe, these divine transformation quests are basically not too difficult, relatively speaking. After all, even if you don't have some material resources on hand. However, other Daxia conscripts may have them, and they are completely interchangeable with each other. However, due to the awakening of the dragon spirits of certain dragon spiritists, if the God Transfer quest is some special quest, such as a quest that requires 9 same-sex favorites, a pregnancy experience, or something like that, then the God Transfer quest is a special quest. That would be a bit of a headache. But overall, in just half a month, with the help of Chen Junlin, the conquistadors of the Daxia human race, having conquered cosmic world after cosmic world, the overall value of the country's fortunes is skyrocketing wildly almost every day. The The prestige of the Great Summer People's Race was rapidly climbing in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. And along with the skyrocketing value of Dacia's national fortune. Again, indirectly, the basic attributes of the Great Summer human conquerors became even more terrifying and powerful. The more you conquer, the stronger you become. The more universes you conquer, the more credit you get. It was also able to receive the rewards bestowed by Lord Human Emperor from the Special Department of Kyushu. Who wouldn't be excited? Who isn't crazy about war? Nowadays, the entire sky blue planet had almost become an era of universal conquest of the cosmic alien races. Under the almost universal billions of people, all working together at the same time in a concerted conquest. The overall area of the sky blue star, which had fused many other worldly universes, had also directly skyrocketed by more than several 100 million times compared to the very beginning. Whether it's the aura of heaven and earth, the resources, the species, the law of the great Tao and so on, are already incomparable to what they were half a month ago. And with all this accomplished, in addition to the cosmic world coordinates announced by Qin Junlin, the Great Summer Human Emperor, naturally, the diligent planning of Qin Shoujing and the other members of the special department was also indispensable. After Qin Junlin took out a portion of the cosmic world coordinates, Qin Shoujing did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The cosmic world was graded overnight with members of the Ministry of Special Affairs. Any human recruiter of the sky blue planet, if he wants to conquer a certain universe, then it must be stipulated that within the scope of the universe world of the corresponding classification, it cannot go alone to conquer a universe world that exceeds its own classification by 10 times. If one does want a higher challenge, then you have to sign a voluntary combat agreement accompanied by your family members and parents, and at the same time, you need to assess your strength, and if you're too weak, you'll have to sign a voluntary combat agreement. Nor would they agree to go to war. The purpose, naturally, was to minimize the casualties of the Great Summer human race. So, in this way of having a terrifying level crossing ability in itself, favoring a very solid drafting style, the Great Summer people's side was almost invincible, and in the course of the conquest, there were hardly ever any casualties. And under such circumstances, the strength of faith of the Tianlangsing Daxia human race in Chen Junlin's, basically, it has reached the level of almost fanaticism. Even if Qin Junlin asked them to die, they would willingly go to pay. Anyway, all thanks to the precise cosmic coordinates provided by Qin Junlin, breaking the limit on the number of dragon spirits, as well as the arrangement of the Tree of Enlightenment array. All kinds of conditions so that the Great Summer human race can easily deal with all kinds of enemies, quickly enhance the strength. With the popularity of the Daxia People's Races campaign, a group of the Daxia People's Races' outstanding pride naturally began to make a name for itself in the web of the heavens and the earth. It has attracted the attention of more and more powerful races of the universe. The performance of these people is not as shocking as that of Qin Junlin, but it is still enough to make countless powerful races of the universe shocked inexplicably. For a while, countless powerful races in the universe marveled at the speed of the rise of the Great Summer People's Race at the same time. In his heart, however, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Now, almost every cosmic race felt a hint of pressure. Especially those universes that are not strong overall. They are in constant fear of being conquered by the human race of the sky blue planet. After all, from the information we're getting now, once the alien universes selected for conquest by the celestial blue astronaut race, almost all of them were complete. In the past, the various disasters inflicted on the human race of the sky blue planet by the conquerors of the great foreign races. But no one is so quick to forget. To put it bluntly, in the midst of a world filled with the ideas of killing and competition, talking about kindness, allies, friendships, and the like is just too ridiculous. If you don't want to be exterminated, then take the initiative and swear to the heavenly Tao. Directly become a servant affiliate race of the Great Xia human race, under the absolute control of the Great Xia human race. All other reasons are waived. It's about time, too. Chen Junlin slowly got up from the jade couch, and pinched the fragrant jade in his arms again in passing. It caused the beauty to hum softly. Have to say, those ancient emperors didn't want to go to morning court. There is indeed something to be said for immersing yourself in the joyous world of 3 palaces and 72 concubines. During this half a month, Qin Junlin was a little too happy to be happy. Perhaps for reasons of his powerful physique, he does have somewhat higher needs himself. Relying solely on Qin Xiaowei's bedtime service at the beginning was no longer enough to satisfy him at all. So she hurriedly summoned all those good girlfriends and cousins of her family who were willing to become the human emperor's consorts. It seems it's a little too extravagant. But, so what? Since they have the power to reach the heavens, the immense merit, the supreme greatness, and the admiration of all the people. Jiarin and willingly. If this are not properly enjoy, you still be a guiltless emperor? Sure. Enjoyment is enjoyment. Chen Junlin would not be so intoxicated that he would lose himself in this. He wouldn't be so arrogant that he would be invincible to the heavens and the worlds now. With half a month's accumulation, the combined power of the Great Xia Empire's national fortune has skyrocketed billions of times. Next. It is time, too, to continue to allow these cosmically powerful races to feel what it means to be truly terrified. Chen Junlin felt the series of numbers in the attribute panel bar of the power of national fortune. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise in a confident smile. Chapter 57 Long Ao Tian's Pride. I just don't believe I'll match him. Chen Junlin's gaze was deep, as if it could penetrate through the layers of the universe. Something that is hidden in the depths of the endless sea of stars, all the secrets of the races of the heavens. As the saying goes, all hands on deck. Although, the human dragon spiritists of the sky blue planet, with their combat power compared to his, it's no different than a mole cricket. After all, the human dragon spiritists of the sky blue planet that there can be no such thing as those counterintuitive words and spells increasing themselves. But, unable to resist the fact that Chen Junlin had many cosmic coordinates, as long as each dragon spiritist's own strength according to the divide the appropriate alien universe for the other side to conquer, and then you're almost guaranteed to win 100 battles. As soon as any dragon spiritist successfully conquered infused an alien cosmic world, then the power of the Daxia Empire's national fortune would prompt a cut. The number of people in the Daxia Empire, on the other hand, is upwards of 10 billion. Even if each person had succeeded in conquering just one universe in this half-month. With nearly 10 billion alien universes fused together, that would also be able to bring an extremely terrifying increase in national fortune value to the Grand Xia Empire. In fact, an exaggerated cosmic strength enhancement efficiency like that of the Sky Blue Star, looking at the entirety of the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Simply an incredible miracle. After all, even if other cosmic worlds possess no matter how top-notch their civilizations, resources, and celestial pride. However, it is impossible to achieve the efficiency of the entire population to be infinitely close to winning 100 battles. And this. It was also exactly what Chen Junlin had planned half a month ago. Everything, as expected. Even that turned out better than expected. Chen Junlin now had complete confidence that he could crush all his opponents. Kill a truly invincible road. What is invincibility? In Chen Junlin's opinion, when he looked at the road ahead from afar and it was empty, it was truly invincible. Once again, he looked at that attribute panel bar, which could be described as an exaggerated to unbelievable value of the power of national fortune. Chen Junlin could not help but smile evilly. Then from this moment, truly open, the invincible path of the heavens. Ding! You have chosen to open a ranked competitive tournament. And at the moment, dragons. The Forbidden Land, inside the Crystal Palace. What no one knows is that the nine-pole Chaos Ancestral Dragon, who is the founder of the dragon race. This time the face was a tangled, hesitant look. It looked at the qualifying tournament participation interface in front of it, but it was never sure what to do in its heart. It's been more than half a month since there's been any movement. Then Chen Junlin shouldn't be planning to continue the onslaught anymore. But what if? At this very moment, it can pack its bags and say that, within the entire world of the heavens. I'm afraid no one is more torn and hesitant than it is. According to its original intention, it was preparing to take advantage of the point in time when Chen Junlin paused his sprint. It quietly plays through a streak just once. But the problem is that whenever it intends to open up the qualifying rounds. But then it stopped hard. Yes. It panicked inside. It was scared. In case this qualifying match starts, but happens to match with that perverted Chen Junlin. What is it supposed to do? After all, the segment gap between the two was not that big, and the probability of matching was still quite a bit. But if it doesn't turn on qualifying, then does it just keep wasting its time, waiting for Chen Junlin to trigger the Worlds of the Heavens announcement message again? And so it was. It was with this immensely tangled and painful choice that it is a dragon ancestor is hesitant to make up his mind, has been in this ranking interface hesitation for more than half a whole month. And naturally, during this period of more than half a month, it had also, through the announcement message of the World Wide Web of the heavens, learned about the amazing performance of the Sky Blue Star people. Though not as shocking as Chen Junlin's. But it had also absolutely subverted the knowledge of all the beings of the strong races of the universe at one time. At the very least, these people of the planet Sky Blue. Each and every one of them is almost equivalent to the geniuses that the top races focus on cultivating, and they can casually hit all sorts of winning streaks. Fortunately, these other Sky Blue Star people are not yet able to act like Chen Junlin. Every game kills the opponent in seconds. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous, and I am afraid that the other cosmic beings will not be scared mad. No! I can't put it off like this. If I keep cowering, how long will I, Long Aotian, have to wait? It's the only way to beat the full achievement. Long Aotian clenched his teeth fiercely, and a color of struggle flared in his gaze. But soon he forced it down. No doubt about it. Listening to the news of the streak of achievement announcements that the Blue Star people kept breaking out that day, it also stimulated it so much that it couldn't help but feel a slight sense of urgency. It's like, you are going to give up beauty for good in practice. The results favor the next room is always coming from the sound of playing poker, constantly stimulating you. Want to open the phone to brush the video to divert attention. Instead, it pops up again with small indescribable ads on the website. I, Tama, am at least the strongest originator of the dragon race. How did it ever become so wimpy and spineless? Could it be that he, Chen Junlin, if he doesn't continue to participate in the challenge ranking? Do I, Long Aotian, have to wait forever? He, Chen Junlin, has all the means in the world. Killed the opponent 100 times in a row. But what about me, Long Aotian? Even if we do match him, what should we do, LV19 level versus LV99 level? It's not certain who the deer is. The more Long Aotian thought about this, the more agitated his heart became. The pride that originated from the depths of the dragon's soul actually crushed the hesitation and concerns in its mind in a moment. Seems to have lived so long that he has nearly lost even the courage he once had. If I don't have the courage to take risks and fight for the sky, what am I going to talk about impacting the king of 10,000 crowns? I, Long Aotian, have never been weak in my life. Long Aotian threw his head back and growled, his emotions looking very agitated. Thinking back on the half-month that had actually been spent living in the shadow of that veiled human being, after wasting such a long time. So suffocating behavior, it only felt a trace of anger and resentment inexplicably welling up in its heart. Dragon Aotian's mind was so hot that he roared once again, and his two dragon eyes were tightly closed. It was actually just like this that he directly and quickly tapped down on the button of that entry ranking interface. It is a proud dragon ancestor, so how can it be taken in by someone it hasn't even met? Scared to death? Mud. I, Long Aotian, will bet on this today. I'm betting that he, Chen Junlin, won't just happen to be competing at this time. Even if he does compete, I, Long Aotian, will definitely show him that. What do you mean by a real absolute second? It dared not hesitate any longer. For, it feared that if it hesitated half a second longer, the pride that was so easily aroused will be washed away by all kinds of worries. Ding! You have chosen to open a ranked competitive tournament. Competitive opponents matched. Countdown begins at Chapter 58, Born Against the Bone. The two old sixes opened the game with mutual seconds. 3, 2, I. As the countdown ended, the qualifying match between Long Aotian and Chen Junlin officially began. Snapped. Almost at the same moment, the two old sixes directly erupted into an extreme killing move. The desire was to kill the other party instantly. No one dared to hold back. Especially that Long Aotian's face was so red that he didn't even dare to breathe a single breath of air. It directly gathered the dragon power of its entire body and unhesitatingly executed the reincarnation talent avatar, 99 returns. A beam of destructive light carrying a terrifying power that could not be avoided, diverted, or resisted coalesced in its mouth and blasted straight toward the competitive opponent in front of it. 10,000 dragons diffusing heavenly talisman. Dragon's blood burns. Extreme dragon flame. Void annihilation. 99. Perish. Long Aotian almost growled and roared out a voice that, using all the various prepared cards in unison, In this moment, Long Aotian didn't even know the identity and strength of the other party yet. And yet it still chose the strongest one-strike killing move, because it only had this one chance of absolute certain death every 9,999 days it waited for the. So there will never be any tooting of the horn. However, what made Long Aotian not expect in any way? Just as it was spitting out dragon breath and various undercard skills in conjunction with the 999. While blasting out the most powerful extreme killing moves. A horrible power breath fluctuation that makes it all palpitate and chill, but it comes face to face. Sword Chi. Sword Chi in the sky. Geez. What kind of existence is that to be able to control the power of destruction? Long Aotian was shocked beyond measure, staring wide-eyed and deadpan at the void ahead. A deep look of fear even appeared in his eyes. As far as the eye can see. Above that roiling dome of the sky, a terrifying sword chi, like a barren tide of wild. It swept across the sky, instantly blossoming into countless streaks of blinding light. It is as if an overwhelming divine sword carrying the blazing sun breaks through the sky, to cut heaven and earth into grains of dust. This astonishing sword chi was so strong that it caused Long Aotian's mind to instantly lose control of his mind. Gutted. It was as if its soul was being torn apart in this moment of pain. Its destiny seemed to be cut in this instant, destined to be unavoidable. The power of that roiling sword chi was like an endless river of stars pouring down, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. Unable to resist, unable to avoid. Must kill. Locked. Real damage. It's almost as if it's a lightning bolt. Long Aotian then understood the ranked competitive opponent for this one. Just how terrifying an existence was this? The other party mastered a surefire killing technique that was not at all inferior to the 9-9 returns. And an opponent with such means is at about the same ranked competitive level as him. Among the 10,000 races in the heavens and the earth today, I am afraid that there is only that human demon Chen Junlin. This moment. Long Aotian, who had already guessed the identity of his opponent, was in a complicated, bitter, and helpless mood. He had counted on avoiding it for a whole half-month, but he did not expect that in the end, still met the last competitive ranked opponent he expected to be matched with. It's not clear whether to call him too lucky or too unlucky. Sword Chi raged, and heaven and earth were barren. Rumble. Sword Chi and Dragon Flame clashed together amidst every fragment of the void. The sound of the horrible explosion was deafening, causing the mind to be shaken and the chi and blood to roll. Over the aftermath of that explosion. Even more so, it caused the entire ranked arena to tremble, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. However, this whether it is Sword Chi or Dragon Flame. After a brief collision, instead of dissipating, the might continued to blast towards the front. Obviously, both have the conceptual rules of inescapability and non-interceptability. The only way to do this is to rely on the opponents themselves to fight hard. This sword move is simply too heaven-defying. No wonder he was able to achieve the 100 Crowns King ranked athletic achievement at level 19. Obviously possessing such a heaven-defying killing move, yet he waited half a month to continue. It seems that there is likewise some sort of restriction on his killing moves. It's just that I don't know what limitations or costs exist for this guy's killing move. Long Aotian's face was filled with horror and his heart was so shocked that he said. At this moment it felt an unprecedented fear and pressure that. Even the blood all over his body was frozen in a moment, its huge crystal 9-colored dragon body, under the impact of this sword chi, like a candle in the wind. Shaking, the meridians, flesh and blood in his body along with his soul were shattered in an instant. It was almost filled with despair. Because it knew very well in its heart that in front of this stream of sword energy. It is proud of the dragon's strongest physical body, all kinds of defensive treasures, but is so small. Couldn't even hold it for a second. It is at this moment, finally experiencing for itself those ranked opponents of the past, the desperate experience of death. But, although Long Aotian was a bit emotionally broken and desperate, he didn't completely give up. There was still a glimmer of hope inside. Because, Chen Junlin's means were certainly ridiculously strong. However, its one innate divine ability, 9-9 returns to the elements, was just as astonishing. Everyone's got the same real damage, unavoidable, unblockable kill moves that. It struck at almost the same moment again, so what makes it a sure loser? You should know that as the originator of the dragon race, it crushed the human race with a weak physique above its physique. Under normal circumstances, its blood value would be much higher than a level 19 human. In this way, both sides are instantly killing each other on the premise that whoever's blood is emptied first, naturally whoever loses this ranked rodeo. Thinking about it, a trace of excitement and thrill couldn't help but rise in Long Aotian's heart as well. If this time, it defeats Qin Junlin, the heaven-defying demon who has achieved the title of 100 Crowns King. Snapped the opponent's winning streak achievement. That tastes so good just thinking about it. What? And at this same moment, a trace of unprecedented gravity likewise flashed across Qin Junlin's eyes. He didn't expect, in any case, to meet such a strong-ranked competitive opponent that. And the opponent likewise throws out a kill straight away as soon as he makes his entrance. The most crucial thing was that he was under that horrible divine move of the other parties. Conceptual rules like true damage, unblockable, and unblockable were detected. Nice guy. It's an old 6, too. No exaggeration. This was one of the most terrifying opponents he had encountered within this heavenly realm network. Faced with such a terrifying killing move, Qin Junlin's heart was also filled with emotion. That damage value on the other side is simply exaggerated and scary. Granted, his basic attributes were strong nowadays, but they were mainly in terms of defense and attack power. There may not be much of an advantage above self-blood. To stabilize the period, Qin Junlin didn't choose to be generous, but in this instant of kung fu, directly choosing to turn his back on that terrifying killing move. Born against the bone eternal. All damage you deal to enemies from behind will be unconditionally increased by 100 times, while you take no damage of any kind from behind, and the gain word will be permanently effective for you, not limited to any realm. Chapter 59 Dragon Clan Patriarch's Helplessness, can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it at all. In this moment, Long Aotian was completely surprised that his opponent, Qin Junlin, was so unconventional. Surprisingly, he would somehow turn around and choose to turn his back on himself. Did this guy give up? In the midst of all this electricity, Long Aotian had some doubts in his heart, but there was no more time for it to think. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! It was completely too late for any means of evasion. That roiling sword chi carries the power to destroy everything, and just in this moment of thought, it then emptied the thick and long blood bar of it, a dragon ancestor, and tore out its soul. The Supreme Dragon Patriarch was killed by Qin Junlin in seconds at this moment. Ding! You have been killed by Sky Blue Star People Cosmic Lord Qin Junlin LV-19. Your winning streak, regrettably broken. The supreme treasure of the Dragon Clan that you are carrying, the Leaping Dragon Platform Extreme Innate Spiritual Treasure drops. Your ranked competitive segment, drop a star. Even. Surprisingly, I lost? How ridiculously strong is the means? This guy has prepared? The moment Long Aotian exited the ranked arena, after hearing a prompt in his ears, the whole thing went numb. Under that terrifying sword energy just now, it only felt an unprecedented emotion of despair. This kind of shocking strength of the attack, even if it has not carried out reincarnation, is still in the state of the most peak of that era. I'm afraid it would have creeped it out and hurt it badly, too. But the problem was that the other party was only at a mere level 19 universe level. It's said that the human race's Devil Dao Emperor is a supreme demon that is hard to come by in the ages, and should be the human race's first emperor. But, in comparison, the former accomplishments and strength of this devil's way great emperor. And how can it compare to this Qin Junlin? Even to the point of, in Long Aotian's opinion, this Qin Junlin's real explosive power. I'm afraid that it would even be able to rival an absolute great emperor like the Devil Dao Emperor for a while. It's scary at only 19 levels. If he waits for his realm to rise even higher, to ascend to the Emperor realm, this world of the heavens and the earth, I am afraid that no one will be able to mess with him. For being killed in the arena, Long Aotian, who was forced out of the ranked arena by force, sighed. Without a doubt, this human demon named Qin Junlin, its strength and means had greatly exceeded his knowledge. Most importantly, my one surefire killing move, 999. After all, surprisingly, this person hasn't been killed yet? Follow closely. Long Aotian couldn't help but have a bitter expression appear on his face again. It looked at its record of ranked competitive battles just now and only felt that this demon of the human race was not a little too ridiculously strong. Even such a heaven-defying killing move as 9-9 returns to the elements can be resisted. This showed that not only did Qin Junlin possess a terrifying ability to kill his opponents, he likewise possessed an incomparably terrifying means of defense. And this means of defense can even withstand the conceptual rules of real damage, absolute certainty and unavoidable killing moves. Attack, defense, both can be called invincible general existence. Who can block this tramp? Although, it's a little upsetting to have Raoul's winning streak snapped. But this guy, too, is really fierce. Can't help but be impressed. Long Aotian both suffocated and sighed somewhat hopelessly. It's more than 100 consecutive victories achievement that took quite a bit of time to obtain. After all, although the killing power of the 9-9 returns, natural aptitude was beyond imagination. But it takes 9,999 days to cool down. And now, it was hardened and interrupted by Qin Junlin. This also meant that all its previous efforts were all in vain. The most frustrating thing about it is that, due to the choice of hiding information for ranked competitively, causing it to not get any of the previous achievement rewards at all. This time, it's a big loss. There's also the Leaping Dragon Terrace, born at the beginning of the heavens and the earth, a superb innate treasure. I can't believe it got blown up too. So damned heartbreaking. The more Long Aotian thought about it, the more he felt a pang of depression and aggression in his heart. They even couldn't wait to go and find Qin Junlin for a fight right away to vent their emotions. Yet it didn't dare to go and really look for Qin Junlin. Just kidding. As an aside, it had now entered a weak state of zero combat power due to the cooling down of the 9-9 returns to the elements. Even in its heyday, facing Qin Junlin's horrifying sword art, as well as the incredible defense means, it didn't dare to mess with it easily. To oppose such a demonic existence, wasn't that asking for trouble? It looks like this entire pattern of the 10,000 realms of the heavens will surely undergo a shocking change now. My dragon clan next, it's better to continue to choose to avoid the world and try not to get involved in it. Long Aotian let out a long sigh of hopelessness, his face full of loss and regret. Even the light of the 9-colored crystal on his body had dimmed a lot. The dragon race is considered a very strong race amongst all the races of the heavens. However, the number of clansmen of the dragon race is not very large, and the ability of the dragon race to reproduce in air is not really high, so although the dragon race is very powerful, but it can't withstand too many battle tosses. Countless years ago, when the dragon race was at its peak, the races were virtually unmatched, and at that time the dragons did not know how to restrain only know the constant conquest and killing. Until finally the number of dragons is sharply reduced, and the successor is not strong, and only suddenly reacted. Immediately chose to retreat. Until after so many years of slow cultivation and development, the entire dragon race's underpinnings, it's only a slight recovery compared to its peak. One wrong step. I never should have bet. Long Aotian shook his head hopelessly and laughed bitterly as his winning streak was interrupted. It also means that it no longer has a 100% chance of winning, unless it chooses to enter reincarnation again, and then takes who knows how long to awaken. Once again, the new student status into the world of the heavens network re-ranking. If it was before, it wouldn't hurt to do so. The dragon's lifespan was near immortality anyway, and it had plenty of time to spend. But now, because of the uncertainty of Qin Junlin's variables, it is really a bit uneasy. He was afraid that those heirs of the dragon clan would get hot-headed and mess with Qin Junlin, which would then lead to an unprecedented catastrophe for the entire dragon clan. You know, since the dragons have long been in hiding. So those cosmic power races in the worlds of the heavens don't know where the dragon race is hiding. But Qin Junlin was different. He possessed a complete star map of all the heavens and all the worlds. One can easily locate the hidden location of the dragons. In such a situation, where would Long Aotian dare to choose to enter reincarnation and cultivate again? Hey! The Leaping Dragon Terrace is too important to the Dragon Clan, and if there's a chance to, let's see if we can use any other treasures to trade back with this Qin Junlin. Long Aotian sigh, getting heavier and heavier. It was as if he had been knocked down from the 9 heavens all at once. Have to say, the psychological blow that Qin Junlin had inflicted on him this time was just a little too hard. Chapter 60, Want to be steady? So you go straight to the heaven opening axe. And just as Dragon Clan Patriarch Dragon Aotion was chagrined and regretful. Same moment. Listening to the platoon victory message alert that came to his ears, the Chen Junlin was also secretly relieved. Okay. Born against the bone eternal, this word gain effect. Sure enough, it was able to withstand all attacks from behind, even means that belong to the conceptual rule class of seconds. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated anonymous opponent LV99, 139 stars, Supreme King. 100% win rate for a qualifying victory. You have gained a randomized drop from an anonymous opponent Leaping Dragon Table Dragon Clan Extreme Innate Spiritual Treasure. The course of this qualifying match was a little different, but the result was the same. Chen Junlin managed to defeat Long Aotion, earning another winning streak of seconds. Still can't underestimate any ranked opponent. Who can guarantee that these old guys, have they hidden any sinister underhanded killing moves? Like this one anonymous dragon powerhouse who, by no means known to suppressing the level to 99. And possessing a one-door attack that can be considered a sure kill. Just that one killing move, in terms of power alone, it's not as good as the Desolate Sword technique. But it's also definitely considered a heaven-defying divine ability. An ordinary ranked opponent of the Supreme King segment would not be able to block this strike at all. Chen Junlin said to himself, and in his heart, he no longer dared to take on the rivals of the World Wide Web of the heavens, not the slightest bit more contemptuous. If it didn't have the gain phrase, born against the bone. Facing the dragon race unknown opponent that can be described as a horrible strike, although it is not so bad that he cannot block it, but he is bound to suffer some not so light injuries. Bearing a sharp wound. And on the bright side, although I reached the King of 100 Crowns achievement at the lowest rank. The last record holder was the LV 3993 Devil Dao Emperor Guyu, but looking at it today, that's not the case. That dragon opponent just now, who was obviously only level 99, had the same 100% win rate. Coupled with its terrifying killing moves, reaching the 100 Crowns King was no effort at all. Obviously because of the hidden information, that's why it wasn't published by the World Wide Web. I have to say, the water of this all-worlds network is really still a bit deep nah. Chen Junlin frowned, this kind of hidden information behavior. It's a little too passive-aggressive. Because there's no guarantee that he'll be able to, in the subsequent qualifying rodeo. How many more of these old sixes are there that hide information? Chen Junlin pondered for a moment, but in the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds, he was again in the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds. Directly put all sorts of damage reduction and damage gain rule-based equipment, skills, aptitudes, phrases, and some powerful passive gain skills, wherever useful. Bought it straight up without skimping. It was also thanks to the fact that, after half a month of conquest by the people of the Daxia Empire, the fusion of a large number of cosmic worlds, access to abundant cosmic resources, universal coins. And as Chen Junlin is the human emperor of Daxia, these cosmic resources and universal coins of all worlds. And naturally most of it went to him. This also made Chen Junlin rich again. Only, the prices of the treasures within these lucky shops of the heavens and the worlds were really too expensive, too. Chen Junlin spends up still inevitably also some meat pain. But, no way. The water is too deep. You have to be steady. It's only the 100th consecutive win. He actually encountered an existence that possessed a heaven-defying killing move. One can imagine how powerful the competitive opponents behind him should be. He doesn't need too many options, defense-wise, right now. Because with the born against the bone gain phrase, it's almost invincible. He's also got to seriously consider, mostly, those high-stakes competitive opponents behind him, will it possess some special defense? After all, if you can't kill your opponent in an instant, then you won't be able to accomplish the 10,000 consecutive kill streak spike achievement. And at this time, Chen Junlin finally realized that. Why is it that no one has ever achieved the 10,000 consecutive kills streak for countless years in the entire World Wide Web of the heavens? Because the opponents encountered later possessed very terrifying means. Forget it. It's better to just use the heaven opening axe. Chen Junlin thought about it again and again, but he directly took out that heaven opening axe. The original requirement for the use of the heaven opening axe, which was that the attack power must reach a base value of 100 billion. However, with the limit-breaking talent feature, there is no need to reach this value. Of course, after all this time of concerted efforts by the people of the Great Summer Kingdom to raise the national fortune, as well as various gain words stacked on top of each other, Chen Junlin's attack power had nevertheless exceeded this threshold of use. He had thought he wouldn't even need to use this weapon for a while, but now it seemed that if one wanted to accomplish this achievement of 10,000 consecutive second kills, which no one had achieved in all the ages, then one must not take the enemy lightly. Buzz. The moment the heaven-opening axe was taken out, the entire void trembled with it. It was as if it couldn't withstand the powerful force. The air around them instantly became oppressive as 3,000 great Tao patterns crisscrossed the axe body. Flickering with a palpitating light, even space and time seemed to begin to become distorted under the impact of this force, vaguely showing signs of being out of control, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. A mysterious rune emanated from the heaven-opening axe, and they circled and flew in the air. It was like an ancient chaos demon god, manifesting in endless majesty. Chen Junlin felt a heaven-destroying and powerful aura fluctuation surging out from the heaven-opening axe. Spreading out in all directions, wherever the aura passed, the 3,000 great Tao laws all around trembled. It was as if they were submitting to the force. I can see that. This axe couldn't wait to show its supreme divine power of opening up the heavens and the earth. In that case, let me see, then, this next opponent. And what a surprise you can give me. Chen Junlin grinned, his eyes became firm, and his hands gripped the axe handle tightly. Prepare for your next qualifying opponent. And as if the heaven-opening axe sensed its master's determination, the light on the axe body became more and more dazzling. A destructive aura spreads out, as if it wants to tear all the enemies in front into nothingness. Buzz. Thoughts. The moment Chen Junlin chose to continue to rank, the original spacetime cracks around them gradually healed, and everything seemed to gradually return to calm. And from this moment on, a stormy frenzy that overturned the perceptions of countless living beings in the heavens and the worlds was also about to come. I'm afraid even Long Aotian didn't expect that because of this old sixth behavior of its. It would actually make Chen Junlin become so prudent to arm his entire body to the extreme. He even took out the heaven-opening axe, a treasure of chaos that only exists in mythological stories. The other side. Within a certain human cultivation system universe, a young man dressed in white, full of confidence, smiled and said, 30,000 years in seclusion. I, Dokorobutsu, have finally incorporated all of my lifelong sword Tao mastery into a single sword. I have a sword that can cut through the sky, the earth, and everything in heaven and earth. A moment of contemplation. The white-clothed young man intended to find someone to try his moves on, so he directly opened the ranked competitive match. Ha! To be the first to experience this sword of mine, this is considered your good fortune. Chapter 61. So what if it's a sword art that shatters fate? This was the gold content of the heaven-opening axe. Ding! Challenge begins. Rodeo players, please get ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The face of the young man in white, accompanied by a long-lost voice, was. He also couldn't help but show a touch of pride. His name is Dugububu, and he is from the lower realm of the Xian Tian realm. With a weak martial arts, relying on a sword, step by step to fight and grow to this point. From the moment he gripped his sword, he believed that this heaven and earth, there will be no one who can be his match. In fact, it's not as if no opponent has ever beaten him. But as long as he was given enough time to hone his skills, all those opponents who had defeated him in the past became his defeated again. Even after ascending to the Xian heavenly realm, in this arena where there are so many experts, so many prideful people, he, Dokorobutsu, was likewise a well-known figure, and even those forces of the Eternal Life Emperor clan would treat him with great respect. There were also quite a few ancient holy sects that had thrown olive branches at him, wanting to recruit him as a guest secretary or something like that. In the beginning, Dokorobutsu was still a bit arrogant, thinking that the pride of the Xian Tian realm is just lucky. From birth, there are all kinds of resources to quench the body, and all kinds of top-level techniques to cultivate him than these people in the upper realm. In fact, he is even more outstanding. Only over time and time again with those real pride of the sky, killed after. He finally realized that, in the face of the Xian heavenly realm, this kind of strong people countless places, with his demonic talent in the sword road above, he is the only one who has the ability to make the world a better place. Although he was still able to break out into a good reputation of heaven's pride, but he could no longer achieve the degree of undefeated. For example, he was able to use his powerful sword Tao cultivation to the extent that it was enough to easily cut down some of his opponents by crossing over the levels. Even if one encountered an existence at the level of a Saint King, one would still have the complete confidence to compete one way or the other. However, if we meet those great emperors and supreme emperors who really stand at the top of the cultivation world, but they are still like ants. The cultivation system of the Xian heavenly realm is based on the flesh and blood martial way. Then use yourself as a seed, break yourself step by step, and keep seeking to improve your cultivation. Its realm, in total, is divided into the martial way mystic realm and the eternal life mystic realm. Secret realm of martial arts, initiation, Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Huan Jin, Hotian, innate, true Qi. Since the difference in battle power in the secret realm of the martial way is not very large, the specific division of battle power in each major realm of it's roughly equivalent to a cosmic being's level 1, up to a level 7 cosmic being. The secret realm of eternal life, the 3 flowers, the 5 elements. The divine platform, the harmonized light, the inquisition, the transcendence, and the entrance into the Holy Spirit. Great saints, holy kings, supreme emperors, great emperors under each major realm, there are 10 minor realms. Once one breaks through to the secret realm of longevity, it is already equivalent to a breakthrough in the level of life, and the secret realm of longevity is the equivalent of a breakthrough in the level of life. The 3-flower realm starts at level 100, and even every small level up thereafter will result in a huge gap in combat power. So for every major realm crossed, under normal circumstances, the level of the universe can almost double the leap. For example, the starting base for the 3 flowers realm, first heaven, is level 100. Then the 5 elements realm first heaven will be 200 levels, Shintai realm first heaven is 400 levels. And so on. And he, Doctor, after some closed-door diving in cultivation. He had realized a holy way sword art that belonged to himself, and now he had finally reached the realm of entering the sacred. Before this, he possessed the proud battle record of slaying a great saint. Now that he has crossed into the realm of the saints, he is undoubtedly more confident in his own strength. At least there would be no problem in dealing with the Saint King realm. Even more bold is that the supreme realm power, think may not be unable to touch a touch. No doubt about it. The present Doctor is at a time when his confidence is soaring. This is just like you play the King of Glory to buy a set of Jinshin skin, will inevitably subconsciously feel that the next surely be able to mess kill over God. Of course. The supreme realm, as the top existence in the worlds of the heavens. The Doctor didn't dare to really just go to the door to challenge, or else lose his life because of it, that would be too stupid. So, this platoon athletic tournament on the World Wide Web. Naturally, it became his first choice to verify this sword art of his. His ranked competitive segment today has reached 153 stars for Supreme King. The win rate is even higher at 89%, and the opponents encountered under normal circumstances have reached about level 500, that is, just the right amount of transcendence to sainthood as such. Ha! With this newly comprehended sword art of mine, I might be able to try and hit a spike streak. The Doctor stood in the ranked arena, his white clothes fluttering and his expression proud. He couldn't help but show a flash of excitement on his face. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if in anticipation of the upcoming battle. His eyes glittered with confidence and searing heat at this newfound understanding of his sword art, with immense confidence. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. It was also the moment the countdown ended. A skyrocketing sword aura instantly erupted from his hand, This sword seemed to cause the heavens and earth to lose color because of it, as if it brought together all the sword paths in the heavens and earth. The 10,000 sword paths under the sky were all in one sword. One sword, and that's really all it was. Not a single fancy move. But this sword, it seems to be able to cut through heaven and earth, cut through time and space, and cut through destiny. No doubt about it. This is a heaven-defying sword art that is powerful beyond imagination, even in terms of killing power alone. I'm afraid that it's already not weaker than 99 returns. Ha, you unlucky bastard from the other side, I'll let you have a good look. My Doctor's sacred Tao sword art. Solitary Undefeatable let out a loud laugh, like a supreme sword demon, his voice shook the 4 fields, and he was full of arrogance. The moment. It was as if he had seen himself kill his opponent in seconds, and the scene where the opponent shows a horrified and desperate expression. But that is, it's electric. Doctor's eyes, however, welled up in the depths of his face with a horrified look of. It hasn't even had time to change. Put. The next instant. A dazzling, incandescent light that Accompanied by a giant axe shadow that was so terrifying that it was completely unreadable, it descended from the sky as if it covered everything in the heavens and earth. The speed of it. The splendor of its divine power. It actually made Dekuro completely unable to make any reaction. What the? Is this? Doctor's eyes widened with dismay. He tried to swing his sword against the. However, he found that the giant axe shadow directly chopped a sword across the world, which was enough to chop up heaven and earth, destiny, and space and time, into nothingness on the spot, while even his body was instantly torn apart. The arena was dead silent. Even to the point of. Inside this large, ranked arena, the tall, grand building that. All were turned into nothingness under that huge axe shadow. Ding! Congratulations! Killed Human Lord Dokurobutsu LV 6400 level, Supreme King 153 stars. You have obtained a random drop item Evergreen Jade Pendant. Ding! Because the current heavenly ranking arena, affected by a tremendous force, has been completely destroyed and damaged. You will be transferred to the platoon arena of the heavens number 10099. What could a supreme sword art that was enough to shatter heaven and earth, destiny, and time and space do? If this side of the universe has not yet been opened up. What is the fate, time, and space of everything in this realm? This, then, is the gold of the opening axe. Chapter 62 The Sword Demon Dokurobutsu with a collapsed Dao heart. A bug in qualifying? What the hell? The sword demon doctor, who was teleported away from the ranked arena, his entire body was directly dumbfounded. A cold sweat broke out behind his back. Just now, he faced that horrible killing move, and since he died a little too quickly. So it was too late to even evaporate the emotion of fear until now. Thinking back to the axe shadow that could be considered terrifying to the extreme just now. Doctor just couldn't help his body from trembling and. Even the sword intent in his body seemed unable to coalesce out of fear. What the hell is that? Axe? To think that even my sword intent, which has gathered a lifetime of sword intent, can be blown apart. Such a terrifying strike, even if it's the great Emperor realm, it's nothing more than that, right? The doctor was upset, depressed, and more than a little unconvinced. Because he had managed to stay in seclusion for such a long period of time, he had finally broken through to the sacred realm. Comprehended the holy way sword art that was uniquely his own. I thought I could have a good time in the ranked arena. The result is that after breaking through into the holy realm, it's only the first ranked competitive game and you're getting spiked? Losing all the way? You were trying to act like a man, but instead you ended up with someone else acting like a man? It would be just as well if that was all there was to it. After all, meeting some ranked competitive opponents of the Supreme Realm and Great Emperor Realm who hadn't played much ranked competition. It's pretty normal to lose. But the question is, after being killed, that prompted information about the opponent was actually a level 19 human lord? Mud, this is way out of the ordinary, isn't it? Only level 19? Could it be that there's been some kind of error in the All Worlds network? Doctor could only guess so far, but he didn't have a bottom in his own heart. After all, the World Wide Web hasn't had an error in countless years, How could it have happened to him? Since Doctor had been fully engaged in closed-door enlightenment. Therefore, he was still unaware of the various commotion caused by Qin Junlin earlier. At this moment, he only felt unprecedentedly shocked and dumbfounded that it was simply impossible to comprehend what had just been encountered. This Qin Junlin, what exactly is his origin? You can kill me, a level 6400, in seconds at level 19? Entry Sacred Realm Cultivator? Doctor's heart was bewildered and lost, and for a moment, froze in place a little at a loss for words. This one was really a bit too much of a shock for him. After being in seclusion for such a long time, it was not easy to succeed in realizing the heaven-defying divine power. It turned out to be a hit and miss. Can this not be depressing? Can you not be confused? Ugh. Carrot? Try again. This time, it should just be an accident, this sword art of mine. That's an ACA that can truly make a name for itself in the heavens and the worlds. I have to say, as a sword demon, Dekuro, his mindset is indeed very stable. It was quickly recovered and the whole person became confident again. This was also the reason why he was able to continuously surpass those rivals of yesteryear and ascend to the upper realm. Ding! You've entered the ranked arena. Countdown. A sword across the world. Kill me. This time, Doctor didn't bull like he did just now. Straight away, he chose to strike the moment the countdown ended. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The sky and the earth changed color, the void shattered. Countless terrifying sword intent converged into a supreme sword chi that seemed to run through the wheel of heaven and earth and the fate of all living things. However, the confident doctor. He had not yet had time to appreciate how beautiful the power of his supreme sword was. The next moment. Above the dome of the sky, the familiar shadow of a giant axe that covered the sky end. But it was once again chopped down at his one overwhelming sword chi as well as his flesh and soul. Before the shadow of the axe arrives. But, the supreme divine power that was carried in that. Then he hard destroyed his sword chi, sword intent. As well as his physical body, sword Dan. Seconds. Once again, seconds. This was something that Takuro was not expecting at all. Chow. Mud. Come on. To not me like this. Looking at his hand, which was empty, and with his original Dao sword directly exploded, the doctor was so angry that he was about to spit out blood. Generally speaking, the more valuable the treasure, almost the more difficult it is to be exploded. Unless the luck is too bad. It was what caused the important treasures on his body to be exploded. And his original Dao sword, which had failed to rank in the past. And yet, it's never been blown up, either. But this time. Busted. What broke him down the most painfully was. The opponent who had exploded his intrinsic Dao sword was Chen Junlin from the previous hand. 2 in a row, meet an inexplicable creep. That's just too much, isn't it? Doctor consoled himself with a single, trying to calm his inner emotions, Yet still, the more I think about it, the more angry I get. I can't be angry at all. Mud. This Chen Junlin. What kind of outrageous old monster? Just used such a horrible giant axe killing move. In the last match and actually managed to continue using it in the next match? Doctor didn't feel that a level 19 human could kill him in seconds with his strength alone. This must have used some heaven-defying supreme treasure. Only, Takuro couldn't really figure it out. It seemed that this Chen Junlin's supreme treasure had no limitations? It doesn't make sense. Where did the mistake happen? The more Doctor thought about it, the more bewildered he became, and the more angry he became. Ding! Hanli, Lord of the Sky Blue Star People. Successfully conquering the LV-130 level bottle universe with LV-13 level, this level crossing ability is marvelous and should be rewarded. Ding! Lord Wangtang of the Sky Blue Astronaut Clan has achieved the achievement of 20 consecutive kills at level LV-16. Get achievement rewards. Ding! Sky Blue Alien Race Lord, Nikon Koen Koen, has successfully conquered the Magic Sphere Race universe at level LV-17. All members of the Magic Ball clan are willing to submit to the subordinate race. And are rewarded for their actions. And just when this doctor couldn't understand it. He just happened to oil in his ears as he heard one after another of the Heavenly Realms Network announcement messages. At once. Doctor's eyes widened. 13th grade? 16? 17th grade? Can the Conquest succeed in exterminating a cosmic race with over 100 levels? Is this treadmill all serious? Could it be that the time I spent in seclusion? Has something else happened in the heavens that I don't know about? This moment. Doctor only felt that he had been in seclusion for too long. Had he become disconnected from the entire world? No way. I have to find someone to ask for clarification. This Chen Junlin took away my original life Dao sword. And how can I? Ugh. Forget it. I'm afraid. I'm going to have to eat this dummy. We'll see if we can ask for it back when we get a chance later. And while Doctor was spitting blood in anger, Chen Junlin's side was also speechless. What the hell? This platoon arena of the world's network, do they all have to be made of tofu dregs? It's broken again? And beating the same opponent doesn't even count toward the streak? Yes. Just a moment ago, he defeated this so-called sword demon, Dokorobatsu, again. It turns out that the streak wasn't counted in. Granted, it's probably an attempt by the World Wide Web to prevent people from intentionally faking victories. It makes sense. Yet, it still left Chen Junlin feeling somewhat speechless. No wonder the 10,000 consecutive beheadings have never been reached. if one defeats the same opponent, without counting the number of games. Then, when it comes to the high segment, if the corresponding segment opponents do not take the initiative to participate in the qualifying, will not they all be unable to match the opponents? And without an opponent, wouldn't there be no way to reach the 10,000 consecutive victories in a second? Chapter 63. That man, out again. Chen Junlin raised his eyebrows and secretly pondered. The more he pondered the key to this, the more he felt in his heart that this guess for myself is highly probable. After all, there are too many beings in the world wide web of the heavens, and the number of lower segments is comparatively huge. It's basically hard to match the same opponent twice, so naturally there's no shortage of ranked opponents. But the higher segments aren't different, even if the web of the heavens is too large because of the number of universes. The number of high-level powerhouses is not intrinsically too rare. And high-level there is a peak points this way to stimulate the ranking. Enough to meet the normal circumstances of the ranking. But one of the problems is that these high-segmented supreme beings that most have long since played ranked matches and already know their level and ability, unless they are obsessed with ranked competitive rankings. Otherwise the odds are that you won't be involved in qualifying on weekdays. After all, losing a qualifying match, that would randomly drop a treasure. And naturally, there was no need to say how high the value of the treasures in the bodies of the high-segmented powerhouses was. Under such circumstances, Chen Junlin could already predict that if you want to achieve the 10,000 consecutive cuts achievement, even if you have that kind of heavenly strength, I'm afraid it's not as easy as you think. Especially, and with no hidden message. Once everyone is able to know that you are hitting the ranked streak spike record. Guess those high-segmented powerhouses, will they still dare to participate in ranked matches under the condition of knowing that they will definitely lose? Isn't this giving away treasures and winning streaks for nothing? Think about it. Chen Junlin did finally understand why the dragon powerhouse that he had encountered earlier, obviously possessing a very exaggerated means of killing in seconds. Even he has exerted the born against the bone to carry out damage immunity. As a result, the other party has been hiding the information, willingly giving up those ranked competitive achievement rewards. I'm afraid that his real goal is not the 100 consecutive kills achievement reward at all. Rather, it is the higher and greater rewards of achievement that are being sought. It was only that this goal of the other side was interrupted by him. It's only been 100 consecutive spike looks, and we're starting to get matched with opponents at level 6400. Supreme King 153 stars, and that's actually equivalent to being in the high segment. This is really a long way to go. Chen Junlin secretly shook his head. It's mostly just that the hidden points from the constant streak of seconds add up too much, and the segments rise too aggressively. If it wasn't for this constant spike in the streak coming up, even if he had played a normal 100 consecutive victories, it wasn't as if the gap was this outrageous, and the opponent was estimated to be around 2,000 or 3,000 levels. But Chen Junlin stood there and pondered for just a moment. Soon he decided not to dwell on it. Even if you want to accomplish the feat of 10,000 consecutive kills, it's not as easy as you think. And he will certainly find a way to accomplish it. A high-ranking powerhouse that can be avoided by not participating in the rankings? Oh. If he couldn't, he wouldn't mind paying a visit in person. Let's see if the other side will continue to insist. Let's not forget that others may not be able to find the exact coordinates of the locations of these cosmically powerful races. But he was now in possession of the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds in his hands. Chen Junlin, since I have come this far, how can I easily give up? Chen Junlin smiled gently and said to himself. As a familiar phrase from a previous life goes, if you're here anyway, why don't you just XX? He's got a 100 consecutive kills ranked as a competitive achievement. I'll have to do a 10,000 cuts as well, won't I? Shook his head. Chen Junlin wasn't overly concerned by this matter. He had no intention of hiding information like the dragon powerhouse. Perhaps, by concealing information about oneself, one can, in a quiet way, reach a higher streak of spike achievements. But this, however, was not his Chen Junlin's path. Since he has decided to take the path of invincibility, if he doesn't even dare to reveal his name, who is in a position to claim invincibility? So, he, Chen Junlin, was trying to tell everyone in the heavens and the worlds in plain sight. This 10,000 consecutive chopping, he, Chen Junlin, will take it. Swish. Thoughts. Without hesitation, Chen Junlin began a new round of challenges. He did not hide his strength, and in every battle, with dry strength, the quickly kill your opponent in seconds. His winning streak has risen again, and like a snowball, the more it rolls on, soon passes 110 games. The only thing that made Chen Junlin a little curious was that the opponents for these next few matches, even though the rank segments are higher, none of them seem to be truly as strong as the two before them. It looks like the anonymous dragon powerhouse that we met at the very beginning, as well as the sword demon Dokorobatsu. I think they are also the top absolute demons within their respective universes. And just a little bit of curiosity. Chen Junlin didn't care too much about it, anyway, no matter how demonic the heavenly pride is. Under the divine might of the heaven opening axe, it wouldn't even be able to last a second move either. Heaven's pride, mole cricket. In front of him, it seems that there is no essential difference. Due to the fact that the winning streak of seconds on the All Worlds network is rewarded every 10 games, So when Chen Junlin reached the achievement of 110 consecutive seconds, the World Wide Web, once again, sent out an announcement message. Ding! Congratulations to human Lord Chen Junlin, who has reached the achievement of 110 consecutive victories in seconds. Access to awards. Chen Junlin once again obtained rich rewards. Although not as rich as the rewards for the special achievement of 100 consecutive victories, it was also enough to cause countless cosmic races to be red in the eyes. I'm not sure if I'm a good person or a good person. No doubt about it. The living beings of the heavens and the worlds were once again fiercely and hard controlled. No one was expecting it. After half a month of silence. This one, half a month ago. Chen Junlin, the lord of the human race who had stirred up countless cosmic beings throughout the entire All Worlds network, had once again, in a record-breaking manner, unexpectedly. It appeared within the announcement message notice on the Worlds of the Worlds network. The three words Chen Junlin are like an absolute power of control. Almost at the same moment, it directly caused countless cosmic beings to freeze there motionless. He's out again? Still level 19? Half a month froze and didn't raise one level? What the hell is he doing? Boy! Is he still planning to sprint for the 200 consecutive slashes hidden achievement of killing in seconds? Hiss. It's horrible. Jia. Prepare well for the stormy onslaught of fear from my great god of faith, Lord Chen Junlin. Due to the shocking commotion brought about by Chen Junlin, there were even some cosmic beings that began to believe and worship him as a god of faith. Only. With regards to the various big movements of this All Worlds network, Chen Junlin simply ignored them. It was also the instant the announcement message appeared on the Worlds of the Heavens network. Same moment. Chen Junlin had already started a new round of ranked competition. And this time, his ranked competitive opponent was clearly a strong person from the mechanical race. In the countdown, just moments after it ended. Rumble. With a loud bang. All space and time within the entire ranked arena, including Chen Junlin, was actually, in the blink of an eye, as if by a huge invisible mouth, to directly swallow the essence of. And this, the supreme weapon from the mechanicals. Abyssal Giant Mouth Cannon. With one blast, everything in heaven and earth would be swept into the giant mouth of an endless abyss. Chapter 64, Blocking Off Heaven and Earth? Do you know the specialty of the heaven opening axe? This mechanical race's abyssal giant mouth cannon is considered a heaven-defying killing move that, due to its intangible and massless nature, it is almost difficult to be defended against. And this giant cannon is, essentially, nothing too exaggerated in terms of attack power effects. Its main ability is to block and then devour. It's like a giant mouth when it goes off, blocking everything in front of him, whether it was the rules of time, the rules of space, and so on, all of them were caged in beforehand. Subsequently, if the target can't get out of the mouth of the abyss, the various dark matter and antimatter ionic magnetic fields inside the abyssal mouth will continuously decompose and analyze them, and finally become the nutrient energy that will be devoured by the members of the mechanical race. Due to the convenience of this killing technique, the members of the mechanical clan often will utilize this move. Abyss Giant Mouth Cannon will be conquered by the universe world realm, directly to all forced blockade in. It wasn't in the realm of words to exterminate an entire cosmic realm in just 1 second. This is also the reason why the mechanical race can be ranked among the top in the worlds of the heavens and the earth. All kinds of brutal and overbearing attacks. In addition, the other side relies on devouring other universes to obtain nutrition. This is enough to become the nightmare of countless small and medium-sized universe worlds. However, at this very moment, in the face of this abyssal giant mouth cannon from the strongest of the mechanical race, Chen Junlin, however, always looked as normal, and the corner of his mouth even evoked a faint smile. The mouth of the abyss? Seal off heaven and earth? Hey! What is the main ability of the opening acts? Doesn't this just happen to be the right specialty? Boo! It was too late. In fact, it was when the mechanical race powerhouse used the abyssal giant mouth cannon that he was able to use the abyssal giant mouth cannon. It had just enveloped Chen Junlin for a moment. That moment! It was as if Chen Junlin had transformed into a deity that broke everything. The heaven-opening axe in his hand radiated a dazzling light. Boom! A brilliant light cut straight through the void, directly chopping towards the endless abyssal maw. Boom! The heavens and earth shook with light. The blocked space constructed by the abyssal giant mouth cannon, under the terrifying power of the heaven-opening axe. Surprisingly, it was instantly cleaved into nothingness, and that all kinds of dark matter and antimatter ionic magnetic field forces that devoured everything. Again, it went up in smoke in a flash. Not only that. That one strong person of the mechanical race, before he had time to react. He was about to devour the competitive opponent in front of him. But I didn't expect. A terrifyingly huge shadow of the axe destroyed the abyssal giant mouth cannon into fragments. At the same time, along with its mechanical shell constructed of various top-notch materials, including its body that acclaimed indestructible, Great Emperor cannot be destroyed of the divine fire gold source crystal, even followed in a second, completely ashes and smoke. It seems that under this blow, the only thing left in the world is destruction. This is the power that is truly enough to completely destroy everything. Compared to that, the abyssal giant muzzle cannon is a joke. Until after being transported back. This mechanical race powerhouse is still in a state of fear. That's terrible. There was absolutely nothing it could do to resist. Even that one old ancestor of the mechanical race. I'm afraid I can't even do that horrible attack, right? No, I can't. I have to get a picture of that scene that just happened inside the arena. Surrender to the old fathers. This Chen Junlin, is simply too terrifying. We, the mechanical clan, absolutely cannot be enemies with them. This one mechanical race powerhouse was so directly frightened that even the mechanical shell of his body, in fact, they were all colored with a layer of frost, and even for a second did not dare to hesitate. It hurriedly sped toward the mechanical clan palace. The mechanicals have another distinctive feature over the other cosmic races, that is, they can leave a video recording of all the images they have experienced through every piece of mechanism on their body. They have been fitted while building their bodies. Its purpose at the very beginning was to leave information about the enemy and take revenge. For example, even if a certain member of the mechanical race is destroyed by the enemy to the point of being nothing more than a piece of scrap metal, the mechanicals are also able to pass through this scrap metal and thus reimagine it before it was destroyed by the enemy. Returning to the mechanical clan's palace, that strong man immediately presented the lingering video footage. The entire palace was silent for a while, with only the image of the terrifying axe shadow that kept echoing and destroying the sky and the earth. The old ancestors of the mechanical clan watched in silence, a flash of unspeakable shock in their eyes. This Chen Junlin, who exactly is he? This kind of earth-shattering power of divine might, even a great emperor might not be able to withstand it, right? One of the old ancestors of the mechanical clan finally spoke up with a tone of deep scorn. In any case, we can't make an enemy of him. Another old ancestor said in a deep voice. From now on, we're going to try to avoid conflict with him. In the meantime, we must recall the entire membership outside immediately, just in case we provoke the human race of the Sky Blue Star. Soon. Within the mechanical race primordial universe, an important message was then circulated. From now on, the mechanical clan will all go into seclusion. No longer involved in any strife within the World Wide Web. And this movement was undoubtedly making a group of cosmic powerhouses feel a bit unimaginable. Treadmill, this mechanical one, I'm afraid it's not teasing us? Are you kidding me? The mechanical clan, which has always favored conquering and killing, would choose to go into seclusion. What are they doing in seclusion? Is it hard to realize the way? Something's not right, something's definitely not right. This mechanical clan's behavior is too abnormal. I remember before, the mechanical clan, weren't they still searching for the location of the sky blue star coordinates in a big way? Want to get a lesson? What the hell do they want? Is it possible that they are aware of something? And it's related to Chun Junlin? Hiss. Fine thoughts. It was also at the time when the mechanical race was urgently discussing countermeasures, trying to avoid Qin Junlin's front by doing so. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the mechanical Lord Olafi. Ding! The current platoon arena is completely destroyed due to your power being too strong. Will be moved to another ranked arena site. Listen to the cues that come to your ears. Qin Junlin, however, was always calm, as he held the heaven-opening axe. The eyes looked into the depths of the endless universe. Under the terrifying might of the heaven-opening axe, the LV-10099 level mechanical clan powerhouse. Still seconds. Level 19, spike 10,000 levels. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid that within the network of the heavens and the worlds, there will be no one in the press who will believe this incredible record. In front of absolute power, all opponents are nothing but paper tigers. Qin Junlin muttered to himself, a slight smile on his face as if declaring his invincibility. Sure. There were countless powerhouses in the heavenly universe, and Qin Junlin understood that he still couldn't take it lightly. Go on. Qin Junlin did not stop and once again chose to open the ranked competition. He's been waiting for a whole half a month or so, not just to get his head in the game. Do you want to accomplish your goals? Since he was on the path of invincibility, he naturally had to be completely and utterly invincible. What is invincibility? When it is so strong that no one can be your enemy anymore, it is invincibility. Chapter 65 Hong Luk Chi Tian Compulsion, Taking the Creation of the Crowd. Qin Junlin stood in the new ranked arena and looked around. The space here was clearly more expansive than before, as if it could contain all the attacks from the entire heavens and eternities. Obviously. After many consecutive times in the ranked arena and being destroyed by Qin Junlin's horrifying attack power, the ranking arena has been enhanced to a certain extent by all worlds. Just the faint hint of pressure emanating from the heaven-opening axe in Qin Junlin's hand. But it still made the entire space tremble. It seemed as if the enhanced arena might not be able to carry it either. Ding! Platoon arena is ready. The opponent has been matched for you. Countdown begins. Swish. That is, in the blink of an eye. This time Qin Junlin encountered an opponent that. It's a queen-level powerhouse from the bug race, Metis, with a rank of LV-10099. And its ranked segment had clearly crossed over to Supreme King 199 stars. The more streaks you have, the stronger the matched opponents will be. This, precisely, was one of the rules of the ranking arena of the heavens. And this queen-level powerhouse of the bugs. With its terrifying group organization ability and bizarre reproduction ability, it could be considered a headache-inducing race in the universe of the heavens. Especially because of the opponent's own racial talent, even within the ranked arena, It's also still possible to summon an almost endless supply of bug spawn to fight, and to help replace and share the various injuries you're about to take. No exaggeration. Those of the bugs are strong enough to be among the same level of power in the major universes, all ranked. Even to a certain extent. The bugs are more fearful and desperate than even the mechanicals. After all, that dense mass of bugs, just by looking at it was enough to cause intense discomfort in countless race beings. However, even such an insect queen-level powerhouse, in front of today's Qin Junlin. After all, they are nothing more than ants. With a flash of light in the arena as the countdown ends, Qin Junlin once again appeared on the battlefield. And on the opposite side, Metis, huge as a moving mountain of flesh, countless tentacles danced in the air, each one covered with suckers, It looks scalp-numbing. Countless bugs of varying colors surround her body, looking shocking and trembling. Qin Junlin, I can fend off all damage with countless hashed worms. And what are you going to spike me with? At this moment, Metis' voice, like the chirping of 1,000 insects, sinister and piercing, and inexplicably irritating. Obviously. It was her intention to use the damage of the bugs as a substitute to take down Qin Junlin's killing move. In order to destroy Qin Junlin's spike field count. And the reason why she, in the first place, was able to know that the competitive opponent was Chen Junlin. It was also because she hashed one of the branches of the insect race, the void spirit worm. It's a kind of void bug that has no form, no substance, and can't do any damage to the opponent. Hidden in the endless void, possessing only a special auxiliary ability to peer through the void. You can see through all the images within the void in front of you, so that your opponents have nothing to hide. During the conquest of the major cosmic worlds of the heavens and the earth, wherever the general insect race passes through, often, the grass will not grow, will not leave any hidden dangers. This virtual spirit worm can be said to be very helpful, because most of the opponents' hiding, avoidance means. None of them can hide from the prying eyes of the void spirit bugs. After Medai sensed that her opponent was Chen Junlin through the void spirit bug, she realized that her opponent was Chen Junlin. Without any hesitation, she directly exerted her strongest means of defense and gave up on launching an attack on Chen Junlin. After all, she didn't think that her active attack could do anything against Chen Junlin. But as long as she put herself on complete defense, then Chen Junlin would inevitably have her interrupt her spike kill streak. The moment. Medice has total confidence. Because this defense of the queen of the insect race is invincible. Even if the great emperor himself does it, the insect queen can still hold out for at least a few breaths. But, facing this seemingly flawless defense of Medice, the corners of Chen Junlin's mouth rose slightly, and he did not proceed to answer, but merely raised his heaven-opening axe and a dazzling light was released at the very first moment. A defense against everything? Just don't know. If I can block it, this open sky axe that opens up the sky and the earth? Boo! A shocking axe shadow cut through the sky, heading straight for Medice. Medice roared, and countless bugs flew out of her body. It quickly transformed into a storm of colors, trying to block the axe shadow. However, it was all in vain. Wherever the shadows of the axe passed, both the bugs and the tentacles of Medice, all of them were completely cut off in an instant, and nothing could stop them. Not even half a second to resist. The billions and billions of bugs that hatched out of Medice, under the horrific damage of the opening axe, it directly turned into nothingness. Finally, the shadow of the axe struck directly at Medice's body, and that huge body, under the blow, it was directly split into pieces, and then quickly turned into a field of bug corpses. Seconds. Billions and billions of bugs sharing the damage? When the damage overflows the tolerance limit by too much. This insect race's so-called strongest means of defense was nothing more than a joke. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully defeated the insect queen Medice. You have obtained a randomized drop item Hong Luk Chi Tian Compass 3rd turn. Hong Yun Chi Tian Compulsion, a mysterious compulsion in the legend, with the ability to take over the creation of heaven and earth. Through the thread of karma, it can silently devour and absorb the fortune of the living beings in heaven and earth, transforming and accumulating it into the holder's fortune and chance. Chen Junlin curiously took out this one compulsion, and once this compulsion was out, the entire chi within the ranking arena seemed to be secretly condensing. I only saw that the Hong Luk Chi Tian companion was covered in golden light, as if it were a golden-colored gemstone. An eye-catching luster flowed within, and those transparent wings quivered slightly, as if they were an exquisite work of art. He held the Hong Yun Chi Tian compass in the palm of his hand, and felt a faint suction force that it spread out from the parasite. This suction is not directed against matter. Instead, it follows the power of luck of those who are connected to the line of cause and effect. Any being with whom I have had a karmic connection. I can even silently utilize the Hong Luk Chi Tian compass to constantly devour the chi on them. And these devoured and absorbed chi can be accumulated or directly consumed. Transformed into its own chance? The more chi luck you devour and accumulate, the higher the level of Hong Luk Chi Tian compass cultivation. The more powerful the transformed chances are? After figuring out the effect of this Hong Luk Chi Tian compulsion, a hint of curiosity could not help but flash through Chen Junlin's eyes as well. Nice guy. This thing, it looks like it's a bit uncomplicated now. If they were to be cultivated, wouldn't all of them be able to force the chi of all the living beings in the heavens and the worlds into their own hands? Chapter 66 The Advancement Condition of the Hong Luk Chi Tian Compass. Chen Junlin hadn't really expected that. The queen-level powerhouse of the insect race had actually given him such a generous big gift. This thing, which does not belong to the category of treasures, but is a worm fed on an endless number of The chance to be able to be born out of a very special bug thing. This is even within the insect race, it is extremely difficult to cultivate, completely rely on the luck of the kind of. Just don't think about it. This queen-level powerhouse of the bug race that Chen Junlin had encountered would actually possess the. And it just happened to pop. Something of this level would hardly be popped under normal circumstances. Even to the point of. That's not all. In several previous qualifying rounds, whether it is the Dragon Clan Patriarch, or the Sword Demon Duchess, or the treasures that explode out of the Mechanical Clan Powerhouse, all of them are of extraordinary value. Such an unthinkable situation that if word got out that it was bound to cause countless cosmic beings to be shocked, and would think that Chen Junlin's luck, too, was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? After all, failure in a ranked competitive match, with a randomized drop probability of. And the more valuable the treasure drop probability will be lower. Normally, two cosmic beings of 10,000 levels engage in ranked battles against each other. The items dropped are basically some ordinary treasures, and there is almost no such thing as dropping the original Life Dao sword. This can only mean that, as the whole of Dacia's national fortunes have risen, so too have the invisible. It allowed Chen Junlin, the great Xia human emperor's qi, to similarly follow suit and increase drastically. The so-called qi luck word, when the qi is more vigorous, the luck will naturally be more violent. Ha! Karma threads? Chen Junlin smiled gently in his heart, this great gift from the queen of the insect race. It was indeed beyond his expectations. There was a pause. He raised his head slightly, his gaze deep, as if he had already seen that in that endless sea of stars the various forces of qi on the beings of all races in the heavens. The Hongyun Qi Tian compass was writhing in his palm, seemingly tiny, but containing a mysterious and incomparable power. It is constantly drawing a trace of the power of fortune through those threads of cause and effect. And there are a lot of targets for these causal threads. First and foremost are the human cultivators of the entire sky blue planet. Due to the fact that they have obtained the favor of this Xia human emperor, and respect him as a god, all of them have produced a certain cause and effect with him. And these causes and effects are the greatest. Secondly, it is the beings with whom he is engaged in ranked battles, These beings were also tainted with his karma, and the power of his karma was not small. Furthermore, it is those within the realms of the heavens and the earth, because of his present fame, From there, some of the beings who have put their faith in him have less of these karmic forces. Lastly, there are those within the realms of the heavens who, because of his great fame, have been frightened, and those beings who have been in a cold sweat, or are overly emotional, shocked, etc., etc., etc. This type of causal link is the weakest, almost minuscule, but wins out because the number of group targets is very large. At the same time, Chen Junlin also noticed that, perhaps because the level of cultivation was not yet high enough, the refining and absorption speed of the Hong Luck Qi Tian compass was actually not that fast. It's like pumping water, drop by drop, from an endless sea. In addition, Chen Junlin also clearly perceived that there seemed to be a very small portion of causal threads that shielded and erased by some powerful force. Obviously, this should be some top powerhouse with sky-high cultivation. Utilizing all sorts of powerful divine means, he forcibly erased this strand of karmic thread. It is good that, relative to the countless races of beings in the vast universe of the heavens and the worlds, the number of people in this segment is so small that it is irrelevant. In conclusion. Anyway. That's gotta be, as time continues to go by. By constantly absorbing and refining the power of the qi of all living beings, the effect brought about by this Hong Luck Qi Tian compass would be even more obvious. Not to mention, the current Hong Luck Qi Tian compass is only a third turn, and if it reaches a higher level of trying to forcibly shield the karmic threads, but it won't be so easy anymore. Chen Junlin smiled faintly, and his eyes fell on the Hong Luck Qi Tian compass in the palm of his hand. Hong Luck Qi Tian compulsion third turn. Current advancement conditions: Cosmic Supreme Corpse X100, Cosmic Heart X100, Star Sand X100,000, Chaos Spirit Liquid X100, Immortal Demon Heart X100, Great Dao Law Fragment X100, Law Divine Crystal X100, Mystic Dao Pith X100, Eternal Flame X100, Infinite Divine Water X100. Nice guy. This condition for ascending the ladder was a bit of an exaggeration. Chen Junlin couldn't help but secretly sigh with emotion in his heart, worthy of being a rare and wondrous object in this universe. It's really not that difficult to complete the progression. It was no wonder that with the strength of this one insect queen powerhouse, who had devoured an unknown number of cosmic worlds. After collecting such rich resources, he had only managed to raise the Hong Luk Chi Tian compass to the 3rd turn level. This 4th turn's ascension material alone was enough to make one search for an unknown amount of time. Of course, Chen Junlin possessed the lucky store of the heavens, which contained almost 99% of the materials that he was all perfectly capable of making purchases through the universal common coin. Although, the prices of these advancement materials were a little too outrageous for that. Adding up is almost as good as the immortal punishing sword, this kind of innate treasure, but as long as he takes the initiative to go to war some universe world, but also be able to buy down the rest of the materials that could not be purchased were things like the corpse of a universe supreme. Might be tricky for a bug queen level powerhouse. But for Chen Junlin, with his strength today, to collect the. And yet, it's not that hard. The big deal is that directly through the full version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds, descend into some cosmic worlds that possess the supreme realm, and just behead these cosmic supreme beings. It looks like I have to speed up my ranking. Swish. Thoughts. Chen Junlin did not want to waste any more time, and directly put away the Hong Luk Chi Tian compass. Then the next ranked competitive game was opened again. Soon after, the ranked arena, once again, is open. This time, his opponent was a powerful ancient god clan warrior. The level has reached LV 1100 and the ranking segment is Supreme King 300 stars. The countdown to the end has just begun. This warrior of the ancient god race, his entire body was like he had performed the law of the heavens and the image of the earth. Wielding the ancient divine sword in his hand, he launched a fierce attack at Chen Junlin. A sword chopped out, and the divine might was so vast that it seemed as if even the heavens and earth were going to be cut apart. However, what Chen Junlin responded to it was still only the heaven-opening axe that destroyed everything in heaven and earth. Rumble. The horrible shadow of the giant axe, just in a single glance, the ancient divine sword was annihilated into nothingness, and even the 10,000-foot-high body of the ancient god disappeared into the arena. Seconds. This was the supreme divine might of the heaven-opening axe, the kind that was completely unreasonable. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the ancient gods. The message alert from the Worlds of the Heavens network once again echoed in the ears. However, at this time, Chen Junlin, however, had no time to pay attention to these message alerts. Instead, he focused his attention on the Hong Luk Chi Tian compass. He was surprised to find that the moment this one ancient god race warrior was decapitated within the ranked arena, the efficiency of the Hong Luk Chi Tian compass in devouring and refining the other party's chi luck had obviously increased by a large margin. It's as if, at the time before this, it drew on the power of chi from the other persons. The equivalent would be taking seawater from the ocean, drop by drop. But at the moment when he killed that ancient god race warrior just now. But it's like straight out of a mineral water bottle, given a full bottle. Thinking about it. In Chen Junlin's eyes, a hint of a different color flashed once again. In that case, it seemed that beheading a living being would allow you to plunder the power of chi from the other party more quickly? Chapter 67,000 Crown King, Reward Chaotic Body. This discovery made Chen Junlin's heart flutter. In that case, he might be able to utilize this method of quickly level up the Hong Luk Chi Tian compass now. Thinking about it. Not wanting to waste any more time, Chen Junlin continued to challenge his next opponent without hesitation. After all, kill your opponents in this qualifying tournament. We're able to obtain that obvious effect of devouring chi, then if one were to decimate an opponent in the midst of the real world, wouldn't they still be able to plunder more and more efficiently the power of chi? It really is a cruel world where the strong survive. Chen Junlin once again secretly lamented in his heart. Already understood the rules of operation of this worldwide web of the heavens. It's similar to compulsion. The only way to truly own the resources of the entire universe is to compete and fight against all odds. Make yourself stronger. Kindness and mercy, on the other hand, only make you weaker. Ding. Countdown begins. 3. This matching of opponents seems to be a bit on the slow side as you move up in the competitive ranked segment. The difference isn't particularly noticeable though, it's just an extra second or two of matching time than before. I'm afraid the matchmaking time will become much longer if you play at a higher segment. This time, the opponent that Chen Junlin was matched against was a powerful person from a certain branch of the demon race. Possessing a cosmic being rank of 1200, its segment level had actually reached a staggering Supreme King 600 stars. The strength of such an opponent, even if placed among the countless eternities of the entire 10,000 realms of the heavens. It is just like a side of high-end combatants. However, unsurprisingly, the duration of this battle still didn't last long. With his terrifying base attribute value bonus and the supreme power of the heaven-opening axe, Qin Junlin, it was easy to spike the opponent once again. And the power of qi that the Hongluck Qi Tian compass had devoured and plundered had indeed risen once again. This caused Qin Junlin to become even more satisfied. The higher the cultivation realm of a living being, the more power of qi that it brought with it seemed to be even more immense. And this increasingly makes Qin Junlin feel that the manipulator behind the worlds of the heavens. The net seems to be compelling. There is no way of knowing exactly why. Throw out the distractions. Qin Junlin didn't continue to think too much, he just gripped the heaven-opening axe in his hand once again. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the Star Herder clan's Lord Heavenly Dreamstar. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the Eerie clan Lord Red Umbrella Lady Eerie King. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the Beast Lord Catseer. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the human Zanmudo Lord Xiangba. For the next period of time, Qin Junlin continued to constantly challenge the strongest of the heavens and the worlds. Every fight ended in seconds. The devouring efficiency of the Hongluck Qi Tian compass was getting faster and faster. Gradually, an incomparably large force of qi was formed. And as the Hongluck Qi Tian compass continued to plunder the power of the qi of these ranked athletic opponents, Qin Junlin realized that his luck in the ranked arena seemed to be getting better and better as well. Each time, some good value treasures could be dropped from the opponents, even within the lucky store of the worlds. All of these treasures belonged to the rarer category. Qin Junlin's streak of seconds was still going strong. 200 straight seconds. 300 straight seconds. 600 straight seconds. Time and time again, the news announcements from the heavens and the worlds were like extinguishing thunderbolts. It struck hard at the soul of every cosmic being. Qin Junlin's reputation is skyrocketing. His prestige has reached an incredible height. In a short period of time, he has become a legend in all the worlds of the heavens. It became an existence that made all living beings tremble in fear. Such a huge magnitude of the ability to kill the enemy across levels could no longer be explained by common sense. However, Qin Junlin didn't stop there. Because Qin Junlin's goal was much more than that. Killing in seconds over and over again made Qin Junlin's power of qi grow more and more massive. And as if the Hongluck Qi Tian compass had sensed Qin Junlin's determination, the efficiency of devouring the qi. It gets scarier and scarier. Finally, there was no telling how much time had passed as Qin Junlin ushered in his 1000th ranked competitive match. And this time, his opponent for the qualifying competition was an incomparably terrifying and powerful existence. He is a true universe supreme standing at the top of the heavens and the worlds. And this realm was a realm that countless small and medium-sized universe beings had never even heard of. Cosmic Supreme is roughly equivalent to the Supreme Realm in the human immortal cultivation system. It only lies in the supreme powerhouses under the great emperors. Such an opponent was enough to make any challenger feel unprecedented pressure. However, Qin Junlin didn't care. It was because he knew that decimating the Supreme Realm was nothing more than a necessary step on his way to the top. So what if it's the supreme being of the universe? Under the heaven-opening axe, chop as usual. Boom! The battle begins. Qin Junlin went all out, his heaven-opening axe danced like the wind, and a furious storm of attacks swept across the field. And the universe supreme on the opposite side had displayed a strength beyond imagination. The power of the killing moves that he unleashed was actually no weaker than Qin Junlin's strength in the first qualifying match. Qin Junlin! Come on! Let me see just how good you really are. This universe supreme obviously came prepared as well, and even took out an innate spirit treasure. It's similar to the Qianquan Circle level. After all, by today's ranked competitive segment, there are only so many groups of targets that are matched with. It's easy to snipe. However, this cosmic supreme being came with a breath of air and divine might. As if the living beings of all heavens and all worlds were to prostrate themselves at its feet. But the next moment, This one Cosmic Supreme, however, had suffered an unprecedented and terrifying crisis. Chen Junlin's heaven-opening acts traced a perfect arc in the air. Directly the other party's all attacks, defenses are broken, that one reached the innate spiritual treasure level of the supreme treasure, but also in this horror of the power, it was suppressed and destroyed in a matter of moments. How is this possible? What level of magic treasure is that of yours? Before this Cosmic Supreme being fell. Unbelievably, he looked at the huge axe shadow above the firmament, his gaze filled with shock and fear. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the Dark Demon Lord Black Demon Supreme. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a randomly dropped treasure Dark Destruction Source Staff Innate Spiritual Treasure X1. Ding! Special congratulations to Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin LV19, Peak King 300 stars. 1000 wins in a row, full performance points, 100% win rate. Breaking the record of obtaining the King of 1000 Crowns achievement at the lowest level. The previous record was obtained by the LV136619 level Devil's Way Emperor Ancient Moon. This is unique in the heavens and in all of history. This is the only thing that has ever happened. Receive a Chaos Grade Treasure Ranking Chest of Choice Reward X1. Obtained Imperial Troop Type Summoning Order X100 of your choice, and Chaos Sacred Spring X100. For Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin, having achieved the King of 1000 Crowns achievement at level LV100 or below. Trigger a special hidden reward. Obtain the strongest physique in all the worlds, Chaos Body Emperor X1. Chapter 68 Unimaginable Means, Fear of the Great Emperors. Even though the opponent was a Cosmic Supreme, it was still Chen Junlin who was victorious in the end. And again, this battle took less than a second. The Hongluck Qi Tian Compass had devoured the power of the mysterious opponent's Qi, making Chen Junlin's Qi, Once again, he had gained a qualitative leap, and had actually directly obtained that one innate spiritual treasure on the other party. At the same time, Chen Junlin obviously also felt the Chaotic Body Emperor rewarded from the World Wide Web. Just how powerful it was, why would the Chaotic Body have the word Emperor added to it? Because, as long as there is a fusion with it, then one can directly ascend to the Emperor realm. He became the Chaos Emperor who stood above the countless great emperors. With the terrifying physique of the Chaotic Body, directly becoming an emperor in one step. All of their own foundations will also be all complete, there is no so-called foundation instability phenomenon. Enough to easily crush those unusual great emperors. Nice guy! Chen Junlin called out to the good guys straight in his heart. Becoming an emperor in one step, this 1000 Crown King hidden achievement reward, it's a bit too outrageous. Of course. To complete this hidden achievement reward, that's actually very difficult, too. 1000 consecutive seconds must be reached below level 100, and the battle win rate must be 100%. If someone can really do this kind of thing, I'm afraid that its true fighting strength wouldn't be any worse than that of a great emperor. But whatever. This step of ascending to the realm of the great emperor also means that it had directly become the highest combatant in the entire World Wide Web of the heavens today. If it were an unusual situation, I'm afraid that many people would not be able to resist fusing immediately, fearing that if they were a step late, they would miss out on this heaven-defying opportunity. However, Chen Junlin, did not choose to directly carry out the fusion. Because, once the Chaos Body Emperor is fused, I'm afraid that his cosmic level will then cross over to the level of the Great Emperor counterpart. If the goal is only to win 1000 crowns, that would be enough. But Chen Junlin's real goal is not the 1000 Crowns King at all. Instead, it was the highest limit achievement that no one had ever reached within the entire All Heavens Worlds network, the 10,000 Crown King. Go on! Chen Junlin grinned, after the achievement of 1000 Crowns King. He once again gained a large amount of fame once more, allowing his base attributes to follow suit and skyrocket by a large margin. Only under normal circumstances, after reaching the Peak King segment, due to the number of equal opponents, platoon matching has gotten very, very slow. Not to mention, now at this time, those supreme beings and great emperors of the network of the heavens and the earth. The announcement of the 1000 Crowns King has already scared the hell out of me, and I don't dare to take part in the ranking at all. King of 1000 Crowns. This was an achievement that even countless great emperors were unable to achieve. 1000 wins in a row isn't that hard. But if that 1000 game winning streak requires spiking your opponent in every single game, and it has to be a 100% win rate, that would be beyond difficult. Even if the opponent encountered was a supreme, it was almost impossible for a great emperor to kill him in seconds. Especially some supreme beings who controlled heaven-defying means. After all, the reward for the king of 1,000 crowns is a treasure chest of your choice of chaos grade treasures. As long as the word chaos is on it, in all the realms of the heavens. It's the equivalent of being labeled invincible. How could it be so easy to get your hands on it? Why did the human devil Emperor Guyu make so many cosmic powers fearful? It was because the other party had a chaos grade treasure in their hands. But what truly made all the cosmic supreme beings and great emperors horrified and maddened by it was that one hidden achievement reward that Chen Junlin had obtained. That's an emperor-level chaos body. Once fused, Chen Junlin directly became a chaos emperor with the strongest physique. In the history of the heavens and the worlds, those who have achieved greatness with their chaotic bodies. It's just two people. These two, none of them were supreme existences that crushed and swept across the world. Chaos body emperor equals invincible. This was a fact recognized by almost all cosmic race great emperors. And nowadays, this human lord Chen Junlin had actually obtained such an enviable and heaven-defying chance. Who the hell is he? 1,000 crowns king. This is by no means a normal level 19 human. A feat of the ages that can be accomplished. You guys say, could he be an incarnation of the ancient moon through some means? After all, throughout the ages, among the 10,000 races of the heavens, there are only 18 people who have achieved the 1,000 crown king with a 100% victory rate. As for the human race, there was only Guyu. Could he be doing this just to get the chaotic body reward and become a true invincible great emperor? It is impossible to say, for it is true that this ancient moon has not been heard of for too long a time. And the human race as a race to study all kinds of means are also strange. What take over the body, soul recultivation endless. But the problem is that back then, when Guyu reached the 1,000 crown king, or did he wait until he became a great emperor before he dared to accomplish it? Even if he manipulated it through whatever means, it's impossible for him to reach the 1,000 crowns king straight away based on his 19th cosmic level, right? What's more, Black Demon Supreme that holds an innate spiritual treasure. Go test Chen Junlin's. Do you guys think that ancient moon can really achieve such a heaven-defying level? For a moment, the many great emperors were silent. As a matter of fact, the great emperors, had long been in contact with each other and had quietly dispatched some of their supreme subordinates. Carrying powerful treasures, he intended to test the strength of Chen Junlin. And Chen Junlin's performance clearly exceeded all of their perceptions. This, how ridiculously strong Chen Junlin was, could no longer be explained clearly with any reason. Even they, the great emperors, cannot even imagine it. How did Chen Junlin do all these feats? Because, well, it just doesn't make sense. And in the meantime, when the supreme realm powerhouse known as the Supreme of the Universe, in front of Chen Junlin surprisingly couldn't even carry a single move, after this news was circulated by unknown people. This one. The entire cosmic beings of the heavens and the earth. It was already hard to know how to describe the horror and shock deep inside his heart. Even if he's a hanged man, he's not that far off the mark, is he? Such an unimaginable ranked competitive performance directly made Chen Junlin's reputation. It became louder and louder in the 10,000 realms of the heavens, completely and utterly shocking all living beings in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. There was no longer any cosmic race that dared to choose to embarrass Chen Junlin. The original order to find the coordinates of the sky blue star. There has also been a flurry of revocations in the first place, very silently. Just kidding. Who would dare to inquire any more about the location of the universe where a terrifying powerhouse like this was located? No matter how much I wanted to flatter Chen Junlin, or want to go to besiege Chen Junlin, at this moment have chosen to stop. Just because Chen Junlin himself possessed the means to kill a supreme being. Now that he has obtained the hidden reward Chaotic Body Emperor, he is one step away from being able to prove the strongest invincible emperor. Who eats the guts of a bear and dares to mess with it? In the face of the present situation, the best way is to obediently guard their own 3 points of land. Never attract the attention of Chen Junlin. Otherwise, no matter which cosmic worlds, even those with great emperors, I'm afraid that the other side will also be destroyed outright. It's actually quite nice to be a passerby in silence. Chen Junlin didn't know it yet. In this moment, He is in the minds of countless cosmic beings in all the worlds. He has become an invincible emperor that cannot be messed with. Chapter 69, Don't participate in the ranking? Then, let's go to the door. Dragon, Crystal Palace. At this moment, as the ancestor of the dragon race, Dragon Aotion, was also staring with wide eyes. A face full of disbelief. Oh my god. Hidden achievement reward for reaching King of 1,000 crowns below level 100. It's actually a chaotic body that is a step towards proving to be a great emperor? Flesh hurts. Heartbreak. At this moment, Long Aotion could no longer use words to describe the emotions within his heart. How complicated, how unwilling, how painful it really is. Ah, the invincible great emperor of the chaos body. If this Chen Junlin hadn't shown up. All he needs to do is to quietly achieve 1,000 consecutive victories, and with his level of 99, he will definitely be able to achieve the 1,000 crowns achievement. Getting this hidden reward, ah. But now. All this, all gone. This kind of feeling, really too maddening, ah. On the contrary, Chen Junlin's strength was still that ridiculously strong, and it was clear that his chance had been snatched away by the other party. But it didn't have any courage at all to dare to take revenge or anything like that, and it didn't even dare to let out half a fart. Roar! 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 The sound of a dragon's roar like a raging storm. Accompanied by a supreme aura of dragon authority, spreading out from within the Crystal Palace, it actually caused the countless dragon races within the entire dragon cosmic world to. They couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling one after another. No one could understand why this old ancestor of the dragon clan was suddenly so furious. And the other side. The sword demon doctor, on the other hand, was filled with a dumbfounded, bewildered expression. He's a good boy. That Chen Junlin, was he so outrageous? He can even kill the supreme master of the universe in seconds. Then it didn't seem wrong for him to come out of seclusion and lose this first qualifying match. Yes. It's not that this sword art I comprehended is too weak. Rather, he, Chen Junlin, is too strong, too invincible. Once again, recalling, within the ranked arena, that invincible giant axe silhouette. The sword demon doctor couldn't help but feel emotional again in his heart. Even if his heart was as high and proud as he was, even those some supreme beings and great emperors weren't very convincing on weekdays. Thinking that if you keep working hard, sooner or later you will be able to surpass the other person as well. But this moment. In front of Chen Junlin. Yet he had to recognize that gap between that and Chen Junlin. It was a gap in the sky that he simply couldn't cross in his life. No matter how hard he tries. Give him more time to catch up. But he will never be able to catch up with Chen Junlin's pace. The other side, too strong. Between the two, they were no longer at the same level of existence. And just as the countless cosmic beings of the worlds of the heavens and the earth. The time when he was alarmed because of this heaven-defying feat of Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin, however, always acted calmly as he silently waited for his ranked competitive opponent to arrive. The reward of 1,000 Crown King is already so rich, how exaggerated should the unprecedented 10,000 Crown King hidden achievement be? Only. What made Chen Junlin somewhat helpless was that from the moment he defeated the Black Demon Supreme Being. After achieving the 1,000 Crowns King achievement, he had been waiting for quite a while, but he hadn't been matched with any opponent? It's only Peak King 300 stars, not so few opponents. Can't even match, can you? The Supreme King segment, which tops out at 100 stars, and further up the ladder is Peak King. Granted, this is already in the top qualifying zone, but it's not like you can't match an opponent for a good half a day. It can't be, these guys don't dare to rank, right? Chen Junlin showed a hint of eccentricity on his face and couldn't help but guess so. And in fact, it was also true that he had guessed this. Scared. It's really scary. At this moment, the great races within the web of the heavens and the earth, including those top cosmic races that possessed great emperor powerhouses, each and every one of them could be said to have been completely frightened by Chen Junlin's heaven-defying strength. So they're pretty much in sync. All the universe supreme beings and great emperors within the all heavens and all worlds network, at the same time, a decision was then made never to rank competitively for a short period of time. Even some of the more stable cosmic powers. A warning was also issued to all living beings within the universe that regardless of their cultivation realm, they should try to avoid the ranking competitions during this period of time. After all, Among the current Sky Blue Star people, other than Chen Junlin, a heaven-defying demon. The rest of the human leaders seem to be not ordinary, one by one all have the ability to challenge over the level. Cannot meet and fight with these guys? Then try not to cross paths. Otherwise, once you provoke the human lord of the Sky Blue Star in the ranking arena, that might bring a disaster to the entire universe. So, waited almost 3 more hours. Chen Junlin stood on the square of the ranking arena with his heaven-opening axe in hand. Looking at the empty arena, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded for a moment. It's obvious. Matching for 3 hours without an opponent was more than enough to prove what he had just guessed. Just how he could never have imagined that he would, by acting too strong, have. And in the awkward position of having no one to fight. Chen Junlin shook his head, knowing that he wouldn't be able to match his opponent anytime soon. And no longer intend to linger in the ranked arena. Thoughts. He then returned to Sky Blue Star. The moment. A ray of golden sunlight, coming from the depths of the starry river, spilled over his body and it added a bit more majesty to his already mysterious and magnificent figure. He was suspended outside of Sky Blue Star space, gazing at a planet in the depths of the river of stars, In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh, this is only just the 1,000-crown king and no one dares to participate in the qualifying round. If this goes on, then this 10,000-crown king achievement. Wouldn't that be empty talk? Even if I could take my time and wait for a while. Try participating in qualifying again. So that you might be able to match up opponents. But next, I've got a 9,000 game spike streak to play. And it won't count the number of consecutive second kills of the same opponent. The time consumed by this process is only not reached in a moment. It's too time-consuming and cumbersome. Chen Junlin locked his brows. He now has the strength to be almost invincible in the worlds of the heavens and the earth. How can you waste so much time on the King of Kings? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in Chen Junlin's ears. Master, since these guys are hiding and don't dare to fight you, then why don't we just head straight to their universe and find them for a friendly sparring session? It turned out to be the Gautama dragon who opened his mouth to propose at this time. Chen Junlin's mind inexplicably stirred, and a flash of refinement flared in his gaze. Nice guy. Not bad for the smartest Gautama dragon ever. All at once, at the source, the key to the problem was found. No competitive qualifying, right? So it makes sense for me to bring a fruit basket and visit in person for a friendly chat, doesn't it? Chapter 70, Fruit basket in the left hand, heaven-opening axe in the right hand. Visiting the Purple Cloud universe. Oh go, your idea is very much to my liking. Nice. Not bad. A hint of playfulness flashed in Chen Junlin's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since they're not willing to participate in the ranking competition, then I'll just have to personally go to their door and invite them to spar. If it were anyone else, it would be very difficult to make a house call, basically. Especially for those high-level universe worlds. Simply because, but some high-level cosmic worlds with a good bottom line. All will possess some special means of concealment that will hide the entire cosmic world and vanish into the void of chaotic space. And in the face of this situation, even as a great emperor powerhouse, knowing the approximate location of the other side's universe world, it was difficult to accurately find the specific coordinates of the location in the vast chaotic space. But Chen Junlin was different. He possessed a complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds, whether it was any cosmic world that. No matter how top of the line the strong cosmic races are, no matter how subtle the means of concealment is. As long as the world exists within the network of the heavens and the worlds. The location of all specific cosmic coordinates is clearly and unmistakably shown. Moreover, this coordinate position is still changing and updating in real time. Even some of the top cosmic powers. Through the means of transferring the coordinates of the cosmic worlds, there is no way to conceal the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds. So, no exaggeration. The current Chen Junlin would be able to go to whichever universe world he wanted to go to. Do whatever he wants, no one can stop him. Thinking about it. Say it and do it. Chen Junlin was taking out the full version of the star map of the world's network of the heavens. After choosing the closest high-ranked universe near the Sky Blue Star, his figure gently swayed and instantly disappeared into the outer space of the Sky Blue Star. When Chen Junlin reappeared, he had already passed through the complete version of the astral map of the worlds. He has voluntarily descended into a mysterious world called the Purple Haze Universe. It's an immensely powerful advanced universe, an alien world with the Purple Haze clan as its foundation. Having a universe supreme realm elder ancestor, as well as a number of 10,000 level universe beings in attendance. Within the web of the gods, the prerequisites for becoming a higher universe. That would be the birth of a cosmic lord who had reached the 10,000th level. And the Purple Cloud clan, a cosmic world with a cosmic supreme, in this advanced universe. It's also kind of nice. At this moment, in this Purple Haze universe, the beings of the Zixia clan were discussing the legends about Chen Junlin. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the universe, and it was none other than Chen Junlin. In his left hand he carried a fruit basket full of fruits, while in his right hand he held the heaven-opening axe. The aura that permeated his body was powerful and incomparable, just like a supreme deity. Yes. Fruit basket. Almost like 3 pounds. After all, we're here for a friendly chat, so if we don't have something in our hands, it's always a bit rude, isn't it? Of course. If one is unwilling to accept the gift and refuse to cut, this is not giving him, Chen Junlin, face. Then we'll just have to give away the axe in our hands. Chen Junlin's aura was so fierce and completely undisguised that, naturally, it instantly caught the attention of the Purple Haze clan. Whoosh! 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 But it was a blink of an eye. The old ancestor of the Purple Haze clan was then startled into appearing, and it was a middle-aged man with a majestic face, with an appearance somewhat similar to that of the human race, except that his entire body was made up of an illusory purple haze. There was no flesh and blood. And behind it, another strong person from the Purple Cloud race appeared one after another. Leading an army of the Zixia clan, he stared at Chen Junlin with a face full of caution. Honestly, the sudden arrival of alien beings such as these will be regarded as invasive combatants. Normally, they would have swarmed. Only. The aura fluctuations that erupted from Chen Junlin's body were too ferocious, belonging to a human lord. And again, it is only a level 19 level. This makes them have to be cautious. After all, that human powerhouse that recently shocked the entire heavenly realms was level 19. Welcome, Honorable Lord, to the Zixia universe. I wonder what your instructions are for your visit. A few moments later, this universe supreme old ancestor of the Violet Cloud clan, however, lowered his stance. Asked with a wary but incredibly respectful face. And who knows, at this very moment, a wave of shock has long risen within him. Even the soul consciousness was more than trembling. Chen Junlin. The other party is the rumored one, Chen Junlin. A terrifying demon that was enough to kill a black demon supreme in seconds. One must know that the strength of that one black demon supreme, that was much more powerful than him. If Chen Junlin makes a move now, their entire Purple Haze clan, I'm afraid there's not much of a chance at all. It had never expected, no matter what, that Chen Junlin would actually descend into the Purple Haze universe so quickly. And only by personally standing in front of Chen Junlin did it truly realize that. How terrifying was the gap between himself and Chen Junlin. The so-called rank suppression seemed like a joke in front of this Chen Junlin. Kidding aside, the aura fluctuation that caused it, the supreme master of the universe, to fear and despair. Would it really be something that a level 19 being could have? Fear. Fear. Imitation of helplessness. At this moment, this old ancestor of the Zixia clan, in front of Chen Junlin's. He was no longer a cosmic supreme being who had crushed the spirits of all races in the heavens, but was more like a mole cricket. Once as the universe supreme, those so-called arrogance, dignity, confidence, all disappeared into thin air. It's, well, scared. Because it didn't know what Chen Junlin's purpose was. It is, well, confused. What's more, it didn't know that if Chen Junlin chose to conquer the Purple Cloud universe, whether to obediently submit to become a subordinate slave of the Sky Blue Star universe or to defiantly resist to the death. And all around them, the strongest members of the Purple Haze clan, seeing their own supreme ancestor of the universe actually call a level 19 human being Lord, they all instantly reacted, finally realizing the true identity of this human being in front of them. For a moment, many of the strongest members of the Purple Cloud race all changed color explosively, and their bodies all trembled uncontrollably. And at the moment, Chen Junlin looked at this universe supreme old ancestor of the Zixia clan, but the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Indifferently, he said, "There is no need for you all to be nervous. I, Chen Junlin, am here today, but I have no ill intentions. I've just heard that the old ancestor of the Zixia universe has heavenly cultivation and powerful means. For a while, my heart was itching, so I couldn't help but come here to ask for some instruction in sparring. These fruits, consider them a small token of my appreciation, and please smile." After saying that, he handed the fruit basket in his hand to the universe supreme old ancestor of the Zixia clan. In the eyes of the old ancestor of the Zixia clan, a flash of bewilderment first flashed through his eyes, for he was among the supreme realm of. It's not even close to ranking. How can he be qualified to let a heaven-defying demon like Qin Junlin, who kills supreme beings in seconds, visit him for a sparring session? But doubtful as it was, it didn't dare to offend Qin Junlin's intentions. Could only take the basket with care, and found that there was really nothing wrong with it, that it was just the most ordinary of fruits. This was a huge relief in his mind. It was also the moment when its tense, unbelievable spirit barely loosened up. Taking a look at Qin Junlin's universe level, it was still at level 19. The old ancestor of the Zixia clan suddenly had a flash of light and finally realized Qin Junlin's intention to cut. Chapter 71: The Sensible Zixia Old Ancestor. Re-ranking. To know. In the announcement message on the Worlds of the Worlds website before this, Qin Junlin had obviously obtained the chaotic body, which was a step towards becoming a great emperor. By all rights, his universe level should have directly reached over 100,000 levels as well. But why, right now Qin Junlin was still level 19? The answer is self-evident. Qin Junlin had not fused the chaotic body at all. I'm afraid that his real goal is not just the hidden reward of the 1,000 Crowns King. Instead, that legend that spans the heavens and the worlds of the past and present. The King of 10,000 Crowns has never been achieved by anyone. With a cosmic rank of 19, this miracle has never been accomplished before. Honestly. Upon thinking of this one possibility, the old ancestor of the Zixia clan couldn't mention how shocked he was inside. If Qin Junlin could really do it, then he would be the first person in all of history, and he would be the first person in all of history, and he would be the first person in all of history. A true miracle was performed. Throughout history, countless amazingly talented demons have attempted to reach this miracle. There are even people who do not hesitate to give up everything for this, choosing to recultivate reincarnation. But it has been, but no one has ever been able to do it. Many people feel that this is simply an unachievable achievement. Because, not to mention the 10,000 game spike streak. It's hard to kill a winning streak in even 1,000 seconds. After all, we are all equally top-notch powerhouses, so what makes you able to do that and kill each other in seconds with ease? You should know that if two great Emperor realm powerhouses were to fight each other, if you didn't have to fight to the end in a bloody battle or an ambush, it was almost always difficult to actually kill the opponent, let alone instantly kill them in seconds. Beyond that, if those top powerhouses within the web of the heavens and the earth, once it was known that someone wanted to achieve the 10,000 consecutive slashes, the top powerhouses of other universes would never give them the chance. Even all would rather not participate in ranked competition for tens of thousands of years. It was similar to the situation that Qin Junlin was facing today. So, that's what he's doing because he doesn't have any opponents in the World Wide Web, competing in the ranking competitions. Is that why you chose to make an offline house call? Nominally a friendly sparring match, but in reality it was a forced, threatening necessity to play platoon with him. As soon as he thought of this, as a hallowed supreme ancestor of the universe, now it is to be threatened to participate in competitive ranking, the old ancestor of the Zixia clan's heart can be described as a mixture of flavors. At this moment, his heart was filled with helplessness, but on the surface, he still tried his best to remain calm. It knew deep down that its decision at this moment would have a bearing on the fate of the entire Purple Haze universe. Once again, he quietly glanced at the axe in Qin Junlin's hand, as well as Qin Junlin's smile that was full of the nuclear goodness. Eventually, the Zixia clan's old ancestor's heart was filled with an incomparable bitterness, but a bright smile appeared on his face. Forcing a smile, he said, "Since the Honorable Lord Qin Junlin is interested in a sparring match, the whole of my Zixia clan will naturally be honored. It's just that our strength is humble, and we're sparring with a supreme powerhouse like Your Excellency. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you entertained, so please bear with me, my lord." In his heart, he knew very well that facing a being like Qin Junlin, there was no room for rejection on one's own. Even though he was the oldest ancestor of the Purple Haze universe, a universe supreme who had reached over 40,000 levels. Looking at the entire world of the heavens and earth belongs to the towering great figures. However, in front of a heaven-defying existence such as Chen Junlin, he could only choose to submit and yield. Perhaps, there was still a chance that he, as a cosmic supreme, could escape from Chen Junlin's hands. However, the entire cosmic world of the Purple Haze clan would inevitably end up in a miserable state. Especially Chen Junlin, who possessed the complete star map of the heavens. It could always locate the location of the cosmic world, and no matter where it led the Purple Haze clan members to hide, it would inevitably be found by Chen Junlin as well. So, what else could it do but give in? Seeing that the Purple Haze clan was so knowledgeable, Chen Junlin smiled faintly and replied indifferently, "Old ancestor Zixia is too modest. Just play normally in battle. Regardless of the outcome, I won't let your Zixia universe suffer." Hearing these words, the Zixia clan's old ancestor's heart was slightly relieved. He understood what Chen Junlin meant. It was telling him that as long as he agrees to engage in a competitive ranking duel, he can use any means of attack, regardless of whether he wins or loses the ranking. Even if they accidentally interrupted their opponent's streak of seconds, the Purple Haze universe wouldn't suffer any losses as a result. There is no other way out of this. The mind sighed softly once again, and the Zixia clan's old ancestor could only agree with a stiff upper lip. "Since Lord Chen is so gracious, then we'll be obliged. Lord Chen, please enlighten me." After all was said and done, the figure of the old ancestor of the Zixia clan then slowly began to be illusory. But it is linked into the All Worlds network. After seeing the scene, Chen Junlin nodded his head in satisfaction. It was soothing to communicate with smart people, casually nudging them to. The other side then understood his intentions. Swish. Next second, Chen Junlin also linked to the All Worlds network. And once again, ranked competition is open. And this time, as within the network of all the worlds, only the old ancestor of the Purple Haze clan, the closest segmented opponent, was in a competitive ranked match, so he was quickly matched with Chen Junlin. However, the outcome of this sparring match was already predetermined, and he, the supreme master of the universe, in front of Chen Junlin. I'm afraid I can't even catch a single move. This moment. Some of the strongest members of the Purple Cloud clan waited with incomparable nervousness, both worried and expectant in their hearts. Worried about whether or not Chen Junlin would keep his promise to spare them the Purple Haze universe, and looking forward to whether or not the old ancestor would defeat Chen Junlin? Actually, the thoughts in the heart of this Violet Cloud clan old ancestor were similarly the same. He has too many concerns in the Purple Haze universe. He did not dare to make a move against Chen Junlin easily. But nowadays, in the midst of the ranking competition of this World Wide Web, he had the opportunity to let go of his hands. If he could take this opportunity to test out Chen Junlin's exact fighting ability, then he wouldn't have to be as passive as he is now. Honestly, although the old ancestor of the Zixia clan was very jealous of Chen Junlin, it even acted groveling in front of Chen Junlin, but its inner subconscious mind never thought that a level 19 cosmic being would really be invincible to the worlds. If this gap in rank was so easily crossed, then it had cultivated for so long that. Wouldn't that be a joke? Let me try it out properly, whether or not it's as godly as imagined. Inside the ranked arena, the Zixia clan's old ancestor's mind moved slightly, and just at the moment the countdown ended, it then took out the supreme treasure of the Purple Cloud clan, the Purple Cloud Divine Sword Hotian spiritual treasure, which was the first ray of cloudy light within the Purple Cloud universe that it adopted. Fused with many precious materials for hardening and building, the power is extraordinary. Rumble. The old ancestor of the Zixia clan didn't hold back in the slightest, and at this moment, he directly urged all the strength in his body towards the ranked arena in front of the void, ruthlessly chopped out a 9-colored haze, as if there were billions of sword chi, instantly followed the colorful haze rushed out. I had thought that my sword of absolute heaven, which had gathered the power of my life. Well, at least all of them were able to give resistance to the attacks of some ordinary great emperors, so at least they could hold Chen Junlin for half a moment, right? However, that is, the next instant. Chapter 72. He, more terrifying than a great emperor. Ka-ching. What filled the old ancestor of the Purple Cloud clan with incredulity was that his billions of Xia light sword chi attacks. Before he could touch Chen Junlin's body, he was met by a giant axe shadow that enveloped the entire heaven and earth. It was all destroyed in the same moment. That is, for a moment. The seemingly ordinary giant axe in Chen Junlin's hand blossomed with a dazzling light. It was as if it could tear the void and shatter the stars. Just for a moment. The huge axe, which seemed to be able to open up the sky and the earth, then collided with that roiling nine-colored haze light. What was even more unexpected was that the seemingly invulnerable nine-colored haze that in front of the giant axe shadow, it was as fragile as thin paper, instantly torn apart and dissipated. The last image in this memory. Let the Zixia clan ancestor, who was forcibly teleported back to the Zixia universe by the ranked arena. His eyes widened with disbelief on the spot. It's horrible. That strike just now was simply terrifying. In his mind, he finally realized why Chen Junlin had been able to keep reaching the streak of seconds achievement. The gap between himself and Chen Junlin was far more terrifying than he had imagined. This Chen Junlin is simply not a normal person. Although he had not certified as a great emperor, Chen Junlin was a stronger person than those great emperors. It's an existence that's millions of times tougher. Unbelievable. Horrified and desperate. The old ancestor of the Zixia clan couldn't visualize it out. What kind of heaven-defying means did Chen Junlin possess to possess that unimaginably destructive killing move? It was just incomparably glad that it had, just now, agreed to Chen Junlin's request for a sparring session. Otherwise, not to mention the entire Purple Cloud universe, even he, the Universe Supreme, would never have a chance to escape. Yes. After the battle in the ranked arena, it had realized the gap in strength between it and Chen Junlin, and that kind of power that was enough to destroy everything in heaven and earth was simply not something that it could deal with. Even, in the view of the old ancestor of the Zixia clan, even if it was a great emperor realm powerhouse. I'm afraid I can't even compete against it. The so-called great emperor of the universe is one who has been recognized by the will of the heavens. It can be fused with the laws of heaven and earth and added to one's own giants of the heavens. Fusing with the laws of heaven and earth means that oneself is equivalent to a side of the cosmic heavens and earth. With the power of the entire universe of the heavens and the earth to augment it, its battle power would naturally be exceedingly outrageous. And the more powerful the heaven and earth universe under one's control, the more terrifying the fight will be. And the beings under the great emperor, no matter how powerful they are. After all, it is only an individual power. How can it be compared with the great emperor who has the power of the universe and the earth on one side? That's why, of all the worlds in the web of there has always been the saying that all under the great emperor are ants. The old ancestors of the Zixia clan have always recognized this very well. Because being the closest to the cosmic emperor, the cosmic supreme was more able to realize the power of the cosmic emperor. But right now, this old ancestor of the Zixia clan did not think that those great emperors to be able to have the backbone to carry Chen Junlin's heaven-defying giant axe strike. It is true that the great emperor is in control of the fusion of the forces of heaven and earth and the universe. But that horrible strike by Chen Junlin. But it seems to be able to open up the heavens and the earth and shatter the ages. I'm afraid that all the great emperors within the web of the heavens and the worlds. Neither could have imagined that Chen Junlin would be so heaven-defying, right? This moment. In his heart, the Zixia clan's old ancestor sighed fiercely. He had finally managed to test out Chen Junlin's strength, a strength that was even more terrifying than even a great emperor. A universe supreme like himself was as small as an ant in front of Chen Junlin. It's not even worth mentioning. Even, in the opinion of the old ancestor of the Zixia clan, to have such a supreme being as Chen Junlin take the initiative to come to the door for a sparring session, this should be an honor that flatters it. This realization made him feel incredibly helpless. However, he knew very well in his heart that this was the rule of the worldwide web of the heavens, where the weak were the strongest. No one is exempt. Because with Chen Junlin's current strength, he was already destined to be the first person of the ancient world. No one but Chen Junlin can do it. It has the destructive power of opening up the sky and the earth. It can be said that the great emperor realms most relied upon means of fusing the universe with the heavens and the earth. It had been thoroughly restrained by Chen Junlin. Great emperors were, in fact, no different from cosmic supreme beings in front of Chen Junlin. The only thing the old ancestor of the Zixia clan was curious about in his heart right now was that what is the real identity of Chen Junlin? Devil Emperor Guyu's other identity? No. Never. Although the Devil Emperor Guyu was known as the first great emperor of the human race. However, compared to Chen Junlin's heaven-defying methods, I'm afraid that he is not even worthy of mentioning his shoes. With trepidation, the old ancestor of the Zixia clan cautiously raised his head and, looking towards Chen Junlin, who had reappeared in front of him, the previous vigilance and defensiveness was completely gone from his eyes. All that was left was deep awe and a hint of fawning. Yes. In front of a nearly invincible powerhouse like Chen Junlin. He was no longer qualified to be vigilant or on guard because the other party wanted to completely destroy the Purple Cloud universe. It's just a random axe. He slightly bowed his body and said in an incomparably respectful tone, Lord Chen Junlin. Your strength is truly breathtaking to me. I never thought that in this life I would be fortunate enough to be taught by an existence as powerful as yours. I have benefited greatly from the instruction you have just given me. I am truly grateful in my heart. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Zixia clan, where was he still in the posture of being the supreme god of a party's universe and world? Clearly a little heel who was good at kissing ass. And at the moment, Chen Junlin, on the other hand, glanced at him lightly, without much emotional fluctuation in those eyes. It was as if everything was under his control. When the old ancestor of the Zixia clan saw this, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart, knowing that after having ranked competitively with himself, the Purple Haze universe was practically worthless to Chen Junlin at this moment. If Chen Junlin intended to backtrack and had to destroy the Purple Cloud universe, then the entire Purple Haze universe would not have any resistance at all. What to do? What's he gonna do now? Immediately mobilize the cosmic formation for full defense? But the question is, those means, can they be blocked? By this time, the old ancestor of the Zixia clan was already panicking in his heart. However, he did not dare to make any movements at all for fear of causing Chen Junlin to misunderstand. Good on. The image that old ancestor Zixia had imagined of Chen Junlin making a direct move did not happen. And just a few moments of silence later, then he heard Chen Junlin's voice came. Old ancestor is overpraising, this is nothing more than some humble skills on my part. Chen Junlin's voice was calm and indifferent. Follow closely. He then took out a long purple sword in his hand, showing a purple haze pattern all over his body. It looks very beautiful, slowly opened his mouth and said, by the way, this one purple haze divine sword. The words were not yet finished. But it is not expected. The old ancestor of the Zixia clan next to him, however, immediately whitened his eyes and his face was piled high with astonishment and admiration, as if he had seen some unbelievable and overwhelming treasure. A flash of deep shock passed through his eyes, and he immediately exclaimed out of his mouth. My, is this your Excalibur, my lord? This sword's blade pattern is like a heavenly craftsman's axe, and its swordsmanship is full of purple haze and Tao rhythms surrounding it. It's so colorful, it's breathtaking, and you can tell it's absolutely extraordinary at first glance. It must be a rare divine weapon in the heavens and the worlds. 2. Shocking. I didn't think that I would have such an honor to see this divine weapon of yours, my lord. Chapter 73 Supreme Old Ancestor willingly becomes a slave, subduing the Purple Cloud universe. This moment, the old ancestor of the Zixia clan looked at Chen Junlin with a face full of devotion. As well as the Purple Cloud divine sword in Chen Junlin's hand, it was as if he was seeing the future of the entire Purple Cloud universe, his eyes filled with awe and flattery. In such a scene, it was straightforward to see the jaws of those powerhouses of the Purple Cloud clan staring at each other. Totally not expecting my own old ancestor to actually open his eyes and talk nonsense, that Purple Cloud divine sword is clearly the Purple Cloud universe's boundary-suppressing treasure. Why did it ever belong to that Chen Junlin's magic treasure again? However, these powerhouses of the Purple Cloud clan, in response to this unimaginable fawning behavior of the old ancestor, the heart did vaguely guess that this must be the strength of that Chen Junlin. It was enough to devastate the entire Zixia clan universe, which is why the old ancestor was so humble. Even though it was clearly his own sword, he could only say it was the others. This is clearly intended to be a favor, to take this purple haze Excalibur. It was gifted directly to Chen Junlin. Ha! Chen Junlin smiled faintly, rather surprised by the sensible behavior of the Zixia clan's old ancestor. However, since the other party was happy to do so, it saved him some hands. Gently nodding his head, Chen Junlin then smiled blandly, since old ancestor Zixia is so knowledgeable, then this purple cloud divine sword will be gifted to you. After all was said and done, Chen Junlin then threw this purple haze divine sword, directly to the other party, in his hand. As if they didn't care at all. See the situation. The Zixia clan's old ancestor was not too quick to react, and immediately nodded his head in a hurry. His face was piled with a fawningly excited yet terrified expression, so excited that his hands trembled as he cupped the purple haze divine sword. Unbelievably exclaimed, "Great! Lord, you this. This is really too expensive, my Zixia clan. How can I be qualified to be able to be loved so much by your excellency? Your excellency is so kind, even if we exhaust everything, we simply can't repay you. Therefore, on behalf of the entire Zixia clan, I would like to offer my sincerest respects to your excellency. If your lordship doesn't mind, from now on, the entire Zixia clan universe is willing to follow your excellency to the death, at your service and under your command." The old ancestor of the Zixia clan spoke with earnestness and gratitude. There was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, as if he had indeed been touched. Have to admit it. This old ancestor of the Zixia clan's acting was really an eye-opener for Chen Junlin. So much so that he himself was a little less than kind. Of course. In his heart, Chen Junlin also understands the intention of this old Zixia ancestor to grovel so much. This was clearly seeing his terrifying strength, so he chose to show him goodwill. I hope that I can forgive the entire Zixia universe. Even if they can only become Chen Junlin's slave subordinate universe now, they are also willing. Because only by doing so could the fire of the Zixia clan be preserved. Otherwise, if Chen Junlin chose to directly destroy the entire Purple Cloud universe, then the flame of civilization of the Zixia clan was afraid that it would be completely cut off. Chen Junlin couldn't help but feel amused in his heart as he looked at the terrified appearance of the Zixia clan's old ancestor. But the bland smile remained on his face. He knew better than anyone that the reason why this Purple Haze clan had stooped so low and it was entirely out of fear of his own strength. This one scorn was enough to make even this cosmic supreme have no choice but to submit to it. Begged him for mercy so that the whole clan could live on. In fact, for Chen Junlin, it did not matter whether he exterminated the Zixia clan or not. In any case, whether it's destroyed directly or the other party is willing to become a subordinate universe on its own initiative. All of them are equivalent to the success of the conquest, and will also greatly enhance the overall strength of the Sky Blue Star universe. Since the other party was so sensible, there was no harm in taking them in as a servant universe race. Old ancestor Zixia is overstating it. Chen Junlin nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. I was merely giving away my sword at random. Not that you need to take it so to heart. However, since your Zixia clan is willing to follow me, then I, Chen Junlin, will naturally not let you down. The words just fell. Chen Junlin's body suddenly emitted an incomparably powerful breath pressure. It caused the surrounding Zixia clan powerhouses to change color, and they couldn't help but feel even more awe in their hearts. Such a terrible fluctuation of pressure. It is no wonder that the old ancestors will choose to yield. If they dare to resist today, I am afraid that the other party alone will be able to exterminate the entire Zixia universe, right? The old ancestor of the Purple Cloud clan, on the other hand, was so excited that he almost jumped up. Because he knew that with these words from Chen Junlin, that would mean that the Purple Haze clan wouldn't be exterminated by it. Although, choosing to become someone else's subordinate servant cosmic race. From now on, all Purple Haze clansmen, generations of souls will be branded as slaves. This is a very shameful and humiliating thing to do. It is a very shameful and humiliating thing to do. But compared to having an entire racial group completely disappear into the ages, this, however, is undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. The Zixia clan's old ancestor shouted loudly in excitement and fell to his knees on the spot. Toward Chen Junlin, he cowed out and thanked him. Immediately after, he then turned to the dumbfounded Zixia clan powerhouses and loudly announced, from today onwards, I, the Zixia clan, am willing to be Lord Chen Junlin's subordinate servant race for the rest of my life. And I will follow Lord Chen Junlin to the death, and if I go against it, I will be executed by heaven and earth, and I will never be able to transcend my life. Although those Purple Haze clan powerhouses were shocked in their hearts and filled with unbelievable expressions. However, at this time, they could only harden their heads and follow each other, kneeling down and shouting, respectfully following the orders of the old ancestor. We, for one, are willing to follow Lord Chen Junlin to the death as an affiliated servant race. We, for one, are willing to follow Lord Chen Junlin to the death as an affiliated servant race. We, for one, are willing to follow Lord Chen Junlin to the death as an affiliated servant race. The loud and neat voices, like the waves of a terrified It quickly spread out towards the entire Zixia clan universe. And when the entire Zixia clan all chose to submit to themselves, Chen Junlin also understood that he felt an incomparably powerful fame and power of faith. It exploded from these Zixia clan spirits, and was then transformed into the Great Xia national fortune, allowing his strength to once again receive a notable boost. In the meantime, the strength of the laws of heaven and earth and the entire Sky Blue Star universe had followed suit and raised by a large margin. Of course, the size of the universe as a whole hasn't changed. Because Chen Junlin had not yet fused the Purple Haze universe into the subsidiary universe, but all he needed was a thought. Then the area of the two cosmic worlds can be directly fused. As for the current situation, Chen Junlin had no intention of fusing the two for the time being. After all, once one chooses to fuse, then the living beings within the Purple Haze clan's universe that will now coexist with the Sky Blue Star people. Anyway, the universe of the Sky Blue planet is now vast enough that there is no need to expand it for the time being. It's better to wait until later and consider whether or not fusion is necessary, depending on the situation. I didn't realize that taking in a high-ranked cosmic world would actually bring about such a staggering enhancement, huh? Feeling the degree of change and the power of heaven and earth throughout the Sky Blue Star, as well as the amazing growth rate of the Great Summer's fortunes, Chen Junlin couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. Just by conquering this purple cloud universe, it's actually comparable to this period of time. Billions of Daxia people crazy war brought several times the revenue increased. By the looks of it, this the higher the order of the universe, once in the success of the conquest of the more exaggerated the gains it will bring. Chapter 74, What Makes You So Arrogant? The great emperors were shaken. A level 19 human cosmic lord. However, he has subdued a high-level universe that possesses a universe supreme. If this news were to be spread out, it would definitely make the entire living beings of the heavens and the worlds laugh their teeth out. After all, even if it's an empty rumor, then you have to make up a story that people can accept. It's so obviously impossible that who in their right mind would believe it. But if this message was sent out by the All Worlds Network announcement that it's a real horror paranormal. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of the Universe, Chen Junlin, who, by virtue of his charisma, with the power of a level LV-19 cosmic being, he has successfully subjugated a high-level cosmic realm that possesses a cosmic supreme being, willing to surrender to its subordinate servant universe. This act is astonishing, rare in the heavens, and should be honored. It was also the moment when the announcement of the All Worlds Network rang out. Countless cosmic powerhouses were first shocked and thought Chen Junlin had gotten the streak spike achievement again. If, on the premise that all the high-ranking powerhouses are not participating in the rankings, the Chen Junlin can still get the streak of seconds achievement, that may not be a bit too outrageous. I'm afraid they will all begin to question the fairness of the All Worlds Network. Luckily, the message was not what they feared it would be. But by the time the crowd reacted again, everyone within the World Wide Web was yet again dumbstruck. Geez, did they hear right just now? Chen Junlin, with the power of a 19th level cosmic being, successfully conquered a cosmic realm with a supreme powerhouse? 19th grade? It is quite rare to find a universe that has managed to subjugate a supreme powerhouse. Not for nothing. After all, there will always be some top cosmic races in this web of the heavens and the earth. In order for their own descendants to obtain a reward for their achievements, they would indeed force a certain supreme universe to submit to the other side. This kind of thing has happened at level 1, not to mention level 19. Except that while such things exist, they are very rare. After all, unless the absolute strength of the suppression, as well as the other side of the universe is relatively weak, otherwise it is very easy to force cannot be. Instead, it will be better to be broken than to be broken. But at this moment, the many powerhouses of the heavens and the worlds, however, were not shocked by Chen Junlin. A supreme universe has been conquered. After all, even Chen Junlin's own combat power was enough to kill a universe supreme. There is really no problem in forcibly subjugating a supreme universe. What they're really shocked about is Chen Junlin's level at this moment was actually still level 19? What does that mean? It meant that Chen Junlin had clearly obtained the Chaotic Body Emperor, which was a step towards becoming a great emperor. And yet no fusion at all. He's still at a cosmic level of 19. And with this behavior, it was not difficult for the crowd to secretly guess his true intentions. This Chen Junlin shouldn't be wanting to, with a level of 19. You've accomplished the king of 10,000 crowns that no one has ever done in the history of the world, right? Jesus. How dare he? It's too arrogant, a little bit not putting the strongest people in the heavens and the worlds in their eyes, isn't it? Without fusing the chaotic body, without accomplishing the invincible great emperor. What makes him, Chen Junlin, dare to be so arrogant? He really scared this emperor. Come on, this emperor will directly open the qualifying rounds right now. I would like to see how this Chen Junlin will make this emperor a stepping stone for him to reach the 10,000 crown king. Although he has strength, he is too arrogant and cocky, and is destined to have limited achievements. If he fuses the chaotic body and becomes an invincible great emperor, even great emperors can't help him. The only way to avoid it is to avoid it. But he was so delusional as to think that with a level of 19, he would be able to cut down the king of 10,000 crowns. Wouldn't it be too humiliating to the great emperors of the heavens? This Chen Junlin really doesn't take us, the great emperors, seriously, does he? Ha ha. Arrogant generation, this emperor also wants to learn the methods of this Chen Junlin. Let's see just how big this kid is, daring to be so rampant. Still too young. It is now certain that this Chen Junlin could never be the incarnation of Guyu. After all, if he was the incarnation of the ancient moon, then he should understand that a great emperor could merge with the power of the entire universe, of heaven and earth. Even though his means are no longer heavenly, how can he fight against the power of the rules of heaven and earth of the entire great emperor universe? It was also in this moment. There was once again a great uproar within the network of the heavens, and many of the great emperors of the strongest races of the universe. All of them were fiercely angered by this behavior of Chen Junlin. This Chen Junlin actually dared not to fuse the chaotic body? This is clearly belittling them, the cosmic emperors. Ignoring them, these supreme existences that stood at the top of the heavens and the worlds. One must know that it wasn't a class 19 being that they, the cosmic emperors, were afraid of. It is the chaos body that is enough to prove the way in one step. What makes you, Chen Junlin, dare to become a great emperor without applying the chaos body? Is that so arrogant and haughty? You are strong, but this kind of disregard for others' behavior, but also caused public anger. Even if you're a demon, even if you're powerful, if you dare to be so arrogant, then even if we interrupt the winning streak, it's your fault and no one else's, right? This moment, many great emperors who had confidence in their own strength began to secretly fight. They were at least cosmic emperors standing at the peak of the heavens and the worlds. How could there not be a little bit of pride? The Clayman still has 3 points of fire, and this Chen Junlin behaved in such a way. It's like pissing in their face. If you, Chen Junlin, dare to humiliate many great emperors like this, then don't blame them for not giving you face. Move to break your streak of seconds. The World Wide Web is a brutal world of competition. Naturally, there is no such thing as obstructionist behavior. As long as there is an opportunity to destroy the chances of others, then it is impossible to let it go. Of course, there are also some great emperors who are more prudent and sensible, not guided by these seemingly reasonable statements. Putting aside the fact that Chen Junlin can fuse his chaotic body to become an emperor at any time, he can be a great emperor in his own right. Even if you manage to destroy your opponent's winning streak, guess if Chen Junlin will directly fuse the chaos body next? And then retaliate against you? Actually, in the eyes of many great emperors, these great emperors who clamor so much with their mouths, I'm afraid that they are all intentionally arching the fire, wanting to guide some not-so-smart fools to take action against Chen Junlin. In this way, it would also be possible to more accurately test to see how capable Chen Junlin really was, and whether or not he could have the strength to overwhelm a great emperor. Anyway, the water inside this world wide web of the heavens is deep. Even as a cosmic emperor, if one is not careful and falls prey to the schemes of others, that would also be in a place of no return. And at this moment, Chen Junlin was naturally still unaware of these movements, and even if he knew, he would not care. The old ancestors of the Zixia clan, in order to pay their high respects, a grand banquet was specially organized for Chen Junlin, and all the beauties within the Zixia universe were allowed to attend the banquet to accompany him. As for the old ancestor of the Zixia clan, he was always following Chen Junlin around, waiting for orders. Flattering to the core. At this moment, Qin Junlin had just become the master of the Purple Cloud universe. And all of this naturally stemmed from his powerful strength. But Qin Junlin was clear in his mind that in this world of the heavens and the earth, which was full of crisis, one must not let up on this yet. Only by constantly improving one's strength and taking everything into one's own hands. It's the only way to ensure your safety and the safety of those around you. Of course, when it's time to enjoy, that can't be missed. Otherwise, what's the point of this cultivation strength, no matter how high it is? After picking out some of the Zixia clan beauties that looked good to the eye, Qin Junlin then entered a small world specially opened up by him, surrounded by warblers and swallows. Beautifully enjoyed. Not to mention, due to the fact that this Purple Haze clan member is extremely different from a human body. Instead, it brought an incomparably new flavor to Qin Junlin. Chapter 75 Descending to the Nine-Tailed Fox Universe. Half-Step Great Emperor by Shan. However, while the Zixia clan was enjoying themselves, Qin Junlin's heart was not satisfied. He knew that if he wanted to establish a firm foothold in the worlds of the heavens, he had to keep expanding his power. Rested all night. Qin Junlin then hurriedly left the Purple Cloud universe. Then he selected another cosmic world through the complete version of the star map of the heavens. And this time, instead, Qin Junlin chose a nearby supreme universe. This universe is called the Nine-Tailed Fox race, a powerful branch universe of the demon race. There was also a fox race great emperor born a long time ago. Only later on, this fox clan great emperor fell for some reason. Directly lead to the overall strength of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan also dropped a lot, so usually act is also considered to be more low-profile that type. The bottom line is this. The spirits of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan are all good stoves for dual cultivation. There are quite a few top cosmic powerhouses who will try to take in some of the Nine-Tailed Fox race as a servant. If it wasn't for the fact that one of the Fox clan great emperors at the beginning had left some backhanded tricks behind, coupled with the Nine-Tailed Fox race being good at illusionary concealment, I am afraid that the Nine-Tailed Fox race would have had an even more miserable end. Swish. It's just a matter of a split second. Qin Junlin descended into the Nine-Tailed Fox universe world. And in this universe of the Nine-Tailed Foxes, as far as the eye can see, the first thing you see is a lush, dense forest of flowers. The trees here are oddly shaped and not all green in color, Instead, there were all kinds of colors, and the leaves shimmered with a faint light, as if the stars had fallen to the ground. In the middle of a forest, the foxes of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were happily frolicking around. Their bodies all exude a unique charm. And the arrival of Qin Junlin immediately caused the Nine-Tailed Fox clan to be alerted. Foxes of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan from all over the land, they quickly rallied and an impenetrable line of defense was formed. One by one, the old foxes who were all originally in seclusion also sat up in shock. This Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heritage is beyond Qin Junlin's expectations. Even the universe supreme level powerhouses actually have 36 of them. There was no lack of old foxes who were only one step away from being certified as a great emperor. And this kind of heritage is a lot more powerful than the Purple Cloud universe. It's no wonder that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan has been able to exist in all the realms of the heavens. In terms of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heritage, I'm afraid that it's not much worse than some of the great emperor universes. Together with the extreme Dao imperial soldier left behind by that fox race emperor. Even if a cosmic emperor came to conquer, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to easily suppress them under the resistance of these Nine-Tailed Fox clansmen. However, when this group of powerhouses from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan noticed Qin Junlin, they were all shocked by his terrifying and incomparable divine might aura. Especially the heaven-opening axe in Qin Junlin's hand. The thing merely looked, for a moment, at the. They then began to feel less confident about their Fox clan's heritage for the first time than they once were. Terror. This Qin Junlin was indeed as rumored, so terrifying that it was unbelievable. Only. And just as the Nine-Tailed Foxes were trembling and wary, the even secretly began to order people to prepare to use a backhanded escape time. Qin Junlin didn't take action immediately, but as he did with the Purple Cloud universe, he also took out a fruit basket and tried to communicate with the senior management of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan first. He told this group of Nine-Tailed Fox clan supreme powerhouses that the reason he had come to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan universe. He didn't mean any harm, but just wanted to have a friendly sparring exchange with them. Perhaps it was because Qin Junlin's attitude was indeed gentle. It was very different from the previous conquerors of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, or perhaps it was the strength of Qin Junlin that had already shocked them. Anyway, accompanied by Qin Junlin after these words, this group of supreme realm powerhouses of the nine-tailed fox clan. He was no longer as nervous as he had been at the beginning, but he was still inevitably cautious. It was also at this time. Now that Lord Qin Junlin has personally arrived, it is indeed a fortunate event for my nine-tailed fox clan. We are naturally willing to give our full support. The oldest ancestor of the nine-tailed fox clan, a golden nine-tailed fox with a huge body that slowly stepping out of the void. She was in mid-air, and as she walked, she manifested a human form, with a graceful body and a face that was as beautiful as a city. It's like the mythological story of Su Daji, who was enough to plague the world. She looked at Qin Junlin with a glimmer of radiance in her eyes, and it was as if the stars of the heavens were beautiful, imprinting all the beauty of heaven and earth. Just by looking at her, it seems that you can't help but fall head over heels for her. The so-called Golden Nine Tails, which is precisely the royal bloodline in the nine-tailed fox clan. It was also the closest to the origin bloodline of that one great emperor of the fox clan. And her level was very high, having reached 99,999. Just a little bit short of stepping into the great emperor level, that is, 100,000 levels. Only, in the midst of all the heavens and all the worlds. To succeed in proving to be a great emperor yet it is by no means easy. Countless supreme masters of the universe eventually got stuck at the 99,999 levels and could not advance any further. Even if you have accumulated enough experience value, this last step is simply unbreakable. A seemingly simple rank, but as for the beings of the heavens and the worlds, set a bottleneck limit. Otherwise, if it was that easy to be able to certify a great emperor, just keep slaughtering other cosmic beings. Wouldn't a universe with great emperors be able to keep on giving birth to new great emperors? There are many different ways to break this bottleneck. Everyone breaks in different ways, and many great emperors have broken their bottlenecks by chance. Of course, in combination with some of the experiences of many great emperors of the world wide web of the heavens, who had witnessed great emperors. Whatever method is required. In the end, it is basically inevitable to kill, devour, sacrifice, war, looting, sacrifice, and so on. Overall. That is to say, it is necessary to conform to the way of raising parasites of the all-worlds network. Presumably, it means that if you do something to satisfy the divine will, presumably it will recognize you. Then grant you the great emperor's fruit, thus breaking your own limitations. Sounds simple enough. But to be recognized by the will of the heavens, once practiced, is more difficult than climbing up to heaven. This old ancestor of the nine-tailed fox clan had been stuck at this level for hundreds of thousands of years. But no matter what it did, it failed to break its own limitations. It was very different from the vigilant reactions of the other fox clan powerhouses. This old ancestor of the nine-tailed fox clan, who had touched the threshold of a great emperor, was surprised by Qin Junlin's arrival. Showed an unusually enthusiastic attitude. Just see. With a wise glint in her eyes, she looked at Qin Junlin, bowed, and then with a slight smile, she said, "My daughter, by Shanhua, meet your excellency." Ha! Qin Junlin was a little surprised in his heart, not realizing that this old ancestor of the nine-tailed fox clan, it's actually more sensible than the Zixia clan's oldest ancestor? It's not that the nine-tailed fox clan is very haughty by nature, and even if the face of some great emperor powerhouse, and may not give? Chapter 76, How Dare Someone Make a Move? Once again, the heavens and the earth were alarmed. Qin Junlin's gaze was slightly condensed, and he seemed to be quite surprised by Shanua's enthusiasm and sense of humor. Shanhua seemed to have read Qin Junlin's mind, smiled faintly and said, "Lord Qin Junlin. Although my nine-tailed fox clan usually acts in a low-profile manner, we always hold respect for true human powerhouses. Your strength. It leaves us with deep admiration. Furthermore, the fox clan and the human clan have had a remarkable relationship since ancient times. Many fox clan women have been in love with strong human clan members. As a matter of course, we should do everything we can to fulfill your needs, my lord." Shanua's words were like a spring breeze on the face, making people feel extraordinarily comfortable. She elegantly turned around, a cup of fine wine in her hand at some point, handing it to Qin Junlin in front of her. The corners of his mouth turned up, and just the right amount of respect and enthusiasm flowed from his brow. "Lord Qin Junlin, this cup of wine is the ancient method immortal brew that has been passed down by my fox clan for countless years. If you don't mind, you can enjoy the taste." Bai Shangyue spoke softly, as if her voice, in itself, was a pleasure. Chen Junlin received the wine cup and couldn't help but marvel at Bai Shangyue's understanding and thoughtfulness. He nodded his head slightly, and became interested in this beautiful nine-tailed fox clan woman. Miss Bai Shangyue, you are so understanding, it is very pleasing to. If I, Chen Junlin, do not give face again, will I not appear to be too unkind? Chen Junlin smiled faintly, and secretly used the great mighty Dharma eye to investigate. The wine was indeed fine, so he drank it all in one gulp. That's true. The effects of this wine are truly extraordinary. A fiery yet cool breath quickly surged from the dantian to every flesh and blood in the body. It is like a spring breeze, which is very refreshing, just like the effect of enlightenment tea. And that was the moment. Chen Junlin only felt that the strength of his physical body and the strength of his soul had gained a tiny bit of growth. Sure is good wine. Chen Junlin couldn't help but marvel. Bai Shangyue smiled faintly and said softly, although there is not much of this wine in stock. But if your honor likes it, you can take it any time. And the words came out. Those surrounding nine-tailed fox clan's cosmic supreme beings couldn't help but change their faces drastically, obviously not expecting the old ancestor to make such a choice. You know, that ancient immortal brew was specially left behind by the Fox Clan Emperor. Possessing the efficacy of quenching the roots and bones and the soul, but the method of brewing this stuff is only available to that great emperor, That's why the ancient immortal brew is used less and less. Even they, the former Fox Clan's pride, are only qualified to taste a drop at adulthood. But never thought that the old ancestor would actually allow a human race to arbitrarily take their own. They were tempted to open their mouths to stop them, only to think of Chen Junlin's terrifying strength. Then there was no choice but to remain silent. Miss White is quite willing to give it up. Chen Junlin gently smiled and said. When he returned the wine cup to Bai Shangyue in passing, he suddenly looked puzzled. Then he opened his mouth and said, I think you should have guessed how my intention of coming is. Bai Shangyue nodded slightly, her face like a peach blossom, and respectfully replied, Your Excellency's idea that the... And what is the virtue of the little woman that she dares to speculate? It's just that since Your Excellency has personally descended upon the nine-tailed fox clan and wants to spar with us. Then I, the nine-tailed fox clan, will naturally fulfill Your Excellency's needs. It was a reply, not to say ingenious, that. Inadvertently slapping a horse's ass while expressing a respectful attitude towards Chen Junlin. It was soothing and enjoyable to listen to. Otherwise, why do they say that foxes are the best at compelling people? There was a pause. Bai Shangyue turned to look at the other 35 nine-tailed fox race cosmic supreme beings again. Smiling, he said, You are also in order to have a ranking competition with Lord Chen Junlin. This is both a sparring match and a test of your own strength. Do you all understand? Back to old ancestor, we understand. The crowd of nine-tailed fox clan cosmic supreme beings heard this and hurriedly nodded their heads, as the old ancestor had personally spoken. How dare they not? However, they were wary of Chen Junlin's strength, but as the supreme master of the universe. They did have great confidence in their own strength, and they also wanted to meet this human lord who had caused a shocking sensation in the world wide web of the heavens and the earth. How powerful can it really be? Thus, an unprecedented ranked competitive match unfolded in the nine-tailed fox clan universe. I'll go first then. My lord, please. Swish. Bai Shangyue gave a slight salute to Chen Junlin, and her figure quickly disappeared in place. Instead, he had already entered the ranked arena to begin preparations. Seeing this, Chen Junlin did not hesitate for a moment and directly opened the ranked competitive match. It didn't take long. As there are still not many strong players participating in the qualifying rounds. Bai Shangyue was soon successfully matched with Chen Junlin. However, what made Bai Shangyue feel helpless was that Chen Junlin's strength really lived up to its name. Even though she went all out, she was unable to resist a single move from Chen Junlin. She had 9 lives, and yet in that blink of an eye, it was then destroyed and obliterated by the huge axe shadow. It was as if the other party's killing move even had the ability to destroy the rules. This led to the fact that even if she possessed 9 lives, common sense would say that she could last at least 9 seconds. However, in front of Chen Junlin, it was completely ineffective. Whoosh! The nine-tailed fox clan's cosmic supreme beings, who were patiently waiting on the side, had not yet reacted. Then he saw that his old ancestor was back again. So, this group of universe supreme beings from the nine-tailed fox clan couldn't help but stare in disbelief. In his heart, he was even more in awe of Chen Junlin. Even the oldest ancestor who was the closest to a great emperor couldn't even withstand 1 second of this Chen Junlin? That's outrageous, isn't it? Old ancestor, I'll take the next one. Soon. There was just one universe supreme being of the nine-tailed fox clan who was foolish enough to actively choose to go to the platoon. She desperately wanted to see just how heaven-defying means Chen Junlin possessed. But the answer is obvious. But it's a moment's work. Her figure, then, was teleported back. The originally confident pretty face had been filled with a touch of shock and fear. The whole petite body is trembling. Too scary. He's simply the nemesis of our nine-tailed fox clan. Our means of resurrection. It doesn't help at all. Subsequently, again and again, these 30-odd nine-tailed fox race cosmic supreme beings all began to rank match with Chen Junlin in turn. Everyone used all their strengths, what kind of illusions, life-preserving treasures and so on were all taken out. Strive to show your strength in front of Chen Junlin. But the end result was, without exception, all killed by Chen Junlin in seconds. Counting the time spent matching, it took just under 3 minutes. This allowed Chen Junlin, directly, to reach a 1,037 game spike winning streak with a 100% win rate. And for every 10 consecutive spike streak reached, it would also cause an announcement message to appear once on the Worlds of the World Network. It's just a little less than 3 minutes of work. Chen Junlin's name had actually resounded 3 times in a row in the midst of this Heavenly Realms network. This directly caused the countless powerhouses within the World Wide Web of the heavens to sit up in astonishment in unison. Each and every one of them had a look of shock and disbelief on their faces. What? How can it be? No way, is there really a Sabi trying to get in his way? That's another 30-game winning streak for nothing. It's not right. Even if there was a Sabi who made a move against Chen Junlin, but how is it possible to match time so quickly? Chapter 77 Chen Junlin's Goal, the helplessness and horror of the powers of the heavens. The news of Chen Junlin's once again appearing winning streak announcement was like a wild wind that it instantly swept through the entire All Heavens network, shocking all the powerhouses of the 10,000 races of the heavens. Almost all of the cosmic emperors and cosmic supreme beings. Each and every one of their faces were filled with incredible horror. Because no one expects that. With so many universe supreme beings and universe great emperors choosing not to participate in the rankings, Chen Junlin was able to directly win more than 30 consecutive matches again? And it's so fast. You know, on a weekday, in a high-end game of ranked competition like this one. Any normal match would have taken at least several minutes. After all, not every universe supreme would have that kind of free time and would participate in qualifying matches all the time. A lot of it is just the occasional whim or wanting to validate a power boost to play ranked. Especially for the more ancient, the universe supreme and universe emperor, they're even less interested in ranked competition. Because most of them reached their bottlenecks long ago. After countless years of polishing the dreams of my youth, such as reaching the 1,000 crowns, I've been able to realize that I'm not the only one who can do it. It also realized that that was just an unreachable dream. Unless it gained some great chance and its strength rose greatly, it basically would not participate in the qualifying tournament. Just like the Devil Emperor Ancient Moon, who is regarded as the strongest emperor of the human race today. Still, having participated in the qualifying tournament more than 100,000 years ago, and after shocking the heavens and the worlds with a wave of achievements that could be achieved, basically all of them had already been achieved, it also gradually stopped participating in ranked competitive matches. No one can aspire to a special achievement such as 1,000 crowns. But those who can have the strength and qualifications to reach it are not many at all. So, in such a case, Chen Junlin was actually able to reach more than 30 consecutive winning streaks in just a few minutes. This was really a bit beyond the expectations of these universe great emperors and universe supreme emperors. Could it be that just so many Sabi, listening to the deliberate enticement of some of those guys that trying to stop Chen Junlin who hasn't fused the chaotic body? Isn't that a proper waste of head? It's so stupid, don't you think about your own strength? Even if that Chen Junlin hasn't fused the chaotic body and hasn't yet certified as a great emperor, that's also a solid second to kill a universe supreme who is in control of an innate spiritual treasure. Some of the universe great emperors couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Even they, the great emperors, didn't dare to easily try to stop Chen Junlin, and they didn't know that it was those fools who were so shabby. But That is, the many cosmic emperors and cosmic supreme beings. The time to be incredibly dismayed, shocked, and speechless. Next moment. An announcement message from the All Worlds Network. However, it once again set off an earth-shattering storm, directly causing countless universe-great emperors and universe-supreme beings to be unable to resist showing shocked expressions on their faces. Ding! Congratulations to the human lord of the Sky Blue Star universe, Mr. Chen Junlin, who is young, talented, and charming. With the power of a LV-19 level cosmic being, he successfully subdued the Nine-Tailed Fox cosmic plane. All members of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan willingly descend to become its subordinate servant universe. This act is astonishing, rare in the heavens, and should be honored. This moment. The silence in the universe seemed to be torn apart by this announcement, and beings from all realms held their breath. Chen Junlin's name was no longer just a mere record-setting streak of seconds. He had actually subdued the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan cosmic plane with his own strength. How is this possible? That Nine-Tailed Fox clan are all demonic, cunning, and powerful existences, and they actually all submitted? Yes. These women of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, on the surface, they're all scratchy as hell. But in essence, they look down on no one and only want to fish for profit, never giving willingly. For countless years, it's been the universe where the top great emperors sit. Nor can we do anything to make them sincerely submit. That's right. These scratchy foxes, that one by nature, but they are all things that would rather die. There was once a great emperor of the Jinwu clan who was absolutely heavenly, who, for the sake of that son of his own family, wanted to forcefully take the sacred daughter of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan as a concubine, and tried to take her by force. As a result, that Nine-Tailed Fox clan's holy maiden didn't know what secret method she used, but actually bit off her lifeblood directly on the wedding night. Then blow themselves up. And the entire hidden Nine-Tailed Fox clan is even more frantically searching for members of the Golden Crow clan who have fallen alone, constantly hunting and killing. The Golden Crow clan's great emperor was madly enraged, but the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's concealment methods were too outrageous. But in the end, they could only swallow their breath and eat their words. And because of this very thing. After that let a lot of originally hit the Nine-Tailed Fox clan idea of some guys, the heart began to have scruples, simply do not dare to easily mess with this all crazy general race. It is a bit saddening to see such a crazy and vengeful ancient race. But now, this Chen Junlin. How dare be able to make the entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan submit willingly? This is too fake, isn't it? That is, could it be that apart from being a strong fighter, Chen Junlin? What other means are there that we don't know about? The cosmic emperors exchanged words, shock and doubt written all over their faces. But that is, all of a sudden. I don't know who started it, and spoke a truth that was horrifying beyond words. No. It's not right. It's not that simple. This Chen Junlin, the number of consecutive seconds he won so quickly just now. It must have been accomplished by him through those universe supreme beings of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The cosmic location of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is unknown even to us. But he, Chen Junlin, has the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds, that's why he was able to find it. It's over. It's over. This Chen Junlin. He is clearly personally descending into the worlds of the major universe supreme beings. And then forced the supreme masters of the universe to play ranked games with him in order to achieve the goal of King of 10,000 Crowns. We purposely stayed out of competitive platooning, nonetheless it didn't stop his platooning victories at all. Instead, it will force him to descend directly into the major universes. Hiss. It's just a matter of a few moments. Amidst the countless universes of the network of the worlds. A shocked voice that sucked in cool air resounded unanimously. And the more powerful those top universes are, the more eerily quiet the. It was as if even the entire universe and heaven and earth were trembling. Obviously. Everyone realized that this move by Chen Junlin would give the entire world of the heavens, in the end. Bringing on a wave of what a surge of shock and awe. Can't sit still. The moment. The many cosmic emperors and cosmic supreme beings, one by one, could be said to be fidgety. It's all over the place. They finally realized the true terror of Chen Junlin. It's not whether the winning streak can be interrupted or not, it's that the opponent can be pinpointed by the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds. It is easy to descend to other universe worlds and force these universe supreme beings to participate in the ranking competition. And yet it is they themselves who have created this situation. if one dutifully participates in ranked competitive play. Chen Junlin would never have descended through this method so quickly, and then they still had a long time to avoid experiencing a ripple effect. At the very least, Chen Junlin would still keep participating in qualifying until he reached the 10,000 Crown King achievement. But now, with no more ranked competitive opponents, Chen Junlin had to descend into the major universes. In advance this time, he can not only continue to reach the number of consecutive winning seconds, but also conquer another universe in the process. Chapter 78, Suffocating the Great Emperors, Not Daring to Fight, Not Being Able to Fight. It's so add up. At this moment, many cosmic supreme beings and cosmic great emperors in the all-worlds network. The heart can be bitter. Isn't this called lifting a rock and stoning your own foot? If they behaved themselves and participated in the ranked competitive matches, allowing Chen Junlin to continue his winning streak, well, it wouldn't have led the wolves into the house so quickly. As a result, now it was good that Chen Junlin directly chose to descend into the cosmic world. Not only are you going to continue to force you to play ranked matches, but you'll also be able to conquer the worlds of your universe in the process. On the contrary, Chen Junlin still held a complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds in his hands. You don't even have a place to hide. Headache. It's too much of a headache. At this time, the various powerhouses inside the World Wide Web of the heavens had realized how terrifying Chen Junlin's next threat was. The cosmic emperors were barely composed. After all, if Chen Junlin hadn't certified to the Great Emperor realm, those universe great emperors then all still had a trace of confidence that they could fight against them for a moment or two. But those cosmic supreme beings were a bit panicked and scared right now. Because, even the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, a top-level supreme universe, there are more than 30 supreme masters of the universe who have submitted to Chen Junlin. Then these ordinary supreme masters of the universe. There was simply no more qualification to call the shots with Chen Junlin. Nowadays, they can only blame prayers for the extravagance that Chen Junlin should never choose to descend into their universe world. Otherwise, either the entire universe will go up in smoke, or the whole universe will go up in smoke. Either they would obediently become Chen Junlin's subordinate slaves, and the entire race would never be able to turn over a new leaf. Anyway, in this moment, those universe supreme beings had felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. Such a move by Chen Junlin had undoubtedly brought them an unprecedented challenge. No. No way. Let's all just stick together. No matter what cultivation realm it is, hurry up and participate in the ranking competition. It's better to participate in the qualifying rounds to give Chen Junlin a head start than to let that Chen Junlin, just descend into the universe and come take heads on the spot, okay? Right. Make sure to arrange for strong people to participate in the qualifying rounds and be ready at all times. As long as we can hold him off for even one more second, it means one more second of development for us. That's right. Perhaps, after this Chen Junlin reaches the king of 10,000 crowns, in a good mood, he will. With the fusion of the chaotic body, one step towards becoming a peerless great emperor, and with a more ambitious goal, he won't be able to take care of us little Karamis? Mad. Then what are you waiting for? All hurry up on the qualifying rounds. Swish. 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 It's also a turnaround. The many powerful people within this web of the heavens and the earth. Then they all coincidentally chose to open the qualifying rounds, as if they had discussed it. And the number of people involved in matching pairs at the top end of the boards on the All Worlds network. It's actually higher than ever before, which is equivalent to breaking a record. There's no way. Chen Junlin's current fame and strength was already enough to force them into submission. Only those great emperors who stood at the top of the heavens and the worlds, still able to maintain a trace of calm, but in the heart of some of the same inevitable anxiety, worry. After all, Chen Junlin possessed a chaotic body that had directly certified him as a great emperor. Even if they had the confidence to defeat Chen Junlin now, they did not have the confidence to be able to guarantee that they would be able to fight against Chen Junlin after certifying the emperor. Marred, obviously this Chen Junlin's appearance is just over half a month. How is he, it seems like just already invincible in the heavens and the earth? A cosmic emperor sighed softly in depression. To be honest, Chen Junlin's intimidating power nowadays had surpassed that of anyone since the beginning of the ages. Whether it was that one-time mechanical race emperor, or the devil Dao Emperor Gu Yu. Although it had similarly shaken the heavens and the worlds in the beginning, it had simply not been able to do what Qin Junlin was doing at this moment, leaving all the major cosmic emperors at a loss for words. Now their attitude towards Qin Junlin is that they don't dare to fight, and they don't dare to block. He could only watch as Qin Junlin went on freely. Yes. Although they were now confident that they could, in the qualifying rounds, with the power of heaven and earth under the control of the great emperor, stop Qin Junlin and break his streak of seconds. But, what next? Then, in case Qin Junlin was upset in his heart and directly fused the chaotic body. Relying on the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds to accurately descend into the universe, then what will happen to them, the great emperors? If we don't stop Qin Junlin, we'll have to let him reach the king of 10,000 crowns. Even at the moment of necessity, they were afraid that they would have to take the initiative to gather numbers and send in heads so that Qin Junlin could succeed. Treadmill, this is, really, a little add up. When did the great emperor of the universe, who stood at the top of the heavens and the worlds? I can't believe I'd become so stifled. The crowd of universe great emperors, who were suffering inwardly, were all filled with a depressed look on their faces. However, there was nothing that could be done about Qin Junlin, who made Qin Junlin's own strength not only horrifying, but enough to kill a universe supreme. He also has a chaotic body that can be certified as a great emperor at any time, and also has a complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds that can locate and descend into any universe at any time. This is properly a buggy invincible existence. And at the same moment, the 30-odd cosmic supreme beings of the nine-tailed fox clan. Long ago, each and every one of them looked at Qin Junlin in awe, completely convinced of him, no longer having the same condescending stance as before. After that continuous row of competition just now, they had finally seen the terrifying strength of Qin Junlin, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was an absolute power that went beyond subverting their perceptions. Even those great emperors of the heavens and the worlds were unable to give them such a shocking killing move. And here's the kicker. Today's Qin Junlin was still only a level 19 cosmic being, and had never certified as a great emperor. Predictable. If Qin Junlin had fused the chaotic body, what kind of heaven-defying strength would he possess? I'm only afraid that within the entire network of the heavens and the earth, the countless celestial prides that have existed since the ages of the ages, and there is no one who can have the ability to match it, right? In the minds of these cosmic supreme beings of the nine-tailed fox clan, Qin Junlin was the true number one person of all time. Even if those fallen powerhouses had once resurrected themselves, they would never be able to fight against Qin Junlin. So, with such a heart of reverence for Qin Junlin, at the time when Bai Shanhua resolutely chose to submit to Qin Junlin on her own accord, not only did none of these nine-tailed fox race's cosmic supreme beings come forward to oppose it, but instead, they were all incredibly expectant and eager to be able to get involved with such a true invincible as Qin Junlin. They, the nine-tailed fox clan, had been hiding for an unknown number of years. It was just too long and too long. All the races of the heavens were amazed at their incomparably powerful means of concealment and survival. But who would want to keep an entire race uprooted if they didn't have to? They actually wanted a backer, but alas, not many of the top races in the heavens can truly be invincible in the heavens and fearless of any other race. And nowadays, Qin Junlin, a human lord, was the one who possessed the power to make their nine-tailed fox clan. No longer would the heavenly races be bullied by the heavenly races with their heaven-defying abilities. Try asking. How could their entire nine-tailed fox clan not firmly grasp this heavenly opportunity? Chapter 79 Unique Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, Target Heart Demon Clan. And for the nine-tailed fox clan's initiative to submit to the subjugation, Qin Junlin naturally would not reject it. After all, the people of this race, in terms of cultivation, possessing a very large enhancement benefit, it would be good to put it away. As for loyalty? Just kidding. Qin Junlin had long ago spent an expensive amount of universal general coins from within the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds. He exchanged for the true spirit pact, which has absolute control. The moment these subordinate races declared their submission to him, the fate of the other side's entire race was in his hands. Even if the beings of these affiliated races fall and their souls go up in smoke. However, their true spirits still belong to him, Qin Junlin, and no matter how many times they were reincarnated, they were still his Qin Junlin's subordinate slaves, including the descendants of these subsidiary races. All of them also belonged completely to his Qin Junlin's subordinate servants. At this very moment, Master, your strength is truly unfathomable, it truly eludes us. Admire it. Bai Shangyue walked over, holding her wineglass, the smile on her face still elegant, the eyes were filled with a fiery gleam of adoration. Her address to Qin Junlin also changed from lord to master. Only one word was changed, but it was enough to give an inexplicable feeling of coolness. Qin Junlin smiled faintly, naturally very satisfied with Bai Shanyue's so knowledgeable appearance. After all, who doesn't like a well-spoken, meek, well-behaved, and extra sweet little beauties? Qin Junlin didn't deliberately make a show of it. He directly took Bai Shanyue, a quasi-great emperor, in his arms, and looked at the dainty little beauty in front of him, and his heart was filled with a burst of emotion. That's what strength brings. So what if it was the closest universe supreme being to a great emperor? And you're still subservient to your good self? Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Qin Junlin led Bai Shanyue, It started a great experience of sharing insights. Have to say, this nine-tailed fox clan is worthy of being one of the most special dual cultivation races among the heavens and the worlds. They have a special ability to be more than just physically present while having an insightful experience. It is even more soothing to the point of being unforgettable even above the soul. While enjoying each other's pleasures. It could also give one's physique and soul strength a notable boost. Although Bai Shanyue, as a cosmic supreme, possessed a very powerful physique. The fighting force is also unusually powerful, It surpassed any woman Qin Junlin had ever encountered. But in front of Qin Junlin, the great Xia human emperor, it was still not enough to look at. Eventually, Bai Shanyue summoned the nine-tailed fox clan again, One after another of the nine-tailed fox clansmen with pure body and bloodline and beautiful appearance followed her to entertain Qin Junlin, the only master that belonged to them. This undoubtedly made Qin Junlin, again, experience some unprecedentedly beautiful dream-like feelings. To this, Qin Junlin could only reply with one word: wonderful. This was a wonderful experience that he had not even experienced in the Zixia clan's universe. One can only say, this wave of his, taking in the nine-tailed fox clan as a subsidiary race, was really a big profit. Perhaps it was because the nine-tailed fox clan was indeed rather special, with unique charms and an overly wonderful overall feeling. So much so, that Qin Junlin was slightly interested in this race. Subsequently, for 3 consecutive days, he stayed within the nine-tailed fox clan exchanging cultivation tips with each other. The atmosphere was very cordial. But Qin Junlin was only slightly interested, but never truly enraptured by it. He never lost sight of his true goal. That is, in 3 days. After leaving behind some of the top cultivation methods suitable for the demon race system, Qin Junlin then temporarily left the nine-tailed fox clan. And next, his next target location. It was the universe of the heart demon race. The parasitism of this race is extraordinary, and in the midst of all the worlds. It really belonged to a difficult existence that countless powerful top universes were unwilling to provoke. Rather unexpectedly, because of this movement of mine, it's actually caused those powerful clans within the 10,000 realms of the heavens to start participating in the ranking competition again in droves out of fear of me descending into the universe they are in. The news was told to him by Bai Shanyue herself. As a top universe that once gave birth to a great emperor, the nine-tailed fox clan is naturally not bad at listening to information, as it has been able to avoid the great calamity of extermination over and over again. There are ways to know what's going on in a part of the cosmic world. Only the thought of the actions of those powerful clans in the heavens and the earth. Qin Junlin then couldn't help but secretly shake his head and laugh lightly. Wouldn't these guys think that Murphy would be able to stop him, Qin Junlin, from descending? Since the moment he became the human emperor of the Great Summer. Ever since the moment he possessed the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds. His goal is the entire world of the heavens. All the heavens and all the worlds are the territory of the Great Summer. So, whether or not these mighty universes of the heavens choose to participate in the qualifying rounds, whether or not to show him favor, practically means nothing. Because no matter what, he, Qin Junlin, would have taken the entire universe of all the heavens, the entire. As much control as possible. And this. I'm sure that's exactly the situation that the person behind this world wide web of the heavens wants to see, right? Let the countless cosmic worlds compete and fight, and constantly engage in the mode of raising compulsion to fight. Allow the many universes to develop one civilization and cultivation system after another, and in the end, one of the strongest cosmic races will emerge from them. To decide on a strongest cosmic race, which is the web of the heavens, no matter how it develops and changes. And sooner or later the situation will arise. Chen Junlin laughed softly to himself. In fact, his seemingly spoiler behavior. It's also just a matter of bringing that situation forward. That's probably why the person behind the All Worlds network. Even in the face of such an obvious bug-like existence, from the beginning to the end, there has not been any stopping, suppressing. Because, if the All Worlds network develops under normal circumstances, there's no telling how long it will take to accomplish that situation that those behind the scenes want to see. If the goal can be accomplished ahead of schedule, maybe the people behind the World Wide Web are quite happy about it. Of course. This was only Qin Junlin's guess today. As for the specifics, it will have to wait until he has completed the return of the heavens to one. After forcing the person behind the curtain to come forward, we will probably be able to find out. And next, prioritize the subjugation of this demonic race that parasitizes the minds of all races. Undoubtedly a very good choice. By controlling the entire demonic race. Thus, indirectly controlling those cosmic beings that are parasitized by the heart demon race and guiding their cosmic worlds to complete their submission and subjugation. It's much faster than going from universe to universe world to conquest. Not to mention his enlightened dragon spirit, after some careful study. The means to parasitize the heart demon clan has already been developed. This did make Qin Junlin kinda interested. Chapter 80 Heart Demon Clan's Terrifying Underpinnings. As an extremely special race, the heart demon race possesses the ability to play with the hearts of all living things. It may sound unbelievable to be anti-parasitized by someone else. However, the enlightened dragon spirit, with its heavenly enlightenment, told Chen Junlin after some research. Although the mind invasion ability of this mind demon race is powerful, they may have been parasitizing another person's mind for a long time, so much so that their own minds are likewise actually very fragile, and their psychic defenses can be easily breached if the right method is found. As the saying goes, when you are gazing into the abyss, it also means that the abyss is gazing into you. This is probably the case. The heart demon race is invincible in terms of mind invasion, it's pervasive and pervasive. There are few races that can cope with it, and if the mind is broken, then they will be parasitized by them. But all the same, the years of invading the minds of other beings to parasitize them, but it has also made them lose their sense of crisis, with respect to their own defense of the mind. Basically, it hasn't undergone any hardening. After all, they would already be an invincible race of parasitic minds, and try to ask among the heavens and the worlds of the. And who else can threaten their hearts? Swish. And just as thought, Chen Junlin's eyes flickered with a hint of curious essence as his figure gradually disappeared in the void. It had already teleported towards the cosmic world where the heart demon race was located. The location of the cosmic world where the heart demon race is located is very distant and remote. It was as if it was cut off from the heavens and the worlds, and under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to be found. Coupled with the fact that the mind demons as a race have a very distinctive trait, they are formless, intangible and can freely teleport to each other through the minds of all living things? Even those cosmic emperors, I'm afraid, don't have any ability to be in this endless universe of the heavens and the worlds. Easily seek out the location of the heart demon clan or obliterate them. After all, the members of the mind demon race can, by virtue of their races. From the depths of the mind of a parasite in one universe, it is instantly transmitted into the midst of another. And if there's any kind of threat, it was even possible to directly summon the strongest members of the heart demon clan of the same clan to descend to help, instantly creating a situation of forcing the weak to fight the few with the many. This is precisely why the heart demon clan, among the 10,000 worlds of this heaven, ranks high. And the reason why it has survived for so long. If it were not for the fact that their main disadvantage is that they are not physical and that their system of cultivation, let them have to rely on the mind parasitism of other beings then, but with these special means of the heart demon race, they would be enough to easily dominate the entire heavenly realms. Because they're just a parasitic race after all, and if they ever lose their hosts, then it will not be able to exert any energy dependent on other beings for their existence. This was also destined to make the heart demon race, although very powerful and scary to countless races, unable to truly stand at the top of the heavens and the worlds, and basically impossible to become the #1 strongest race. But anyway, The heart demon race's fierce reputation was outside, but it was the existence that countless races most didn't want to encounter. Especially for the human cultivation system. Because human beings are naturally characterized by a wealth of emotions, the mind is easily broken, and it can be said to be the most favored parasitic host for the demon of the mind. Countless cultivators of the human race have encountered the influence of the heart demon race for a long time. In the light of this, it is difficult to regress and progress in cultivation. Heavy is the death of the road to disappear. Lifelong Taoist cultivation is devoured by the heart of the devil. For the heart of the devil can be said to be avoided, hated. Buzz. Under the guidance of the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds, it was just an instant's effort. Chen Junlin's figure then appeared in the cosmic world of the heart demon race. The whole cosmic environment here. In contrast to the nine-tailed fox clan's universe with its stunningly beautiful natural scenery, the dark, depressing atmosphere made people feel uncomfortable. It was as if it was an evil world filled with extreme negative energy. However, Chen Junlin, did not care as he strolled through this dark world with a calm demeanor. Not that he had to wait long. The leader of the Heart Demon clan. Then he led a powerful Heart Demon race powerhouse with a powerful aura to appear and greet him personally. This Heart Demon clan patriarch appeared to be a gentle, middle-aged man. However, Chen Junlin knew in his heart that this was just a shell that it was parasitizing. Under the penetration of the Eye of Might, Chen Junlin could easily see through the real body of the Heart Demon clan chief, which was a black shadow of nothingness, somewhat similar to the shadow of a flame. So it's Lord Chen Junlin. I don't know if you're visiting the Heart Demon clan universe. What can I tell you? The patriarch of the Heart Demon clan, with a gentle smile, looked courteous and polite. But in reality, he had been vigilantly guarding against Chen Junlin and the Heart Demon race supreme realm powerhouses behind them. All of them also formed a formation of combined attacks. Obviously. Faced with Chen Junlin as an intruder, the Heart Demon clan members were very reluctant to accept him. If they weren't afraid of Chen Junlin's formidable combat power, they were afraid that they would have already begun to make their move to suppress and obliterate him. You have to know that the hiding place of the entire Heart Demon clan is very hidden, and since the birth of the Heart Demon clan, and no one ever found it. Even if certain great emperors in the outside world, for some reason, thought they had been invited by the Heart Demon race. Once set foot in, conquered the Heart Demon race universe. But in fact that is only the Heart Demon race constructed out of a false universe, just with their means of the Heart Demon clan, if they want to achieve the level of fake goods. And yet, it's not that difficult. But now, this human Lord Chen Junlin, who shook the heavens and the worlds, is the one the first being to actually set foot in the Heart Demon clan's universe. This naturally made the clansmen of the Heart Demon clan, as if they were sitting on pins and needles, feel a sense of uneasiness all over their bodies. And right now, Chen Junlin's gaze was like a torch as he glared at the Heart Demon clan patriarch with a calm demeanor. Have to say, maybe it's because no one has ever really found the Heartlanders, avoiding the massive wave of conquests that. So much so that this cosmic world of the Heart Demon race was really a bit too strong. With just this group of powerful men in front of us. Chen Junlin then sensed a heart-stopping aura. The entire Heart Demon clan's profound depth was astonishing. Even Chen Junlin hadn't expected that there were actually 9 whole great emperors amongst this Heart Demon race. Over 600 universe supreme beings, such underlying strength was simply terrifying. It's a full 9 great emperors. What a horrible bottom line this is. Realizing that in many universe worlds, merely having a cosmic supreme realm, it was already enough to sweep through the countless universes of the heavens and the worlds. Instead, there were upwards of 600 universe supreme beings within the entire Heart Demon clan. 9 cosmic emperors, more than 600 cosmic supreme beings. With such an unimaginable depth. It was unknown how much more terrifying than the 9-tailed fox clan universe. If it were to be circulated, the major powers of the heavens and the earth would be afraid that they would be shocked to the point that their scalps would go numb. Chapter 81 The Heart Demon Race's Calculating Schemes. Chen Junlin has been tricked? Not bad for a top-ranked cosmic race. If you add to that the parasitic beings they secretly control. Once the final level battle completely breaks out, the Heart Demon clan will surely be able to gain great benefits from it. The Heart Demon race, which has hardly been affected by the waves of conquests, undoubtedly has a huge advantage compared to other universes. In the face of such an astonishing bottom line of the Heart Demon race, Chen Junlin's heart and couldn't help but secretly marvel at it. Only, Qin Junlin did not have the slightest fear, and even vaguely had some small surprises. Because he came here with the purpose of subjugating the Heart Demon clan. Let this ethnic group that had made countless races fearful be completely used for him. The stronger the Heart Demon clan's underpinnings were, instead, it would only make him more satisfied. He smiled and nodded his head in greeting in the face of the Heart Demon clan's patriarch. And this time, Qin Junlin did not indicate that he had come over just for a friendly sparring session, as he had done before. Instead, he directly stated his other purpose. Keeping a subdued smile on his face throughout, he smiled and said softly, "Old Patriarch. What I want to do, with the means of the Heart Demon clan to grasp information, I'm sure there's no need to mention it, right? Only, this time I have one more condition. If I am able to win in this one cut, I also hope that all members of the Heart Demon clan will completely submit to me. Of course, Qin Junlin, won't let you guys suffer either, if you guys are able to beat me. Everything you want to know, I can tell you." Swish. It was also the moment Qin Junlin's words fell. The Heart Demon race patriarch, as well as the one Heart Demon race cosmic supreme beings, however, all changed their faces drastically in unison. To make all the members of the Heart Demon clan subservient to him? This Qin Junlin, it's simply a big mouth. This is clearly a provocation. Ha! Your Excellency's words are a bit too dismissive of my Heart Demon clan. Cutting? You just don't want to. The Heart Demon clan's clan chief's face turned blue, completely not expecting Qin Junlin to be so arrogant. As the head of a clan, especially the head of the Heart Demon clan with its extraordinary heritage, how could he agree to such a ridiculous request? It was also just when he was about to refuse and then go straight to war with Qin Junlin. In the meantime, behind it were several great emperors and over 600 universe supreme beings, but they were releasing powerful auras that. Be prepared to get your hands dirty at any time. Seeing this, Qin Junlin's expression remained unchanged, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful force surged out from within him. He would challenge the entire Heart Demon clan with his own strength. Suddenly. Next second. A figure with an even more terrifying aura was revealed from the void. It was clearly the most powerful one within the Heart Demon clan, the great Emperor Old Ancestor. The other party had been hiding in the shadows and observing until this time when they had to show themselves out. But in fact, with the delusion-breaking power of the great mighty Dharma eyes, Qin Junlin was able to. It has known all its movements for a long time. At this very moment, this old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan, it stopped the Heart Demon clan patriarch from moving. Then gazing at Qin Junlin, he sneered, "Young man, since you insist on a sparring match, then I'll let you see the true strength of the Heart Demon clan. If you win, the Heart Demon clan will submit to you. But if you lose, then you will be an affiliated slave of my Heart Demon clan, at our disposal." What? Old ancestor, you're... The patriarch of the Heart Demon clan looked at his old ancestor with some disbelief. I didn't think that the old ancestor would actually agree to such conditions. Although, it was confident that with the depths of the Heart Demon clan, it could easily suppress Qin Junlin. Even if Qin Junlin fuses the chaotic body and becomes an invincible emperor. But they, the Heart Demon clan, have 9 great emperors. As well as laying out what can be called the most powerful formations in the heavens and the worlds. Even if Qin Junlin was more powerful, it would be absolutely impossible to win over them. However, Qin Junlin's behavior was undoubtedly too arrogant and haughty. The other party has humiliated the Heart Demon clan so much, and you're still thinking of sparring with him? Shouldn't we just tear it up and do it? However, the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan seemed to have made up his mind and spoke forcefully, "There's no need to say much. I'll just step in this time, and you just need to wait and see." Swish. The body shifted. This old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan then transformed into a black shadow that. Then it quickly disappeared in front of them. Seeing the situation, Qin Junlin's eyes flickered with a flash of brilliance. Uncontrollably, he teasingly laughed softly. "Compared to the other members of the Heart Demon clan, you are a bit smarter." Apparently, this old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan vaguely realized what danger he was in at the last minute. It was thought that making a direct move against Qin Junlin might deal a devastating blow to the Heart Demon clan. That was why it had stepped in to stop it, attempting to have a ranked match with Qin Junlin alone after first. And then it will be finalized. If Qin Junlin was able to defeat it, the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan, in a ranked competitive match. That meant that Qin Junlin possessed an extremely terrifying strength that the Heart Demon race could not contend with. And if Qin Junlin lost, then they, the Heart Demon clan, would be able to keep Qin Junlin under their control. Let Qin Junlin be used by them to get their hands on the secret of killing enemies at a higher level and the complete star map of the heavens and the worlds. No matter how you look at it, it's wisest to play inside the qualifying rounds first. The only bit of trouble is, for the covenant is witnessed by the will of God. If the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan really failed in the ranking competition, then all the layouts and plots of the Heart Demon clan would no longer be able to deal with Qin Junlin. They could only all submit to Qin Junlin. Overall, it's the equivalent of now. The Heart Demon clan pinned all their hopes on the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor alone. Swish. Thoughts. Qin Junlin's figure, too, disappeared into thin air. Entered into the worlds of the Worlds Network to begin ranked competitive play. But it was also at this time when Qin Junlin's figure disappeared. The Heart Demon clan's strongest person, who was originally extremely vigilant and full of anger and stifled frustration. But at the same moment, coincidentally caricatured laughter, as if what conspiracy and calculation succeeded in general. All members fuse at once. Help the old ancestor and complete the plan. This battle will be the battle in which my Heart Demon clan will truly rise up to be invincible in the heavens and the worlds. The patriarch of the Heart Demon clan was filled with fervor. Where is the reckless, angry look that was just there? Whoosh. 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 It was almost a blink of an eye. A single being within the entire Heart Demon race universe actually disappeared in place in unison. Turned into a wisp of invisible and qualitative energy cohesion, and then actually surged into the endless void. This moment, all the clansmen of the Heart Demon clan were extremely excited. What no one knows is this. They, the Heart Demons, are actually a very special race that each of them, while being separate individuals with separate consciousnesses, can at the same time merge into a single subject. And right now, it is through this racial ability of the Heart Demon race that they herald the power of all the people that all of them were concentrated and fused into the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan alone. This was the true anticlimactic killing move of their Heart Demon clan. An undercard that can work wonders. And before that, the various behaviors they showed in front of Qin Junlin. In reality, it is all just acting and pretending. On acting, on scheming, on playing with hearts. Throughout the heavens and the earth. Who else can compare to them, the Heart Demon clan? Chapter 82 Qin Junlin, you are too arrogant and haughty. At this time, all the clansmen of the Heart Demon clan, who thought they had done all the math. It was as if this human lord who had shaken the heavens and the worlds would soon become a pawn of their Heart Demon clan. Their Heart Demon clan's heritage is indeed very large, and there are not many races and beings that they control and manipulate. It just suffered from a combat power that was inferior to those top races in the same realm. But after today, if they have mastered Qin Junlin's means of killing the enemy at a higher level, then they, the Heart Demons, would become the most powerful race that was truly invulnerable. Imagine a man who can shake people at any time, who can escape at any time to where the other Heart Demons are. Races that can also control the minds of others and are invisible and intangible. If you have a horrible level-crossing fighting power, this world of heavens and earth, there is still fear? Qin Junlin, Qin Junlin. You have paid for your arrogance after all, and I'm afraid that you never dreamed that From the moment I learned that you were attempting to force the supreme beings of the universe to participate in the ranking competition to satisfy your ambitions, my Heart Demon clan's plan against you. Then it has begun. The moment. The old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan, who was participating in the qualifying rounds of the World Wide Web of the heavens. Feeling the constant stream of Heart Demon race members that had been incorporated into its body, causing its overall strength to insanely skyrocket, it could not help but be filled with smugness. This was the true bottom card of their Heart Demon clan. It may seem like there are endless members of the Heart Demon clan, but in reality, if it comes to a crisis point, the entire Heart Demon clan would only exist at this one Heart Demon clan's old ancestor. This was equivalent to the fact that it, alone, had represented the entire power of the entire Heart Demon clan universe. Even after meeting that so-called strongest great emperor of the current era, the Devil Dao Great Emperor Gu Yu, it was also confident that it would have crushed it heavily, had it not been for the fact that such a move could only be used as an undercard. And after the fusion will pay some overdraft price, it has long led the Heart Demon tribe directly began to harvest and conquer all the races of the heavens. After all, having fused the entire Heart Demon clan, regardless of the other clans, the remaining 8 Heart Demon Race Universe Great Emperors and more than 600 Heart Demon Race Universe Supreme Emperors alone were already a very terrifying gain for him. And its combat power now, compared to before the fusion, the comprehensive attributes of all aspects had been raised by almost 10,000 times. Try asking. In such a situation, what could Chen Junlin resist with? Oh. Perhaps if Chen Junlin had fused the Chaos Body, he would have become a legendary invincible emperor. Rather, it is possible to block it. However, in the worlds of the world's ranking competition, once it has begun, the rules do not allow for the fusion of chaos bodies during the ranking process. So, Chen Junlin, this time it was you who were too careless. Without the premise of fusing the chaotic body, you will surely lose. Hey! When you lose this qualifying match, witnessed by the will of the heavens, you will become my servant, and at that time, your emperor-grade chaotic body will also completely belong to me. Chen Junlin, Chen Junlin, you are truly my heavenly chance. The old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan's eyes flashed with fervor. As if it had already seen Chen Junlin kneeling down and submitting, and then the entire Heart Demon clan would dominate the heavens and the worlds under its leadership. A beautiful picture that has caused countless races to bow down. Its laughter echoed throughout the platoon arena of the All Worlds Network. It shows its confidence and complacency at the moment. That's when qualifying opponents are matched successfully. The countdown begins to count. Coming. The old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan grinned. Waving the piece of supreme scepter in his hand that represented the origin of the Heart Demon clan, he prepared for that coming victory. While it's bottoming out right now, thinking that Chen Junlin will undoubtedly lose. But this matter concerns the future of the entire Heart Demon clan, so it still does not dare to be careless, intends to directly blast a big move as soon as the countdown is over. Exploding with his life's learning, he gave Chen Junlin a fatal blow. As long as Chen Junlin loses to it this time in the ranked arena, then they, the Heart Demon clan, would become the true number 1 clan of the heavens. Of course, if they lost to Chen Junlin, the Heart Demon clan would, from then on, be. It would also lose the opportunity to dominate the competition and would only be reduced to the subordinate servant race of Chen Junlin, equivalent to the humble status of a pet. This, in effect, is a big gamble. Not to mention the fact that the Heart Demons have a huge grasp on this plan. Even if there is only a 10% chance, they will not give up. Because in the face of a heaven-defying existence like Chen Junlin who possessed the means to restrain the Heart Demon clan, the Heart Demon clan had to make this choice. They could not tolerate Chen Junlin growing up, or else once Chen Junlin proved to be an emperor, they are categorically without any chance. Honestly. At this time the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan was kinda glad. It was also thanks to the fact that this fellow, Chen Junlin, was too arrogant and cocky, obviously possessing an emperor-grade chaotic body but not fusing it. He actually thought of completing the King of 10,000 Crowns with his level 19, but instead, he let the Heart Demons take advantage of the opportunity to pick up a leak. That's what happens when you get too greedy. The old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan leisurely lamented. Rumble. It was also the blink of an eye. The countdown is complete. An incomparably terrifying giant axe shadow, as if an untouchable world-destroying divine axe, towards the entire All Heavens and All Worlds Network ranking arena blasted in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy everything. What? The Heart Demon clan's old ancestor was shocked, his heart incomparably shaken. It hadn't occurred to him at all that Chen Junlin's killing move was actually so counterintuitive. It was completely beyond his expectations. Chen Junlin's killing move, isn't it a sword art? How did this become this again? Before, it had sensed, through those of the Heartlander parasites, it was equivalent to personally experiencing the terrifying nature of that sword art of Chen Junlin. In order to prevent the clan from experiencing greater losses, so much so that it even gave a direct order in the first place that let the members of the Heart Demon race who parasitize the living beings of the races of the heavens and the worlds never participate in the ranking competition. It thought that was Chen Junlin's strongest killing move. However, he had not expected at all that Chen Junlin's killing move could actually be even more outrageous. At this very moment, visible to the eye, that almost indestructible and untouchable platoon arena of the World Wide Web, there was actually a hint of collapse and crumbling that began to appear, and it couldn't even be repaired for a bit. It was just an instant's effort that a figure suddenly appeared in the void above the ranked arena. It was none other than Chen Junlin. His demeanor was subdued, his gaze determined, and a playful smile hung at the corners of his mouth as he was gazing at himself full of teasing. This playful expression caused the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor to panic inexplicably deep inside. A hint of intense unease arose, as if he had been counted out. Only. It was too late to think too much about it now, for it was, at the first. Then through instinct, he sacrificed the staff on his hand and blasted out a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying supreme strike. And this strike was not only accompanied by the power of heaven and earth added to the entire universe of the Heart Demon clan. Its power was even more than 10,000 times beyond the same realm, enough to make those great emperors of the 10,000 races of the heavens tremble with fear. This was precisely the source of the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor, who was confident that he would be able to defeat Chen Junlin. But it was also in the next instant. The old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan's consciousness then went blank, and his entire being by the power of that terrifying giant axe's shadow, torn apart into nothingness. Until at the last moment. The Heart Demon clan's old ancestor didn't even react at all to what was happening. No! This isn't right. For, why just now, when I had obviously prepared myself long ago and had activated my Heart Source wand? And yet not a single ounce of heart power was released? The old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan, who had returned to the Heart Demon clan's universe, roared with reddened eyes. The depths of his eyes are filled with deep resignation and disbelief. Just now. He's surprisingly like a little cutie. Like. Frozily standing within that heavenly realm's ranking arena, he allowed Chen Junlin's killing moves to bombard his body without making any resistance at all. It felt as if he was being manipulated by some invisible force. That moment. He, it seemed, was no longer himself. Chapter 83: The Fear of the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor. The moment. The hissing voice of the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan echoed through the empty universe. But it doesn't change the fiasco it suffered. It didn't even realize that it was all under Chen Junlin's control. In fact, as early as the moment Chen Junlin descended into this Heart Demon race cosmic world, Chen Junlin had quietly planted the demon seed method researched by the Wudao dragon in the hearts of all the Heart Demon clan members in this universe. Through this means of control, studied by the Gautama dragon, the Chen Junlin had easily taken control of the entire Heart Demon race, exposing all the secrets of each Heart Demon race to his eyes. The corners of Chen Junlin's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of playfulness flickered in his eyes. The effect of the magic seed method researched by the enlightened dragon is indeed very amazing. Even the great emperor-level old ancestor of the Heart Demon race actually could not detect half a point. Even this demon seed method is enough to control the Heart Demon race. Directly beyond mere strength suppression. This also meant that even if Chen Junlin was just an ordinary mortal now. However, through this demon seed law, it is also possible to easily manipulate the entire Heart Demon clan in the entire Heart Demon clan universe. Besides, the conditions for setting up this magic seeding method are not difficult. As long as the other party reveals a break in his mind and emotions, he can take advantage of the opportunity to enter and plant the magic seed of the mind. Then, when these beings, who had been planted with the demonic seed of the mind, the demonic seed in the mind will then take root and begin to silently influence their minds, let them lose control of themselves at critical moments and be reduced to a slave-like existence. Such an unimaginable means of control, if those cosmic beings in the outside world were to know about it, must be creeped out. Heart Demon clan, do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you control other people's minds? Also, just as the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan, expelled from the platoon arena of the World Wide Web, not long after returning to this universe, Chen Junlin's figure also followed suit as he manifested from within the All Heavens ranking arena. Laughing coldly, he said, "Unfortunately, you do not realize that there is still an existence like me, Chen Junlin, in this world of the heavens." Just a short while ago, Chen Junlin took advantage of the fact that these clansmen of the Heart Demon clan, because of his arrival, when there were violent emotional fluctuations in their minds, they directly and quietly planted demonic seeds in the depths of all of their clansmen's minds. The existence of the demon seed allowed Chen Junlin to easily gain insight into the ambitions of the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor. Knowing all of their cards, arrangements, and even the weaknesses of the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor. And, of course, most importantly, these demon seeds gave Chen Junlin the ability to completely control this group of beings from the Heart Demon race. Just now, in the ranked arena, the reason why the old ancestor of the heart demon race was unable to release the power of his heart. Like a little cutie. Froze like a little cutie, precisely because the magic seed played a key role. It's safe to say, the entire heart demon race has been successfully captured by Qin Junlin. He became the absolute master of the mind demon universe. Qin Junlin, you. What did you just do to me, exactly? The old ancestor of the heart demon clan asked with a trembling voice. It had vaguely guessed what the cause was. However, they simply couldn't believe it, and only dared to fantasize about getting a different answer from Qin Junlin's mouth. It's nothing, it's just so that you, the heart demon clan, experience what it's like to have your mind manipulated by others, too. The corners of Qin Junlin's mouth rose slightly as he replied with a teasing face. Aren't you guys good at manipulating minds? Well, now it's your turn to get a taste of that. The experience should be pretty good, right? As soon as the words fell, there was a flash of light in Qin Junlin's hand. The terrifying giant axe silhouette within that ranked arena coalesced once again. In the face of such a heaven-defying killing move, the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor's eyes widened violently in shock and dismay. Don't even dare to have the guts to linger. It wanted to struggle to escape through the unique method of the Heart Demon clan to the bodies of the Heart Demon clan members distributed in other universes and worlds in the heavens and the earth, but it found that its own power was like a stone sinking into the sea, and could not be mobilized at all. At this moment, it was just like an ordinary being that had its cultivation wasted and could only be slaughtered. No! That's never going to happen. We Heart Demon race are the most skillful race in controlling the mind, and our mind defense is even more impenetrable. The power to easily detect any mind. Can you, a human, can make me completely undetectable. The old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan covered its head in pain as it felt unprecedented fear and despair. Having thought I was the dominant player in this game, one could use Qin Junlin to make the entire Heart Demon clan the #1 strongest clan in all the heavens and all the worlds, but he did not expect that he would instead become a pawn for others. And then associating it with the one that Qin Junlin had previously, within the ranking arena, cast out. It seemed to extremely restrain the Heart Demon clan's sword techniques. Suddenly, the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan couldn't help but birth an unbelievable thought within his heart. Shouldn't. You're an old monster, and have been studying our Heart Demon clan all along. Finally managed to find an exclusive means of dealing with our Heart Demon clan? For reasons other than this one, which it really can't fathom, why was the Heart Demon clan, which was most skilled in the power of the mind, instead controlled by the other side? That doesn't make any sense at all. They, the Heart Demon clan, are themselves skilled in using the power of the mind. It was equivalent to being innately able to restrain all intrusions of mental and psychic aspects of power, and they could detect even just any hint of movement. Not to mention, when Qin Junlin descended into the universe of the Heart Demon race, they appeared to be blissfully unconcerned. In reality, he had long been frantically sensing Qin Junlin's every move in the dark. However, from the beginning to the end, they did not find the slightest abnormality in Qin Junlin's body. That must be it. Your true identity background must be a former enemy of our Heart Demon clan. But you. Who the hell are you again? At this time, the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan was already somewhat disorganized. Because this is the first time it has experienced not being in control of a situation at any time in the past. The Heart Demon race, as a race that could easily invade the depths of other people's minds, even if they temporarily encountered some disadvantageous situations and let the other party fool around for a while. It also still has the certainty of slowly laying back out. But nowadays, in front of Qin Junlin, in front of the other party's bizarre means of mind control, it doesn't have the same confidence that it used to have anyway. Even in the view of the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor, the Heart Demon clan today had completely lost its future. Not only did it lose the bet with Qin Junlin, the other party even mastered a more superior control means than the mind invasion of the Heart Demon clan. Either way, it is enough to make their Heart Demon clan no longer have any hope of rising. It's time for it all to end. Qin Junlin grinned, the heaven-opening axe in his hand, but there was no tendency to stop at all. Just like that, he blasted down on the entire Heart Demon race cosmic world. This is the first time that Qin Junlin, in the middle of the real world, the real use of the heaven-opening axe to attack, and before this he had only used it in the ranking arena. Chapter 84, Making an Example Out of Someone, the Terrifying Divine Might of the Heaven Opening Axe. No, don't. We, the Heart Demon Clan, would like to submit to follow you to the death, please. Give our Heart Demon Clan a chance. When the old ancestor of the Heart Demon Clan saw that Chen Junlin did not have any thoughts of staying his hand, the man cried out in a moment of horror. It was completely unable to understand why, even such mediocre universes as the Purple Haze Clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, the Chen Junlin could have chosen to take in as an affiliated servant universe, but why did he choose to exterminate their entire Heart Demon race? By normal reasoning, whether it's the many devious means of their Mind Demon race, or the number of powerful people within the race could bring a greater value gain than those two races, right? Furthermore, they, the Heart Demon Clan, have already met with Chen Junlin in the presence of the will of the heavens. Made a bet. Now the Heart Demon Clan is already equivalent to a race that Chen Junlin is 100% able to control. In such a situation, why, however, did Chen Junlin still want to exterminate them? Incomprehensible. The old ancestor of the Heart Demon Clan was completely unable to understand. All it can do now is prostrate itself on the ground. Frantically begged for mercy toward Chen Junlin. It had never thought at all that it would be so humble as to open its mouth to a person and beg for mercy. What's more, I didn't expect that the Heart Demon race, which can be described as frightening and formless in all the worlds of the heavens, would actually encounter the extinction of the entire race one day. All it could do now was to hope that Chen Junlin would change his mind, leaving them the Heart Demon Clan to carry out their effectiveness. This would deprive the Heart Demon Clan of a future to rise though. However, it could ensure that the entire Heart Demon Clan would not be completely cut off from the flame of civilization as a result. The destruction of an entire race is undoubtedly the most desperate, helpless thing of all. Especially because of the racial peculiarities of the Heart Demon race, the entire Heart Demon race. In fact, it is equivalent to the old man. However, the pleas of the Heart Demon Clan's old ancestor did not change the end of the Heart Demon Clan's universe being destroyed. Under Chen Junlin's resolute attitude, the huge shadow of the heaven opening axe scratched out by the it ruthlessly split at the core of the entire Heart Demon race universe, and the world heart, which represented the origin of the Heart Demon race, was the first to shatter and turn into dust. At this moment, it was as if the entire Heart Demon race universe had frozen in time. All living beings felt the terrifying destructive power contained within that giant axe. Subsequently, the heaven-opening axe in Chen Junlin's hand, after being extremely compressed from the location of the heart of the Heart Demon race's world center, and spread out quickly, as if it were tracing an earth-shattering arc through the void. The blade of the axe shone with a haunting light. The axe light swept through, shattering the void. A pitch-black crack spread throughout the entire Heart Demon race cosmic world, as if it were the prelude to doom. Those once proud clansmen of the Heart Demon Clan were now staring at this scene in horror. Their psychic defenses crumbled under the devastation of this opening axe. This moment, the heaven-opening axe in Chen Junlin's hand blossomed with an incomparable light of destruction. It was like a dawn breaking, instantly cutting through the darkness of the Heart Demon race's universe. The void shattered at this moment, and the great Tao collapsed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the entire universe seemed to have been torn apart by a huge, invisible force. Wherever the light of the axe passes, planets are destroyed and stars fall. Countless living beings turned into dust at this moment. That protective barrier of the Heart Demon Clan's universe, under the sharpness of the opening axe, the fragile as thin paper, it was instantly torn apart. The Heart Demon Clan, which once shook the heavens and the worlds, is now in the presence of this destructive force. Defenseless. The aura of destruction permeates the entire universe. Fear spread in the hearts of every Heart Demon Clan member. They looked at the axe light that swept across the sky in horror, their eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. However, the wheels of fate had been set in motion and they could not escape the doomed destruction. Under the unparalleled destructive power of the heaven-opening axe, all resistance seemed so pale. The laws and order of the entire universe were completely broken at this moment. The chaos and destruction became the main theme. In the midst of this horrifying scene of destruction, the old ancestor of the Heart Demon race stared with wide eyes as the it can't accept that. What was once the universe of the Heart Demon race, their home, was now under the axe of Chen Junlin's toward extinction. It tried to struggle, to fight back, but realized that it had long since lost its power completely. The could only watch it happen. No! No. Finally. Beware of the consciousness of the old ancestor of the demon race, the second before it completely disappeared. It let out a hissing shriek of despair beyond measure, and changed back into its illusory, insubstantial body. Trying to pass through the nothingness of the body can be immune to the damage of the open sky axe. But what kind of supreme weapon is the heaven opening axe? The so-called nothingness of the heart demon clan was born from chaos. It can only be considered a pseudo-void. Rumble. Under the destructive power of the heaven opening axe, the old ancestor of the heart demon race didn't even last a single breath. Then it was completely crushed into nothingness. A planet from the universe of the heart demon race exploded and endless energy swept in, completely engulfing the entire heart demon race universe in the blink of an eye. In this holocaust, all the beings, buildings, and civilizations of the Heartlander universe it all went up in smoke. Not only that. Due to the racial characteristics of the Heart Demon clan, the moment the Heart Demon clan's old ancestor fell, the clansmen of the Heart Demon clan that were spread out in the various corners of the minds of the heavens and the worlds were also silently wiped out at the very first moment. At one time, because of this powerful racial trait of the Heart Demon race, the people of the Heart Demon clan are in an almost immortal state and are extremely difficult to deal with. But now, when the old ancestor of the Heart Demon race died under the absolutely powerful destructive rule, the old ancestor of the Heart Demon race died. The other Heart Demon clansmen were also restricted by this racial characteristic, and could only be forcibly wiped out by following the strand of karmic connection. All beings are equal before the opening axe. Even if that Heart Demon race is as strong as the Heart Demon race and has many cosmic emperors, it can be called immortal. But it is also completely defenseless. Up to this point, the dust has settled on the destruction of the Heart Demon clan's universe. From here on out, there are no more heart demons in the worlds of the heavens and the worlds of the living. And at this moment, Chen Junlin, who was the instigator, stood in the shattered and endless void. Looking at the apocalyptic scene in front of him, his face was devoid of any emotional fluctuations. A moment. Only then did he speak faintly. This destruction could have been avoided. It is only a pity that your Heart Demon clan is too obsessed with calculating and controlling others. And your demise is not that you are not worthy enough. Simply because I need your destruction as a lesson. I want everyone to know. In this heavenly realm, no one can manipulate me, and I will never become another's pawn. Chen Junlin's words seemed to be an answer to the old ancestor of the Heart Demon clan. It's like making an example of some unknown being. Having said that, his figure shifted and disappeared into the starry sky, which was about to turn into chaos again. That is, at the same moment, a message from the All Worlds Network announcement was like a violent wind and rain. It instantly swept through every cosmic world within the worlds of the Heavens Network. These three words, Shin Junlin, were like a million thunderbolts. It ruthlessly splits in the depths of the soul of every living being, leaving indelible traces of branding. Chapter 85, Harmonization Transcendence, Harmonization Dan. The only heavenly Dao blessing reward. Ding! Congratulations to Chen Junlin, Lord of the Human Sky Blue Star Universe. With the power of a LV-19 level cosmic being, he succeeded in conquering the Heart Demon Clan Cosmic Plane, which is a worldwide network of the heavens and the earth. The first cosmic lord to successfully conquer a Great Emperor universe with a non-Great Emperor realm being. This act, unique in the ages, breaks the chains. Will receive a unique Tendo Unique Blessed Karma Award. Ding! Congratulations to the human race's Sky Blue Star Cosmic Lord Chen Junlin. Receive the only blessed kudos from the heavenly Tao of the All Worlds Network Harmonization Pill X1, which can break the shackles and transcend the Great Emperor by way of harmonization and transcendence. Ding! Congratulations to Chen Junlin, Lord of the Human Sky Blue Star Universe. Successful conquest of the Heart Demon Cosmic Plane rewards 100 free choices of any type of soldier of the Holy Order. All saints start at the Sainthood realm, equivalent to LV 600 level. Ding! Congratulations to Chen Junlin, Lord of the Human Sky Blue Star Universe. The basic attributes of the entire staff of the universe to which it belongs and the affiliated universes are unconditionally increased tenfold. And the number of soldiers of the entire staff is increased by 10 times when they are raised by one class. Ding! A series of GT on One Realm network announcement messages echoed throughout the entire GT on One Realm. At once, a shocked thought was quickly transmitted across the universes. What? Chen Junlin actually succeeded in conquering the Heart Demon Clan universe at LV-19 level? How is this possible? A cosmic emperor was shocked beyond belief, his face filled with an unbelievable expression. He had never expected that a non-great emperor realm being was actually able to do so. It is important to know that cosmic beings of the great emperor realm, in the midst of these heavens and worlds. That means a supreme being who is invincible. After all, a cosmic emperor could easily mobilize the power of the heavens and earth of the entire universe for his own use. For all living beings under a great emperor, it was simply a dimensional descending blow. If it is said that some supreme demons, with the help of certain heaven-defying rules, magic treasures, and divine abilities, perhaps one could tangle with the great emperor for a moment or two. But in order to kill a cosmic emperor, or to successfully exterminate the universe in which the emperor resides, that's a pipe dream. Thus, he really couldn't visualize out how exactly Chen Junlin did it. Yes, this Chen Junlin's methods are too outrageous. Definitely not something that can be done under normal circumstances. I'm afraid his true strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary universe emperor. Isn't it time for us to re-evaluate his position within the world wide web of the heavens? The other cosmic supreme was filled with awe in his tone, the formidable strength of Chen Junlin's. It's starting to give them a twinge of fear already. After all, cosmic emperors basically don't fall under normal circumstances. Even if the same universe emperor fought, due to the fact that both sides possessed many life-preserving means and cards, there would basically be very few casualties. But now, a cosmic being who's only level 19. Yet it can destroy a cosmic world with a great emperor? This really has to be alarming. The problem is, that's the Heart Demon Clan. It's known as being among the heavens and the worlds. A mysterious cosmic race that is least likely to be conquered and exterminated. Even a formless, illusory race like the Heart Demons. The race with the most outstanding life-preserving ability is actually unable to evade Chen Junlin's obliteration? Doesn't that mean that these other cosmic race worlds of ours that there would be even less chance of resistance in front of Chen Junlin? The destruction of the Heart Demon Clan universe, for all the top universes of the it was simply like a nightmare, because what it represented was no longer as simple as simply exterminating a great emperor-level universe. Prior to today, the great emperor-level universe was the entire network of the heavens and the worlds within the almost invincible myth of eternity. And at this moment, Chen Junlin is hard to break this myth. The bottom line is this. They, the top cosmic powerhouse clans, but they were completely unclear even about Chen Junlin's true details. I don't understand exactly what means Chen Junlin used to exterminate the entire Heart Demon race. It is often said that the greatest fear in the world stems from the unknown. Precisely because of the unknown of Chen Junlin and the unknown of the entire Sky Blue Star, the unknown of Chen Junlin and the unknown of the entire Sky Blue Star, the unknown of Chen Junlin and the unknown of the entire Sky Blue Star. So it made their fearful emotions towards Chen Junlin more and more magnified by an unknown number of times. This kind of unknown sense of fear, even when the Devil Emperor, the ancient moon, which was once ferociously famous and had exterminated many universes, was also completely incomparable. It's outrageous. This Chen Junlin's tactics. It actually made me start to feel scared. What the hell is he? A great emperor of the universe who was once quite famous among the heavens and the worlds. He also couldn't help but say with palpitations in his heart, as he felt immense awe at Chen Junlin's strength. We had thought that Chen Junlin, after fusing the imperial-grade chaotic body, only then could he be considered invincible to the heavens. However, he didn't realize that he didn't even need the power of the chaotic body to add to his strength. One can then directly kill a cosmic emperor and exterminate an entire emperor-level universe. The announcement message was not about conquest, but about direct success in conquest. This means that Chen Junlin is forcibly exterminating the entire Heart Demon race. There is not a single living being left within the entire Heart Demon race universe. From now on, those of us in the cultivation of. And there will be no more need to constantly worry about the disturbance of the mind. This is really too incredible. Is the Heart Demon clan completely gone like this? It's like a dream. It's too hard to imagine. Chen Junlin's current strength is already terrifying enough. If he fuses the chaotic body and then breaks through above a great emperor, I don't even dare to imagine how far he will go against the heavens. Oh, his end point, and it's not just a great emperor. It shall be known that, after he has just conquered the universe of the Heart Demon clan, However, he had also obtained the unique harmonization pill. This was a heaven-defying treasure that was capable of surpassing a cosmic emperor and merging with the Tao of transcendence. A supreme treasure that hasn't appeared since the beginning of the ages. Once he manages to break through and merge into the Tao of transcendence, we are in front of him. I'm afraid I'm not even qualified to carry my shoes. To be honest, I would like to see him now, even if he kills me in passing. Or make me a slave or a servant would be fine. As long as he can show me what kind of power is above the great emperor, I'll be satisfied. Yes. This is the countless ancient great emperor's predecessors since the beginning of time in all the worlds of the heavens and the earth. Even at the cost of your life, what a higher thing to chase and explore at all costs still. Chen Junlin should be considered truly invincible in the heavens after this time, right? And what else? Do you still dare to challenge him? At this moment, one of the cosmic great emperors within this heavenly realms. They were communicating through their divine thoughts, and their words all revealed deep awe and shock. Already regarded Chen Junlin as the first strongest person in the heavens. They simply did not dare to entertain the slightest thought of working against Chen Junlin. Even some of these great emperors were willing to submit to Chen Junlin on their own accord. Chapter 86, Deeply Stricken Old Ancestor of Tianji Pavilion, Never Telling Fortunes Again. Haha, what Chen Junlin? Do you guys know how to be polite? This is the most invincible Lord Chen in the history of our heavenly realms. Sir, you have to call him sir. That's right. That's right. Now that Lord Chen has obtained the unique harmonization pill, transcending the great emperor is just around the corner. Once Lord Chen successfully refines the harmonization pill and ascends to a higher level of cosmic beings, he is the first person to transcend since the beginning of the ages. Yes. Nowadays, Lord Chen's strength is considered to be heavenly, and if anyone dares to provoke him again, that's purely asking for death, and I'm afraid the entire universe will face extinction. Lord Chen is already in existence we can't look up to, so we'd better submit obediently. Serve him right. Perhaps we should take the initiative to find an opportunity to visit this Lord Chen in person. But we don't know, where exactly is Lord Chen? Oh, we don't know where Lord Chen is. But aren't there other race lords in the sky blue planet? They are fighting and ranking around, and if we can find them to befriend, that would be a good law all the same, wouldn't it? This law is just what I wanted. Wonderful. Wonderful. A single supreme being and great emperor were all surprised and agreed. Anyway, at this time, the ordinary great emperors and supreme beings of many top universes, already, they had begun to hastily go and prepare all sorts of precious gifts, ready to welcome the appearance of Chen Junlin or the other lords of the Sky Blue Star. Even if he couldn't make friends with the human lords of the Sky Blue Star universe, if he could just get acquainted, I don't think it would be too difficult for them to be familiar with it, would it? And those transcendent forces that are truly super tier 1 in the world of the heavens and the earth. On weekdays, he seemed to care little about anything within the realms of the heavens, always with a lofty and transcendent attitude. But now because of this feat caused by Chen Junlin, it had become equally unsettled. Somewhere in the mysterious depths of the universe. Tianji Pavilion. I can't even project anything about Chen Junlin at all? Even the entire heavenly Tao trigrams show that there actually hasn't been the slightest variation? This isn't normal at all. What kind of chaos is the 10,000 realms of the heavens in now? How is it possible that there hasn't been a change yet? If this Chen Junlin is not even considered a variable, then what exactly is called a variable? This trigrams Tianji together, never learn again. Useless. Useless. It's not working. An old man with white hair. A hand will be in front of the deduction magic treasure innate 8 trigrams thrown away, spitting blood tilted his head up to look at the sky above, full of despair and stifled roar. Senior Ancestor Master, calm down. You are at the helm of the Tianji Pavilion lineage. There mustn't be any slip-ups. A young man rushed forward to hold the old man and persuaded him. His demeanor looked incomparably anxious. He also didn't expect that Master Sifu, who was known as a man of reckoning. In fact, he was unable to calculate all the information about Chen Junlin, but instead, he lost his Taoist heart as a result. If he had known, he wouldn't have forcibly awakened this senior ancestor master who had been seeking a breakthrough in his deathly seclusion. At the same time, in a lone black palace in a distant dark star field, the A mysterious man in a black robe was gazing at the starry sky, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Chen Junlin, just what is your origin? How dare you even manage to take care of the Heart Demon clan? The black-robed mystic muttered to himself. But soon, the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile as he whispered, however, none of this matters. After searching for so many years with absolutely no luck, this time, from you, I may be able to find the key to breaking through the bottleneck. As soon as the words fell, the black-robed man transformed into a black light and disappeared into the dark star region. He is none other than the Devil Emperor Guyu, known as the first emperor of the human race. Within the Purple Haze clan, the Zixia Emperor was being filled with respect and admiration. Surprised, he muttered to himself, Master really does have heavenly means that no one can defeat. Surprisingly, with a non-great emperor's realm, he has easily resolved the Heart Demon clan. Feeling, again, the basic attributes of one's own. The strength of the soldiers all followed Chen Junlin to get a substantial boost. As such, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart, thanks to the fact that he had made a wise choice in the first place. Even the Heart Demon race universe couldn't stop their master's attack, let alone this Purple Haze race universe of theirs. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel some sighs and emotions in his heart. Even the Heart Demon race, a great emperor-level universe, had completely gone up in smoke, but the relatively weak Purple Haze race had been preserved, and the strength of the race had been able to go even further. Rather, it's the world that's hard to predict. Inside the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The old ancestor of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, feeling her basic attributes skyrocket. The great emperor's shackle in her body that could never be broken unexpectedly also began to appear to loosen its limits, and she couldn't help but see the color of surprise flashing in her eyes. So, my breakthrough opportunity that has been lacking is in the master. There was a moment's pause. She hurriedly said to the Fox clan powerhouses beside her again, I'm going to be in seclusion for a period of time. Next, I'll leave the matter of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan to you. Master's strength with this kind of natural talent is one of a kind in all of history. If I, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, can become his subordinate, it is a great honor. If the master returns, you must serve him well, do not neglect him in the slightest. And in the distant stars, the human race, within a certain immortal cultivation holy land. A great human emperor, incomparably excited, stood up and said in a loud voice, Chen Junlin. Is he really a human race? He's so powerful that he's simply making the human race proud. Chen Junlin, that name, it's really inspiring to the ears. The face of this human race great emperor carried a bit of fervor. My human race has been suppressed by the 10,000 races of the heavens for countless eons, and today, is it finally time to truly begin to rise to the heavens and the worlds? But I wonder, this one Lord Chen, exactly which cultivation system he follows. To be able to do such a heaven-defying act. Spin. He stood up violently, and a powerful aura filled the air, distorting the space around him. He ordered in a loud voice, pass the order down, up and down the sacred realm, all the sects and factions. Prepare the most precious treasures immediately, I'm going to personally visit this Lord Chen. This time, perhaps this is the only opportunity for my human race to break the shackles and chains of immortal cultivation. The human race's cultivation of immortality is certainly exceptionally powerful, but somehow it has always been limited to the level of great emperor, and then it can't be raised any further. Countless ancient emperors of the human race have attempted to, through the heavenly tribulation method, to be recognized by the heavenly Tao for washing and transcending, but no one was able to do so. There are also human cultivators who have taken a different approach and created this spiritual energy mechanism. Flesh and blood, mechanical ascension, the crazy limit of building a mechanical body. Then he tries to use the heavenly tribulation to refine and absorb it for his own use, but the result is the same as that of the immortal cultivator. They were annihilated under the apocalypse. Anyway, as one of the races that pioneered the most cultivation systems among all the realms of the heavens, the predecessors of the human race have, by trying again and again, for countless years, basically, different cultivation systems have all reached the cosmic emperor limit, but in the end, none of them were able to accomplish the transcendence above the emperor. And this time, the appearance of Chen Junlin had undoubtedly given all the ethnic cultivators a hope to break through the shackles. Chapter 87 Time and Space Race, meet him even across the long river of time? Meanwhile, another hidden cosmic space, a mysterious aquatic territory. The water-tribe matriarch, a shapely, beautiful woman of the standing right in front of a turquoise lake, her eyes were misty and she seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, her petite body shook, and a look of determination appeared on her face, the hope for the future of my aquatic race. It lies in him, doesn't it? She turned around and commanded, immediately send out the best holy maiden in the clan too. Carrying the sincerity of my water tribe, go forward to the Tianji pavilion and ask for advice to befriend that one. Tell him that my water tribe is willing to pay any price. Just to beg for a hint of guidance from him to tell me something about Lord Chen. In this wave of frenzy caused by Qin Junlin, even the most mysterious Time and Space Clan, the Time and Space Clan, which is the most mysterious clan in the world, has become the largest and most popular clan in the world. Can't sit still either. This race is extremely mysterious and powerful amongst the realms of the heavens and the earth. It was a supreme race that could cross the long river of time and manipulate the power of time. Because of their ability to master time, they can be called invincible as a general dominant existence. Normally, for those unusual great emperor universes were regarded as ants. After all, if they were willing to expend the cost, it would be perfectly possible, by crossing the long river of time, to kill the great ones in advance of their growth process. Of course, cosmic emperors were existences recognized by the heavenly Tao and blessed with great fortune. Through this method to kill the great emperor, the price to pay is naturally not small. If it is not the kind of hateful situation that must be killed. The timeless ones also categorically wouldn't try it easily. But no matter what, the timeless ones, who control this ability to span time, in this heavenly realm, the deterrence it possessed was much more terrifying than even that heart demon race. In fact, the Time and Space Clan is too mysterious, having witnessed countless years of miracles in the past and present. Plus they pass through the forces of time again from time to time, silently erased the traces of the existence of the Time and Space Clan in the world. So that even those great emperor universe do not even know the slightest trace of their existence. And right now, the patriarch of the Time and Space Clan, a supreme powerhouse who controlled the laws of space and time. At this time, he was standing in front of an ancient time tower, the power of space and time flickering in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, the appearance of Qin Junlin might break the existing space-time pattern. I, the timeless clan, cannot stay out of this, I must go myself. Even if I have to pay the price of a possible fall, I'm going to look into the future in a fragment of time. Will this Lord Chen really be able to lead the heavens and the worlds to a new era? This, perhaps, is also the only opportunity for my Time and Space Clan to get rid of the spell. He waved his hand, completely ignoring the surrounding bloodline clansmen whose faces were filled with worry. Then he activated the Tower of Age and Time, the supreme treasure of the race in front of him. This is the first time origin law supreme treasure that was condensed at the beginning of the opening of the heavens and the earth. It is the ultimate innate treasure, not inferior to the existence of the immortal execution sword. The killing strength is not as strong as the immortal execution sword, but in terms of controlling time, but with unimaginable abilities. Buzz. A space-time rift appeared, and the space-time patriarch stepped through it, disappearing into the endless river of time and space. And a scene similar to this one. It happened in almost every corner of the heavens and the earth. Too much. It's too much. Because of the sudden emergence of Qin Junlin, these originally transcendent forces that have broken the law of seclusion and joined the vast tide. The worlds of the heavens were destined to undergo an earth-shattering transformation due to the appearance of Qin Junlin. It will never be as calm as it was before. In short, at this moment, Qin Junlin's name was like a bright star, illuminating the otherwise chaotic landscape of the universe. Those supreme beings and great emperors who once stood tall and high. At this moment, their hearts were even more filled with awe and anticipation for Qin Junlin, and they searched around for traces about Qin Junlin or the other lords of the sky blue star. The desire to find a hint of refuge and opportunity in this time of change. While at this moment, Qin Junlin was standing still in a mysterious void. His eyes were deep and serene, as if he could see through all the mysteries of the universe. Around his body, mysterious energy fluctuations loomed and it was as if it spoke of his unfathomable strength. Qin Junlin frowned slightly, that is, after the news of the announcement on the Worlds of the Heavens network appeared. Through the special achievement reward Fame Moves the Heavens, he was actually able to begin to feel the ripples in the heavens and the worlds that were caused by him. Any being who mentions his name, nay, even if it is only the thought of his name in his mind, he could all instantly penetrate and sense every move of the other party, including any thoughts the other party had. The voices of those who were in awe of him, those who were looking around for him, It was all undoubtedly in his perception at the moment. Such an ability is really a bit unbelievable. He understood in his heart that he had become the focus of the entire heavens and worlds. It is equivalent to being the master of the entire heavenly realm. Even after controlling such an outrageous means, Chen Junlin was still somewhat confused in his heart. For no other reason than the harmonization pill that he had just obtained. As the only reward in the world of the heavens, there was no record of this item even in the lucky store of the heavens. Obviously. This stuff, it's not as easy as it looks. Forcibly interrupting the sensing of all beings in the heavens and the worlds. Ignoring this clamor and shock from all corners of the universe, Chen Junlin stood alone and still in a mysterious void. And then he looked towards the unique harmonization dan that he held in his hand. Silently gazing at the harmonization dan in his hand, the waves in Chen Junlin's heart that he had managed to suppress with great difficulty. Yet it was beginning to become unsettled again. This harmonization pill seems to be the crystallization of the cosmic laws of the heavens. It exudes an aura of unspeakable mystery. On its surface, those mysterious lines are like ancient runes that it seemed to be telling the endless secrets of the universe since its birth. Each of the lines flickered with a faint light, the color of the light constantly changing. At times it shines with a silvery light like a bright star, and at other times it takes on a mysterious purple color like a deep night sky. The air around the Hito-dan seemed to be slightly distorted as if it was affected by it. An invisible power emanated from the elixir, spreading out in all directions like ripples. Chen Junlin could feel this power as if it could penetrate the soul and one can't help but be immersed in it, longing to claim it as one's own, to merge with it so completely that it can never be separated from it again. That fatal temptation, like an unseen hand, gently pulling at Chen Junlin's mind. His eyes were locked onto the harmonization dan and he couldn't help himself. The aura emanating from the elixir carried an irresistible attraction that it was as if it was calling to him to hurry up and refine it and move towards a higher transcendent realm. Chen Junlin always felt that something was wrong. He closed his eyes slightly and trying to resist the surge of attraction. Chapter 88 Hito-dan's Reckoning, surrounded by good people. However, even with his eyes closed, Chen Junlin was still able to clearly feel the presence of the harmonization dan. He could clearly appreciate that his fingers were touching the Hito-dan when a strand of powerful force instantly traveled down his fingers and spread throughout his body, even his soul trembled slightly. It was as if the elixir had an irresistible attraction. That aura of extreme attraction, as if it had penetrated into the depths of his soul, it created a strong desire in his heart. He couldn't help but open his eyes once again and scrutinize the harmonization dan. He noticed that the surface of the elixir seemed to have a halo of light, if any. Some blurry images could be seen faintly in the halo. The images seemed like an ancient scene, with mysterious and powerful men fighting. There are bright stars exploding and a vast universe evolving. Chen Junlin's mind was filled with curiosity as he tried to decipher the secrets in these images. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fully comprehend the meaning of the images. They were like mysterious enigmas that seemed to require him to refine them completely after to be eligible to touch. No doubt about it. All of these situations had only one purpose, to let him refine the harmonization pill as soon as possible. Refine it. Refine it quickly. As long as it is refined, you can know all the secrets. In the underworld, there seemed to be a voice that was tugging at Chen Junlin's heartstrings, guiding him to refine and fuse this harmonization dan. The attraction of the harmonization pill is getting stronger and stronger. Chen Junlin could all clearly feel his inner emotions, which were constantly struggling. He knew very well in his heart that the power of this harmonization pill was extremely powerful. If he chose to fuse, then he would inevitably be able to obtain an unimaginable enhancement. Just vaguely. Chen Junlin always had an inexplicable intuition that this thing was more than likely a pit. Even if it could cause his strength to skyrocket in a short period of time, it might be full of unknown risks. He, in no way, could be swayed by this wave of temptation and had to keep a clear head. Chen Junlin slightly raised his eyebrows. He still had more faith in his inner intuition. At least, compared to the dragon spirit cultivation system. Relying on the various melodies in his memory, the ancient holy dragon, great mighty heavenly dragon, holy dragon of fortune and other dragon spirits awakened. The rest of the rewards from the world wide web of the heavens. including achievements of the ancient world, chaotic body, lucky store of the heavens and the worlds, heavenly Tao fate word, and so on. Chen Junlin always felt that something was not right in his heart. Even with this heaven-opening axe in his hand, Chen Junlin actually neither is so absolutely trustworthy. Because, all these things, all from the All Heavens and All Worlds network rewards. In other words, strictly speaking, all of this stuff is done by the people behind the All Worlds network. Given to him. Although it is said that they belong to you, who can guarantee that could there be some kind of calculation involved? In Chen Junlin's opinion, the one thing that he could really rely on trusting absolutely, in fact, there are only those dragon spirits that are awakened by the sound of the deepest memories. These dragon spirits, which are both powerful and unknown to the World Wide Web. Only then can it be considered a true bottom card belonging to himself. Thinking about it, Chen Junlin could not help but take a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The great mighty Dharma Eye, which is sufficient to see through all illusions, is activated. He once again turned his attention to the harmonization Dan in his hand. Then slowly turned the Hito Dan, observing it from different angles. He realized that every angle of the elixir presented a different view. At times, it looks like a sparkling jewel that radiates brilliance. At times, it was like a deep black hole, as if it could swallow everything. This mysterious change, in turn, made Chen Junlin even more fascinated. But the Dawei Dharma, I didn't notice anything unusual. Obviously, this harmonization Dan is indeed a harmonization Dan. There was nothing wrong with it, and the effect after taking it was indeed that it could break the shackles of the great Emperor realm. But the more so. Instead, Chen Junlin's heart grew more and more alert. The absence of anything out of place often implies a deeper level of calculation. His intuition told him that this harmonization pill was not as simple as it appeared. There must be a huge conspiracy hidden behind it. And, a plot that could land him in the middle of nowhere. Thinking about it, Chen Junlin didn't think any more about it, and before he fully understood it, he must not take risks lightly. One step beyond, breaking the great Emperor's shackles, becoming the first person since the beginning of time. I have to admit, it's really fascinating. But Chen Junlin believed that under the limit-breaking talent of the ancient Holy Dragon would be able to break the limits of the ancient Holy Dragon. Even if he didn't take the harmonization pill now, sooner or later, he would be able to break the rules and restrictions of the current Heavenly Realms network. So, Chen Junlin carefully put away the harmonization pill and threw it directly to the enlightened dragon. It was decided to let the perceptive Deuteron continue to try to unlock its secrets. If those great emperors in the worlds of the Heavens network were to know that there was clearly a chance that they could transcend the great emperors, reaching the higher level that countless people dream of. But Chen Junlin chose to give up. They are afraid that they will all be so angry that they will directly lose their minds. Throughout the ages, so many great emperors, in order to seek the opportunity to break through the shackles of great emperors. At the cost of your life. But you, Chen Junlin, are still hesitating? Why don't you just eat meatloaf? Chen Junlin summoned the enlightened dragon and watched as it excitedly received the harmonization pill. Just start going after a serious study, and your mind is made up. No matter what, let's get the 10,000 crowns achievement first. As soon as the King of Kings achievement is completed, he would be able to stop having to suppress his level to 19. Think about it. Chen Junlin slowly stood up and once again took out the complete version of the star map of the heavens and the worlds. It continued to choose one great emperor and supreme universe after another to descend. Every time he descended, Chen Junlin would bring along a well-prepared fruit basket to express the friendly sparring with those powerful people in the universe. He smiled as he talked to the great emperors and supreme beings. They were invited to participate in ranked competitions and to meet friends in martial arts, and they behaved very kindly. And these great emperors and supreme beings, one by one, were also very cooperative. Without even needing Chen Junlin to say much, he took out his best treasures and gave them back to Chen Junlin. At the same time, they hurriedly arranged for strong people to spar with Chen Junlin. After the final cut was over, these supreme beings and great emperors, one by one, actually knelt and begged for. I hope that Chen Junlin can take them under his wing, and they are willing to serve Chen Junlin forever. You're too kind. You're really too kind. Chen Junlin even had an illusion, only feeling that the major races in this web of the heavens and the earth, all of them are quite polite and friendly, and where does it look like a place full of competition and killing? Ha! If it weren't for the fact that the sky blue planet was once invaded by countless foreign races and nearly destroyed. I'm afraid I'm still going to actually believe that these alien beings are kind and friendly. Chen Junlin accepted these alien universes as servants while secretly sneering in his heart again. It is often said that when you have a strong enough status position, you realize that the surrounded by good people. That's a saying that really applies everywhere. Chapter 89, The First Person of the Heavens and the Earth, a True Honor. Ding! Congratulations, human sky blue star cosmic lord Chen Junlin, reaching 3,000 consecutive victories in seconds. Ding! Congratulations, human sky blue star cosmic lord Chen Junlin, reaching 5,000 consecutive wins in seconds. Regardless of what the other foreign spirits thought, Chen Junlin didn't care at all. Just as long as these guys can provide him with the number of seconds in the field. A second to kill the opponent. Amazing the heavens time and time again. Constantly breaking records. In the face of such an unprecedented feat by Chen Junlin, many great emperors and supreme beings have sighed. Chen Junlin's strength had reached an unimaginable level. And when that day comes, when Chen Junlin defeated the Devil Dao Emperor Guyu, when the 10,000 crowns king accomplished, between the moment it was reached, an unprecedented heaven and earth anomaly ruthlessly erupted in the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Ding! Congratulations to Chen Junlin, Lord of the Human Sky Blue Star Universe. Achieved the never-before-seen King of 10,000 Crowns hidden achievement, and obtained the only achievement title of the first person of 10,000 ancients in the worlds of the heavens and the earth. Ding! Congratulations to Chen Junlin, Lord of the Human Sky Blue Star Universe. Beings in the local universe and those in the affiliated universes will have their basic attributes unconditionally increased by 10 times. Ding! Accompanied by one deafening announcement message after another from the World Wide Web of the heavens appeared. Rumble. In that instant, it was as if the entire heavens and worlds were enveloped by a mysterious force. A brilliant light, blossoming from the endless void, like countless stars shining at the same time, illuminating every corner. Mysterious energy fluctuations surged like a tidal wave, stirring up layers of ripples in the universe. Those great emperors and supreme beings who were originally busy or practicing cultivation stopped their hands one after another. Stunned, he looked towards this sudden heaven and earth vision in the sky. Amidst the light, ancient runes could be seen faintly fluttering about. They were as if they were alive, intertwining into a mysterious pattern. Each rune exuded a powerful aura, as if it contained the truth of the universe. Followed closely by. This scene of runes actually began to rapidly intertwine and it was transformed into a world-shattering heaven and earth vision. This vision of heaven and earth, all the heavens were revealed together. Whether it was any of the cosmic beings within the heavens or the worlds, it was actually clear to see that the deeply reflected into the depths of the soul. And this scene of heaven and earth visions will also be accompanied by their bloodline heirs and continue through the soul memory. It's the first person in the line of the heavens and the earth. Boom! The first act of the vision, chaos gives birth to the green lotus. In the endless chaos, it was as if the Hongmang had first opened, and a mysterious aura filled the air. Suddenly, a green lotus slowly emerged, its color greenish-blue, emitting an ancient and powerful vitality. Each petal of the green lotus seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe, and the surrounding chaotic chi continued to surge, but could not come close to the green lotus in the slightest. It hovered there silently, like a beacon of light in the midst of chaos, illuminating the whole mysterious space. Act 2 Vision of a bright moon reflecting on the sea. Wow! Above a vast and boundless mysterious ocean, a huge bright moon slowly rose. The light of the bright moon poured over the sea, raising layers of silver waves. The sea shimmered and it was as if a huge mirror reflected the stunning beauty of the bright moon. Around the bright moon, clouds and mist surrounded it, just like a fairyland. On the surface of the sea, some mysterious creatures leap out of the water and seem to pay homage to the bright moon, and the whole scene is dreamlike. The third act of the vision, the fairy strokes my top. A blurred immortal figure appeared in the void, dressed in flowing robes that long hair danced in the wind. The immortal's face could not be seen clearly, However, the divine aura emanating from his body made people unable to help but be in awe. The immortal slowly stretched out his hand, as if across endless space and time, gently caressing the heads of all beings in heaven and earth. In this moment, A warm and powerful force spread throughout the entire body of all living beings in the universe of the heavens and the worlds, as if they had received the blessing of the immortals, and the basic attributes of every living being gained a substantial increase. Followed closely by the stars dazzle the 9 heavens. In the night sky of the heavens, countless stars suddenly erupted with brilliant light. It was as if they were cheering for Chen Junlin's achievement. The light of the stars intertwined together, forming a magnificent picture of the starry sky. Some of the stars are like huge jewels, radiating a dazzling light. Others are like mysterious swirls that it seemed to be attracting the power around it. The entire 9 heavens were illuminated by the light of the stars, which was breathtaking. The dragon and the phoenix dance in the sky. A dragon and a phoenix flew out from the void, the dragon scales shining and the phoenix feathers splendid. The dragon hovers in the sky, emitting a dragon's roar that shakes the 9 heavens. The phoenix, on the other hand, dances and mesmerizes with its beautiful posture. The dragons and phoenixes accompanied each other as if celebrating Chen Junlin's great achievement. Their bodies exuded a powerful aura of it made the space around it tremble. Rui Kai descends to the mortal world. Colorful rays of color fell from the sky in droves, like a brilliant meteor shower. The rays of color fell on the earth, bringing everything to life. The flowers bloomed more brilliantly, the trees grew more luxuriantly. In the midst of the Rui Kai, there is a mysterious power that it made people feel an unprecedented peace and tranquility. The entire mortal world was enveloped by this Rui Kai, as if it had turned into a fairyland. The spirit springs up in the earth. Above the earth, countless spiritual springs suddenly gushed out. The springs were clear and transparent, emitting a rich spiritual chi. Where the spiritual spring flowed, flowers, plants and trees grew rapidly and vigorously. Some cultivators felt the power of the spiritual spring and they all came to draw spiritual chi to enhance their strength. The appearance of the spiritual spring brought new hopes and opportunities to the worlds of the heavens. The sacred tree blooms. A huge divine tree rose up from the ground, the branches of the divine tree stretching out sinuously like a giant dragon. The leaves of the tree shone with a mysterious light. Above the divine tree, countless gorgeous flowers bloomed, and the fragrance of the flowers was intoxicating. Around the divine tree, the aura was so dense that it almost turned into substance, making it a holy place of cultivation that cultivators could only dream of. The unicorn treads on auspicious clouds. A mighty unicorn came with its feet on the auspicious clouds, and the unicorn's body exuded an aura of auspiciousness. Its eyes were majestic and solemn, as if it was guarding the peace of the heavens and the worlds. The unicorn hovered in the sky, the auspicious clouds fluttering, and the whole scene was filled with a sacred atmosphere. The appearance of the unicorn gave people a powerful sense of guardianship. Ancient swords ringing in the sky. An ancient sword flew out of the void, and the sound of the sword resounded through the heavens. The ancient sword's body exuded a stern aura, as if it could cut through everything. The lines on the body of the sword shimmered with a mysterious light that it seemed to be telling ancient stories. The ancient swords were flying in the air, as if they were paying homage to Chen Junlin. The entire firmament was shaken by the sound of the sword's roar. Too much. It's too much. Countless heaven and earth anomalies continue to appear, causing the entire living beings of the heavens and the worlds to it was in deep shock like never before. They knew that Chen Junlin's accomplishments had surpassed their imagination. He would lead the heavens and the worlds towards a new era. This, a miracle that cannot be replicated. It's an eternal myth. The first person in all the worlds, since the beginning of time. King of 10,000 crowns. Chen Junlin already deserved it. Chapter 90 Lord of the Divine Dynasty. The heavens are in common. Complete the great unification. After the endless heaven and earth visions that ruthlessly shook the 10,000 realms of the heavens. Eventually, these heavenly and earthly visions coalesced into a huge projection of Chen Junlin. Like a lofty supreme monument, it stood in the center of the 10,000 worlds of the heavens and eternities, causing countless living beings to admire, watch, and worship it. The great emperors and supreme beings of all races looked at the tall figure of that divine and magnificent. The shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. What kind of terrifying existence is it that can make the heavens and the earth the visions of? What a statue has been erected in its honor? They knew deep down that in front of a powerful being like Chen Junlin, all resistance was just futile. And so, without hesitation, the entire cosmic races of the heavens and the earth had actually made a decision. Race after race of chiefs, leading their people, have bowed to the ground and he opened his mouth and declared his willingness to submit to Emperor Chen to the huge projection statue of Chen Junlin. They lowered their once lofty heads, their eyes filled with awe and loyalty. Emperor Chen, your power pleases our hearts, and from now on, we would like to honor Great Xia as the supreme divine dynasty and follow in your footsteps to create splendor in all the heavens and worlds. A great emperor of an ancient race, but without any great emperor posture at all. Bishop said, kneeling respectfully. And behind him, he was followed by an equally powerful universe supreme and great emperor. The scene doesn't just take place within a cosmic world of the world wide web of the gods. Rather, it is almost all cosmic worlds, all cosmic beings. Above all, the subjection of all cosmic beings to obedience is experienced as witnessed by the will of the heavens, the behavior that comes from the heart. No one dares to disrespect it. No one dares to disrespect it. No one dares to disobey. As more and more cosmic races have sworn allegiance to Chen Junlin and submitted to the Great Xia, jointly honoring Daxia as the supreme divine dynasty. Chen Junlin actually didn't spend a single soldier, just through that one heaven and earth vision that shook the heavens. He directly became the sole divine emperor of the Heavenly Realms network. Ding! Congratulations on the completion of the unification of the All Worlds network. Become the only lord of the divine dynasty. You have gained control of the All Worlds network, Divine Dynasty Order First Grade Heaven. You have become the lord of the divine dynasty. You may, through the order of the divine dynasty First Heaven, controlling the current rules of authority within the universal network of the heavens and the earth, practicing the way of the divine dynasty's emperor, expanding the boundaries, teleporting outside of this realm's heaven and earth, and with the rest of the divine dynasty's lords. The deer by the nine heavens. P.S. The effect of the divine dynasty order requires you to break the cosmic emperor's shackles before it can be triggered. The moment. Even Chen Junlin hadn't expected that. He actually became the lord of the divine dynasty of the Heavenly Realms network just like that. The absolute domination of Chen Junlin also symbolizes the completion of the All Heavens and All Worlds network, which since the beginning of time has been. No one has ever achieved true unification of the world. Massive amounts of the power of faith, from within the countless universes of the heavens and the earth. A steady stream of water poured into Chen Junlin's body. The power of the Great Summer's destiny has surged upward. The rate of increase was so exaggerated that even Chen Junlin himself felt that it was a bit outrageous. And along with the increase in the power of the national fortune, his fighting strength, with an unimaginable momentum, was also constant uplift. 10 times. 100 times. Thousands of times. 10,000 times. In less than a minute's time, Chen Junlin's own combat power, the contrast is a huge distance away from what it was before this. And at the moment, his own level, he was still only at level 19. This Kyushu tripod, it's simply a bug like supreme treasure. Even if Chen Junlin's state of mind was as light as it could be, he could not help but marvel at it at this moment. As long as the power of the national fortune was large enough, then one's own strength would increase to an unimaginable degree. And nowadays, all the major cosmic races within the worldwide web of the heavens have declared their submission to the Great Summer. Naturally, the power of the national fortune of the Great Summer has reached an extremely terrifying level. This, however, is the equivalent of countless living beings within the entire network of the heavens and the worlds. At the same time, they all submitted to Daxia. A miracle so unimaginable that, even in a daydream, Chen Junlin couldn't even make this kind of exaggerated dream out at all. Even Chen Junlin didn't expect that at all. After one's projected vision appeared in the heavens and the worlds, it would actually bring one such incredible benefits. This completes the great unification? Like, it's not that hard? A look of dismay and oddness appeared on Chen Junlin's face. Couldn't help but underestimate it to myself. But now the question arises again. He has accomplished the great unification of all the living beings of the heavens. All were considered servants belonging to him, Chen Junlin. Wouldn't there be no need for him to continue to fight in other universes? What's more, now that all the beings in the worlds of the heavens and the earth have become members of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, if they were forcibly decimated and upgraded, it would undoubtedly cause the power of the national fortune to plummet, thus indirectly affecting his strength. But, if he does not continue to conquer other cosmic beings, then he next. And how do you get the experience to level up? Thinking about it, Chen Junlin took another look at one of the draconic holy dragon's advancement conditions, drinking milk. Mother-er. It can't be that he really needs to rely on the ancient dragon to drink milk for upgrading next, right? Although it is said that there are an endless number of cosmic races within the network of the heavens and the worlds. No matter what kind of beast's milk and how large a quantity it is, it should be available. But the problem is, to upgrade to level 100,000 or more by drinking milk. And how long will it take to drink the Tama? Shook his head. Chen Junlin only felt that this approach was really a bit of a headache for people to deal with. He wouldn't try that unless he had to. While thinking, Chen Junlin couldn't help but recall the previous achievement rewards, one being Chaotic Body Emperor. One is the Hidodan. The chaotic body would allow him to directly certify as a peerless great emperor in one step. Save a lot of experience value needed for upgrading. The Dao harmonization pill is even simpler, and after direct fusion, it can even transcend great emperors. By then, the so-called divine dynasty order will be at his disposal. The World Wide Web would then truly belong to him, Chen Junlin, alone. According to the development of the compulsion of the World Wide Web, this may be its ultimate goal. It is to create a unique lord of the divine dynasty. As for the other lords of the divine dynasties outside the realm, it wasn't hard for Chen Junlin to guess it. I'm afraid that becoming the lord of the divine dynasty of the World Wide Web is not the end of the story. Maybe it's just a starting point. As a matter of fact, Chen Junlin had long been prepared for this situation, so it was easy to accept and understand. After all, it's just the limit-breaking trait. The eternal level is a level that completely exceeds the highest level limitations within the World Wide Web of the heavens. Thoughts? Chen Junlin couldn't help but look at the harmonization pill again. Is it possible that the next step is to refine this harmonization pill through fusion? Is that the best way to accomplish transcendence? However, it was also at this moment. Suddenly, a weak and feeble voice came out from the void in front of Chen Junlin. Fusion. Chen Junlin, you must fuse this harmonization pill. Otherwise, all the beings in the entire web of the heavens and the earth. There will be an unprecedented overthrowing catastrophe, and there will be no future for all beings in the 10,000 realms network of the heavens. Chapter 91 I have seen the future? As that weak voice rang out, Chen Junlin immediately frowned slightly. Eyes instantly cast in the direction from which the voice came. Only to see a figure slowly emerge from the void in front of them. The other party was a cosmic emperor, covered in wounds and bruises, as if he had been cut up by 1,000 cuts. His skin was withered, not to mention that the breath of life was still extremely weak, as if it could dissipate at any time. Chen Junlin was really a bit surprised, not knowing what this great emperor had actually gone through. I can't believe I'm getting such exaggerated injuries. He could vaguely feel that. The other party seems to be entangled in a strand of horrifying power of time and age, and is constantly eroding its flesh and soul. If the other party's cultivation is not strong enough, I'm afraid that it would have gone up in smoke and turned into a pile of dry bones. And this person is, in fact, the old ancestor of that time and space clan, He traveled upstream across the river of time to see the future, and then returned from the middle of it with great difficulty. But this long river of time, how could it be easily touched? Even with an innate treasure like the Tower of Time. Yet, it also still caused this old ancestor of the time and space clan to almost lose half of his life. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and weak. Each step seemed to exhaust his entire body. When he finally arrived in front of Chen Junlin, his eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. This old ancestor of the time and space clan walked to Chen Junlin with incomparable difficulty. His eyes were filled with anxiety and worry, and not caring about the injuries on his body, he directly grasped the time to reply, Chen Junlin. It's too late to explain too much. I am the old ancestor of the time and space clan, and I just returned from the river of time. Saw a horrible future. Only if you fuse the harmonization pill and break through to a higher transcendent realm. It is only then that we can save the beings of the World Wide Web of the heavens. The timeless ones? Chen Junlin raised his eyebrows and was silent, not immediately responding to the other party. He naturally wouldn't trust this guy who appeared out of nowhere so easily. That Spacetime clan, which he did know, was on top of the complete general star map of the heavens. They are all powerful races labeled as superpowers. A superlative power, meaning far more than an ordinary great Empress universe world. It could even easily exterminate some great Emperor universe worlds, and this kind of power was even more difficult to deal with than even the Heart Demon clan. Moreover, the Time and Space clan even possessed the heaven-defying ability to cross the long river of time. Looking at the heavens and the worlds, there were simply not many forces that were qualified to be able to fight against them. To let me fuse and refine away the harmonization pill? Chen Junlin had some doubts in his mind. He was pondering whether to refine the harmonization pill or not. As a result, it happened that the old ancestor of this Time and Space clan appeared. Would it not be a little too strange to say that this was purely just a coincidence? From the huge trauma that this old ancestor of the Time and Space clan had received, it was obvious that it was hopeless. Especially if the opponent was harmed by the power of time, it was from the source of time that he was killed. Even using those resurrection means within the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds was simply unable to resurrect him successfully. Since the other party was willing to risk his life to bring back this news, it couldn't be just to come and deceive him, could it? Could it be that? If we don't refine this harmonization, Dan, we won't be able to cope with a certain crisis that comes next? Chen Junlin appeared to be immovable as a mountain, but in reality, his thoughts were turning fast. The mystery and unknown risks of the harmonization pill had kept him hesitant. But the old ancestor's warning made him revisit the issue. Eyeing the old ancestor of the Time and Space clan, the increasingly illusory divine eagle, Chen Junlin finally did open his mouth and asked, "You have to tell me the reason why you were so sure of fusing and refining this harmonization, Dan, first. Is it the only way to save the worlds of the heavens? What secrets are hidden in this? And what did you see in the future of the long river of time?" The old ancestor sighed, and the whole person seemed to have aged a few more points. He knew that Chen Junlin would definitely not believe himself if he didn't explain things clearly. One could only weakly and incomparably slowly reply, "In the future picture of that long river of time, I saw a dark force approaching the All Heavens network. This force is incomparably strong enough to destroy everything. Any Tao, any magic treasure, any resistance is useless. Everything can only be destroyed. All living things completely cease to exist. At that time, you were still only level 19, and your battle power was horribly different from normal. With the heaven-opening axe in hand, yet he was simply powerless to stop the power of darkness from surging through him. It can only be like a small boat in the midst of the dark tide, barely able to protect itself, but unable to change the end of the great situation. I learned that you possess the harmonization pill, and that is the only means to be able to transcend the shackles. Though I don't know exactly what your concerns are. Obviously controlling the means of breakthrough that countless people desire, yet he has been keeping it untouched. But, you have to trust me, only you are the only hope for our heavenly realms. You, who are the network of the heavens and the worlds, for countless ages. The supreme god emperor who created a unique myth. In the midst of that terrifying future, only you have fused the harmonization pill. Becoming an existence that surpasses a great emperor might be able to resist this dark force from eroding. Chen Junlin quietly listened to the old ancestor of the Time and Space clan with a slightly grave expression. His eyes were on the wounds on the old ancestor of the Timeless Ones. He moved back and forth between the mysterious harmonization pill and the mysterious harmonization pill, and the doubts and worries in his heart surged like a tidal wave. The moment. Chen Junlin was in deep thought. He knew that the old ancestor probably wasn't lying. But the intuition of the harmonization pill in his heart still made him a bit skeptical. Then do you know where the dark power you speak of actually comes from? Why it is so powerful that making the entire world of the heavens and the earth unable to resist? Chen Junlin frowned, trying to take the words of his old ancestor and dig up some more informational intelligence. However, the old ancestor of the Time and Space clan just shook his head with difficulty and a look of fear and pain crossed his face. I too have only glimpsed the tip of the river of time, the exact source of that dark power. And would it be beyond my reach? But I could feel its terror and evil, as if it had been born out of an endless nothingness that, with the will to destroy everything. The image in the long river of time was so shocking that I couldn't even see the full picture of that dark power, merely knowing only that once it descended, the worlds of the heavens will be in desperate straits. Chen Junlin, trust me. If you don't fuse this harmonization pill, there will be no future for our heavenly realms. The old ancestor of the Time and Space clan could not help but show a hint of bitterness on his face when he saw that Chen Junlin still seemed to be hesitating. Helplessly, he pleaded. As a matter of fact, he had an answer in mind. Time, the great power. Divine order, not to be. In the face of such a great thing as the fall of the heavens, even if he could cross the long river of time, try to change the fate of the future ending. But, just his district mole cricket-like existence, what waves can be turned up? Chapter 92, Future Pictures? Nope. In the midst of time. Some minor inconsequential potentials can probably be changed with some minor details. But with regard to the great forces of heaven and earth, they are almost unchangeable. So, in the opinion of the old ancestors of the Time and Space Clan, even if he told all the answers about the future now, Chen Junlin would most likely not fuse that harmonization pill. The only thing he was wondering right now was what concerns Chen Junlin had. Only then did he delay refining the harmonization dan, even until the destruction of the world, he never chose to refine it. Obviously, as long as he chose to refine it, Chen Junlin would be able to break the great emperor's shackles. To become the transcendent that countless great emperors desire, Chen Junlin was silent for a moment, then spoke again and asked rhetorically, if that endless power of darkness is it really that horrible as that? Your Excellency, thinking that one harmonization pill is really enough for me to possess. Enough to withstand the power of darkness? Having heard what was said, the old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan could not help but raise his head slightly, and a hint of hesitation and indecision was revealed in his eyes, but they quickly became resolute. He struggled to move his lips, and uttered a raspy voice that, feebly but with immense seriousness, he replied. Chen Junlin, I understand your concern. But in the dark picture of the future of that long period of time, the only hope I can see is, I'm afraid, only the harmonization pill. For, under the erosion of the power of that horrible darkness, even great emperors who are amazingly talented and control the power of heaven and earth are like ants, completely powerless. One after another, great emperors have fallen, the sky rains blood, and the heavens wail. That kind of picture scene has never appeared even in the Emperor Fall era, which is known as the most tragic era. Even cosmic emperors who control the power of the heavens and the earth are mere ants, unbeatable. Not to mention other means? Therefore, the one silver lining for the worlds of the heavens is probably just that one harmonization pill of yours. Though, I can't be sure if relying on it will stop the dark cataclysm or not. After all, that darkness cataclysm is too powerful and too terrifying. But in that moment of despair, it, having been in the net of the heavens, the only hope of flopping is now. Therefore, no matter how it ends, we must seize this only possibility. Chen Junlin, you are a legend in the worlds of the heavens network, your strength and wisdom are unrivaled. You've delayed fusing that harmonization pill, you must have your reasons and concerns. But I believe that even after fusing the harmonization pill, one may face some unknown risks hidden. And you must have the ability to be able to cope over it. No matter how serious the consequences would be after the fusion of the harmonization dan, it would always be impossible to. It would be more desperate than having the entire heavens and worlds fall, right? Chen Junlin, I want you. You. The words were not yet finished. The old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan moved his dry lips again but its flesh, blood, and soul all over its body seemed to be completely eroded by the power of time, so much so that there was actually no sound coming out of his throat either. Obviously. The old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan, even if he had already reached the point of running out of gas. However, he was still doing his best to persuade Chen Junlin to try to change the general situation that could not be changed. Chen Junlin raised an eyebrow, sensing the state of the old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan. Trying to stop it a bit through the time solidification charm, but it was completely ineffective. Just see. At this very moment, the old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan, whose frail body trembled slightly, was. His life breath was like a candle in the wind, and could be completely extinguished at any time. His eyes were full of resignation and helplessness, as if there were still many unfinished words, many unfinished missions. He opened his mouth again with great difficulty, but could only make a feeble sound of air and unable to say another full sentence. His body began to become even more illusory, as if it would dissipate into this void at any moment. The shocking scars looked more and more hideous under the erosion of the power of time. The skin of this old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan, the peak great emperor realm powerhouse of yesteryear. Like the bark of a dry tree, it kept peeling away, revealing the dull flesh and blood underneath. His eyes gradually lost their luster, and the flame of life was about to be extinguished. However, Even in these last moments of his life, the old ancestor's gaze was still firmly fixed on Chen Junlin. The eyes were full of expectation and testament. It was as if he was silently hoping that Chen Junlin would make the right choice. Save the worlds of the heavens from danger. Finally, the old ancestor's body, no longer able to support it, he slowly collapsed. In the moment of falling, an illusory river of time surfaced. His figure was like a broken bubble, gradually melting into the drops of the long river of time. This once powerful and incomparable old ancestor of the timeless ones was thus, in the course of time, completely coming to the end of his life. Even his true spirit was fused into time. It is the consequence of forcibly reversing the flow of the long river of time and disobeying the rules of time. Chen Junlin raised his head slightly and quietly looked at the place where the old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan had disappeared. The heart couldn't help but be filled with emotion. He knew that this old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan had given everything for the heavens and the earth, even at the cost of his own life in order to bring back this vital news to him. If the other party merely peeked into the future, with the ability of the Time and Space Clan to control time, how can they be punished in this way? But the other side is violating some of the rules of space and time in order to change the future ending, naturally assimilated by the power of time. Thinking about the other side of this righteous behavior, Chen Junlin, although he himself did not agree with it and would not do such a thing, but it is also able to understand and show respect. There was a moment's pause. Only then did Chen Junlin leisurely open his mouth and softly sighed, "Go at ease. I'll give your suggestion some serious thought. Also, I'll take care of the Time and Space Clan as much as I can." Chen Junlin looked at the place where the old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan had disappeared. It was as if he was promising the vanished spirit of this old Time Clan ancestor. His eyes revealed a hint of determination. It wasn't for any so-called fate of the entire heavens and worlds. He, Chen Junlin, was not that saintly and righteous. Only that great darkness catastrophe from the future, yet it also had to make him pay attention for it. After all, according to the description of the old ancestor of this Time and Space Clan, with one's current rank strength, plus the heavenly axe, which is capable of destroying heaven and earth, can only barely defend itself? Then how ridiculously powerful must the future dark cataclysm be again? Chen Junlin frowned again and summoned the Enlightenment Dragon in his hand. He took the harmonization dand from his paw and said to himself, "Is it possible that we have to fuse this thing?" But suddenly, Chen Junlin's eyes flashed, but his face revealed a flash of shock. The pupils contracted involuntarily. No! This situation is totally wrong. Chapter 93: The Calculations of Those Behind the Scenes? The Gautama Dragon's Response. It was also this moment. Boom! Within Chen Junlin's body, an incomparably astonishing fluctuation of breath erupted. Ding! Your dragon spirit Gautama Dragon, through constant Gautama specialization, successfully completed the advancement and upgrade conditions. Upgrade to LV 200 level. You have become a 20-star dragon spiritist. Your universe level, synchronized and updated to LV 20. Upgraded. He successfully passed one of the conditions of the Dragon of Enlightenment and completed the upgrade. Reached LV 20 level. But, judging from the words of the old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan just now, it seems that the future and yet it's still at LV 19? This, clearly, is buggy. The old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan, who died in front of him in order to bring back the secrets of the future. This was a fact that Chen Junlin had seen with his own eyes, and it could not be false. He had clearly reached LV 20 level by now. Why, in the words brought back by the old ancestor of that temporal clan. Yet it clearly states that his level is still at LV 19? This moment, Chen Junlin's back, actually, couldn't even help but raise a slight chill. The scalp couldn't help but tingle. Unless the future seen by the old ancestors of the Time and Space Clan is actually a false future. Either that or it's being affected by some power. Either that, or it's about my future that can't be evolved by the World Wide Web at all. That future which the old ancestors of the Time One saw. Merely those behind the worlds of the Heavens Network, in accordance with my current strength to present it. Yes. That should be it. Under normal circumstances. I have now subjugated all the racial beings of the World Wide Web of the Heavens, and the World Wide Web of the Heavens has completed its great unification. It can no longer be upgraded by killing other cosmic beings through the Conquest mode, and if it does not fuse the Chaos Body or the Harmonization Pill, it probably stops at LV-19 level. But the network of the heavens and the earth. It seems that I don't know much about my dragon spirit system. In addition to hunting and killing as a condition for advancement, I actually have other ways to upgrade, such as the great mighty heavenly dragon of listening to the Dharma upgrade, which is not a good idea, but it is a good idea for the dragon spirit system. Like the ancient dragon milk upgrade. Or enlightenment dragon's enlightenment specialization upgrade. Only the efficiency of these upgrading methods is too slow. But any slower efficiency, and I'm perfectly capable of continually upgrading through them. At the very least, it won't be just a level 19 cosmic being before the dark cataclysm arrives. That, right there, is the biggest break. Thinking about it, Chen Junlin was becoming more and more certain in his heart that the picture of the future that the old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan had seen pressing may not be a real future. Even if this old ancestor of the Time and Space Clan, who had indeed crossed the long river of time, and it was punished by the rules of the long time. But that future might just as well be a false future, deliberately created by those behind the scenes. Teased the Time and Space Clan old ancestor. Its purpose is likely to be in order to the unknown fear of the future, guide him to integrate the harmonization Dan. At the very least. At the beginning, Chen Junlin was indeed worried because of the darkness catastrophe. He was hesitant to use the harmonization pill. Even though he may still not choose to fuse in the end, this at least proves that it also does manage to cloud his judgment, for a moment. And the price paid by those behind it. It would be nothing more than sacrificing an insignificant old ancestor of the Time One clan. What a guy! In order to force me to fuse this harmonization pill, it was so well intentioned? Gee. That makes me even more curious about this thing called the harmonization pill. Just what kind of secret is hidden, or what kind of benefit can it bring you, that it actually deserves such a carefully calculated arrangement? Chen Junlin raised his head, his radiant eyes, looking straight up above the firmament. The face was full of arrogance and cold sharpness. Vaguely. It was as if the whole dome of the sky was covered by the cold, sharp aura of his eyes. Gave torn to shreds. He, Chen Junlin, was most averse to being counted. Since the person behind the curtain finally chose to count on him, he, Chen Junlin. I'm going to have to learn how to do that. Ha! Have to let me refine and fuse this harmonization pill, right? Chen Junlin smiled coldly, the corners of his mouth revealing a touch of playfulness. Once again, he turned his gaze to the harmonization pill in his hand, and his mind could not help but be filled with thoughts. He decided to activate the great mighty Dharma eyes once again to conduct a more in-depth and comprehensive observation of the harmonization Dan. The light of the great mighty Dharma eye, enveloping the Hito Dan. Chen Junlin carefully observed every detail of the elixir. No matter how one goes about observing it, they still don't find anything out of the ordinary. This can only mean that the harmonization pill really has no negative effects, just a normal chance. Could it be that this harmonization pill really has no problems? Chen Junlin secretly wondered in his heart how strong the delusion-breaking ability of the great mighty Dharma eye was. He knew all about it, and all the demons, devils, spirits, and monsters, including those counting tricks, could not be hidden from him. Unless, of course, the harmonization pill itself does not have the meaning of counting. It was indeed meant to give Chen Junlin a quick boost in strength. This is a very correct deduction, and by reasoning that Chen Junlin can also trust the judgment of this Dewey Dharma eye. But, combined with all the previous occurrences and the inner alarm of the crisis, However, Chen Junlin could not believe this precise and accurate judgment. This can only mean that a certain kind of calculation on the part of those behind the scenes is very clever. It could even be that he, Chen Junlin, would not have any ill effects, but it was also true that he was plotting something on him. It's not hard to understand. It's like a lot of people in reality, in the name of doing what's best for you. Instead, they actually do things that leave you scratching your head and speechless. This kind of thing doesn't necessarily hurt you. However, it will put you in a helpless situation similar to being coerced, so that you can only take a dumb loss. Is it hard to just throw this thing away? Chen Junlin pondered so. As for taking it to someone else to use, that's a no-brainer. He wouldn't be so foolish as to directly create a fellow that surpassed the level of a great emperor. After all, he wasn't sure what kind of strength was above a great emperor. If you make a strong enemy, you're just asking for trouble. As for using it for someone you trust, like Qin Xiaowei? Joking aside, in case there is indeed some sort of conspiracy in this harmony, Dan, it would still be a screw-up for those behind the curtain. Master. It was also at this time that the soft, glutinous voice of the Gautama dragon suddenly resounded in the depths of his mind. Master, didn't you break through to become a 20-star dragon spirit master? Maybe try summoning a special dragon spirit for this situation at hand. After all, although the Dewei Dharma Eye possesses the unique ability to break the delusion of investigation. But if it's the kind of scheme that doesn't seem to be a calculation, but is actually another trick, it may not work too well. Chapter 94, My Future is Not a Dream. Projecting a real-world dragon spirit. Awakening a suitable dragon spirit? Chen Junlin pondered slightly, contemplating the Gautama dragon's proposal. It has to be said that in today's situation, maybe summoning up a special dragon spirit special enough to deal with it might actually be a good option. Worthy of being known as the most intelligent Wudao dragon, he thought of the key so quickly. Spin. Chen Junlin waved his big hand, but he set out one musical instrument after another. And all these musical instruments were exchanged from within the lucky store of the worlds. Each of them is a very famous supreme treasure. Such as the Fuxi zither, the 9-leaf green lotus flute, the Kirin serpent, and the Xuanwu drum. After taking over all the universes of the heavens and the worlds, the universal coins of the worlds that he now owns are already almost infinite, and he can't even count them clearly. In other words, the things inside this lucky shop of the worlds, for him, it's basically kind of a free thing that's always available. His gaze swept over the instruments around him, his mind constantly pondering the appropriate music for awakening. Because that person behind the scenes has been hiding in the shadows, I have always been in a passive situation. Moreover, I don't have many chances for trial and error right now, and once I've refined the harmonization, Dan, there would be no room for backtracking. Although the so-called True Spirit Retrospective Talisman is available in the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds. Being able to resurrect one's true spirit and return to a past spacetime node. But this is ultimately a product within the heavens and the worlds. There's no guarantee that there won't be some kind of plotting and scheming as well. Chen Junlin surveyed the musical instruments around him while thinking about what to play to awaken the dragon spirit. Faced with a moment like today's, when the one behind the curtain is about to be revealed, this awakening of the dragon spirit, it could be considered very crucial, and its importance was almost no less than that of the first awakened dragon spirit. So what I need most is enough trial and error. Rebirth? Awakening a dragon spirit that possesses the trait of being constantly resurrected and can start over countless times? No. This approach is still very passive, and remains uncertain as to the future of the. It's also hard to guarantee whether or not that person behind the curtain will detect my means of rebirth in the midst of the long river of time. A moment of contemplation. Suddenly, a flash of essence swept across Chen Junlin's eyes. There. If I could pass through something similar to the novels of my previous life, those future simulators. By means of sufficiently accurate deduction, the future various images will be known in advance, step-by-step trial and error. This may be more than the ability to regenerate. It fits better with today's situation. Thinking about it, it was as if Chen Junlin's heart was in the right place, instantly conjuring up a suitable piece of music. A light smile. He looked at the full range of instruments in front of him, but it was a rare case where he didn't choose a single one. Instead, he suddenly waved his big hand and summoned all 19 of his dragon spirits. Ergo, let them each choose an instrument. Accompany me, gentlemen, as I accompany you. Chen Junlin slowly walked over to the Fuxi zither and sat down, gently plucking the strings. The melody of my future is not a dream flowed out slowly. The unmistakable notes seemed to possess infinite magic, and stirred in the air it spread out in all directions. With the piano playing, the 19 dragon spirits beside them also began to accompany the melody. A moment's effort. A mysterious light actually sprang out from above the instruments of the 19 dragon spirits, and began to flicker around Chen Junlin. These rays of light were like dancing elves, intertwining into a colorful painting. Gradually, the light became more and more prevalent, completely enveloping Chen Junlin. At the center of that light, a powerful aura quietly spread out. The aura was full of mysterious and dreamy colors, as if it came from another world. It kept surging, like a raging tide, pounding away in all directions. At the same time, the entire heavens and world seemed to be touched by this mysterious force. In the sky, countless stars flickered with a strange light, as if responding to the call of this power. Above the earth, the mountains and rivers trembled slightly, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. A force that seemed to transcend any rule of. It was actually an instantaneous image of Qin Junlin and the 19 dragon spirits playing at the same time, forming a huge projection of the heavens, allowing all living beings within the entire heavenly realms to see clearly. And in this moment, those beings of the affiliated races also heard the music played out by Qin Junlin for the first time. At that instant, all living beings were deeply shocked. They stopped what they were doing and looked up, their gazes filled with shock and awe. It's as if this music has the power to penetrate the soul. It sent an unspeakable wave of emotion surging through their hearts. Oh my God? What's this? Music, it's Emperor Qin playing music. What subtle musical power? It's amazing how this music stirs up a certain emotion I once felt as a child. I didn't expect that Emperor Qin would have such extraordinary attainments in the way of music. Compared to Emperor Qin, my so-called name as the Emperor of the Qin is simply laughable. At the accompaniment of Emperor Qin's side. Is that a dragon race? So special. I can't believe I've never seen it before. Countless shocking murmurs resounded from all corners of the heavens. But soon it was all quiet again. Because everyone was infected by Qin Junlin's music, completely mesmerized into the rhythmic melody. This moment, the countless living beings of all the heavens and all the worlds, as if, in an instant, it awakens the first heart that has been sealed in the years. What do you want to be when you grow up? As the piece progresses, the space around Qin Junlin seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious force. A brilliant light blossomed out from within him, and a brand new dragon spirit gradually manifested. Ding! You have awakened the 20th dragon spirit, Phantom Dream Spirit Dragon. This dragon spirit can weave illusory dreams and gain insight into people's hearts. It can immerse people in dreams, revealing deep inner secrets and potential dangers. Dragon category, special. Quality potential, follows the master dragon spirit Ancient Dragon. Gifted trait, projection. Can, through the power of dreams, projecting the full presence of the real world. Exclusive avatar, Dreamweaver can create all kinds of realistic dreams. Guiding others to find answers in their dreams can simulate the precise direction of the real world after each different choice. Dragon Spirit Skills, Dream Traveling, Phantom Dream Boundary. Dragon Spirit Level, LV 200 Juvenile. The appearance of the illusory Dream Spirit Dragon made Qin Junlin's eyes light up and his heart was very surprised. I didn't expect that a dragon spirit suitable for the current situation would actually be awakened, projecting everything in the real world. This also means that he can utilize the ability of this spirit dragon of illusionary dreams. Continuously performing simulated deduction might be able to help him gain a deeper understanding of the secrets behind the harmonization pill. He even found the so-called person behind the scenes directly in the dream simulation again and again. Chapter 95. No way, more like a dragon than us dragons? Qin Junlin quietly looked at the newly awakened illusory dream spirit dragon in front of him. Feeling the powerful effects of its natural aptitude, a strong anticipation could not help but surge in his heart. He had an intuition that the appearance of this spirit dragon of illusion, it's bound to bring him a number of unexpected and surprising rewards. And at the moment, the illusory dream spirit dragon plate hovered incomparably intimately around Qin Junlin, its body emitting a mysterious light. The light was like a dreamy color, intertwined into a gorgeous painting. Qin Junlin reached out his hand and gently touched the illusory dream spirit dragon's body. Feel its light, dreamlike body. And at this point, the beings of the heavens and the worlds were still immersed in the aftermath of that my future is not a dream, and their eyes were filled with emotion and longing for the, as if touched by the memories of what once was brought back by this music. They had been frantically raising their strength ever since they joined the World Wide Web of the heavens, all the time trying to find a breakthrough in every way possible, but without realizing it, forgetting the dreams that were once there. They, in fact, have had dreams. And so, infected by Qin Junlin's music, quite a few cosmic beings were actually prepared to stop fighting for a period of time first next, in order to properly realize the dream they had in the beginning. Tired. In this time and again, not knowing how the future will be like, in fact, many cosmic racial beings, It had been tired long ago. It's just a matter of having to fight to stay alive. And now, the unification of the heavens and the worlds was truly accomplished under Emperor Chen's leadership. I'm sure they won't continue to fight and kill next, and it's time to realize the dream they had in the first place. Emperor Chen, what a wise ruler. Yes, at this critical juncture, as the entire cosmic race completes its unification. From now on, without the need to undergo brutal conquests, Emperor Chen played this piece of music together for the living beings of all the heavens and all the worlds. Letting all living beings find their true heart and have a purpose and meaning for their existence again is truly well-intentioned. That's how it happened. Chen Junlin clearly only intended to awaken a suitable dragon spirit. To address the potential threat from those behind the curtain, only to play out this one piece that. Instead, it happened to cause a marvelous misunderstanding among the living beings of the heavens and the worlds, allowing him to once again obtain a large amount of power of faith. This moment, Chen Junlin was considered to be completely and utterly convincing the various living beings of the heavens and the worlds. Some beings of the cosmic races who originally still harbor hatred towards other hostile races. Under the infection of this piece of music, it was no longer as full of hatred as before. They'll calm down, gradually. Considering whether it's worth it or not, whether there's any point in continuing to fight with what used to be hostile universes or not. Is living just about never-ending vengeance? Same time. In the corner of the world of the heavens, in the territory of the dragon race. A group of powerful members of the dragon race were in an unprecedented state of shock. The moment Chen Junlin summoned the illusory dream spirit dragon, a powerful dragon's might instantly filled the air. This dragon's might was like a raging wave that quickly spread throughout the entire realm of the heavens, and they, the dragon race, were undoubtedly the ones who felt it the most strongly. The originator of the dragon race, that ancient and majestic dragon that. It was originally quietly perched in the dragon's nest, but at this moment, it violently opened its huge dragon eyes. Within those dragon eyes, there were flashes of astonishment and disbelief. It felt that powerful and incomparable dragon's might that. It was a dragon bloodline power that surpassed the realm of its cognition. The dragon patriarch slowly raised his head and looked in the direction where Chen Junlin was. Its mind was filled with shock. This aura. This is dragon might? But why is it so unfamiliar and so powerful? The voice of the Dragon Clan patriarch echoed through the Dragon Clan's territory with a deep sense of doubt and shock. It was because this dragon's might had already surpassed it, a Dragon Clan patriarch. Compared to that, the huge dragon that had just appeared above the dome of the sky was the one that looked more like the Dragon Clan patriarch. But that's not what shook it up the most. What really makes it incredible is this. The giant dragon figure above the firmament, There's no record of it in the species above the dragon family book, and it's still just summoned out of thin air to appear? No. It wasn't just the giant dragon that appeared just now, but the other 19 giant dragons beside Emperor Chen. Again, they are all similar alternative dragons. The surrounding members of the Dragon Clan, likewise, had their eyes wide open. They looked at the 20 giant dragons above the void and reacted even more severely, their hearts filled with panic. The dragons have always been proud of their bloodline. Considering themselves to be one of the most powerful races in the heavens and earth, the Dragon Patriarch was the supreme being in their hearts. However, at this moment they had to face a reality that was the dragon spirit that had appeared beside Chen Junlin, emitting a dragon might that was surprisingly more powerful than the originator of their dragon clan. Patriarch, what is going on here? 4. Why is His Majesty, Emperor Chen, the dragon summoned would have such a powerful dragon's might? A dragon elder asked with a trembling voice, its eyes filled with confusion and fear. The Dragon Clan patriarch was silent as it once again felt that strand of dragon might, and its mind was filled with thoughts. It could sense that the dragon spirit summoned by Chen Junlin was more than just a powerful dragon. What's more, the aura emanating from it was even more like the dragon race than the dragon race seemed to be. Dragons have always considered themselves to be the representatives of dragons by their form and power. But at this moment, the phantom dream spirit dragons as well as the dragon spirits such as the desolate ancient sacred dragon, which they saw. But it makes them begin to question their own perceptions. That pure dragon aura seemed to be the true embodiment of a dragon's essence. Could this be the real dragon? We're just mongrel blood? The Dragon Clan patriarch secretly pondered in its heart, its eyes filled with complex emotions. It didn't want to accept that fact, yet it had to think in that direction. Because, at this moment, the feeling in its heart is like those scaly snakes that possess a trace of dragon bloodline, the feelings of the dragons who faced them. In the Dragon Clan's territory, the other members of the Dragon Clan were also talking. What is the origin of these true dragons of His Majesty Emperor Chen? There are no records of these dragon types at all in this world of the heavens and the earth. Are there other cosmic worlds we don't know about? Various murmurs rose and fell in the Dragon Clan's territory. The hearts of the members of the Dragon Clan were filled with uneasiness and fear. They've always been proud of their race. But now there is a more orthodox dragon race that they are at a loss for words. However, the Dragon Clan patriarch gradually calmed down after a short period of shock. It knows that it can't be swayed by fear at this point in time. It was important to find out where these dragons came from and what they were up to. Quiet. The voice of the dragon race patriarch rang out like thunder, instantly silencing all the members of the dragon race. The dragons summoned by His Majesty, Emperor Chen, are indeed powerful, but we must not be afraid because of that. We need to find out where they came from and what they're for. Perhaps we, the dragon race, will be able to go further and break the shackles through them? The voice of the Dragon Clan patriarch was filled with majesty. It made the fear in the hearts of the members of the dragon race lessen slightly. The patriarchs are right. We cannot be defeated by fear. This may not necessarily not be an opportunity for our dragon race. A Dragon Clan powerhouse stepped forward and said, its eyes filled with determination. Subsequently, within the cosmic world of the dragon race, they began to deliberate on what they had to do to be able to contact Qin Junlin. Ask about the origins of those particular dragons. Chapter 96: A brand new cultivation system? Everyone is like a dragon, what a pleasure. Led by the dragon patriarch, the members of the dragon race could hardly sit still for a moment. There's a big chance that the appearance of this alternative dragon race from Emperor Chen is an opportunity that belongs to the dragon race, If they could find out from this alternative dragon race why it possessed a bloodline more powerful than even the dragon patriarchs, maybe it could make the whole dragon race stronger. Chen Di is truly a world unrivaled wunderkind as well. My dragon clan must firmly grasp this opportunity. Looking up at the vaulted sky, eyes closed at the moment, as if he had fallen asleep, Emperor Chen, the Dragon Clan patriarch, respectfully bowed his hand and made a salute. As with other cosmic races, as the first great emperor-level powerhouse to have crossed paths with Qin Junlin within the ranking arena, it naturally knew very well how powerful Qin Junlin was. For Qin Junlin interrupting its winning streak of seconds and ruining its plans. It never tried to get revenge back, although it was a little sulky inside, and because at that time it had realized that Qin Junlin was by no means something that the dragons could handle. And with the shocking commotion that Qin Junlin made time and time again in the background, this makes it all the more glad for its choice. And because of this, when Qin Junlin caused the visions of the heavens, it was only then that it took the initiative to lead the entire dragon clan in the first place, submit to the other party. It was the first to bow down to Qin Junlin, who had taken the initiative to lead the entire great emperor universe. To this the members of the Dragon Clan did not object in any way, and from time immemorial the relationship between the dragon race and the human race in the 10,000 realms of the heavens was just fine, and it was even more friendly than even the relationship with the nine-tailed fox race. Once when the human race was weak, there were quite a few dragons who befriended the pride of the human race. Provides a number of roles for the growth of the human race. Especially for the human race that follows the dynasty cultivation system, the dragon race can also suppress the emperor's fortune, and the dragon race can also suppress the emperor's fortune. Letting the qi last for a long time, and the dragons could be nourished by the qi, both sides could be said to complement each other. Except for the dragon universe. Elsewhere in the realms of the heavens, the beings of other cosmic races. They also felt the powerful dragon power of the illusory dream spirit dragon and other dragon spirits, and they all looked in the direction where Qin Junlin was, their hearts filled with surprise and awe. It's unbelievable. This Chen Emperor of ours, what exactly is his origin again? Among the dragon race, and when was it that so many dragon race powerhouses were born? They didn't know how special these dragon spirits were, but they could feel it. These gigantic dragons seemed to be even more formidable than those dragon emperors they remembered. Many powerful cosmic race great emperors, even more so, secretly lamented in their hearts that this dragon race is really hiding it deeply enough. Look at this close relationship between these 20 dragons and Emperor Chen. I'm afraid I've already been in contact with Qin Junlin for a long time. They didn't feel curious about such things as the dragon race being associated with Emperor Chen. After all, in this heavenly realm, the relationship between the dragon race and the human race was indeed relatively friendly. At the very least, among the historical records of the worlds of the heavens, with the exception of a small portion of them, the dragon race of the dragon race universe had hardly ever launched a conquest against the human race universe. In the meantime, within the various human cosmic worlds of the heavens and the earth, a human race of great emperors and supreme beings that they were also deeply shocked by Qin Junlin's dragon spirits, especially after they saw the illusory dream spirit dragon summoned by Qin Junlin. Even more so, his eyes were wide and filled with an expression of unimaginable horror. Looking up at the sky above the dome, the dragon spirit shadow that emanated powerful dragon might, all the great emperors of all the races. The heart was filled with nothing but astonishment and emotion. Just because they, as the human race most familiar with the large number of cultivation systems of the human race, could clearly feel that so the dragon beside Qin Junlin was not from the so-called dragon race, but more like it was summoned by that one song just now? Similar to the human summoner system? But again, it's clear that this is more specific and more powerful than the summoner system. An ancient sage powerhouse of the human race had a strange light flickering in his gaze. He muttered, "What kind of cultivation system is this? Emperor Chen, to think that he could summon such a powerful and special dragon. It's totally like it's real, it's unbelievable. But on the contrary, these dragons don't exist in this realm. Summoners, too, can only summon out everything that exists within these heavens and worlds. In the human summoner system, there is a branch called Dragon Summoner. The undead will of a dragon or ancient dragon within the dragon universe can be summoned. However, the giant dragon summoned by Qin Junlin clearly broke this common sense perception. A human saint next to him was also filled with shock as he trembled slightly and said, "Such means far more than we ever imagined. Difficult. Could it be that Emperor Chen has opened up a whole new path of cultivation for our human race? This is really possible." According to what that junior in my family said, those human lords of the sky blue planet that he had met, they almost always had multiple dragons to help them out when they were having their ranked competitive matches. I thought it was the dragon summoner system at first, but the other side's dragons are obviously much more powerful. And the relationship with the dragons is also more intimate than the dragon language summoners, as if those dragons are part of themselves, cooperating in battle very well. At first, I was kinda puzzled, thinking it was that kid that was talking nonsense. The summons summoned by even the most powerful summoner belonged to external objects, so how could they be as good as hands and feet? But now I'm afraid. Hiss. In that case, Emperor Chen has really opened up a brand new cultivation system for the human race? Enough for the human race to have a terrifying ability to cross levels? No wonder. The human lords of the sky blue planet. Each and every one of them possessed that heaven-defying level-crossing combat power. Imagine being able to summon several giant dragons to assist you every time you fight someone. And each giant dragon has a heart with him. Isn't this equivalent to several of himself fighting one enemy at the same time? Hiss. Outrageous. If this is truly a new cultivation system, then the future of our human race will be unlimited. Yeah, maybe this system of cultivation, being able to break the bottleneck shackles of all our existing human cultivation systems, allows us to step into a higher realm. One by one, the great emperor powerhouses of the human race all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. A face full of marvelous shock. At the same time, a fiery glow also began to well up in their eyes. Because in their opinion, this cultivation system opened up by Qin Junlin. Finally, they saw a new hope for mankind. This would be a cultivation path that had the potential to truly lead to the top of the heavens. If this cultivation system is the mainstay of the human race, then, in the future, the image of everyone as a dragon. It won't be just a dream anymore. Everyone is like a dragon, what a pleasure. Chapter 97 Harmonization Transcendence, Power Comparable to the Founding God? Anyway, for these dragon spirits summoned by Qin Junlin, the various powerhouses of the heavens and the worlds all realized that this was by no means some idle dragon race. For a moment, many of the great emperors and supreme beings of the universe have begun to think of ways to started to go poking around for some news about the dragons. If he could follow the line of searching for the dragons, he might be able to find out its reason. And at this point, as the only lord of the divine dynasty, within the network of the heavens and the worlds, In the face of the sudden surge of a large amount of faith power, Chen Junlin naturally knew in his heart that at this moment, he had become the center of attention in the heavens and the worlds. This time, if he'd have taken advantage of the fire, said something like motivational chicken soup or something, and maybe even a bigger faith force. And he didn't care much. Because, he was too lazy to deal with this waste of energy. He only wanted to utilize the ability of the illusory dream spirit dragon to start exploring the harmonization pill as soon as possible. Swish! Chen Junlin closed his eyes and concentrated, establishing a mind connection with the illusory dream spirit dragon. It was in that moment that he seemed to have entered a whole new real world. Open your eyes. Surprisingly, he realized that everything around him was exactly the same as before he entered the dream world. At this moment, he was suspended in mid-air, above the vault of the heavens and the worlds. The same mirrored his figure. If he hadn't realized that he was in the world of illusions, he'd have been able to see that he was in the world of illusions. I'm afraid he'll think he's in the real world. The bottom line is this. While Chen Junlin was dreaming, he could also know everything that was happening within the real world of the heavens and the earth. Including the increased value of the power of faith, there was actually no difference at all between the dream world and the outside world. It's like he's watching two identical movies right now, intuitively, with God vision. Constructed this dream almost flawlessly. Boom! Chen Junlin obediently punched out in the dream world, provoking the layers of emptiness in front of him to collapse. It's the same punch. From this moment on, there is a beginning difference between the real world and the dream world. The Chen Junlin within the real world had not thrown this punch, and naturally, it had not caused any shock to the beings of the great races of the heavens and the worlds. And in the midst of the dream world, because of this amazing punch of his. However, it caused many cosmic beings to once again rise up in their hearts with more and more shock and awe, allowing him to obtain a somewhat greater amount of faith power. However, none of this matters. Because the point of the dream world's existence was originally to derive a simulation of the direction of the real world. He felt a little, his strength and the various situations within this dream world, it was found to be surprisingly identical to the real world. Open axe, there. Hido-dan, there. The lucky shop of the gods, there. Even to the point of. Even the power of faith of the countless living beings of that heavenly realm. It was also still pouring into him all the time and in a constant stream. Nice one. What a perfect replica of a real dream world. Chen Junlin couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart, completely not expecting it to be so realistic. Everything in the entire world operates under rules that are no different from the real world. According to this scenario, it is indeed possible for this dream world to derive and simulate different future outcomes based on different choices made in the dream world, with precision and accuracy. He, next, will have countless opportunities for trial and error. One can only say, with the help of the ancient dragon's limit-breaking talent. Every dragon spirit he had awakened had a very heaven-defying natural ability, and there was never any waste ability. In that case, Chen Junlin smiled gently, but took out the harmonization pill. And at the moment, in this dream world, the harmonization pill was actually able to bring him the same kind of unknown, potentially dangerous, intuitive feelings. Let me take a good look at what this harmonization pill really is. And just what kind of impact it can have on me. Thoughts. Chen Junlin directly chose to fuse this harmonization pill. He accomplished what the real world man behind the curtain had always wanted him to do. Not only that. At the same time, Chen Junlin had also fused the chaotic body emperor. Buzz. It was also in this instant of effort. An unprecedented wave of terrifying aura erupted from Chen Junlin's body. The moment. The countless cosmic realm worlds throughout the heavens and the earth all trembled in unison. Above the dome of the sky, a deep black thunder coalesced, as if the apocalyptic calamity had arrived. Boom! Boom! The aura fluctuations on Chen Junlin's body grew stronger and stronger. It was as if that terrifying power was going to tear apart the entire heavens and the worlds. The surrounding space kept distorting as if it was unable to withstand this powerful force. Under the impact of this force, the trembling of the countless cosmic realm worlds in the heavens and the earth became more and more violent. Above the dome of the sky, deep black thunder shuttled like swimming dragons, emitting bursts of roaring sounds. The entire heaven and earth were enveloped by this terrifying aura, as if they were caught in an apocalyptic calamity. Chen Junlin felt the surging power within his body and an unspeakable shock surged in his heart. He could clearly feel that his cultivation level had broken through to a whole new realm, reached an unprecedented level. This powerful increase in strength made it seem as if he had the power to dominate everything. The entire world of the heavens and the earth had been completely under his control at this moment. He is the only creator within these heavens and worlds. Words out of the law follow. Rule-making. He could easily turn a cosmic emperor into a mortal instantly with a single word. He can bulldoze all the stars within the heavens and the worlds with a single thought. And then new life is created anew. Even more, he could forcefully change the rules of cultivation within the entire heavens and worlds. For example, he could directly make the cultivator's current cultivation system, modify it to be unusable, and directly abolish a cultivation system. Genesis. By this time, he was already the equivalent of the god of creation. He is the way of heaven, and the way of heaven is him. Comparing it to a certain mythological story on earth, after refining the harmonization Dan, it was equivalent to the Hongjun who had completed the harmonization of the Tao into the Holy Spirit. And as Chen Junlin's cultivation level broke through, the visions in heaven and earth became more and more astonishing. A brilliant light converged from all directions, a huge halo formed around him. Within the halo, mysterious runes flashed with a strange light it's as if it's telling the mysteries of the universe. Under the halo of light, Chen Junlin's figure looked particularly majestic. He was like a deity overlooking the entire heavens and worlds. His body exuded an aura of sanctity that inspired awe. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! When Chen Junlin made a slight movement, the space around him shook. Everything is under his control as far as his eyes can see. All the living beings within the dream world, all of them respectfully fell to their knees and bowed to the ground. Countless amounts of holy light poured down from above the firmament, causing all living beings to receive great benefits and gain a notable increase in strength. Strong. After this refinement of the harmonization pill, it had indeed become very powerful. But this kind of powerful feeling, however, was something that he both enjoyed and was incredibly wary of. Chapter 100 Battle of the Divine Dynasties, Future of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Thoughts on the occasion. Chen Junlin began to speed up the progress of simulation deduction again, and time passed very quickly. Trying to find a crack in the process, he noticed that the dream world was dominated by the will of the heavenly will of. The rehearsal of the platoon in the entire dream world was in full swing, with all kinds of heaven and earth auras surging at an astonishing speed. It was as if they were being pulled by an invisible rule force, causing the strength of the living beings within the heavens and the worlds to gain a substantial increase. At the same time, under the manipulation of the heavenly will of the dream world, the rules of the entire heaven and earth were altered. The original Great Emperor realm was no longer a restriction, which allowed many great emperors who were already stuck in bottlenecks to finally break through. However, Chen Junlin, also sensed that although the great emperors, had broken through the shackles of However, it was not as powerful as Chen Junlin, and it was not truly transcendent. Because, while they had certainly broken through the limitations of the once great emperor realm, but now after stepping into a new realm, yet still under the rule of the will of heaven, this leaves them still bound by the will of heaven. As Chen Junlin observed the changes in these great emperors, all the while, the simulation continued to extrapolate where the future would lead. He realized that as the battle of the divine dynasties approached, the situation in the entire 10,000 realms of the heavens became increasingly tense. The beings of all cosmic worlds are actively preparing themselves in order that, in this cruel competition, trying to survive the effort. Of course, there are some militants who are foolish enough to. Originally, he was lost because he couldn't continue his conquest after completing the Great Unification, but now he had the opportunity to face his opponents from other Divine Dynasty universes head-on. 3 months. With Chen Junlin deliberately speeding up the progress of his deduction. It was done in almost less than a tea break. Finally, the battle of the Divine Dynasty begins. This day, a Divine Dynasty power called the Yigail Buddha Divine Dynasty. At the first moment when the protection time of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, novice period ended, it directly launched an attack. Without any further ado, both sides began to fight fiercely. For a moment, blood flowed, heaven and earth changed color, and countless stars were breaking. Since these were two divine dynasties that had gathered countless cosmic worlds, countless beings were fighting each other. So in a short time, there was no way to tell the difference between a winner and a loser. However, the dragon spiritist system that Chen Junlin had brought with him was extremely powerful. A huge advantage in this tussle. Even if, because the Great Summer's 9 states tripod had lost its usefulness, without the power of the national fortune to boost it. However, being able to awaken a dragon spirit to help with each level up was something that gave all dragon spirit masters a terrifying combat power. With a fight like this, it lasted about 100 years. In the end, it ended with the victory of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. After this century-long brutal fight, the living beings that survived within the entire Great Summer Divine Dynasty, without exception, all of them have a trace of cold and sharp killing aura than before. War is brutal. But again, it can pay huge dividends. After the fusion of the creepy Buddha Divine Dynasty, the overall area and aura of heaven and earth of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty were more abundant, and the will of the heavenly Tao had become more powerful. The battle power of the various great emperors after transcendence also skyrocketed crazily. In this 100 years, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, also based on the level of strength and weakness of combat power after breaking through to the Great Emperor. Different realm distinctions were made. After the Great One, they are categorized into True Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, and Golden Immortal. As for the higher realms, they have yet to appear. Currently, the strongest people within the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, aside from the Heavenly Tao will. It is the human race's once great demonic emperor, Guyu, who is at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. And Chen Junlin, as a god's perspective, through his mastery of the world of dreams. Yet, they also gradually noticed that the realm in which the living beings within the worlds of the heavens were able to allow the existence of the. It seems to be related to the strength of the heavenly will. Because he fused the harmonization pill and broke the shackles of the Great Emperor realm. Thus, the rules of this side of heaven and earth also broke the shackles of the great emperors, and could break through to higher immortal realms such as True Immortal and Heavenly Immortal. Then next, if these post-breakthrough great emperors still want to reach a higher realm, then we need to find ways to help the heavenly will grow, that is, to continuously refine other heavenly will on behalf of the heavenly will. It's the only way to keep growing. Sure enough, it's the same brutal mode of raising compulsion as always. Chen Junlin was secretly overwhelmed with emotion. After completing one of the great wars of the divine dynasties, one may choose to take 1,000 years of rest and recuperation. Or maybe initiate a conquest. And to be on the safe side, the heavenly will of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty chose to take a 1,000-year hiatus, so that the whole universe of living beings can grow better. 1,000 years is still longer. Chen Junlin directly chose to speed up the progress. 100 years. 500 years. 1,000 years. The second battle of the Divine Dynasty. The third battle of the Divine Dynasty. Until 10,000 years later. A fierce competition with a divine dynasty called Sun and Moon Divine Dynasty. Boom. The dream world completely collapsed into nothingness. The reason was simple: the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, in this Divine Dynasty war, actually failed. The living beings within the entire Great Summer Divine Dynasty were all melted by countless stars. Even though he had the Dragon Spiritist system and had won 10 consecutive fights, losing a single. It also means that the flame of civilization is completely extinguished. And the failure of this Great Summer Divine Dynasty. It also brings this pushback simulation to a natural conclusion. It's really a brutal battle of the divine dynasties. The moment Chen Junlin had come out of the dream world and was awake. Recalling the experience of 10,000 years in this dream world, he couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion in his gaze. Despite the experience of accelerated time simulation, the 10,000 years of experience that. Yet it was equally as if he had experienced it himself. Let his original heart of a teenager, but also gradually matured a lot. His temperament today had become significantly more composed. The failure of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty actually makes sense. With Chen Junlin's vision of God, the heavenly will of this side of the world. Obviously not too smart, there were many times when the focus on the development process was a clear mistake. Most importantly, the Dragon Spiritist system created by Chen Junlin had actually remained in place all this time. From the beginning to the end, they've been eating their words without trying to break through. Plus, the bottleneck nature of music creation, it also leads to the back of the Dragon Spiritist base is still getting weaker and weaker. This failure is nothing. Only Within this 10,000-year period, until the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, within the dream world is extinguished. However, there has not been the darkness cataclysm described by the old ancestor of the Space and Time clan. Chen Junlin frowned slightly. There was a lot to gain from this deduction simulation. But it's obviously still far, far away from uncovering the real person behind the scenes. In that case, then I'll try not to refine the harmonization pill this time, and I won't upgrade the dragon spirit either. Let's see just what kind of future that brings again. Chapter 99 Disappearance of Talented Characteristics, Lord of the Divine Dynasty. However, these 20 dragon spirits certainly had an effect. However, it was also unable to erase these bizarre binding forces, and could only form a stalemate. No matter how much he struggled, that strange force always tightened around him and constantly eroding his consciousness. At this critical moment, Chen Junlin's mind raced, searching for a response. He knew very well in his heart that he couldn't just sit back and wait for death, and that he had to find a way to crack it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this stalemate continues, the consequences are bound to be unimaginable. Chen Junlin frowned tightly, feeling the will of the heavenly Tao that continued to erode his consciousness. The heart couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Obviously, this power from the will of heaven was a bit too outrageous. If someone else was here, once they fused this harmonization pill, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to support it for a few seconds at all, and in the end, they would only be able to merge with the heaven's will and become puppets of the heaven's will. Is this the intention of those behind the scenes? Chen Junlin pondered in his mind as he made several more attempts one after another to try and regain the initiative. But basically it didn't have much effect. That strand of heavenly will seemed indestructible. No attack could do substantial damage to it. However, in such a case, Chen Junlin couldn't keep this situation up forever. Because he had now fused the harmonization pill, which destined him to merge with the heavenly Tao. Chen Junlin also had an intuition in his heart that regardless of whether or not the will of heaven was able to assimilate him or not, but the end result, I'm afraid, will also remain a fusion with the heavenly Tao. This was the inevitable trend after taking the harmonization pill. Think about it. Chen Junlin simply stopped and gave up resisting, because he wanted to see the if you let the will of heaven devour your own will after, and whether you can draw out that behind the curtain. And so it was. As time passes, in the midst of the dream world, the Chen Junlin's consciousness gradually eroded with the will of the heavenly Tao, his mind began to become confused and his body gradually lost control. Eventually, his will was completely fused with the will of the heavenly Tao. Buzz. And that was the moment. Chen Junlin's will became an absolute state similar to no emotion, no desire. There was no longer any emotion in his mind. After the will of the heavenly Tao fused with him, his own will did not disappear, but neither the behavior nor the emotions belonged to him anymore. In other words, the current Chen Junlin had become a kind of puppet-like existence. As Chen Junlin watched himself in the dream world, he saw such a state. But it was a violent and great change of color. Not so much because one's will is being manipulated. Instead, in that moment when that will of his was completely fused by the heavenly Tao, he was horrified to discover that within the dream world, those dragon spirit characteristics that belonged to his original. Surprisingly, it disappeared in a moment. The 20 dragon spirits that were summoned were just very ordinary SS-class dragon spirits at this time. It no longer possesses those heaven-defying characteristics and dragon spirit aptitude that it had before. This one discovery caused Chen Junlin to be a bit shocked, not understanding what exactly was going on. After my will is no longer mine, these natural characteristics cease to exist? Like this. And that's not all. Chen Junlin even noticed that his basic attributes, which were originally considered to be heaven-defying, were. In the blink of an eye, it had unexpectedly declined by a large margin. The Great Summer's 9 states tripod, as if it had been siphoned off by some supreme force, it turned into a plain bronze giant cauldron, and the various attributes originally attached to it disappeared into thin air. Since all the additional attributes of the Great Summer's 9 states tripod had disappeared, this led to the fact that the attribute power boost he had obtained through the power of the Great Summer's national fortune directly followed and ceased to exist. What the hell is this about? Chen Junlin's eyes widened slightly, completely not expecting that after fusing with the will of the heavenly Tao, the dragon spirit's natural characteristics that he had summoned as well as the attributes of the Great Summer's 9 prefecture cauldron had all disappeared. He watched the others again. It was even more shocking. Because, the words that have been enhanced by the gift of limit breaking, the various skills, have also collectively changed back to their original forms. But the various divine artifacts and supreme treasures that Chen Junlin had exchanged from within the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds. You know, like an axe or something. As well as the ancient dust, tree of enlightenment, and sacred order core, all of these achievement rewards that originated from the heavens and the worlds have not changed in any way, and still maintain their original effects. This discovery forced Chen Junlin to be shocked by it. Vaguely, a light flashed through his mind, as if he had guessed the cause. The dragon spirit's natural characteristic originates from me. Is that I have summoned it based on various kinds of music on earth. Therefore, these natural characteristics do not belong to this realm of the heavens. After my will no longer belongs to me, naturally these if enlightened natural traits, which no one knows where they come from, and would not exist in this realm. Perhaps this reason may not be accurate either, but it must be relevant. I can still understand when the dragon spirit's natural characteristic is like this. But this great summer's 9 states tripod is clearly from the native cosmic worlds of the heavens and the earth. But why also? Chen Junlin furrowed his brow slightly, thinking for a moment. And yet, I can't guess what the reason is. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to Lord Chen Junlin, Lord of the Sky Blue Star People, Emperor of the Great Xiao Dynasty, for merging with the Tao with his body. Become a first-grade Divine Dynasty Emperor. This realm will be named after the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. From this moment on, the Great Summer Dynasty unlocks access to the Battle of the Dynasties. All the people of the Daxia Divine Dynasty must practice hard and in 3 months' time. Officially opening up access to the one piece of heaven to compete with other divine dynasties. The relationship between the divine dynasties is one of eternal rivalry, more brutal than the wars of the heavens. The only way to succeed in advancing to the second grade heaven is to annihilate all the current divine dynasties of the first grade heaven and become the only divine dynasty within the first grade heaven. It was also the blink of an eye. Chen Junlin noticed that after the will in his dream world had completely fused with the heavenly Tao. Immediately, the beings of all the worlds received a world's announcement message. He could clearly feel, in the dream world, that the originally boundless web of the heavens and the earth. At this moment, however, there was finally a border, and one after another bright starburst began to appear beyond that endless chaos. And above these starbursts, there were different introductions. The Python Dynasty. Blazing Sun Dynasty. Battle of the Celestial Dynasty. And within the dream world, Chen Junlin had a status on his body that Battle of the Divine Dynasty's protection period 3 months. Saw this scene within the dream world. Chen Junlin couldn't help but change his color slightly. From the Battle of the Divine Dynasty I see a familiarity. So many first-grade heavenly god dynasties, and in the end, only one sole god dynasty can be decided? Isn't it still composting mode? He had thought that after the completion of the unification of the worlds of the heavens, allowing himself to be fused by the will of the heavenly Tao, it is the intent of those behind the curtain. But now it seems as if its goals are even more over the top. Even the harmonious transcendentals who have unified the heavens and the worlds. And just a threshold compulsion breeder? Chapter 98, born with an anti-bone, competing with the heavenly Tao. Because there was always an instinct within him that told him that this lawless force that seemingly invincible, but the probability is that only within the range of the heavens and the worlds, it can be done. He, who could only be considered invincible within this one restricted world. The person behind the manipulation of the worlds of the heavens has not yet appeared. Humph. Doesn't it show up yet? Chen Junlin laughed coldly in his heart and stood motionless in the void. Despite enjoying all the magical feelings brought about by this powerful force, the vigilance in his heart never relaxed for a moment. He knew very well that there was no free lunch in the world, and that behind this sudden and powerful unknown risks are bound to be hidden. The easier it comes, the more there is bound to be some kind of benefit or purpose in it. His divine thoughts were like electricity, scanning every corner of the surroundings and trying to catch any hint of possible danger. However, everything seemed to wind down and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Within the heavens and the worlds, there was a song and dance, and the beings of all the worlds were thankful for the. Under his breath, he shouted, "Lord Chindi, your merits are boundless, and your life is as long as the heavens." The power of faith from countless living beings made his cultivation even stronger. Due to the light of heaven and earth visions produced by the transcendence of the harmonious way, in this instant, it has saved many sick and wounded beings and washed away countless sins in the world, which is a great deed of merit and virtue. However, it also allowed in this instant Chen Junlin to possess a massive amount of merit. With the power of merit and virtue, his strength naturally rose. It becomes even more incredible. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, it all seems so beautiful and nothing out of the ordinary. He, Chen Junlin, was the only master of this world, the only harmonious transcendent. If he is unwilling, no matter how frantically the great emperors of this universe cultivate, there is no way to break through to become a harmonized transcendent. He could even make the rules of this realm of the heavens to limit that. For example, the path of cultivation ends at the great emperor and the lifespan of the great emperor is 10,000 years at most. By all accounts, in such a situation, no matter if it were anyone else, I'm afraid I'm starting to think I'm a real, invincible master. But Chen Junlin, however, was in no hurry. Anyway, this was a deduction within the dream world. A single thought could transform 10,000 years of age, and he completely had countless time for trial and error. He just didn't believe that the person behind the curtain would stay hidden. Swish! Suddenly. Just then, a completely undetectable and bizarre force quietly surged from behind. This force was extremely hidden, without any sound, as if it was born from nothingness. Chen Junlin did not notice its presence at the first moment, and it was not until the force had closed in behind him that he vaguely sensed a hint of something strange. When he reacted, the weird power had already enveloped him like a tidal wave. But it was also in this moment. Born against the Bone Eternal, this gained passive triggers. This bizarre attack directly lost its effect, and Chen Junlin did not suffer the slightest damage. And that's the moment. Ding! You have been attacked by the will of the heavens in this realm. Because the born against the Bone Eternal effect is added, all of the opponent's attack rules and means will be invalidated. Chen Junlin's heart flinched as he came to a sudden realization, not expecting the source of this bizarre force. It's actually the will of heaven? As soon as one associates it with the earthly flood novels, after Hongjun had merged with the Tao and entered the saintly, the personality just seems to have changed a bit. Maybe it has gone through something similar. This bizarre attack from the will of the heavens, invisible and even he did not detect so many means on his body. In exchange for other people, I am afraid that it is even more impossible to deal with it. Perhaps it is from the Enlightenment Dragon's unparalleled enlightenment. This instant, Chen Junlin directly associated many things, including the fusion of this harmonization pill. What exactly are the negative effects? It turns out that the fusion of this harmonization pill doesn't just bring about great power. At the same time, it was also the one that gave me an incomparably close connection with the will of the heavenly Tao. Whether it is within any cosmic world, to merge with the heavenly, becoming the true absolute master of this world are all unimaginable heavenly opportunities. It is no wonder that even the Dawei Dharma I could not discern any conspiracy of. Because it's not a conspiracy at all. In order to transcend by way of merging the beings of this realm, then it can only be fused with the will of heaven. And at this moment, this heavenly will seems to have a consciousness of its own. Noticing that the invasion of his will actually did not work, but instead exposed himself, he simply stopped hiding. At once, a majestic and boundless bizarre power, as if it were a tidal wave, accompanied by countless chaotic breaths that, from all directions, it began to pour in toward Chen Junlin as soul will. As if it wanted to devour and fuse away his consciousness, so as to completely control his body and power. Chen Junlin felt a strong and incomparable crisis. He tried to resist this strange force from the will of heaven, but found that his own power it seemed so small in front of this heavenly will. This force was like an invisible yoke, tightly binding his consciousness, keeps him immobile. No matter what attacks he made, he actually couldn't have the slightest effect. He attempted to mobilize the power of the heaven opening axe, and the terrifying axe aura instantly illuminated the entire void. However, when the axe unchopped at the bizarre heavenly will, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, it didn't stir the slightest ripple. The heaven opening axe in his hand even seemed to have lost its effect completely. Not even any damage effects. Chen Junlin continued to mobilize those heavenly Tao fate words in his body that were directly exchanged over. But again, all completely lost. This, from the worlds of the world's network, is the limit of those rewards? Chen Junlin raised an eyebrow, the only power he could rely on mobilizing next, It is the power from the dragon spirit and its own basic attributes. And all the benefits of the limit-breaking talent. Thanks to the powerful limit-breaking talent. Completely transcending the rules of the heavenly Dowel within the world wide web of the heavens, so it would not be restricted by it. Just as the born against the bone eternal, just now, it worked. If he hadn't gone through the limit-breaking talent enhancement, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to block that sneak attack from the heavens will just now. So, with all those abilities that come with the limit-breaking talents, he still had enough substance to compete with it, though. Want to devour and fuse my consciousness? It's not that easy. Chen Junlin coldly grunted and roared in his heart. With a single thought, he began to mobilize the power that belonged to himself within his body. He no longer used those treasures from the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds to try to break free from the bondage of the heavens' will. 20 dragon spirits were even instantly released. Chapter 101, Is there really a dark cataclysm? Chen Junlin closed his eyes once again and focused his mind, entering the dream world for a deduction simulation. This time, in accordance with his previous decision, he directly refused to refine the harmonization Dan. And without taking the initiative to carry out the dragon spirit's upgrading, he quietly waited for things to develop and it was as consistent as that situation described by the old temporal ancestor earlier. He wanted to see the premise under which can we encounter the kind of darkness catastrophe that the old ancestors of the space and time plan encountered? So, in the dream world, there was a calm within the heavens. Without the world advancement brought about by the refining harmonization pill. Naturally then there were no various breakthroughs triggered by him, and the whole world seemed to fall into a kind of eternal tranquility. The great Emperor realm was always an unbreakable bottleneck restriction. And Chen Junlin had been waiting patiently, within the dream world this time around. His base combat power is already skyrocketing madly. But the unification within the heavens and the worlds has been completed, and the more his national power enhancement develops later, the change is already minimal. Basically, you can only rely on the major races to keep reproducing offspring to improve. He had exchanged a large number of treasures from within the lucky store of the heavens and the worlds. It gave a huge boost to the overall strength of the all-worlds network. It's just that in such a situation, the major universes within the heavens and the earth all began to become lazy up. Gradually did not have the previous kind of fighting spirit. But it has to be recognized that under the leadership of Chen Junlin, the living beings of the universes within the world wide web of the heavens experienced a long-lost peace, and all living beings basically didn't need to worry about war. This is an incomparably prosperous and enjoyable, great Xia divine dynasty, for everyone. And since the great emperors remained unable to transcend the combat power of Chen Junlin, it's simply invincible. Push the play. Constant pushback. Chen Junlin was silently watching all this from the position of a bystander. He accelerated the passage of time, year after year, century after century, millennium after millennium, just like that, Yet the worlds of the heavens remained without any ripples. During this long wait, the beings of the various universes continued to live their lives as they should, They followed the original rules, cultivating, reproducing, and exploring the mysteries of their respective universes. The great Emperor realm remained an insurmountable peak for many beings, and the entire world seemed calm and harmonious. But often the more calm it is, the more terrifying storms it means are coming. Period. Chen Junlin never realized that there was anyone behind the scenes. There was no one to urge him to immediately refine the harmonization Dan. Under the deliberate control of Chen Junlin. In this way, time rapidly advanced to 100,000 years later. That's the day. The originally calm worlds of the heavens and the earth suddenly began to change color. In the sky, an unimaginable force of darkness was like the nightfall of. It came out without warning. This power of darkness seems to be spreading from the end of the universe, and wherever it passes, the space was twisted and torn apart, emitting a chilling whistling sound. The power of darkness was crazily devouring the entire heavenly realms at an extremely fast speed. The first to suffer were the small cosmic worlds on the fringes. These cosmic worlds were like fragile bubbles, instantly shattering under the touch of the power of darkness, the stars exploding like fireworks. The light released was so weak in front of the darkness that it was completely swallowed up by the darkness after only flickering for a moment. The great cosmic world beings within the Great Summer Divine Dynasty watched this in horror. Their eyes were filled with despair. Some powerful cosmic beings tried to resist. All sorts of brilliant spells and magical treasure rays flickered in the darkness, but these forces were like a mantis, instantly crushed in front of the power of darkness. Finally, even the great emperors were out in force, as they erupted with their strongest power, trying to tear a hole in the darkness to get a glimpse of life for himself and his people. And yet, their power seemed so small in the face of this darkness. The power of darkness only rolled slightly harder, and the bodies of the great emperors were extinguished like candles in the wind, without even a hint of resistance. No one had thought that a great emperor realm powerhouse, at this moment, would be as insignificant as a mole cricket. More and more universes are caught up in the force of darkness as it continues. A huge planet crushed and broken in the darkness, mountains crumbling, oceans drying up. The continental plates were crumpled like pieces of paper. The structure of countless universes has been completely destroyed. The cries and pleas for mercy from all the beings echoed through the darkness, but none of it could stop the forces of darkness from raging. They prayed frantically for Lord Chen Di to come to the rescue. And Qin Junlin was in the dream world, watching it all happen. His heart was filled with an unprecedented shock. He had never imagined that this force of darkness would be so powerful enough to instantly destroy the entire world of the heavens. He tried to trace the source of this power, but the endless darkness that filled it's impossible to see at all. Under the devouring of that endless darkness, countless lives disappeared in an instant. Galaxies that once flourished were reduced to nothing, and those glorious civilizations were completely erased in the darkness. It's as if the whole of the heavens and the worlds have been plunged into an endless nightmare, with no hope that there is no life, only endless darkness and despair. All the various rules and effects of all the magic treasures, before the power of darkness, Surprisingly, it didn't have much effect, and even treasures such as resurrection talismans, injury-exempt phrases, and other such treasures were completely useless. It seems these unknown forces of darkness were enough to restrain any rule in heaven and earth. Chen Junlin's heart, too, could not help but surge with a deep emotion of shock. He knew he was only simulating this in the dream world, but this feeling of desperation was so real. He started thinking that if this was something that really happened, so how does he go about stopping this force of darkness? Even if he possesses many eternal leveled means. By virtue of the effect of the Great Summer Nine States tripod has an unimaginable basic attributes. But all the power he possesses, basically can only do to protect himself, in front of this darkness seems to become meaningless. The power of darkness continued to spread, and it was like a huge black hole that devoured all matter and energy. The entire network of the heavens and the worlds gradually collapsed, fragments of space flew everywhere, and time seemed to have lost its meaning under this force. The order of the universe was completely disrupted, leaving only chaos and darkness. As Qin Junlin looked at the desperate scene, he suddenly realized that I'm afraid that even if one were to merge with the will of heaven, in the face of such a terrifying darkness cataclysm, one would only be unable to cope with the catastrophe. In the last simulation and projection, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, guided by the will of the Heavenly Tao. Although there had been some wrong directions of development, the entire Great Xia Divine Dynasty still had a very good foundation. But even with the last simulation, which had broken the Great Emperor's shackle, the highest realm has reached the Golden Immortal Realm. But it seems that it is not an easy thing to deal with this kind of darkness catastrophe. Chapter 102, Suppressing the Will of the Heavenly Tao, Advancing to the Second Great Heavenly God Dynasty. Boom! With the power of darkness, devouring the last trace of light within the entire realm of the heavens and the earth, the entire dream world collapsed and disappeared once more. So, the picture of the future that the old ancestor of the Time Clan saw is not entirely false. At some point in the next 100,000 years, the Great Darkness Cataclysm will indeed occur. I just don't know if this great dark catastrophe. Is it that the person behind the scenes did this on purpose because I didn't refine the harmonization pill, or was this originally going to happen 100,000 years later? Chen Junlin fell into deep contemplation. He had to find a whole new way to truly resist this dark force. And that, in turn, was the goal of his next simulation push. Chen Junlin raised his head from his contemplation, his eyes revealing a firm determination. Since the previous attempts have proved the existence of the dark cataclysm, if you don't refine the harmonization pill and don't upgrade yourself, you won't be able to stop the darkness cataclysm after 100,000 years. Then this time he naturally needed to change his strategy. Swish! The simulated projection of the dream world opened once more. This time, without hesitation, Chen Junlin took out the harmonization pill and swallowed it. It began to rapidly refine. At the same time, he mobilized the mighty national power of the Great Summer's 9 states tripod. Directly fight against the will of heaven. In an instant, a majestic force surged through his body. The whole world began to change dramatically. Boom! Boom! And this time, knowing that the Great Summer tripod of the 9 regions had not lost its effect like the dragon spirit talent characteristics, under the powerful support of the Great Summer tripod of the 9 regions, the dragon spirit talent characteristics had not lost its effect. The dragon spirit talent characteristics had not lost its effect. Chen Junlin had actually succeeded in suppressing the will of the heavenly Tao. Buzz! The will of the heavenly Tao merged with his own will as one, but unlike the first simulated deduction, this time it was dominated by his will. With the fusion of the harmonization Dan, the light between the heavens and the earth shone brightly, and the rules of the heavens and the earth began to be rewritten. In an instant, his realm had risen to the highest ceiling of the world of heaven's will, having absolute control of the entire world. However, that is, at the moment when his fusion of the will of heaven was completed, he realized that he had unexpectedly lost the power of the Great Summer's 9 prefectures cauldron once again, including the innate characteristics of the various dragon spirits that had also disappeared. Could it be that, as long as I choose to refine the harmonization Dan to fuse with the heavenly Tao will, then no matter who leads the way, my dragon spirit talent trait as well as the Great Summer's 9 states tripod will still disappear into thin air? This one situation made Chen Junlin somewhat unexpected. But he didn't panic, because this was supposed to be trial and error in the dream world. This also let him firmly in the real world, absolutely cannot refine the harmonization Dan, his heart of the trace of intuition is indeed not wrong. And this time, it's all basically similar to the first dream world opening. The only difference, this time it was the will of Chen Junlin that had replaced the original will of the heavenly Tao. In other words, right now, he was equivalent to the heavenly will of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. In this way, under the personal guidance of Chen Junlin's will, the entire Great Summer Divine Dynasty was revitalized with a whole new energy. He was well aware of those blunders that had occurred in the first simulated deduction of the will of heaven, So this time there is more focus on balanced development and tapping potential. He personally pushed for the reform of the Dragon Spiritist system, and under his leadership, no longer limited to summoning a single dragon spirit, dragon spiritists have begun to explore a number of branches. Not only can they summon the spirits of other races, but they can also summon the spirits of other races, as well as the spirits of other races. It can also be flexibly combined according to different battle scenarios to bring out more powerful combat power. The entire living beings within the Great Summer Divine Dynasty progressed even more significantly in strength under his guidance. With the head start that comes from having the first simulation pushed through, Chen Junlin has allowed them to develop in every aspect of their lives. The resources within the Daxia Divine Dynasty are rationally distributed, and the cooperation between the various races, it's also tighter than ever. Rightfully so. Chen Junlin opened the battle of the Divine Dynasties. And this time, he had a clear strategic plan for every battle of the Divine Dynasties. He would analyze the enemy's weaknesses in advance and then develop the most effective combat plan. The army of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty was under his command, and it was like a breakthrough. Not only did they continue to improve themselves in battle, but they also absorbed all sorts of excellent cultures, technologies and cultivation methods from the defeated Divine Dynasties. It further enriches the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. In battle after battle, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty gradually expanded its territory. Chen Junlin was not in a hurry, but after each victory, both gave the Divine Dynasty enough time to digest the results of the battle and stabilize the internal order. And so, after 90,000 long years of effort, the Great Xia Divine Dynasty actually managed to complete the great unification of the first grade heaven in the end, advancing into a second grade heavenly Divine Dynasty. At this time, the highest cultivation realm within the Great Summer Divine Dynasty had already reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The strength of the entire Divine Dynasty had reached an unprecedented height. While this simulation does not have the gifted traits that. However, Chen Junlin's combat power is still very impressive, at least he can make the dragon spirit that he awakened guaranteed to be absolutely SS rated in every single one of them. Same starting opening, but with different results. Led by the will of the Heavenly Tao, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty stopped after 10,000 years. And with Qin Junlin as the lead, it would allow the Great Summer Divine Dynasty to advance to a second-rate Heavenly Divine Dynasty. With the completion of the advancement, according to the rules, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty still had 10,000 years of rest and recuperation. The competition in the second-grade heaven was undoubtedly more brutal. During these 10,000 years, Qin Junlin continued to perfect the systems of the Divine Dynasty, strengthen the unity between the races and improve the overall defense capability. At the same time, he didn't stop exploring the Dark Cataclysm, There just wasn't any trace of it, and even though he now possessed the peak realm of a great Luo Golden Immortal, he couldn't detect the slightest abnormality. However, it was also on a certain day, 100,000 years later, that the familiar force of darkness it reappeared without warning. This time, the power of darkness seemed to be even more surging than the first time. The sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, and the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, which had already reached the second-grade Heavenly Divine Dynasty, once again, it was covered by the shadow of darkness as much as it could be. Qin Junlin's heart was flabbergasted. Did it really appear after all? After 100,000 years, there will inevitably be dark turmoil? Not just for the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, but for all divine dynasties? Whether I refine the harmonization Dan or not, the darkness cataclysm will still appear. So it seems that this dark cataclysm probably wouldn't have been intentionally guided by those behind the scenes. He quickly commanded the defense forces of the Divine Dynasty, and various defense formations were activated. Powerful cultivators stepped up to their posts, and beings who practiced the Dragon Spiritist system summoned all kinds of beings that prepare to fight the forces of darkness to the death. The power of darkness began to devour the surrounding microcosmos. Those regions that had just been incorporated by the Great Summer Divine Dynasty were the first to be attacked. Stars shattered, space collapsed, and the darkness was a mess wherever it passed. But this time, the resistance of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty was obviously much more tenacious than last time. The Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and Daluo Golden Immortals within the Great Xia Divine Dynasty joined forces to attack. They unleashed powerful immortal techniques, formations, and countless dragon spirits, colliding head-on with the power of darkness, as brilliant rays of light flickered in the darkness. While these attacks couldn't stop the darkness completely, they did slow its advance a bit. The Dragon Spiritists have summoned a variety of beings to form a unique line of defense that they use the specialties of their respective races to maneuver against the forces of darkness. Some beings are good at defense, and they use their bodies to build a strong barrier. There are beings who specialize in attack, who look for weaknesses in the darkness launching one sharp attack after another. Qin Junlin joined the fight himself. Although he had lost the power boost from the natural characteristics and the Great Xian'an Prefecture Cauldron, his own fighting strength was still powerful, and he rushed into the darkness with his heaven-opening axe in hand. Wherever the Axazon passes, the power of darkness is temporarily dispersed. Chapter 103, this time, go your own way. But even in a situation like this force of darkness from an unknown source, yet it was also far too powerful. Under the personal command of Qin Junlin, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty had already successfully refined all the other first-grade Heavenly Divine Dynasties, and its overall heritage had become powerful to an unimaginable degree. But for the first time, a very unfavorable crisis situation was manifested in front of this dark cataclysm. And this kind of crisis situation, even the last time when he was fighting with that first-rate Heavenly Divine Dynasty, nor has it ever been. The original Qin Junlin thought that with today's Great Summer Divine Dynasty heritage, it should be able to resist for a while, and perhaps even find the reason for the appearance of the Dark Cataclysm. But as time passed, the Dark Cataclysm, however, did not weaken at all, but instead became increasingly difficult to cope with. The endless tide of darkness frenzy gradually broke through the Divine Dynasty's defenses, and more living beings of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty were sacrificed in the battle. Various means of defense also began to break down. The Great Summer Divine Dynasty, that originally encompassed the territory of countless first-grade Heavenly Divine Dynasty forces. It's amazing how quickly it shrinks by a large margin. Qin Junlin obviously also realized that going on like this was not a solution. He gave up his 10,000-year protection privilege and began to try to select some of the top peak Dala Golden Immortal powerhouses to break out, directly launching an active attack against the second-grade Heavenly God Dynasty forces, attempting to go beyond the higher heavens and earth to find the source of the power of darkness. However, the truth was as he had suspected. All the other second-grade heavenly god dynasty forces were likewise in the midst of a dark frenzy. And a large number of second-grade heavenly god dynasty forces had fallen. As far as the eye can see, all the worlds of heaven and earth are actually full of the power of darkness. Endless numbers of bizarre dark beings. An endless frenzy of darkness. It's like an abyss of despair. The herald of countless worlds of heaven and earth that will never exist again. He used all of his senses, as well as the strange means of hundreds of millions of dragon spirits to weaving in and out of the endless darkness, searching for any possible clues, only to have absolutely no semblance of a clue. Eventually, Chen Junlin can only keep relying on his unique ability to gathering the remaining living beings of those remaining second-rate heavenly god dynasty forces and subjugating them into the Great Summer God Dynasty camp. Instead, it had grown some more of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty's heritage. But in this way, it only delayed the fall of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. No doubt about it. Under the wise guidance of Chen Junlin, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, within the dream world, it forcefully persisted for almost 10,000 more years, during which time it constantly resisted the dark beings and struggled against the darkness frenzy. And after these 10,000 years, along with another shattering of the entire dream world, yet it also means the end of this push simulation. This time, though equally failing in the dark cataclysm, the final situation of and yet it's so much better than the last situation. In the last simulated deduction, Chen Junlin did not refine the harmonization pill. There was also no choice to upgrade the dragon spirit. Finally, after 100,000 years of smooth and prosperous development, the Great Darkness catastrophe was ushered in, but there was no resistance at all. And this time, under the leadership of Chen Junlin's constant power to save the day, even with the arrival of the dark cataclysm, and yet, it still resisted for 10,000 years. But even if it barely lasts for 10,000 years, in the end it can only be swallowed up by the endless darkness. Perhaps, as I revert to the pattern of knowing some important precedents within the dream world should also be able to accelerate the development of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. Let the Great Summer Divine Dynasty become stronger than this time. But even if the Great Summer Divine Dynasty's overall depth is raised by another 1,000 times, 10,000 times. But once we face this Great Darkness catastrophe, I'm afraid it's still far from enough. This Great Darkness catastrophe no longer relies on conventional means of heavenly will. The Institute is able to cope with it. After all, this is only in the second heaven, and above it there is the higher stream of the third heaven. The dark frenzy there is bound to be even more ferocious. So, the response that the old ancestor of the Time One clan brought back from the future is actually wrong. Refining the harmonization pill and relying on the ability of the heavenly Tao's will to grow to enhance this path. The odds are that it won't work, and in the end it will almost always fail to deal with the dark cataclysm. Fusing the will of the heavenly Tao would indeed bring great benefits to one's own combat power will become stronger as the heaven and earth worlds continue to grow, and theoretically, as long as one is able to continually refine other heaven and earth worlds, then you can grow indefinitely. This path, if you can clamor to suppress the will of heaven. It is also a good way of practicing. If he had enough time to develop, Chen Junlin might also have enough confidence that by simulating and deducing over and over again, the world of heaven and earth grew to an immeasurable extent. But now, the biggest problem lies in the fact that the time left for him is only 100,000 years. After 100,000 years, the Great Darkness cataclysm will break out. In only 100,000 years, it's basically difficult for him to pass the path of world lattice advancement. Reach a limiting degree. So, this time, I'll give it a try, without refining the harmonization pill. By constantly upgrading and advancing the dragon spirit, what kind of degree can it reach? Chen Junlin's gaze could not help but glow with a radiant essence. As long as he doesn't refine the harmonization pill, then he will be able to always have the unlimited natural characteristics, as well as the powerful and incomparable attributes of the Dexiajiu Zhou Ding. In such a situation, even if one keeps feeding the Arakanese sacred dragon with milk to drink, would also inevitably become very powerful, and after 100,000 years, what kind of level he could grow to, even he himself could not know. At that time, he was able to summon a large number of dragon spirits with limitless natural characteristics. As well as with the help of various eternal level words and divine abilities, it would at the very least be much more powerful than that one deduction simulation just now. One thought. Chen Junlin then couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart. He made an immediate decision and directly opened the Dream World deduction once more. And this time, he directly gave up refining the harmonization Dan. Follow closely. Chen Junlin started the crazy road of upgrading his dragon spirit. Due to the fact that the great unification of the world's network has now been completed, it is no longer possible to upgrade through the Conquest mode. But there were other ways to upgrade those dragon spirits of his. Drinking milk, listening to sutras, enlightenment pushing, singing. So much more. This time, the way Chen Junlin is developing is pretty much the same as the smooth development of the previous one. The only difference was that this time he was frantically upgrading the dragon spirit. Since the harmonization pill had not been refined, without the external influence of the Battle of the Divine Dynasty, there was no original war mode, which kept the Grand Xia Divine Dynasty in a very prosperous and stable state of peace. The rate of improvement of the various cultivation systems had obviously become much slower. Chapter 10 for the Tao of this realm no longer exists. But at the same time, it allows countless beings to begin to quiet their minds. Constantly specializing in various cultivation systems and constantly fusing them together. It must be said that the beings of the great races, who have nothing better to do, are. The imagination that erupted was also truly amazing, and countless cultivation system techniques exploded out like a spring. Of course, all of this was nothing to be surprised about for Chen Junlin, because he had witnessed it during the previous deduction simulation. These advances were indeed good, but in front of the Dark Cataclysm, they were still too far off. Even, far more so, after he had refined the harmonization Dan. The boost from leading the Great Summer Divine Dynasty into the Battle of the Divine Dynasties came even greater. It is true that only those who have experienced the brutal baptism of war. Can the party explode to its fullest potential? Chen Junlin had a vague understanding in his heart, and gradually realized the mode of raising parasites of the one behind the curtain. For what reason exactly? Next, Chen Junlin became stronger and stronger by way of constantly raising his dragon spirit level. Chen Junlin was immersed in the process of constantly leveling up his dragon spirit. He could clearly feel his strength growing steadily. On a whim, Chen Junlin played the stirring and surging tune Ambush on 10 fronts. As the music played, a strong aura of killing filled the air of the. A brand new dragon spirit gradually manifested. Ding! You have awakened the dragon spirit, Holy Dragon of War. This dragon spirit contains endless power of war, which can stimulate the fighting instinct of living beings. Enhancement of combat skills and strength. Dragon category, special. The appearance of this brand new dragon spirit brought a new boost to Chen Junlin. He began to think about how he could put this power to better use, not only for the sake of his own strength enhancement, but also for the sake of the development of the entire Great Xia Divine Dynasty. After all, the other beings of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, now, almost all of them can only rely on their own enlightenment as a way to slowly cultivate, but if there is a means to train for battle, it can greatly accelerate their progress. Shortly afterward, he combined the abilities of Empathic Dragon to start trying to open up a whole new way of lifting. He utilized Empty Thinking Dragon's ability to create illusory worlds. Together with the power of war of the Holy Dragon of War, an illusory battlefield similar to a secret realm was created. These illusory battlefields became excellent places for Great Summer Divine Dynasty beings to enhance their strength. In these secret realms of battlefields, they can simulate various battle scenarios that engage with different enemies and constantly hone your combat skills and resilience. This type of cultivation greatly enhances their strength. The power of the entire Great Summer Divine Dynasty was also steadily increasing. Just like that, time passed quietly amidst the upgrades of the dragon spirits and the cultivation of the living beings. Chen Junlin kept exploring the various ways of upgrading the dragon spirit. His strength was growing at an alarming rate. And the beings of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, though baptized without the war. But in this unique cultivation environment, it is also progressing. Finally, 100,000 years were about to pass. On this day, Chen Junlin's level had reached 1 million levels. He possessed 1 million terrifying eternal grade dragon spirits. These powerful special dragon spirits surrounded him, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. Although the level of dragon spirits and the number of dragon spirits this time, far less than the hundreds of millions of dragon spirits from the last simulation and deduction, but relying on the eternal grade talent characteristics, as well as the attribute power of the Great Summer's 9 Prefecture Ding, to enhance it. His combat power was even more powerful than even the last moments of the last simulation, having completely surpassed the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortals. Once the 100,000-year period arrived, the Great Darkness Cataclysm descended as promised. That familiar force of darkness swept in like a raging tide. Wherever it passed, space shattered and the stars went out. However, this time the situation was different from before, as Chen Junlin stood before the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. Behind them was a powerful defense line of 1 million dragon spirits. When the darkness touched the dragon spirits' defenses, it was met with a stubborn resistance that the dragon spirits cast out their respective divine abilities, and that eternal grade's innate trait exerted great power. The war domain of the Holy Dragon of War descended, enveloping the power of darkness within it, and within this domain, the strength of the dragon spirits had been greatly increased, and the erosion of the darkness had significantly slowed down. Desolate ancient sacred dragon, God's might is invincible, a sword chopped out, dark bizarre living beings as much as possible ashes to smoke. Dawei Tianlong, the nemesis of evil, against the dark and weird beings. More so, it has an absolute real damage effect. Sacred Dragon of Qiluk, gathering the power of Qiluk of all beings in Daxia and transforming it into a shroud of Qiluk. Completely resistant to the invasion of the Dark Frenzy. This time, although the spirits of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty have not experienced the battle of the Divine Dynasties, they have not been baptized. The overall strength is very weak, and the highest realm is only the Great Emperor realm. But under the shelter of Chen Junlin, the number of people lost was none. He alone defended the entire Great Xia Divine Dynasty. With these 1 million eternal grade dragon spirits of his sheltering, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty is said to be unbreakable and solid in the face of the encroaching darkness cataclysm. The original Dark Frenzy, which was virtually omnipotent in the dream world simulation. Just like that, it was hardened and managed to be stopped by Chen Junlin alone. This, simply don't be outrageous. And after Chen Junlin witnessed the simulation in the dream world, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Sure enough, not refining the harmonization pill will not result in the loss of gifted characteristics. And as long as I possess these heaven-defying eternal grade talent traits, my combat power will reach a level far beyond the limits of my own realm. However, the situation, was also in such a way that it was a direct stalemate. Chen Junlin can withstand the erosion of the dark tide. However, without the prerequisite of refining the harmonization pill, it is impossible to gain access to the entire heavenly realms. The whole world of the heavens is always in a special marginal state. The dark frenzy outside couldn't come in because Chen Junlin resisted it. But all the living beings of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, inside were unable to go out as well. Even if Chen Junlin's current strength had reached a very outrageous level. However, it was also unable to leave the current range of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. It's a very special state, or you could call it some kind of limitation above and beyond the rules. Chen Junlin's limit-breaking talent could directly break the limitations, and he had this intuition in his heart. But the other party's limit is so high that it's almost as high as the eternal level, and with only 1 million levels of him. It's not possible to break this limit yet. If you want to break this limitation by brute force, he had to level up to a higher level. And so it was. In such a stalemate, the deduction simulation of the dream world continues. And keeps accelerating the speed of deduction. 1,100,000 years. 130,000 years. 1 million years. 2 million years. 3 million years. It was also at a certain point in 12,960,000 years. The number of dragon spirits in Chen Junlin had already reached 100 million. It is estimated that it should be able to forcibly break the transcendence rules of the all heavens and all worlds. Boom! A loud bang that was completely unknown for any reason exploded. Follow closely. It was accompanied by a wailing sound that sounded like the way. Countless rains of blood descended, countless rules of the heavens and earth, countless great roads that. Out of nowhere, inexplicably and quickly, the endless darkness swallowed all in the blink of an eye. The entire simulated dream world was thus reduced to nothing in an instant, ending this deduction. What the hell happened? Chen Junlin woke up with a jolt, and his eyes widened on the spot. You're about to break the limitations of the heavens and then everything disappears in the blink of an eye? Is it because all the 1st to 9th grade heavens out there have been swallowed up by the dark tidal wave? All the ways of this realm then cease to exist? Chapter 105, Crushing and Pushing Across the 10,000 Ancient Divine Dynasties. Chen Junlin sat in place, his heart filled with shock and doubt. How could he have imagined that at the critical moment when he was about to break the limit of the entire Great Summer Divine Dynasty would collapse and disappear so suddenly? It was like a carefully constructed edifice that collapsed instantly and without warning just as it was nearing completion. His thoughts raced as he tried to understand the reasoning behind this. Obviously, this collapse was not a problem within the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. It's more like an indirect influence from an external core. This means that in this simulation of pushing the self-doubt that the great heavens that contain the all heavens have been overrun by the Dark Riot, and the 9 heavenly divine dynasties, which were originally regarded as the greatest hope, have already been taken over by the Dark Riot. I'm afraid that in front of the Great Darkness Cataclysm it was only held up for an extra 12 million years or so. I didn't expect the Darkness Cataclysm to be so fierce. Is 12 million years the maximum extent of this side of the world? Chen Junlin raised an eyebrow. The meaning of the existence of the realms of the heavens was through this mode of raising parasites, breeding a divine dynasty that can withstand the great darkness calamity. But now it seems that all the efforts seem to have gone down the drain. These parasites were not able to save the day under the ravages of the darkness. At the same time, Chen Junlin also realized that simply developing alone within the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, perhaps he would also continue to grow and break through, but in the end, he would still not be able to truly resolve the threat of the darkness cataclysm. As soon as he thought of this, a thought suddenly flashed through Chen Junlin's mind. Since refining the harmonization pill on one's own would cause many problems, not refining the harmonization pill would lead to a slower increase in strength, so why not let others try? He could fully utilize the power of his dragon spirit in the Great Summer's 9 states cauldron. Help the other party to suppress the will of the heavenly Tao, in which case, either he or the Great Summer Divine Dynasty beings. You can continue to improve through the battle of the dynasties. And with his natural characteristic ability, as well as the attribute effects of the Great Summer's 9 states ding added to it. This kind of elevation is absolutely subversive to the imagination. If the first to the 9th grade of the heavens are to be, all of them have been successfully collected and fused, then what kind of strength will he grow to? Unimaginable. But Chen Junlin was heartened. But to accomplish this response, a suitable candidate must also be selected. In his mind, the most suitable person to refine the harmonization pill. It was undoubtedly the Empress of Daxia Qin Xiaowei. In the many previous inferential simulations in the dream world, Qin Xiaowei's performance was noteworthy. She was more than just a wise woman, she played a vital role in many critical moments, especially in that simulation where the will of the heavenly Tao dominated. Qin Xiaowei's keen insight impressed Chen Junlin so much that she actually detected the anomaly early on. And we are actively making all kinds of preparations to deal with it. Although, in the end, it was mercilessly obliterated by the will of heaven in order to prevent variations. Her intelligence and courage, however, should not be overlooked. Dream simulation again. Chen Junlin took a deep breath and decided to open the dream world deduction once more. He's going to try this new plan in this simulation. Buzz. When he stepped into the dream world again, everything was still in its initial state. The Great Summer Divine Dynasty remains prosperous and peaceful. Chen Junlin did not convene to let Qin Xiaowei refine the harmonization pill. Instead, he first allowed his dragon spirit to be upgraded, and after pushing through the last simulation, he had a deep understanding of the innate characteristics of all kinds of dragon spirits, and was 100% certain that he could completely suppress the will of the heavenly Tao. Subsequently, Chen Junlin found Qin Xiaowei and shared his thoughts with her. When Qin Xiaowei heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, not expecting Chen Junlin to be so bold. Surprisingly, he was planning to commit regicide, but was quickly replaced by determination. She was well aware of the dangers of the matter, but she was willing to take a chance as long as it was for the sake of her beloved. Thus, under Chen Junlin's careful preparation, Qin Xiaowei began to refine the harmonization pill. When the harmonization pill entered her body, a powerful force instantly erupted. Ergo, the will of the heavenly Tao surged into her consciousness like a raging tide. However, Qin Xiaowei easily dealt with it under the guardianship of Chen Junlin's dragon spirit sealing power and the Great Summer's 9 Zhou. Chen Junlin concentrated and manipulated the dragon spirit to unleash a powerful. The dragon spirits surrounded Qin Xiaowei, their innate traits utilized to the extreme, forming layer after layer of protection. The The Great Summer 9 Prefecture Tripod also released endless power of Qi, intermingling with the power of the dragon spirit, jointly resisting and refining the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Xiaowei's eyes were tightly closed and her forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Her consciousness struggled against the will of heaven, But with her strong will and the assistance of Chen Junlin, she gradually stabilized the situation. As time passed, Qin Xiaowei gradually adapted to the changes brought about by the harmonization pill. Her body began to emit a soft glow which contained the power of the heavenly Tao without losing her own will. With her efforts, she finally succeeded in suppressing the will of the heavenly Tao, Make it part of your strength. She, in this instant, became the heavenly will of the 10,000 realms of the heavens. And in this process, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty also underwent some marvelous changes. The aura of heaven and earth in the entire Divine Dynasty became even more dense. The various cultivation resources also seemed to be nourished and became more abundant, and the beings within the Divine Dynasty sensed the change. Their cultivation speed was significantly faster, and realm advancement became easier. However, no one knew that the shadow of the dark cataclysm still loomed over the entire heavenly realms. Chen Junlin knew very well in his heart that this was only the first step in solving the problem. They still have real challenges to face. Fortunately, the bindings that shrouded above the Great Summer Divine Dynasty were opened, and the Great Emperor realm was no longer the end of the line. The Great Summer Divine Dynasty can now participate in the Battle of Divine Dynasties. Subsequently, he and Qin Xiaowei began to scheme together. How to quickly improve the overall strength of the Daxia Divine Dynasty through the Battle of Divine Dynasties to cope with the darkness cataclysm that will come in 100,000 years. In fact, with Chen Junlin's many previous deduction simulations, he has pretty much perfected a plan for the direction of development. Under this deduction simulation, the overall strength of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, it's been boosted like never before. With Chen Junlin's crushing strength, he easily pushed through each and every first-grade heavenly god dynasty without even needing to rest. Because, for every one of these first-class heavenly dynasties, his basic attributes would be able to skyrocket by a large margin with the power of national fortune. Most importantly, through the battle of the divine dynasties, Chen Junlin has pushed one first-grade heavenly divine dynasty. With the help of the eternal level dragon sword effect, his leveling experience resources will be rewarded 10,000 times more. The rate of progress of his strength. Compared to living in a snail's nest in the Great Summer Divine Dynasty and drinking milk and listening to Buddhist scriptures, it's more than 1,000,000 times faster. Chapter 106, The Path of Absolute Invincibility, Unifying the Nine Heavens. The only lord of the Divine Dynasty. Most importantly, it wasn't just that he was able to get a massive boost. Due to the effect of the attributes of the Great Xia Nine States Tripod, all the subjects of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, all of them were able to obtain the beneficial effects of the power of national fortune, and their basic attributes completely crushed the other first-grade heavenly god dynasties. From the beginning, one day pushed across a divine dynasty. And then later, an hour across a divine dynasty. With such an exaggerated cross-pollination, and in just 100 years, the Chen Junlin then already possessed 100 million dragon spirits, reaching a feat that in the last dream projection would have taken more than 10 million years to accomplish. Invincible. This kind of invincible, horizontal push against the 10,000 ancient divine dynasties was truly unimpeded. When Chen Junlin saw the dream world behave in such a way, his heart was full of emotions. It was true that when one possessed the talent trait of limit breaking and was able to let go and conquer to his heart's content to ascend, there was no force that could stop him. No doubt about it. This, in all probability, is the most correct course of development. Next, that occur almost daily in the dream world. It was the repetition of conquests pushing across one divine dynasty power after another. So, Chen Junlin chose to accelerate the dream deduction process. Finally, one day after 90,000 years. This, the war of the divine dynasties, which had lasted for more than 90,000 years, was completely over. This day, Chen Junlin stood at the pinnacle of the 9 heavenly queens, overlooking this vast expanse of heaven and earth that he had unified. The heart is full of ambition. 90,000 years. From the first grade of heaven, one heavier day to the next, the higher you go the easier it gets instead. In the end, it only took 90,000 years to unify all the divine dynasty forces in the 9 heavens K. If it weren't for the fact that the number of divine dynasties in the 9 heavenly queens was far too many, pushing across a universe in even 1 hour. It was also enough to fight for 90,000 years, or the speed could have been faster. At this very moment, Chen Junlin's figure appeared incomparably tall in the bright starry sky. Surrounded by trillions and trillions of dragon spirits, each of which exuded a powerful aura, it was a testament to his journey of conquering and constantly improving his strength. During these 90,000 long years of conquest, he had started from the first great heaven and made his way through the thorns and thistles toward the higher heavens of heaviness. And with each heavy sky conquered, his and the great summer divine dynasties, strength would take a qualitative leap forward. This growth allowed him to instead become more and more relaxed when facing higher level divine dynasties. As he continued to push across various divine dynasties, his reputation was thundering through the heavens and the worlds. When the beings of the various divine dynasties heard of his arrival, their hearts were filled with both awe and despair. His power was beyond their imagination, and before him any resistance seemed to become futile. In the course of his conquest, Chen Junlin did not just rely on force. He was adept at discovering the uniqueness of each divine dynasty, absorbing their strengths, and integrating them into the major cultivation systems of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. He brought back the excellent gong methods, rare resources, and unique techniques of each divine dynasty to the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, giving the beings within the divine dynasties more ways to improve themselves. And Qin Xiaowei plays an integral role in this process. She stabilized the ever-expanding, Great Summer Divine Dynasty, with the power of the heavenly Tao's will after she suppressed it. Ensure that there is no civil unrest in the process of rapid development. At the same time, after every victory in battle, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty will carry out a large-scale consolidation of the. She would arrange for specialized personnel to manage the newly accepted areas to ensure that the various races and forces could coexist harmoniously. Because she knew very well that a huge divine dynasty that wanted to grow long and stable, internal unity is essential. According to what Qin Junlin said, the future dark cataclysm would be terrifying. One must accumulate as much and more substance as possible to deal with it. And during these 90,000 years, the cultivation system of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, it can be said to have been perfected as never before. Under the impetus of Chen Junlin and Qin Xiaowei, the immortal cultivation techniques of the various heavens merged with one another. Having created many cultivation methods suitable for beings of different talents, the living beings within the divine dynasty, supported by abundant resources and advanced cultivation systems, the realm continued to climb, and many powerful individuals of high strength appeared. At this point in time, the Grand Xia Divine Dynasty was no longer the same power that was limited to one side of the world. It gathered the essence of the heavens and the worlds and became a truly supreme super divine dynasty. Its depth and strength had far exceeded any time in the past. And nowadays, the highest level of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. It was only after the fusion of the last of the 9 heavenly divine dynasties, Immortal Court, that the golden immortal of the mixed Yuan Dala Wuji De Dao was broken through once again. This already belongs to the supreme power that completely transcends the heavenly Tao. Rather, it belonged to the pinnacle of the higher level of the power of the great Tao. It was also the ultimate goal that countless divine dynasties' heavenly Tao wills longed for the most. In other words, this is the conceptual rule of the eternal level, the Great Way. However, Qin Junlin was not overwhelmed by the immediate victory. Because he knew very well in his heart that the great darkness cataclysm was still like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, it could fall at any time. Despite the fact that today's Great Summer Divine Dynasty is unimaginably powerful. Even the golden immortal of the mixed unlimited Great Tao possessed it, but he had already seen the terror of the dark cataclysm many times, and he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. After all, in the middle of the last push simulation, the so-called Great Tao was finally swallowed up by the Great Darkness, directly causing everything in heaven and earth to disappear because of the fall of the Tao. Therefore, in Chen Junlin's opinion, the conceptual level of eternal level, not necessarily the final point of all power. There are only 10,000 years left until the darkness riots. The so-called man behind the curtain has never appeared. So it was that, after the unification of the 9 heavenly queens, Chen Junlin and Qin Xiaowei, however, did not stop. They began to organize the entire Great Summer Divine Dynasty to prepare for war, integrating the power of each heavy heaven to form a tight defense and attack system. They had set up powerful defense formations at various key locations in the 9 heavenly queens. These formations fused the essence of formations from various divine dynasties and were immensely powerful. At the same time, they've been training and upgrading the army within the divine dynasty on a massive scale. getting the most out of every soldier. Chen Junlin also combined his dragon spirit power with the defense system of the entire divine dynasty. Let the dragon spirit become the guardian of the divine dynasty. Each dragon spirit was assigned to its proper post. Their natural characteristics play a unique role in the defense system. And while improving the overall strength of the Chen Junlin and Qin Xiaowei hadn't forgotten about their research on the Dark Cataclysm, and they had summoned many wise and powerful people within the divine dynasty. Together, we will discuss the causes of the Dark Cataclysm and how to deal with it. Although, no method has yet been found to fully crack the Dark Cataclysm. But they've got some initial ideas on how to deal with it. At the very least, it wouldn't be so bad that it could only resist for more than 10 million years this time, right? It can't be worse than the last simulation push, can it? Chapter 107 Solving the Great Darkness Robbery, the man behind the scenes appears. As time passed, the deadline for the 100,000-year darkness cataclysm was getting closer and closer. The entire Great Summer Divine Dynasty was filled with a tense and combative atmosphere. By this time, all the living beings within the Great Summer Divine Dynasty already knew that what was coming would be a great battle of life and death, but they had full confidence in Chen Junlin and Qin Xiaowei. All living beings believe that under their leadership, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty will definitely be able to withstand the Great Darkness Cataclysm and guard this hard-won peace and prosperity. Finally, the 100,000-year period is upon us. A dark frenzy, as expected. That familiar yet terrifying force of darkness once again swept in like a violent wind and rain. But this time, the ones facing the Dark Cataclysm are no longer the great divine dynasties that once existed, but have unified the 9 heavens. The unimaginably powerful Great Summer Divine Dynasty. This moment, Chen Junlin stood at the forefront of the divine dynasty. Behind him were countless valiant and fearless generals, powerful immortal cultivators, and countless dragon spirits. When the power of darkness came into contact with the defense system of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, a great battle that shook heaven and earth broke out. This time, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty had demonstrated an unparalleled and powerful strength. Their attacks were like a raging tide, wave after wave rushing towards the dark bizarre beings. Led by the sacred dragon of desolation. Countless dragon spirits with varying abilities executed various powerful divine abilities, and their power became even more powerful with the addition of the entire defense system. Many cultivators of other systems also performed their own masterpieces. The brilliant glow of the spell illuminated the dark universe. All the beings of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty rushed towards the dark beings without fear. Their will to fight was like a burning flame, blossoming brightly in the darkness. Chen Junlin was even the first to take the lead, as he rushed into the core of the darkness power, holding the supreme divine warrior. Each of his attacks contained a destructive power, beating the dark beings back. Under his leadership, the counterattacks of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty became more and more violent. For the first time, the Darkness Cataclysm's nearly invincible offense was actually effectively contained. But the dark frenzy was just too much. Even though Chen Junlin led the way with seconds and solutions over and over again, there was still a steady stream of people still pouring in. This great battle lasted for a long time, with both sides pulling out all the stops. However, with its great strength and unity of purpose, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty always had the upper hand. In this fierce battlefield, every moment was filled with thrilling battle scenes. Chen Junlin is like a bright star, shining brightest in the heart of the darkness power. The supreme divine weapon in his hand would bring up a brilliant light with every swing of it. Wherever that light passed, dark beings fell like harvested wheat. His figure was as fast as lightning. Weaving freely through the darkness was dispersed wherever he went, as if he was the light of hope in that darkness. The draconic ancient sacred dragon raised its voice to the sky, its sound shaking the 9 heavens, its huge body circling in the darkness. The dragon scales shimmered with a mysterious light, and with every attack, a powerful storm of sword chi was swept up. It swirls the dark beings around it and then destroys them with its razor-sharp sword and fiery dragon breath. The dragon spirits that fought alongside it also each displayed their unique magical abilities. Some dragon spirits opened their huge mouths and spat out icy blue flames, which instantly froze the dark beings when they touched them, then crushed into ice chips. Some of the dragon spirits released a ray of golden light that these rays of light intertwined into a huge net, trapping the dark beings and leaving them unable to move and at the mercy of other attacks to wipe them out. The generals in the rear were no less impressive, arrayed in neat squares, armed with all kinds of weapons, and The battle armor on his body shone with a cold light. When the commander gave the order, they rushed at the dark beings like a torrent of steel. The generals in the front row used their shields to fend off the attacks of the dark beings, while the generals in the back row attacked using a variety of long-range weapons. Bows and arrows, spells, crossbows and arrows were raining down on the enemy, and each arrow had a powerful spiritual power attached to it. Shooting a dark being causes a violent explosion. While those generals in melee fought the dark beings in close combat, their swordsmanship and marksmanship were out of this world, and every move was full of power and skill. Immortal cultivators have even shown extraordinary strength on the battlefield, with their feet on flying swords, flying and weaving in the air. Some cultivators made seals with their hands, mouthed words, and then bellowed out a huge thunderbolt descended from the sky, splitting into the area where the dark beings were most densely populated, instantly turning a large portion of the dark beings into ashes. Other immortal cultivators cast earth spells, and a huge stone wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the dark being's attack. The stone wall then suddenly transformed into countless sharp stones again, shooting towards the dark being. The water immortal cultivator, on the other hand, summons a huge curtain of water to diffuse the attacks of the dark beings, while countless water tentacles reach out from the curtain of water. Wrapping the dark being tightly around it, it dragged it into the water and drowned it. All along, Chen Junlin had always maintained a complicated and diverse cultivation system, and at this moment, got the perfect fit in play. And the dark beings were not to be outdone, as they constantly changed their forms and attacks. Some of the dark beings fused together to form huge dark giants that. The beast opened its bloody mouth and spewed out black slime, and wherever the slime went, both the ground and the fortifications will be corroded. There were also some dark beings that transformed into invisible shadows and quietly infiltrated the defenses of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty. Attempted sabotage from within. But the defense system of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty was very tight. The early warning formation had discovered these dark shadows in time, and then a specialized cultivator had cast a soul-searching technique to uncover and destroy these shadows. As the battle continued, the Great Summer Divine Dynasty's advantage became more and more obvious. After the Great Summer Divine Dynasty, Side sensed that the dark beings were not as frightening as they had imagined. One can be more and more courageous. So much for that. It just lasted less than 100,000 years. The power of the darkness cataclysm, which was originally enough to extinguish the entire Nine Heavens actually continued to weaken under their attacks, while the morale of the Great Summer Divine Dynasty rose higher and higher. Eventually, after a near-peak ultimate battle, Chen Junlin fought alone against 3,000 Dark Worlds mixed unlimited Great Dao Saints, and the Great Summer Divine Dynasty successfully resisted the Great Darkness Calamity, winning. The power of darkness gradually dissipated under their attacks. The entire world of the heavens had once again regained its light and vitality. All beings cheered the name of Emperor Chen, and the power of faith was so great that it topped the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And Chen Junlin, after experiencing fighting with the Dark World, the combat power had actually risen by a large margin again, reaching an unprecedented realm. Ding! Completed the invasion of the Yin realm and the 9 heavenly queens and successfully led the Yang realm to merge with the other side. Gain absolute control of the 9 heavenly queens. You have successfully completed the 9 heavenly queens bit progression. The long-awaited beep sounded once more. This time the voice was no longer as cold as it had been before. On the contrary, there are more emotions in it that are hard to explain. But instead of being surprised, a long-awaited smile spread across Chen Junlin's face. The man behind the curtain has finally appeared. Chapter 108 Against the Countercurrent Darkness Source, Meeting the Desolate Heavenly Emperor. After some understanding, Chen Junlin also finally understood. It turned out that the so-called person behind the scenes was actually the spirit of the 9 heavens the 9 heavenly queens, which is a lighthouse with 9 lofts. It is a remnant of a civilization that was destroyed by a dark tidal wave, and gathers the last hope of that civilization. When Chen Junlin arrived outside the 9 heavenly queens, it was only then that he realized that the surrounding area possessed an endless number of dark surges, and within each drop of dark surges represented a dark cosmic world. It holds an endless number of dark and spooky presences. The so-called dark agony. It was the 9 heavenly queens that was eroded by these dark surges, but that was only a tiny drop in the ocean. At this moment, above the endless stream of darkness, the 9 heavenly queens floated like a rootless duckweed. Lonely and desperate. This once glorious civilization was mercilessly destroyed by the Dark Cataclysm, leaving it as the only artifact left. Carrying the last hope of civilization, seeking a silver lining in the midst of this dark surge. Its mission is to select a suitable supreme godmaster within the 9 heavenly queens. In a last-ditch attempt to save what's left of this civilization from the darkness that has gripped it. Originally, it didn't report any hope at all. Just follow the program set that way. But Chen Junlin, this unknown variable from a mysterious place, suddenly entered its vision. Back in the time when Chen Junlin first descended into this world and was born. The artifact spirit then sensed his presence. In the beginning, it even chose to obliterate. But for some unknown reason, a strange giant tripod sheltered the soul of Chen Junlin. In the end, Chen Junlin escaped to an unknown time and space. Afterwards, the spirit of the 9 heavenly K observed for a period of time. Only to find that nothing has changed with this unknown variable. The only change was the birth of an entirely new system of cultivation. The original sky blue star seems to have a means of resistance. Because of the purpose of the 9 heavenly queens. It is to choose the strongest cultivation system to save, so it chose to keep this cultivation system and did not destroy the sky blue star. All the way to after 1,000 years. The moment Chen Junlin awakened the dragon spirit. It once again sensed the presence of the variable that disappeared 1,000 years ago. And so it was. It descended a survival arena directly beside Chen Junlin. The aim is to wipe out this variable. However, in the survival arena, it accidentally discovered that Chen Junlin had. It seems to possess a very strange and powerful ability, a power full of infinite potential, like a ray of dawn in the darkness. It gave the artifact spirit hope. As such, it decided to let Chen Junlin go and began to silently follow his every move. As time passed, Chen Junlin's performance did not disappoint the artifact spirit. He is like a shining star, rising in a world full of dangers and challenges. Until this moment. Chen Junlin really did possess the means to expel the power of darkness. So, the Great Summer's 9 Prefecture tripod traveled with me? The reason why a dragon vein appeared on the sky blue star, and the Great Wall of Miles transformed into a golden dragon of Qi to guard mankind. It's actually connected to the Great Summer's 9-state tripod as well? After understanding the ins and outs, Chen Junlin was indeed a bit surprised. But it is not unacceptable. After all, the various travelers in the Earth novels were augmented by the power of some ancestral star. Having a system or something like that is a gold finger. It shouldn't be too much of a stretch to think that he'll have a Disya Ji Zhou Ding as a golden finger, right? This matter of the worlds of the heavens has been fully understood, though. But where exactly do those natural characteristic power boosts I possess originate from again? This was the doubt in Chen Junlin's mind at the moment. And then Chen Junlin, in order to answer this doubt in his heart, but directly from the darkness surges, swimming against the current. Every step is hard and challenging. In the process, he continued to slay dark beings. Every battle was a severe test, but with his great ability, he turned the danger into success time and time again. In the constant battles, Chen Junlin's strength was breaking through. The number of his dragon spirits was also increasing. He was like a long sharpened sword, gradually revealing his unparalleled sharpness. It is in this way that the process of going against the tide continues. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, he managed to find the source of the dark unrest. But the simulation screen, just at that moment, disappeared. It was as if they were affected by some unimaginable and indescribable supreme power. But that is enough. Because before the picture shatters and disappears, he vaguely heard an unmistakably gentle voice, "We are waiting for you." Buzz. The moment Chen Junlin awoke from the dream world, once again, with a start. A ray of well-worn color flooded his eyes. Subsequently, Chen Junlin made many more deductions, but without exception. Once the source of the darkness is found, the dream simulation is forcibly interrupted. Only, that one voice did not appear again amongst these later deduction simulations. So it seems. Only after I actually go to the source of darkness will I be able to reveal the final mystery. Chen Junlin looked very calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions on his face. In the midst of one dream simulation after another, he had even experienced the great darkness cataclysm countless times. Fighting with countless dark beings in the midst of that dark surge, his state of mind had long since become incomparable to before. Next, Chen Junlin no longer chose to simulate the deduction because it no longer had any meaning. The inability is just repeating the experience over and over again. Even the process is exactly the same. Because in every dream simulation of the Battle of the Divine Dynasty, every time he made a move, he pushed everything across. This time, Chen Junlin chose to start from the real world and began to push across the ages. Skillfully laid out. Skilled arrangement. Everything is watertight, and with the dream simulation world, there is no difference at all. Chen Junlin advanced step by step, continuously annihilating the dark universe beings in the dark surges. He went upstream and finally managed to find the source of darkness in the dream simulation. And this time, at the source of that darkness that has eluded me countless times. Instead, he saw a shocking sight. The many mythological powers of human civilization have gathered together. Their figures radiated a brilliant light. Among them was the desolate heavenly emperor, whose magnificent body seemed to carry the weight of the whole world. An endless overbearing aura emanated from his body. Yi Tiandi's gaze was like electricity, and his hands and feet contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Emperor Yan was surrounded by flames, as if he were the embodiment of flames, bringing endless life and hope. Li Qie, on the other hand, had a mysterious and unpredictable aura of arrogance, as if knowing all the mysteries of the world. Nuwa holds a red embroidered ball, dignified and sacred, her body glowing with 9-colored holy light. A majestic force of vitality erupted. 3 kings and 5 emperors. Yangshan Han Yi. Juggernaut Luo Feng. The Sea of Voodoo. Chapter 109 Civilization Guardian Battle, Invincible Dragon Spirit. These various legendary mighty men from Earth China. They represented the light of civilization of Earth China, like a lighthouse shining uncertainly on the source of darkness. And corresponding to this, among the sources of darkness, possessing the same enormous amount of dark civilized light. The two sides were stalemating, as if they were two flames that were going head to head. And behind the various bigwigs of Earth China, instead, it was a drop of transparent cosmic sea like a lake, with each drop of seawater representing a cosmic world. On one side was a transparent cosmic sea, and on the other a black surge of darkness. Through the memories of the last destroyed civilization brought by the spirit of the 9 heavenly K, Chen Junlin understood that this was the dark civilization that was fighting against Earth's Huaxia civilization. There you are. The magnificent figure that represented desolation threw a faint smile at Chen Junlin. The gazes of both sides, in a split second, locked. And in the blink of an eye that touched, Chen Junlin instantly received all the information he wanted to know. It turns out, the reason why Chen Junlin traveled to the sky blue planet. It is the influence of the power from the light of the countless ancestral star civilizations of Earth. They sense a glimmer of victory over the source of darkness, right in the middle of the depths of the darkness surge. So they selected a number of travelers to go to the dark surge. But, traveling through the depths of the dark surge is too dangerous. Many of the travelers were stopped halfway through the journey. Luckily, Chen Junlin, which is empowered by the power of the 3 emperors. Through the power of the tripod of the 9 states, he succeeded in entering the opportunity. And the reason why he brings a different natural trait ability to the table. It was because he played the Draconian Emperor exclusive bug, which made the Draconian Emperor feel the connection of the power of cause and effect. This kind of karmic power crossed the boundaries of the darkness surge, thus allowing him to go the extra mile to help Chen Junlin, mastered the limit-breaking talent trait. With the desolate heavenly emperor's heaven-defying means of granting Chen Junlin this natural characteristic for blessing. It is considered a relatively small means. But the dark source side is also very strong. Even though he possesses the influence of that wisp of karmic power, he is unable to carry out more meddling. Subsequently, Chen Junlin played many more pieces of music, as long as but above this source of darkness. The civilization fire deities that had existed, regardless of their strength, had also offered their blessings. For example, the Sea of Voodoo Magic, for example, the Sage of Qi Tian de Shang, etc. Also, the reason why the Great Wall of China awakened its dragon vein when the sky blue planet was close to destruction. The reason behind this is precisely because Chen Junlin is from Earth China, because he is a traveler chosen by the 3 emperors. He carries a trace of the humane fortune of the Earth's Huaxia and has the blessed power of the Great Xia 9 States Ding. This stream of qi was transformed into a dragon vein at the crisis point of the sky blue star, just like a spring breeze transforming into rain. Nourishes everything in sky blue star. As for why these blessing powers would be ineffective after refining the harmonization pill, why did the harmonization pill not work? This is because the 9 heavenly queens originated from the last destroyed civilization in the dark world. It has its own unique system of rules and powers. If Qin Junlin chose to fuse with the heavenly will of the 9 heavenly K, that means that there is a conflict with the blessing power of Earth's Chinese civilization, and the blessing power will not have a chance, which is why after the protagonist fuses the heavenly Dao Dan, he will have no chance. The natural characteristics and the Dasha Jojo Ding will then fail for a reason. Got it. Everything is clear. Qin Junlin smiled faintly, arching his hand to the desolate heavenly emperor, as well as the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. Even the many civilization fire deities in front of them saluted. What is the fire of civilization? It was a spiritual force. A power that won't go away as long as it's still remembered. And many protagonists in novels, stories, movies, and myths, heck, they have this one ability. Each of them represents a trace, light or heavy, of human spiritual civilization. More or less, but ultimately, it exists. Spiritual civilization, dependent on human civilization. Therefore, when darkness descends, these spiritual civilizations will be like the spark of a star, burning their power to defend their civilization from invasion. But darkness is the opposite of light. The dark spiritual civilization is also the counterpart of the current world spiritual civilization, and both sides are basically equal in power. But the dark spirit civilization side will always maintain peak combat power, whereas the spiritual civilization side of the current world is subject to objective influences in the real world. For example, if a certain mythological power is no longer worshipped by the current generation of humans, the power of its corresponding spiritual civilization will be weakened. So it would be hard to win the darkness in a protracted battle. When it was understood, Qin Junlin's gaze couldn't help but look towards the many dark civilization powerhouses on that dark source. Behind him, he possessed an endless number of dragon spirits that. The power of these dragon spirits all originated from the various civilization powerhouses of Earth, and the combined combat power of each dragon spirit was exactly the same as his current strength. So at the moment, he's alone now. It's the equivalent of the entire human spiritual civilization powerhouse that has been doubled. On the side of Earth's spiritual civilization, there was instantly about twice as much battle power. Doesn't that open up what was a stalemate right out of the gate? Tisk. Dark civilization, right? Overlooking the countless dark final enemies at the source of that darkness, the corners of Qin Junlin's mouth rose slightly. Instead, it took out a variety of ancient musical compositions, and right above this source of darkness, it slowly played a song called The Great Wall of China. These dark spirits of civilization, for the dragon spirit. That's a rare and wonderful flavor. End of book.